The Prince and the Pauper, by Mark Twain. The Birth of the Prince and the Pauper. In the ancient city of London, on a certain autumn day in the second quarter of the 16th century, a boy was born to a poor family of the name of Canty, who did not want him. On the same day another English child was born to a rich family of the name of Tudor, who did want him. All England wanted him, too. England had so longed for him, and hoped for him, and prayed God for him, that now that he was really come, the people went nearly mad for joy. Mere acquaintances hugged and kissed each other, and cried. Everybody took a holiday, and high and low, rich and poor, feasted and danced and sang and got very mellow, and they kept this up for days and nights together. By day London was a sight to see, with gay banners waving from every balcony and housetop, and splendid pageants marching along. By night it was again a sight to see, with its great bonfires at every corner, and its troops of revellers making merry around them. There was no talk in all England but of the new baby, Edward Tudor, Prince of Wales, who lay lapped in silks and satins, unconscious of all this fuss, and not knowing that great lords and ladies were tending him and watching over him, and not caring either. But there was no talk about the other baby, Tom Canty, lapped in his poor rags, except among the family of paupers whom he had just come to trouble with his presence. Chapter 2. Tom's Early Life. Let us skip a number of years. London was 1,500 years old, and was a great town for that day. It had 100,000 inhabitants, some think double as many. The streets were very narrow and crooked and dirty, especially in the part where Tom Canty lived, which was not far from London Bridge. The houses were of wood, with a second story projecting over the first, and the third sticking its elbows out beyond the second. The higher the houses grew, the broader they grew. They were skeletons of strong criss-cross beams, with solid material between, coated with plaster. The beams were painted red or blue or black, according to the owner's taste, and this gave the houses a very picturesque look. The windows were small, glazed with little diamond-shaped panes, and they opened outward on hinges like doors. The house which Tom's father lived in was up a foul little pocket called Offal Court, out of Pudding Lane. It was small, decayed, and rickety, but it was packed full of wretchedly poor families. Canty's tribe occupied a room on the third floor. The mother and father had a sort of bedstead in the corner, but Tom, his grandmother, and his two sisters, Bet and Nan, were not restricted. They had all the floor to themselves, and might sleep where they chose. There were the remains of a blanket or two, and some bundles of ancient and dirty straw, but these could not rightly be called beds, for they were not organized. They were kicked into a general pile mornings, and selections made from the mass at night for service. Bet and Nan were 15 years old, twins. They were good-hearted girls, unclean, clothed in rags, and profoundly ignorant. Their mother was like them, but the father and the grandmother were a couple of fiends. They got drunk whenever they could. Then they fought each other or anybody else who came in the way. They cursed and swore always, drunk or sober. John Canty was a thief, and his mother a beggar. They made beggars of the children, but failed to make thieves of them. Among, but not of, the dreadful rabble that inhabited the house was a good old priest whom the king had turned out of house and home with a pension of a few farthings, and he used to get the children aside and teach them right ways secretly. Father Andrew also taught Tom a little Latin, and how to read and write, and would have done the same with the girls, but they were afraid of the jeers of their friends, who could not have endured such a queer accomplishment in them. All Offal Court was just such another hive as Canty's house. Drunkenness, riot, and brawling were the order there every night, and nearly all night long. Broken heads were as common as hunger in that place. Yet little Tom was not unhappy. He had a hard time of it, but did not know it. It was the sort of time that all the Offal Court boys had, therefore he supposed it was the correct and comfortable thing. When he came home empty-handed at night, he knew his father would curse him and thrash him first, and that when he was done the awful grandmother would do it all over again and improve on it, and that away in the night his starving mother would slip to him stealthily with any miserable scrap or crust she had been able to save for him by going hungry herself. Notwithstanding, she was often caught in that sort of treason, and soundly beaten for it by her husband. No, Tom's life went along well enough, especially in summer. He only begged just enough to save himself, for the laws against mendicancy were stringent, and the penalties heavy. So he put in a good deal of his time listening to good Father Andrew's charming old tales and legends about giants and fairies, dwarfs and genii, and enchanted castles and gorgeous kings and princes. His head grew to be full of these wonderful things, and many a night as he lay in the dark on his scant and offensive straw, tired, hungry, and smarting from a thrashing, he unleashed his imagination and soon forgot his aches and pains in delicious picturings to himself of the charmed life of a petted prince in a regal palace. One desire came in time to haunt him day and night. It was to see a real prince with his own eyes. He spoke of it once to some of his Offal Court comrades, but they jeered him and scoffed him so unmercifully that he was glad to keep his dream to himself after that. He often read the priest's old books and got him to explain and enlarge upon them. His dreamings and readings worked certain changes in him by and by. His dream people were so fine that he grew to lament his shabby clothing and his dirt, and to wish to be clean and better clad. He went on playing in the mud just the same, and enjoying it, too. But instead of splashing around in the Thames solely for the fun of it, he began to find an added value in it because of the washings and cleansings it afforded. Tom could always find something going on around the Maypole in Cheapside and at the fairs, and now and then he and the rest of London had a chance to see a military parade when some famous unfortunate was carried prisoner to the Tower, by land or boat. One summer's day he saw poor Anne Askew and 3 men burned at the stake in Smithfield, and heard an ex-bishop preach a sermon to them which did not interest him. Yes, Tom's life was varied and pleasant enough, on the whole. By and by Tom's reading and dreaming about princely life wrought such a strong effect upon him that he began to act the prince unconsciously. His speech and manners became curiously ceremonious and courtly, to the vast admiration and amusement of his intimates. But Tom's influence among these young people began to grow, now, day by day, and in time he came to be looked up to by them with a sort of wondering awe as a superior being. He seemed to know so much, and he could do and say such marvelous things, and withal he was so deep and wise. Tom's remarks and Tom's performances were reported by the boys to their elders, and these also presently began to discuss Tom Canty, and to regard him as a most gifted and extraordinary creature. Full-grown people brought their perplexities to Tom for solution, and were often astonished at the wit and wisdom of his decisions. In fact, he was become a hero to all who knew him except his own family. These only saw nothing in him. Privately, after a while, Tom organized a royal court. He was the prince. His special comrades were guards, chamberlains, equerries, lords, and ladies-in-waiting, and the royal family. Daily the mock prince was received with elaborate ceremonials borrowed by Tom from his romantic readings. Daily the great affairs of the mimic kingdom were discussed in the royal council, and daily his mimic highness issued decrees to his imaginary armies, navies, and viceroyalties. After which he could go forth in his rags and beg a few farthings, eat his poor crust, take his customary cuffs and abuse, and then stretch himself upon his handful of foul straw, and resume his empty grandeurs in his dreams. And still his desire to look just once upon a real prince, in the flesh, grew upon him, day by day and week by week, until at last it absorbed all other desires, and became the one passion of his life. One January day, on his usual begging tour, he tramped despondently up and down the region round about Mincing Lane and Little East Cheap, hour after hour, barefooted and cold, looking in at cookshop windows and longing for the dreadful pork-pies and other deadly inventions displayed there, for to him these were dainties fit for the angels, that is, judging by the smell they were, for it had never been his good luck to own and eat one. There was a cold drizzle of rain, the atmosphere was murky, it was a melancholy day. At night Tom reached home so wet and tired and hungry that it was not possible for his father and grandmother to observe his forlorn condition and not be moved, after their fashion; wherefore they gave him a brisk cuffing at once and sent him to bed. For a long time his pain and hunger, and the swearing and fighting going on in the building, kept him awake, but at last his thoughts drifted away to far romantic lands, and he fell asleep in the company of jeweled and gilded princelings, who lived in vast palaces, and had servants salaaming before them or flying to execute their orders; and then, as usual, he dreamed that he was a princeling himself. All night long the glories of his royal estate shone upon him. He moved among great lords and ladies, in a blaze of light, breathing perfumes, drinking in delicious music, and answering the reverent obeisances of the glittering throng as it parted to make way for him, with here a smile and there a nod of his princely head. And when he awoke in the morning and looked upon the wretchedness about him, his dream had had its usual effect. It had intensified the sordidness of his surroundings 1,000-fold. Then came bitterness, and heartbreak, and tears. Chapter 3. Tom's Meeting with the Prince. Tom got up hungry and sauntered hungry away, but with his thoughts busy with the shadowy splendors of his night's dreams. He wandered here and there in the city, hardly noticing where he was going or what was happening around him. People jostled him, and some gave him rough speech, but it was all lost on the musing boy. By and by he found himself at Temple Bar, the furthest from home he had ever traveled in that direction. He stopped and considered a moment, then fell into his imaginings again and passed on, outside the walls of London. The Strand had ceased to be a country road then, and regarded itself as a street, but by a strained construction, for though there was a tolerably compact row of houses on one side of it, there were only some scattering great buildings on the other, these being palaces of rich nobles, with ample and beautiful grounds stretching to the river, grounds that are now closely packed with grim acres of brick and stone. Tom discovered Charing Village, presently, and rested himself at the beautiful cross built there by a bereaved king of earlier days; then idled down a quiet, lovely road, past the great Cardinal's stately palace, toward a far more mighty and majestic palace beyond, Westminster. Tom stared in glad wonder at the vast pile of masonry, the wide-spreading wings, the frowning bastions and turrets, the huge stone gateway with its gilded bars and its magnificent array of colossal granite lions and other the signs and symbols of English royalty. Was the desire of his soul to be satisfied at last? Here indeed was a king's palace. Might he not hope to see a prince, now, a prince of flesh and blood, if heaven were willing? At each side of the gilded gate stood a living statue, that is to say, an erect and stately and motionless man-at-arms, clad from head to heel in shining steel armor. At a respectful distance were many country folk, and people from the city waiting for any chance glimpse of royalty that might offer. Splendid carriages with splendid people in them, and splendid servants outside, were arriving and departing by several other noble gateways that pierced the royal enclosure. Poor little Tom in his rags approached and was moving slow and timidly past the sentinels, with a beating heart and a rising hope, when all at once he caught sight, through the golden bars, of a spectacle that almost made him shout for joy. Within was a comely boy, tanned and brown with sturdy outdoor sports and exercises, whose clothing was all of lovely silks and satins, shining with jewels, at his hip a little jeweled sword and dagger, dainty buskins on his feet, with red heels, and on his head a jaunty crimson cap with drooping plumes fastened with a great sparkling gem. Several gorgeous gentlemen stood near, his servants without a doubt. Oh, he was a prince, a prince, a living prince, a real prince, without the shadow of a question, and the prayer of the pauper boy's heart was answered at last. Tom's breath came quick and short with excitement, and his eyes grew big with wonder and delight. Everything gave way in his mind instantly to one desire, and that was to get close to the prince and have a good devouring look at him. Before he knew what he was about, he had his face against the gate bars. The next instant one of the soldiers snatched him rudely away and sent him spinning among the gaping crowd of country gawks and London idlers. The soldier said, "Mind thy manners, thou young beggar!" The crowd jeered and laughed, But the young prince sprang to the gate with his face flushed and his eyes flashing with indignation, and cried out "How darest thou use a poor lad like that? How darest thou use the king my father's meanest subjects so? Open the gates and let him in." You should have seen that fickle crowd snatch off their hats then. You should have heard them cheer and shout, "Long live the Prince of Wales!" The soldiers presented arms with their halberds, opened the gates, and presented again as the little Prince of Poverty passed in his fluttering rags, to join hands with the Prince of Limitless Plenty. Edward Tudor said, "Thou lookest tired and hungry. Thou'st been treated ill. Come with me." Half a dozen attendants sprang forward to I don't know what interfere, no doubt, but they were waved aside with a right royal gesture, and they stopped stock still where they were, like so many statues. Edward took Tom to a rich apartment in the palace which he called his cabinet. By his command a repast was brought such as Tom had never encountered before except in books. The prince, with princely delicacy and breeding, sent away the servants, so that his humble guest might not be embarrassed by their critical presence. Then he sat near by and asked questions while Tom ate. "What is thy name, lad?" "Tom Canty, an' it please thee, sir." "'Tis an odd one. Where dost live?" "In the city, please thee, sir, Offal Court, out of Pudding Lane." "Offal Court? Truly 'tis another odd one. Hast parents?" "Parents have I, sir, and a grandam likewise that is but indifferently precious to me, God forgive me if it be offensive to say it. Also twin sisters, Nan and Bet." "Then is thy grandam not overkind to thee, I take it?" "Neither to any other is she, so please your worship. She hath a wicked heart, and worketh evil all her days." "Doth she mistreat thee?" "There be times that she stayeth her hand, being asleep or overcome with drink; but when she hath her judgment clear again, she maketh it up to me with goodly beatings." A fierce look came into the little prince's eyes, and he cried out "What! Beatings?" "Oh, indeed, yes, please you, sir." "Beatings! And thou so frail and little! Harkye, before the night come, she shall hie her to the Tower. The king my father "In sooth you forget, sir, her low degree. The Tower is for the great alone." "True, indeed, I had not thought of that. I will consider of her punishment. Is thy father kind to thee?" "Not more than Gammer Canty, sir." "Fathers be alike, mayhap. Mine hath not a doll's temper. He smiteth with a heavy hand, yet spareth me. He spareth me not always with his tongue, though, sooth to say. How doth thy mother use thee?" "She is good, sir, and giveth me neither sorrow nor pain of any sort, and Nan and Bet are like to her in this." "How old be these?" 15, an' it please you, sir." "The Lady Elizabeth, my sister, is 14, and the Lady Jane Grey, my cousin, is of mine own age, and comely and gracious withal. But my sister the Lady Mary, with her gloomy mien, and look you, do thy sisters forbid their servants to smile, lest the sin destroy their souls?" "They? Oh, dost think, sir, that they have servants?" The little prince contemplated the little pauper gravely a moment, then said "And prithee why not? Who helpeth them undress at night? Who attireth them when they rise?" "None, sir. Wouldst have them take off their garment and sleep without, like the beasts?" "Their garment? Have they but one?" "Ah, good your worship, what would they do with more? Truly they have not two bodies each." "It is a quaint and marvellous thought. Thy pardon, I had not meant to laugh. But thy good Nan and thy Bet shall have raiment and lackeys enow, and that soon, too." "My cofferer shall look to it." "No, thank me not, 'tis nothing. Thou speakest well. Thou hast an easy grace in it. Art learned?" "I know not if I am or not, sir. The good priest that is called Father Andrew taught me of his kindness from his books." "Knowest thou the Latin?" "But scantly, sir, I doubt." "Learn it, lad. 'Tis hard only at first. The Greek is harder. But neither these nor any tongues else, I think, are hard to the Lady Elizabeth and my cousin. Thou shouldst hear those damsels at it. But tell me of thy Offal Court. Hast thou a pleasant life there?" "In truth, yes, so please you, sir, save when one is hungry. There be Punch and Judy shows, and monkeys oh, such antic creatures, and so bravely dressed; and there be plays, wherein they that play do shout and fight till all are slain, and 'tis so fine to see, and costeth but a farthing, albeit 'tis main hard to get the farthing, please your worship."
Tell me more." "We lads of Offal Court do strive against each other with the cudgel, like to the fashion of the prentices, sometimes." The prince's eyes flashed. Said he, "Marry, that would not I mislike. Tell me more." "We strive in races, sir, to see who of us shall be fleetest." "That would I like also. Speak on." "In summer, sir, we wade and swim in the canals and in the river, and each doth duck his neighbour, and spatter him with water, and dive and shout and tumble, and 'twould be worth my father's kingdom but to enjoy it once. Prithee go on." "We dance and sing about the Maypole in Cheapside, we play in the sand, each covering his neighbour up, and times we make mud pastry. Oh, the lovely mud! It hath not its like for delightfulness in all the world. We do fairly wallow in the mud, sir, saving your worship's presence." "Oh, prithee say no more. 'Tis glorious. If that I could but clothe me in raiment like to thine, and strip my feet and revel in the mud once, just once, with none to rebuke me or forbid, meseemeth I could forego the crown. And if that I could clothe me once, sweet sir, as thou art clad, just once—" "Ho, ho! Wouldst like it? Then so shall it be. Doff thy rags and don these splendours, lad. It is a brief happiness, but will be not less keen for that. We will have it while we may, and change again before any come to molest." A few minutes later the little Prince of Wales was garlanded with Tom's fluttering odds and ends, and the little Prince of Pauperdom was tricked out in the gaudy plumage of royalty. The two went and stood side by side before a great mirror, and lo, a miracle! There did not seem to have been any change made. They stared at each other, then at the glass, then at each other again. At last the puzzled princeling said, "What dost thou make of this?" "Ah, good your worship, require me not to answer. It is not meet that one of my degree should utter the thing." "Then will I utter it. Thou hast the same hair, the same eyes, the same voice and manner, the same form and stature, the same face and countenance that I bear. Fared we forth naked, there is none could say which was you and which the Prince of Wales. And now that I am clothed as thou wert clothed, it seemeth I should be able the more nearly to feel as thou didst when the brute soldier— Harkye, is not this a bruise upon your hand?" "Yes, but it is a slight thing, and your worship knoweth that the poor man at arms—" "Peace! It was a shameful thing and a cruel," cried the little prince, stamping his bare foot. "If the King— Stir not a step till I come again. It is a command." In a moment he had snatched up and put away an article of national importance that lay upon a table, and was out at the door and flying through the palace grounds in his bannered rags, with a hot face and glowing eyes. As soon as he reached the great gate he seized the bars and tried to shake them, shouting, "Open! Unbar the gates!" The soldier that had maltreated Tom obeyed promptly, and as the prince burst through the portal, half smothered with royal wrath, the soldier fetched him a sounding box on the ear that sent him whirling to the roadway, and said, "Take that, thou beggar's spawn, for what thou got'st me from his highness." The crowd roared with laughter. The prince picked himself out of the mud, and made fiercely at the sentry, shouting, "I am the Prince of Wales! My person is sacred, and thou shalt hang for laying thy hand upon me." The soldier brought his halbert to present arms, and said mockingly, "I salute your gracious highness!" Then angrily, "Be off, thou crazy rubbish!" Here the jeering crowd closed around the poor little prince, and hustled him far down the road, hooting him and shouting, "Way for his Royal Highness! Way for the Prince of Wales!" End of chapter 3. Chapter 4. The Prince's Troubles Begin. After hours of persistent pursuit and persecution, the little prince was at last deserted by the rabble and left to himself. As long as he had been able to rage against the mob, and threaten it royally, and royally utter commands that were good stuff to laugh at, he was very entertaining. But when weariness finally forced him to be silent, he was no longer of use to his tormentors, and they sought amusement elsewhere. He looked about him now, but could not recognize the locality. He was within the city of London, that was all he knew. He moved on aimlessly, and in a little while the houses thinned and the passers-by were infrequent. He bathed his bleeding feet in the brook which flowed then where Farrington Street now is, rested a few moments,
then passed on, and presently came upon a great space with only a few scattered houses in it, and a prodigious church. He recognized this church. Scaffoldings were about, everywhere, and swarms of workmen, for it was undergoing elaborate repairs. The prince took heart at once. He felt that his troubles were at an end now. He said to himself,
"It is the ancient Grey Friars' Church, which the king my father hath taken from the monks, and given for a home forever for poor and forsaken children, and new named it Christ Church. Right gladly will they serve the son of him who hath done so generously by them, and the more that that son is himself as poor and as forlorn as any that be sheltered here this day, or ever shall be."
He was soon in the midst of a crowd of boys, who were running, jumping, playing at ball and leap-frog, and otherwise disporting themselves, and right noisily too. They were all dressed alike, and in the fashion which in that day prevailed among serving-men and prentices. [Footnote: Christ's hospital costume. It is most reasonable to regard the dress as copied from the costume of the citizens of London of that period, when long blue coats were the common habit of apprentices and serving-men, and yellow stockings were generally worn. The coat fits closely to the body, but has loose sleeves, and beneath is worn a sleeveless yellow undercoat. Around the waist is a red leathern girdle, a clerical band round the collar, and a small flat black cap, about the size of a saucer, completes the costume. Tim's Curiosities of London. End of footnote. That is to say, each had on the crown of his head a flat black cap about the size of a saucer, which was not useful as a covering, it being of such scanty dimensions, neither was it ornamental. From beneath it the hair fell, unparted, to the middle of the forehead, and was cropped straight around, a clerical band at the neck, a blue gown that fitted closely and hung as low as the knees or lower, blue sleeves, a broad red belt, bright yellow stockings, gartered above the knees, low shoes with large metal buckles. It was a sufficiently ugly costume. The boys stopped their play and flocked about the prince, who said with native dignity, "Good lads, say to your master that Edward, Prince of Wales, desireth speech with him." A great shout went up at this, and one rude fellow said, "Marry, art thou his grace's messenger, beggar?" The prince's face flushed with anger, and his ready hand flew to his hip, but there was nothing there. There was a storm of laughter, and one boy said, "Didst mark that? He fancied he had a sword. Belike he is the prince himself." This sally brought more laughter. Poor Edward drew himself up proudly, and said, "I am the prince, and it ill beseemeth you that feed upon the king my father's bounty to use me so." This was vastly enjoyed, as the laughter testified. The youth who had first spoken shouted to his comrades, "Ho, swine, slaves, pensioners of his grace's princely father! Where be your manners? Down on your marrow bones, all of ye, and do reverence to his kingly port and royal rags!" With boisterous mirth they dropped upon their knees in a body, and did mock homage to their prey. The prince spurned the nearest boy with his foot, and said fiercely, "Take thou that, till the morrow come and I build thee a gibbet." Ah, but this was not a joke, this was going beyond fun. The laughter ceased on the instant, and fury took its place. A dozen shouted, "Hale him forth! To the horse-pond! To the horse-pond! Where be the dogs? Ho there, lion! Ho, fangs!" Then followed such a thing as England had never seen before: the sacred person of the heir to the throne rudely buffeted by plebeian hands, and set upon and torn by dogs. As night drew to a close that day, the prince found himself far down in the close-built portion of the city. His body was bruised, his hands were bleeding, and his rags were all besmirched with mud. He wandered on, and grew more and more bewildered, and so tired and faint he could hardly drag one foot after the other. He had ceased to ask questions of any one, since they brought him only insult instead of information. He kept muttering to himself, "Offal Court, that is the name. If I can but find it, before my strength is wholly spent and I drop, then I am saved, for his people will take me to the palace, and prove that I am none of theirs, but the true prince, and I shall have mine own again."
and now and then his mind reverted to his treatment by those rude Christ's Hospital boys, and he said, "When I am king, they shall not have bread and shelter only, but also teachings out of books, for a full belly is little worth where the mind is starved, and the heart. I will keep this diligently in my remembrance, that this day's lesson be not lost upon me, and my people suffer thereby. For learning softeneth the heart, and breedeth gentleness and charity." [Footnote: It appears that Christ's Hospital was not originally founded as a school. Its object was to rescue children from the streets, to shelter, feed, clothe them, etc. Tim's Curiosities of London. End of footnote. The lights began to twinkle. It came on to rain. The wind rose, and a raw and gusty night set in. The houseless prince, the homeless heir to the throne of England, still moved on, drifting deeper into the maze of squalid alleys where the swarming hives of poverty and misery were massed together. Suddenly a great drunken ruffian collared him and said, "Out to this time of night again? And hast thou brought a farthing home, I warrant me? If it be so, and I do not break all the bones in thy lean body, then am I not John Canty, but some other." The prince twisted himself loose, unconsciously brushed his profaned shoulder, and eagerly said, "Oh, art his father, truly? Sweet heaven, grant it be so! Then wilt thou fetch him away and restore me." "His father? I know not what thou mean'st. I but know I am thy father, as thou shalt soon have cause to—" "Oh, jest not, palter not, delay not! I am worn, I am wounded, I can bear no more. Take me to the king my father, and he will make thee rich beyond thy wildest dreams. Believe me, man, believe me. I speak no lie, but only the truth. Put forth thy hand and save me. I am indeed the Prince of Wales." The man stared down, stupefied, upon the lad, then shook his head and muttered, "Gone stark mad as any Tom o' Bedlam," then collared him once more, and said with a coarse laugh and an oath, "But mad or mad, I and thy grammar Canty will soon find where the soft places in thy bones lie, or I'm no true man." With this he dragged the frantic and struggling prince away, and disappeared up a foul court, followed by a delighted and noisy swarm of human vermin. Chapter 5 Tom as a Patrician. Tom Canty, left alone in the prince's cabinet, made good use of his opportunity. He turned himself this way and that before the great mirror, admiring his finery, then walked away, imitating the prince's high-bred carriage, and still observing results in the glass. Next he drew the beautiful sword, and bowed, kissing the blade, and laying it across his breast, as he had seen a noble knight do, by way of salute, to the lieutenant of the Tower 5 or 6 weeks before, when delivering the great lords of Norfolk and Surrey into his hands for captivity. Tom played with the jeweled dagger that hung upon his thigh. He examined the costly and exquisite ornaments of the room, he tried each of the sumptuous chairs, and thought how proud he would be if the Offal court herd could only peep in and see him in his grandeur. He wondered if they would believe the marvellous tale he should tell when he got home, or if they would shake their heads and say his overtaxed imagination had at last upset his reason. At the end of half an hour it suddenly occurred to him that the prince was gone a long time. Then right away he began to feel lonely. Very soon he fell to listening and longing, and ceased to toy with the pretty things about him. He grew uneasy, then restless, then distressed. Suppose some one should come and catch him in the prince's clothes, and the prince not there to explain? Might they not hang him at once, and inquire into his case afterward? He had heard that the great were prompt about small matters. His fears rose higher and higher, and trembling he softly opened the door to the antechamber, resolved to fly and seek the prince, and through him protection and release. 6 gorgeous gentlemen servants and 2 young pages of high degree, clothed like butterflies, sprung to their feet and bowed low before him. He stepped quickly back and shut the door. He said, "Oh, they mock at me! They will go and tell! Oh, why came I here to cast away my life?" He walked up and down the floor, filled with nameless fears, listening, starting at every trifling sound. Presently the door swung open, and a silken page said, "The Lady Jane Grey." The door closed, and a sweet young girl, richly clad, bounded toward him. But she stopped suddenly, and said in a distressed voice, "Oh, what aileth thee, my lord?" Tom's breath was nearly failing him, but he made shift to stammer out, "Ah, be merciful, thou! In sooth I am no lord, but only poor Tom Canty of Offal Court in the city. Prithee let me see the prince, and he will of his grace restore to me my rags, and let me hence unhurt. Oh, be thou merciful, and save me!" By this time the boy was on his knees, and supplicating with his eyes and uplifted hands, as well as with his tongue. The young girl seemed horror stricken. She cried out, "Oh, my lord, on thy knees, and to me!" Then she fled away in fright, and Tom, smitten with despair, sank down, murmuring, "There is no help, there is no hope. Now will they come and take me." Whilst he lay there benumbed with terror, dreadful tidings were speeding through the palace. The whisper for it was whispered always flew from menial to menial, from lord to lady, down all the long corridors, from story to story, from saloon to saloon, "The prince hath gone mad! The prince hath gone mad!" Soon every saloon, every marble hall, had its groups of glittering lords and ladies, and other groups of dazzling lesser folk, talking earnestly together in whispers, and every face had in it dismay. Presently a splendid official came marching by these groups, making solemn proclamation, "In the name of the King, let none list to this false and foolish matter, upon pain of death, nor discuss the same, nor carry it abroad. In the name of the King." The whispering ceased as suddenly as if the whisperers had been stricken dumb. Soon there was a general buzz along the corridors of, "The prince! See, the prince comes!" Poor Tom came slowly walking past the low bowing groups, trying to bow in return, and meekly gazing upon his strange surroundings with bewildered and pathetic eyes. Great nobles walked upon each side of him, making him lean upon them, and so steady his steps. Behind him followed the court physicians and some servants. Presently Tom found himself in a noble apartment of the palace, and heard the door close behind him. Around him stood those who had come with him. Before him, at a little distance, reclined a very large and very fat man, with a wide, pulpy face, and a stern expression. His large head was very gray, and his whiskers, which he wore only around his face, like a frame, were gray also. His clothing was of rich stuff, but old, and slightly frayed in places. One of his swollen legs had a pillow under it, and was wrapped in bandages. There was silence now, and there was no head there but was bent in reverence, except this man's. This stern-countenanced invalid was the dread Henry the Eighth. He said, and his face grew gentle as he began to speak, "How now, my lord Edward, my prince? Hast been minded to cozen me, the good king thy father, who loveth thee and kindly useth thee, with a sorry jest?" Poor Tom was listening as well as his dazed faculties would let him, to the beginning of this speech, but when the words "me, the good king," fell upon his ear, his face blanched, and he dropped as instantly upon his knees as if a shot had brought him there. Lifting up his hands, he exclaimed, "Thou the king? Then am I undone indeed." This speech seemed to stun the king. His eyes wandered from face to face aimlessly, then rested bewildered upon the boy before him. Then he said in a tone of deep disappointment, "Alack, I had believed the rumour disproportioned to the truth, but I fear me 'tis not so." He breathed a heavy sigh, and said in a gentle voice, "Come to thy father, child. Thou art not well." Tom was assisted to his feet, and approached the majesty of England, humble and trembling. The King took the frightened face between his hands, and gazed earnestly and lovingly into it awhile, as if seeking some grateful sign of returning reason there, then pressed the curly head against his breast and patted it tenderly. Presently he said, "Dost not know thy father, child? Break not mine old heart. Say thou knowest me. Thou dost know me, dost thou not?" "Yea, thou art my dread lord the king, whom God preserve." "True, true, that is well. Be comforted, tremble not so. There is none here would hurt thee, there is none here but loves thee. Thou art better now, thy ill dream passeth, is't not so? And thou knowest thyself now also, is't not so? Thou wilt not miscall thyself again, as they say thou didst a little while agone?" "I pray thee of thy grace believe me. I did but speak the truth, most dread lord, for I am the meanest among thy subjects, being a pauper born, and 'tis by a sore mischance and accident I am here, albeit I was therein nothing blameful. I am but young to die, and thou canst save me with one little word. Oh, speak it, sir."
"Die?
"Talk not so, sweet prince. Peace, peace to thy troubled heart. Thou shalt not die."
Tom dropped upon his knees with a glad cry.
"God requite thy mercy, O my king, and save thee long to bless thy land."
Then, springing up, he turned a joyful face toward the two lords in waiting, and exclaimed,
"Thou heardst it. I am not to die. The king hath said it."
There was no movement, save that all bowed with grave respect, but no one spoke. He hesitated, a little confused, then turned timidly toward the king, saying,
"I may go now?"
"Go? Surely, if thou desireth. But why not tarry yet a little? Whither wouldst go?" Tom dropped his eyes, and answered humbly,
"Peradventure I mistook, but I did think me free, and so was I moved to seek again the kennel where I was born and bred to misery, yet which harboureth my mother and my sisters, and so is home to me, whereas these pomps and splendours whereunto I am not used. Oh, please you, sir, to let me go."
The king was silent and thoughtful a while, and his face betrayed a growing distress and uneasiness. Presently he said, with something of hope in his voice, "Perchance he is but mad upon this one strain, and hath his wits unmarred as toucheth other matters. God send it may be so. We will make trial." Then he asked Tom a question in Latin, and Tom answered him lamely in the same tongue. The king was delighted, and showed it. The lords and doctors manifested their gratification also. The king said, "'Twas not according to his schooling and ability, but showeth that his mind is but diseased, not stricken fatally. How say you, sir?" The physician addressed bowed low, and replied,
"It jumpeth with mine own conviction, sire, that thou hast divined aright."
The king looked pleased with this encouragement, coming as it did from so excellent authority, and continued with good heart,
"Now mark ye all, we will try him further."
He put a question to Tom in French. Tom stood silent a moment, embarrassed by having so many eyes centered upon him, then said diffidently,
"I have no knowledge of this tongue, so please your majesty."
The king fell back upon his couch. The attendants flew to his assistance, but he put them aside, and said, "Trouble me not, it is nothing but a scurvy faintness. Raise me there, 'tis sufficient. Come hither, child. There, rest thy poor troubled head upon thy father's heart, and be at peace. Thou'lt soon be well, 'tis but a passing fantasy. Fear thou not, thou'lt soon be well." Then he turned toward the company. His gentle manner changed, and baleful lightnings began to play from his eyes. He said,
"List ye all. This my son is mad, but it is not permanent. Overstudy hath done this, and somewhat too much of confinement. Away with his books and teachers, see ye to it. Pleasure him with sports, beguile him in wholesome ways, so that his health come again."
He raised himself higher still, and went on with energy.
"He is mad, but he is my son and England's heir, and mad or sane still shall he reign. And hear ye further, and proclaim it. Whoso speaketh of his distemper worketh against the peace and order of these realms, and shall to the gallows. Give me to drink, I burn. This sorrow sappeth my strength. There, take away the cup. Support me. There, that is well. Mad is he? Were he 1,000 times mad, yet is he Prince of Wales, and I the king will confirm it. This very morrow shall he be installed in his princely dignity, in due and ancient form. Take instant order for it, my Lord Hertford." One of the nobles knelt at the royal couch, and said, "The king's majesty knoweth that the hereditary Great Marshal of England lieth attainted in the Tower. It were not meet that one attainted—" "Peace! Insult not mine ears with his hated name. Is this man to live forever? Am I to be balked of my will? Is the prince to tarry uninstalled, because, forsooth, the realm lacketh an earl marshal free of treasonable taint, to invest him with his honours? No, by the splendour of God! Warn my Parliament to bring me Norfolk's doom before the sun rise again. else shall they answer for it grievously.
Footnote: The Duke of Norfolk's condemnation commanded. The King was now approaching fast towards his end, and fearing lest Norfolk should escape him, he sent a message to the Commons, by which he desired them to hasten the bill, on pretence that Norfolk enjoyed the dignity of Earl Marshal, and it was necessary to appoint another, who might officiate at the ensuing ceremony of installing his son Prince of Wales. Hume's History of England, Volume 3, page 307. End of footnote. Lord Hertford said, "The King's will is law," and rising, returned to his former place. Gradually the wrath faded out of the old King's face, and he said, "Kiss me, my prince. There, what fearest thou? Am I not thy loving father?"
"Thou art good to me that am unworthy, O mighty and gracious lord, that in truth I know. But it grieveth me to think of him that is to die, and—"
"Ah, 'tis like thee, 'tis like thee. I know thy heart is still the same, even though thy mind hath suffered hurt, for thou wert ever of a gentle spirit. But this Duke standeth between thee and thine honours. I will have another in his stead, that shall bring no taint to his great office. Comfort thee, my prince, trouble not thy poor head with this matter."
"But is it not I that speed him hence, my liege? How long might he not live but for me?"
"Take no thought of him, my prince, he is not worthy. Kiss me once again, and go to thy trifles and amusements, for my malady distresseth me. I am aweary and would rest. Go with thine uncle Hertford and thy people, and come again when my body is refreshed." Tom, heavy hearted, was conducted from the presence, for this last sentence was a death blow to the hope he had cherished that now he would be set free. Once more he heard the buzz of low voices exclaiming, "The prince comes!" His spirits sank lower and lower as he moved between the glittering files of bowing courtiers, for he recognized that he was indeed a captive, now, and might remain forever shut up in this gilded cage, a forlorn and friendless prince, except God in his mercy take pity on him and set him free. And turn where he would, he seemed to see, floating in the air, the severed head and the remembered face of the great Duke of Norfolk, the eyes fixed on him reproachfully. His old dreams had been so pleasant, but this reality was so dreary. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6. Tom receives instructions. Tom was conducted to the principal apartment of a noble suite, and made to sit down, a thing which he was loath to do, since there were elderly men and men of high degree about him. He begged them to be seated also, but they only bowed their thanks or murmured them, and remained standing. He would have insisted, but his uncle, the Earl of Hertford, whispered in his ear, "Prithee, insist not, my lord. It is not meet that they sit in thy presence." The Lord St. John was announced, and after making obeisance to Tom, he said, "I come upon the King's errand, concerning a matter which requireth privacy. Will it please your Royal Highness to dismiss all that attend you here, save my lord the Earl of Hertford?" Observing that Tom did not seem to know how to proceed, Hertford whispered him to make a sign with his hand, and not trouble himself to speak unless he chose. When the waiting gentlemen had retired, Lord St. John said, "His Majesty commandeth that for due and weighty reasons of state the Prince's grace shall hide his infirmity in all ways that be within his power, till it be past and he be as he was before, to wit, that he shall deny to none that he is the true prince and heir to England's greatness, that he shall uphold his princely dignity, and shall receive, without word or sign of protest, that reverence and observance which unto it do appertain of right and ancient usage, that he shall cease to speak to any of that lowly birth and life his malady hath conjured out of the unwholesome imaginings of o'erwrought fancy, that he shall strive with diligence to bring unto his memory again those faces which he was wont to know, and where he faileth he shall hold his peace, neither betraying by semblance of surprise or other sign that he hath forgot.
that upon occasions of state, whensoever any matter shall perplex him as to the thing he should do or the utterance he should make, he shall show naught of unrest to the curious that look on, but take advice in that manner of the Lord Hertford or my humble self, which are commanded of the king to be upon this service and close at call, till this commandment be dissolved. Thus saith the king's majesty, who sendeth greeting to your royal highness, and prayeth that God will of his mercy quickly heal you, and have you now and ever in his holy keeping. The Lord St. John made reverence and stood aside. Tom replied resignedly, The king hath said it. None may palter with the king's command, or fit it to his ease, where it doth chafe, with deft evasions. The king shall be obeyed. Lord Hertford said, Touching the king's majesty's ordainment concerning books and such like serious matters, it may peradventure please your highness to ease your time with lightsome entertainment, lest you go wearied to the banquet and suffer harm thereby. Tom's face showed inquiring surprise, and a blush followed when he saw Lord St. John's eyes bent sorrowfully upon him. His lordship said, Thy memory still wrongeth thee, and thou hast shown surprise, but suffer it not to trouble thee, for 'tis a matter that will not bide, but depart with thy mending malady. My Lord of Hertford speaketh of the city's banquet which the king's majesty did promise, some 2 months flown, your highness should attend. Thou recallest it now? It grieves me to confess it had indeed escaped me, said Tom, in a hesitating voice, and blushed again. At this moment the Lady Elizabeth and the Lady Jane Grey were announced. The two lords exchanged significant glances, and Hertford stepped quickly toward the door. As the young girls passed him, he said in a low voice, I pray thee, ladies, seem not to observe his humours, nor show surprise when his memory doth lapse. It will grieve you to note how it doth stick at every trifle. Meantime Lord St. John was saying in Tom's ear, Please you, sir, keep diligently in mind his majesty's desire. Remember all thou canst, seem to remember all else. Let them not perceive that thou art much changed from thy wont, for thou knowest how tenderly thy old playfellows bear thee in their hearts, and how 'twould grieve them. Art willing, sir, that I remain, and thine uncle? Tom signified assent with a gesture and a murmured word, for he was already learning, and in his simple heart was resolved to acquit himself as best he might, according to the king's command. In spite of every precaution, the conversation among the young people became a little embarrassing at times. More than once, in truth, Tom was near to breaking down and confessing himself unequal to his tremendous part, but the tact of the Princess Elizabeth saved him, or a word from one or the other of the vigilant lords, thrown in apparently by chance, had the same happy effect. Once the little Lady Jane turned to Tom and dismayed him with this question, Hast paid thy duty to the Queen's majesty today, my lord? Tom hesitated, looked distressed, and was about to stammer out something at hazard, when Lord St. John took the word, and answered for him with the easy grace of a courtier accustomed to encounter delicate difficulties, and to be ready for them. He hath indeed, madam, and she did greatly hearten him, as touching his majesty's condition. Is it not so, your highness? Tom mumbled something that stood for assent, but felt that he was getting upon dangerous ground. Somewhat later it was mentioned that Tom was to study no more at present, whereupon her little ladyship exclaimed, "'Tis a pity, 'tis such a pity! Thou wert proceeding bravely. But bide thy time in patience, it will not be for long. Thou'lt yet be graced with learning like thy father, and make thy tongue master of as many languages as his, good my prince." "My father!" cried Tom, off his guard for the moment. "I trow he cannot speak his own, so that any but the swine that wallow in the styes may tell his meaning, and as for learning of any sort soever—" He looked up and encountered a solemn warning in my Lord St. John's eyes. He stopped, blushed, then continued low and steady, "Ah, my malady persecuteth me again, and my mind wandereth. I meant the king's grace no irreverence." "We know it, sir," said the Princess Elizabeth, taking her brother's hand between her two palms, respectfully but caressingly. "Trouble not thyself as to that. The fault is none of thine, but thy distemper's." "Thou'rt a gentle comforter, sweet lady," said Tom gratefully, "and my heart moveth me to thank thee for't, an I may be so bold." Once the giddy little Lady Jane fired a simple Greek phrase at Tom. The Princess Elizabeth's quick eye saw by the serene blankness of the target's front that the shaft was overshot, so she tranquilly delivered a return volley of sounding Greek on Tom's behalf, and then straightway changed the talk to other matters. Time wore on pleasantly, and likewise smoothly, on the whole. Snags and sandbars grew less and less frequent, and Tom grew more and more at his ease, seeing that all were so lovingly bent upon helping him and overlooking his mistakes. When it came out that the little ladies were to accompany him to the Lord Mayor's banquet in the evening, his heart gave a bound of relief and delight, for he felt that he should not be friendless now among that multitude of strangers, whereas an hour earlier the idea of their going with him would have been insupportable terror to him. Tom's guardian angels, the two lords, had had less comfort in the interview than the other parties to it. They felt much as if they were piloting a great ship through a dangerous channel. They were on the alert constantly, and found their office no child's play. Wherefore, at last, when the ladies' visit was drawing to a close and the Lord Guilford Dudley was announced, they not only felt that their charge had been sufficiently taxed for the present, but also that they themselves were not in the best condition to take their ship back and make that anxious voyage all over again. So they respectfully advised Tom to excuse himself, which he was very glad to do, although a slight shade of disappointment might have been observed upon my Lady Jane's face when she heard the splendid stripling denied admittance. There was a pause now, a sort of waiting silence which Tom could not understand. He glanced at Lord Hertford, who gave him a sign, but he failed to understand that also. The ready Elizabeth came to the rescue with her usual easy grace. She made reverence and said, "Have we leave of the prince's grace, my brother, to go?" Tom said, "Indeed, your ladyships can have whatsoever of me they will for the asking, yet would I rather give them any other thing than in my poor power lieth, than leave to take the light and blessing of their presence hence. Give ye good den, and God be with ye." Then he smiled inwardly at the thought. "'Tis not for naught I have dwelt among princes in my reading, and taught my tongue some slight trick of their broidered and gracious speech withal." When the illustrious maidens were gone, Tom turned wearily to his keepers and said, "May it please your lordships to grant me leave to go into some corner and rest me?" Lord Hertford said, "So please your highness, it is for you to command, it is for us to obey. That thou shouldst rest is indeed a needful thing, since thou must journey to the city presently." He touched a bell, and a page appeared, who was ordered to desire the presence of Sir William Herbert. This gentleman came straightway, and conducted Tom to an inner apartment. Tom's first movement there was to reach for a cup of water, but a silk and velvet servitor seized it, dropped upon one knee, and offered it to him on a golden salver. Next the tired captive sat down and was going to take off his buskins, timidly asking leave with his eye, but another silk and velvet discomfiture went down upon his knees and took the office from him. He made 2 or 3 further efforts to help himself, but being promptly forestalled each time, he finally gave up, with a sigh of resignation and a murmured, "Beshrew me, but I marvel they do not require to breathe for me also." Slippered and wrapped in a sumptuous robe, he laid himself down at last to rest, but not to sleep, for his head was too full of thoughts and the room too full of people. He could not dismiss the former, so they stayed. He did not know enough to dismiss the latter, so they stayed also, to his vast regret, and theirs. Tom's departure had left his 2 noble guardians alone. They mused a while, with much head-shaking and walking the floor. Then Lord St. John said, "Plainly, what dost thou think?" "Plainly, then, this. The King is near his end. My nephew is mad. Mad will mount the throne, and mad remain. God protect England, since she will need it." "Verily, it promises so, indeed. But have you no misgivings as to The speaker hesitated, and finally stopped. He evidently felt that he was upon delicate ground. Lord Hertford stopped before him, looked into his face with a clear, frank eye, and said, "Speak on. There is none to hear but me. Misgivings as to what?" "I am full loath to word the thing that is in my mind, and thou so near to him in blood, my lord. But craving pardon if I do offend, Seemeth it not strange that madness could so change his port and manner? Not but that his port and speech are princely still, but that they differ, in one unweighty trifle or another, from what his custom was aforetime. Seemeth it not strange that madness should filch from his memory his father's very lineaments, the customs and observances that are his due from such as be about him, and, leaving him his Latin, strip him of his Greek and French? My lord, be not offended, but ease my mind of its disquiet, and receive my grateful thanks. It haunteth me, his saying he was not the prince, and so— Peace, my lord, thou utterest treason. Hast forgot the king's command? Remember I am party to thy crime, if I but listen. So St. John paled, and hastened to say, I was in fault, I do confess it. Betray me not, grant me this grace out of thy courtesy. I will neither think nor speak of this thing more. Deal not hardly with me, sir, else am I ruined. I am content, my lord. So thou offend not again, here or in the ear of others, it shall be as though thou hadst not spoken. But thou needst not have misgivings. He is my sister's son. Are not his voice, his face, his form, familiar to me from his cradle? Madness can do all the odd conflicting things thou seest in him, and more. Dost not recall how that the old Baron Marley, being mad, forgot the favour of his own countenance that he had known for 60 years, and held it was another's? Nay, even claimed he was the son of Mary Magdalene, and that his head was made of Spanish glass. And, sooth to say, he suffered none to touch it, lest by mischance some heedless hand might shiver it. Give thy misgivings easement, good my lord. This is the very prince, I know him well, and soon will be thy king. It may advantage thee to bear this in mind, and more dwell upon it than the other. After some further talk, in which the Lord St. John covered up his mistake as well as he could by repeated protests that his faith was thoroughly grounded now, and could not be assailed by doubts again, the Lord Hertford relieved his fellow keeper and sat down to keep watch and ward alone. He was soon deep in meditation, and evidently the longer he thought, the more he was bothered. By and by he began to pace the floor and mutter, Tush, he must be the prince. Will any he in all the land maintain there can be two, not of one blood and birth, so marvellously twinned? And even were it so, 'twere yet a stranger miracle that chance should cast the one into the other's place. Nay, 'tis folly, folly, folly. Presently he said, Now, were he impostor, and called himself prince, look you, that would be natural, that would be reasonable. But lived ever an impostor yet, who, being called prince by the king, prince by the court, prince by all, denied his dignity, and pleaded against his exaltation? No, by the soul of St. Swithin, no. This is the true prince gone mad. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7. Tom's first royal dinner. Somewhat after 1 in the afternoon, Tom resignedly underwent the ordeal of being dressed for dinner. He found himself as finely clothed as before, but everything was different, everything changed, from his ruff to his stockings. He was presently conducted with much state to a spacious and ornate apartment, where a table was already set, for one. Its furniture was all of massy gold, and beautified with designs which well nigh made it priceless, since they were the work of Benvenuto. The room was half filled with noble servitors. A chaplain said grace, and Tom was about to fall to, for hunger had long been constitutional with him, but was interrupted by my lord the Earl of Berkeley, who fastened a napkin about his neck, for the great post of diaperers to the princes of Wales was hereditary in this nobleman's family. Tom's cupbearer was present, and forestalled all his attempts to help himself to wine. The taster to his Highness the Prince of Wales was there also, prepared to taste any suspicious dish, upon requirement, and run the risk of being poisoned.
He was only an ornamental appendage at this time, and was seldom called upon to exercise his function; but there had been times, not many generations past, when the office of taster had its perils, and was not a grandeur to be desired. Why they did not use a dog or a plumber seems strange, but all the ways of royalty are strange. My Lord Darcy, first groom of the chamber, was there, to do goodness knows what, but there he was, let that suffice. The Lord Chief Butler was there, and stood behind Tom's chair, overseeing the solemnities, under command of the Lord Great Steward and the Lord Head Cook, who stood near. Tom had 384 servants beside these, but they were not all in that room, of course, nor the quarter of them, neither was Tom aware yet that they existed. All those that were present had been well drilled, within the hour, to remember that the prince was temporarily out of his head, and to be careful to show no surprise at his vagaries. These vagaries were soon on exhibition before them, but they only moved their compassion and their sorrow, not their mirth. It was a heavy affliction to them to see the beloved prince so stricken. Poor Tom ate with his fingers mainly, but no one smiled at it, or even seemed to observe it. He inspected his napkin curiously, and with deep interest, for it was of a very dainty and beautiful fabric, then said, with simplicity, "Prithee take it away, lest in mine unheedfulness it be soiled." The hereditary diaper took it away, with reverent manner, and without word to protest of any sort. Tom
Prince
examined
and
the
the Pauper,
turnips and the
by
lettuce
Mark
with interest,
Twain.
and asked what they were,
The
and
Birth
if they were to
of
be
the
eaten,
Prince and the
for it
Pauper.
was only recently that
In
men
the
had
ancient
begun to
city
raise
of
these
London,
things in
on a
England,
certain autumn
place of
day in the
importing
second
them
quarter
as
of the
luxuries
16th
from
century,
Holland.
a boy was
Footnote.
born to a
It
poor
was not till
family
the
of the
end of
name
this
of
reign,
Canty,
Henry VIII,
who did not
that any
want him.
salads,
On the
carrots,
same day
turnips,
another
or
English
other
child
edible
was
roots
born
were
to a
produced
rich
in
family
England.
of the name
The
of
little
Tudor,
of these vegetables
who did
that
want
was
him.
used was
All
formerly
England
imported
wanted
from
him
Holland
too.
and Flanders.
England had so
Queen
longed
Catherine,
for him
when
and
she
hoped
wanted
for
a
him,
salad,
and
was
prayed God
obliged
for
to
him,
dispatch a
that
messenger
now that he
thither
was
on
really
purpose.
come, the people went
Hume's
nearly
History of
mad for
England,
joy.
Volume 3,
Mere
page
acquaintances
314.
hugged and kissed each other,
End
and
of
cried.
footnote.
Everybody took a
His
holiday,
question was
and
answered
high
with
and low,
grave respect,
rich and
and
poor,
no surprise
feasted
manifested.
and danced and
When he
sang
had
and
finished
got
his
very
dessert,
mellow,
he filled his
and they
pockets
kept
with
this
nuts,
up for
but
days
nobody
and
appeared to
nights
be aware of
together.
it or
By
disturbed
day,
by it.
London
But
was
the
a
next
sight to
moment
see,
he was
with gay
himself
banners
disturbed
waving
by it,
from
and
every
showed
balcony and
discomposure.
housetop,
For
and
this was the
splendid
only
pageants
service he
marching
had been
along.
permitted to do
By
with his
night,
own
it was
hands
again a
during
sight
the
to
meal,
see, with
and
its
he
great
did not
bonfires
doubt
at
that he
every
had done a
corner,
most
and its
improper and
troops of
unprincely
revellers
thing.
making merry
At
around
that
them.
moment the muscles
There
of
was
his
no
nose
talk in
began to
all
twitch,
England
and the
but
end
of the
of
new
that
baby,
organ to lift and
Edward
wrinkle.
Tudor,
This
Prince of
continued,
Wales,
and Tom
who lay
began to
lapped
evince
in
a growing
silks and
distress.
satins,
He looked
unconscious
appealingly
of
first
all
at
this
one and
fuss,
then another of
and
the
not
lords
knowing
about him,
that great
and
lords
tears
and
came into
ladies
his
were
eyes.
tending him and
They
watching
sprang
over him,
forward with
and not
dismay in their
caring
faces
either.
and begged to know
But
his trouble.
there was no
Tom
talk
said
about the
with
other
genuine
baby,
anguish,
Tom Canty,
"I
wrapped
crave
in
your
his poor
indulgence,
rags, except
my
among the
nose
family of
itcheth
paupers whom
cruelly.
he had just
What
come
is
to
the custom
trouble
and
with his
usage in this
presence."
emergence? Prithee speed, for
Chapter
'tis
2.
but a little time that I can
Tom's
bear it.
early life. None
Let
smiled,
us
but
skip
all
a
were
number
sore
of years,
perplexed,
and looked one to
London
the
was
other in deep tribulation for
1,500 years
counsel.
old, and was a
behold,
great town.
here
for
was
that
a
day.
dead wall,
It had
and
100,000
English history
inhabitants,
to tell how to
some
get
think
over it.
double as many.
The master of
The
ceremonies
streets were
was
very
not present.
narrow, and
There was
crooked
no
and
one who felt
dirty,
safe to
especially
venture
in the
upon
part
this
where Tom
uncharted
Canty
sea,
lived,
or
which
risk
was
the
not
attempt
far
to
from
solve
London
this solemn
Bridge.
problem.
The houses
Alas,
were
there
of
was
wood,
no
with a
hereditary
second
scratcher.
story projecting over
Meantime,
the
the
first,
tears had
and the
overflowed
third
their
stank
banks and begun
elbows
to
out
trickle
beyond
down
the
Tom's
second.
cheeks.
The higher
His
the
twitching
houses
nose
grew,
was
the broader
bleeding
they
more
grew.
urgently than
They
ever
were
for
skeletons
relief.
of
At
straw.
last nature
crisscross
broke down the
beams
barriers of
with
etiquette.
solid material
Tom
between,
lifted up an
coated
inward
with plaster.
prayer for pardon if
The
he was doing
beams were
wrong,
painted
and
red
brought
or
relief
blue
to the
or black,
burdened hearts
according
of
to
his
the
court
owner's
by
taste,
scratching his
and this
nose
gave the
himself.
houses a very
His meal
picturesque
being
look.
ended,
The
a lord
windows
came
were
and
small,
held before him a
glazed with
broad
little
shallow
diamond-shaped
golden dish
panes,
with
and they
fragrant
opened
rosewater
outward
in
on
it
hinges
to cleanse
like
his
doors.
mouth and fingers
The
with.
house which
and my
Tom's
lord the
father
hereditary
lived in was
diaper
up a
stood by
foul
with a
little
napkin
pocket
for
called
his use.
Offal Court.
Tom
Out
gazed
of
at the
Pudding
dish
Lane.
a puzzled
It
moment
was
or
small,
two,
then
decayed,
raised it to
and
his
rickety,
lips and
but it
gravely
was
took a
packed
draught.
full of
Then he
wretchedly
returned
poor
it to the waiting
families.
lord and said,
Canty's tribe
Nay,
occupied a
it
room
likes
on
me
the
not,
third
my lord.
floor.
It hath
the
a
mother
pretty
and
flavour,
father had a
but
sort
it
of
wanteth
bedstead
strength.
in the corner.
This
But
new
Tom, his
eccentricity
grandmother,
of the prince's
and his two
ruined
sisters
mind
made
Bet
all
and
the hearts
Nan
about him
were
ache.
not restricted.
But the sad
sad
They
sight
had all the
moved
floor
none
to
to
themselves,
merriment.
and might
Tom's
sleep where
next
they chose.
unconscious blunder
There were
was
the
to get up
remains of
and
a
leave
blanket
the
or
table
two,
just
and
when the
some
chaplain
bundles
had
of
taken his
ancient
stand
and dirty
behind
straw,
his chair,
but these
and
could
with
not rightly
uplifted
be called
hands and
beds,
closed,
for they were
uplifted
not
eyes,
organized.
was in
They
the
were
act of
kicked
beginning
into
the
a general
blessing.
pile mornings,
Still, nobody
and
seemed to
selections
perceive
made
that
from
the
the
Prince
mass
had
at
done
night
a
for
thing
service.
unusual.
Bet
By
and
his
Nan
own
were
request,
15 years old.
our small friend
twins.
was now conducted
They were
to his
good-hearted
private cabinet,
girls,
and left there
unclean,
alone to
clothed
his
in
own
rags,
devices,
and profoundly
hanging
ignorant.
upon hooks.
Their
in
mother
the
was
oaken
like them,
wainscoting,
but
the
the
father
father
and the
and the
grandmother
pieces of a suit
were
of
a couple
shining
of
steel
fiends.
armor.
They
got
covered
drunk
all
whenever
over
they
with
could.
beautiful designs.
Then they fought each other
exquisitely
or
inlaid
anybody
in
else
gold.
who came in the way.
This
They
martial
cursed and
panoply
swore
belonged to the
always,
true prince,
drunk or
a
sober.
recent present from
John
Madame
Canty
Parr,
was a
the
thief,
queen,
and his
Tom
mother
put
a
on
beggar.
the greaves,
They
the
made
gauntlets,
beggars
the
of the
plumed
children,
helmet, and
but
such other
failed to make
pieces
thieves
as he
of
could
them.
don without
Among,
assistance,
but not
and
of
for a
the
while
dreadful
was
rabble
minded to
that
call for
inhabited
help
the house
to complete the
was
matter.
a good old
But
priest
bethought
whom the
him
king
of
had
the
turned
nuts he
out
had
of
brought
house
away
and
from
home
dinner,
with a
and the
pension of a
joy
few
it would be to
farthings,
eat them with
and
no
used to
crowd
get the
to
children
eye him,
aside and teach
no
them great
grand
ways secretly.
hereditaries to pester
Father
him with
Andrew
undesired
also taught
services.
Tom a little
So he
Latin,
restored the
and
pretty
how to
things
read
to
in
their
write,
several places,
and would have done the
and
same
soon
with the
was
girls,
cracking
but they
nuts
were
and
afraid
feeling
of the
almost
jeers
naturally
of their
happy
friends,
for the first
who could
time
not have
since
endured
God,
such a queer
for his sins, had
accomplishment in
made
them.
him a prince.
All Offal
When the
Court
nuts
was
were all
just such
gone, he
another
stumbled
hive as
upon some
Canty's
inviting
house.
books in the
Drunkenness,
closet,
riot,
among
and
them
brawling
brawling
about
about
the
the
etiquette
etiquette
of the English court,
and
nearly
this
all
was
night
a
long.
prize.
Broken
He lay
heads
down
were as
upon a
common as
sumptuous
hunger in that
divan
place,
and
yet
proceeded
little
to instruct
Tom was
himself
not unhappy.
with honest zeal.
He had a hard time
Let
of
us
it,
leave
but
him
did not
there
know
for
it.
the present.
It was the sort of
End of
time that
chapter
all
7.
the Offal Court boys had.
Chapter 8.
Therefore he supposed
The question
it was a
of the
correct
seal.
and comfortable thing.
About 5
When he came
o'clock,
home
Henry
empty-handed
VIII
at
woke
night,
out of an
he knew his father would
unrefreshing
curse
nap
him
and
and
thrash him
first, and that
Troublous
when he was done, the
dreams,
awful grandmother
troublous
would do it all over
dreams.
again and
Mine
improve on it.
end is now
And
at
that away in
hand.
the night,
So say
the
these
starving
warnings,
mother would
and
slip to
my
him
failing
stealthily
pulses
with
do
any
confirm it.
miserable scrap
Presently a
crust
wicked
she had
light
been able to
flamed
save
up
for
in his
him
eye, and he
by
muttered,
going hungry
"Yet
herself.
will not I die till
Notwithstanding she
he
was
go
often caught
before."
in that sort of
His
treason,
attendants,
and
perceiving
soundly
that he was
beaten for
awake,
it by her
one of them
husband.
asked his pleasure concerning the
No,
Lord
Tom's
Chancellor, who was
life went
waiting
along
without.
well enough, especially
"Admit
in
him,
summer.
admit him!"
He only
exclaimed the
begged
king
just
eagerly.
enough to save himself.
The Lord
for
Chancellor
the laws
entered
against
and knelt by the
mendicancy
king's
were
couch,
stringent,
saying,
and the
"I
penalties
have
heavy.
given
So he
order,
put in
and
a
according
good
to
deal
the
of his
king's
time listening
command,
to
the
good
peers of
Father
the realm
Andrew's
in their
charming old
robes
tales
do
and
now
legends
stand
about
at the bar of the
giants and
house,
fairies,
where,
dwarfs
having
and
confirmed
genii,
the Duke of
and
Norfolk's
enchanted
doom,
castles,
they
and
humbly
gorgeous
wait
kings
his
and
Majesty's
princes.
further pleasure
His
in the
head
matter.
grew to be
The
full
king's
of
face
these
lit up
wonderful
with a
things,
fierce joy.
and many a
Said
night
he,
as he lay in the
"Lift
dark on
me
his
up
scant
in
and
mine
offensive
own
straw,
person
tired,
will I go
hungry, and
before my
smarting from the
parliament,
thrashing,
and with
he
mine own
unleashed his
hand
imagination
will
and
I
soon
seal
forgot
the
his
warrant
aches and
that
pains
rids me
in delicious
His
picturings to
voice
himself
failed.
of
An
the charm
ashen
and life of a
pallor
petted
swept
prince
the flush from
in a
his
regal
cheeks,
palace.
and the attendants
One desire
eased him
came in
back
time
upon
to
his
haunt him
pillows
day
and
and
greatly
night.
assisted
It
him
was
with
to
restoratives.
see a real
Presently
prince
he
with
said
his own
sorrowfully,
eyes. He spoke
"Alack,
of it once to some
how
of his
have
Offal
I
Court comrades,
longed for
but
this
they jeered
sweet
him and
hour,
scoffed him so
and
unmercifully
lo,
that he was
too
glad to
late
keep
it
his dream
cometh,
to
and
himself.
I am robbed of this so
He
coveted
often read the
chance.
priest's old
But
books and got him
speed,
to
speed
explain and
ye,
enlarge upon
let
them.
others do
His
this happy
dreamings and
office,
readings
if
worked
'tis
certain
denied to
changes in
me.
him by and by.
I put my great
His dream
seal in
people were so
commission.
fine
Choose
that
thou
he
the
grew to
lords
lament
that
his
shall
shabby
compose it,
clothing and
and
his
get
dirt,
ye to your
and to
work.
wish to be
Speed ye,
clean
man,
and better clad.
before the sun
He
shall
went on
rise and
playing in
set
the mud
again.
just the
Bring
same,
me his
and
head
enjoying
that I
it,
may
too.
see it.
But instead of splashing
According
around
to the
in the
king's
Thames
command,
solely for
so
the
shall
fun of
it be.
He began
Wilt
to
please
find
your
an added
majesty
value
to
in
order
it
that the
because of the
seal be
washings
now
and
restored
cleansings
to
it
me,
afforded.
so that I may
Tom
forth
could
upon the
always
business?
find something
The
going on
seal,
around the
who
Maypole
keepeth the
and
seal but
Cheapside,
thou?
and at the
Please your
fairs,
majesty,
and
you
now
did
and then
take it
he and
from
the
me
rest of
2
London
days since,
had a chance
saying
to
it
see a
should no
military
more do
parade
its
when some
office till
famous
your your own royal hand should use it upon the Duke of Norfolk's warrant.
Why,
summer's
so in
day,
sooth I
he
did.
saw poor
I do
Anne
remember.
Askew, and
What
3
did I
men
with it?
burned at the
I
stake
am
in
very
Smithfield,
feeble.
and heard
So
an ex-bishop
oft
preach a
these days
sermon to them
doth
which
my
did
memory
not
play
interest
the
him.
traitor with me.
Yes, Tom's life
'Tis
was varied and
strange,
pleasant enough on the
strange.
whole.
The
By
king
and by,
dropped
Tom's
into
reading and
inarticulate
dreaming about
mumblings,
princely
shaking
life
his
wrought
grey
such a
head
strong
weakly
effect
from
upon
time to
him,
time
that
and
he began to
gropingly
act
trying
the
to
prince
recollect what he
unconsciously.
had done with the
His
seal.
speech and manners
At last my
became
Lord
curiously
Hertford ventured to
ceremonious
kneel and
and
offer
courtly,
information.
to the vast
"Sire,
admiration and
if
amusement
that
of
I
his
may be
intimates.
so bold,
But Tom's
here be
influence
several
among
that do
these young
remember
people
with
began to
me
grow
how
now,
that you
day
gave the
by
great
day,
seal into the
and in
hands of
time
his
he
Highness
came to be
the
looked
Prince
up
of
to by
Wales
them
to keep
with a
against
sort
the
of
day that
wondering
True,
awe,
true,
as a
most
superior
true,
being.
interrupted the king.
He seemed
Fetch
to
it.
know so
Go,
much,
time
and
flieth.
to do and say such
Lord Hertford
marvelous
flew to
things.
Tom,
and withal he was so
before
deep
very
and
long
wise.
troubled and empty-handed.
Tom's remarks
he delivered
and Tom's
himself to this effect:
performances were reported by the
me,
boys
my
to
lord
their
king,
elders,
to bear so
and
heavy
these
and
also
unwelcome
presently
tidings,
began to discuss
but it is the
Tom
will of
Canty,
God that the
and to
prince's
regard
affliction
him
abideth
as a most
still,
gifted
and he
and
cannot
extraordinary
recall to
creature.
mind that he received the seal.
Full-grown people
So
brought
came
their
I quickly to
perplexities
report,
to Tom for
thinking it
solution,
were waste of
and were
precious
often
time,
astonished at the
and
wit
little
and
worth
wisdom of
withal
his
that
decisions.
any should attempt to
In
search
fact,
the long
he was
array of
become a
chambers
hero
and
to
saloons
all who knew
that
him,
belong unto his
except
royal
his own
highness.
family.
Groan from the king
These
interrupted
only
my lord
saw
at this
nothing
point.
in him.
After a little while
Privately,
his majesty
after
said,
a while,
with a deep
Tom
sadness
organized
in his
a
tone,
royal court.
Trouble him
Prince,
no more,
his special
poor
comrades,
child.
regards,
The hand of
chamberlains,
God
equerries,
lieth heavy upon
lords,
him,
and ladies in
and
waiting,
my heart
and the royal
goeth out
family.
in loving
Daily, the
compassion
mock
for
prince was
him,
received with
and
elaborate
sorrow
ceremonials
that I may
borrowed by
not
Tom
bear
from
his
his
burden
romantic
on mine
readings.
own old
Daily, the great affairs
trouble-weighted
of the mimic
shoulders,
kingdom were
and so
discussed in the
bring
royal
him
council,
peace.
and daily
He
his
closed
mimic
his eyes,
eyes
fell
issued
to
decrees
mumbling,
to his
and
imaginary
presently was
armies,
silent.
navies, and
After a time he
viceroyalties.
opened his eyes again,
After which he
and
could go
gazed
forth
vacantly
in his
around
rags and
until
beg a
his
few
glance
farthings,
rested
eat
upon
his
the
poor
kneeling
crust,
Lord Chancellor.
take his customary cups and
Instantly his
abuse,
face
and
flushed
then
with
stretch
wrath.
himself
"What,
upon his
thou
handful
here
of foul
yet?
straw,
By the
and
glory
resume
of
his
God, and
empty
thou gettest
grandeurs
not
in his
about that
dreams.
traitor's business.
And
Thy
still his
mitre
desire
shall
to
have
look just
holiday the
once
morrow,
upon a
for
real
lack of a
prince
head to
in the
grace
flesh
withal."
grew
The
upon
trembling
him,
chancellor
day by
answered,
day and
"Good
week
your
by
majesty,
week,
I
until
cry
at
your
last it
mercy.
absorbed all
I but
other
waited for
desires
the seal.
and became the
Man,
one passion
hast
of his
lost thy
life.
wits? The small
One
seal which
January
aforetime
day,
I
on
was
his
wont to
usual
take with
begging
me
tour,
abroad
he
lieth in
tramped
my treasury,
despondently up
and since
down
the
the
great
region
seal hath
round
flown
about
away,
Mincing
shall not
Lane
it suffice?
and
Hast
Little's
lost
Cheap,
thy wits?
hour
Begone!
after hour,
And harkye,
barefooted
come no
and
more
cold,
till thou do
looking
bring
in
his
at
head.
windows
The
and
poor chancellor
longing
was
for
not
the
long in
dreadful
removing
pork
himself from
pies
this
and
dangerous
other
vicinity,
deadly
nor did
inventions
the commission
displayed
waste
there,
time
for to
in giving
him
the royal
these were
assent to the
dainties
work
fit
of the
for
slavish
angels,
parliament,
that
and
is,
appointing
judging
to
by the
morrow for the
smell they
beheading
were,
of the premier
for it
peer
had
of
never
England,
been his
the
good luck
luckless
to
Duke
own
of
and
Norfolk.
eat one.
Footnote:
There was a cold drizzle of
Attainder
rain.
of Norfolk.
The atmosphere was
House of
murky.
Peers, without
It was
examining
a
the
melancholy
prisoner,
day.
without trial or
At night,
evidence,
Tom reached
passed
home
a
so
bill
wet
of
and tired
attainder
and
against
hungry
him and
that it
sent
was
it
not
down to
possible
the
for his
Commons.
father and
The
grandmother
obsequious
to
Commons
observe his
obeyed
forlorn
his,
condition
the
and
king's
not be
directions,
moved
and the
after
king,
their
having
fashion.
affixed the royal
Wherefore
assent to
they
the
gave
bill
him
by
a brisk
commissioners,
cuffing at once and
issued
sent him to bed.
orders for the
For
execution
a long
of Norfolk.
time, his
On the
pain
morning
and
of the
hunger
29th
and
of
the swearing
January,
and
the
fighting
next
going
day.
on in the building
Hume's
kept him awake.
History of England,
But at
Volume
last his
3,
thoughts
page
drifted away to
307.
far romantic
End
lands,
of footnote.
and he fell asleep in the company
End
of
of
jeweled
chapter
and
8.
gilded princelings who lived in vast palaces and had servants salaaming
Chapter
before
9,
them or flying
the river
to execute
pageant.
their orders.
At
And then,
9
as
in the
usual, he
evening,
dreamed
the
that
whole
he was
vast
a princeling
riverfront of the
himself.
palace was blazing
All
with
night
light.
long the
The
glories
river
of his
itself,
royal
as far
estate
as the
shone
eye could
upon
reach
him.
citywards,
He moved among
was so
great lords
thickly
and
covered
ladies
with
in a
watermen's
blaze
boats
of
and
light,
with pleasure
breathing
barges,
perfumes,
all fringed
drinking
with
in
colored
delicious
lanterns
music,
and gently
answering to
agitated by
reverend
the waves,
obeisances
that it
of the
resembled a
glittering
glowing
throng
and
as it
limitless
parted to make
garden
way
of
for him,
flowers,
with here a
stirred to
smile
soft
and
motion
there a
by
nod
summer
of his
winds.
princely head.
The grand
And when
terrace
he
of
awoke in the
stone
morning and
steps
looked
leading
upon the
down to the
wretchedness
water,
about him,
spacious
his
enough
dream
to
had
mass
its
the
usual
army of a
effect.
German
It had
principality
intensified
upon,
the
was a
sordidness of his
picture to see,
surroundings a
with
thousandfold.
its ranks of royal
Then
halberdiers
came
in
bitterness
polished armor and its troops of
heartbreak
brilliantly
and
costumed
tears.
servitors flitting up and down
Chapter
and to
3.
and fro in the hurry
Tom's
of preparation.
meeting with the
Presently
prince.
a command was given.
Tom
and
got up
immediately
hungry and
all
sauntered
living
hungry
creatures
away,
vanished
but
from
with
the
his
steps.
thoughts busy with
Now
the
the
shadowy
air was
splendors
heavy
of his
with a
night's
hush of
dreams.
suspense and
He
expectancy.
wandered here and there
As
in the
far
city,
as one's
hardly
vision could
noticing
carry,
where he was
he
going
might see
or
the
what was
myriads of
happening
people in
around
the
him.
boats rise
People
up and
jostled
shade their
him,
eyes
and
from
some
the glare
gave
of
him rough
lanterns and
speech,
torches,
but it was all
and
lost on the
gazed
musing
toward the
boy.
palace.
By and by he found
A
himself
file
at
of 40
Temple
or
Bar,
50
the
state
furthest
barges
from home
drew
he
up
had
to the
ever
steps.
traveled in that direction.
They were
He
richly
stopped
gilt,
and
and
considered
their
a moment,
lofty
then
prows
fell
and
into his
sterns were
imaginings
elaborately
again
carved.
and passed on.
Some of them were
outside the walls of
decorated with
London.
banners and
The
streamers,
Strand had ceased to
some
be
with with cloth of gold and arras, embroidered with coats of arms, others with silken flags that had numberless little silver bells fastened to them, which shook out tiny showers of joyous music whenever the breezes fluttered them.
Rich nobles,
Others of yet higher pretensions, since they belonged to nobles and the prince's immediate service, had their sides picturesquely fenced with shields gorgeously emblazoned with armorial bearings.
Himself at the beautiful
Each
cross
state
built
barge
there
was towed by a tender. Besides the rowers, these tenders carried each a number of men-at-arms, a glossy helmet and breastplate,
toward a far more mighty and
musicians.
majestic palace beyond.
The advance guard of the
Westminster.
expected procession now
Tom
appeared in the
stared
great
in glad
gateway,
wonder
a
at the
troop of
vast pile of
halberdiers.
masonry,
They were
the
dressed in
wide-spreading
striped
wings,
hose of black
the
and
frowning
tawny,
bastions and
velvet
turrets,
caps
the huge
graced at the
stone
sides with
gateway
silver
with its
roses,
gilded gilded
and
bars
doublets
and its
of murrey
magnificent
and
array
blue
of
cloth
colossal
embroidered on the
lions
front and
and
back
other
with the three
signs
feathers,
and symbols
the
of
prince's
English
blazon,
royalty,
woven in gold.
was the desire
Their
of his
halberd
soul to be
staves were covered
satisfied
with
at
crimson
last.
velvet,
Here
fastened
indeed
with
was a
gilt
king's
nails and
palace.
ornamented with
Might he
gold
not
tassels.
hope to see a prince?
Filing
Now,
off to the
a
right
prince
and
of
left,
flesh
they
and
formed
blood,
two long
if heaven
lines
were
extending
willing.
from the gateway of
At
the
each
palace
side
to
of
the
the
water's
gilded
edge.
gate stood a
A
living
thick
statue,
rayed cloth,
that is to
or
say,
carpet,
an
was
erect
then
and
unfolded
stately
and
and
laid down
motionless
between
man
them
at arms,
by attendants
clad
in
from
the
head to
gold and
heel in
crimson
shining
liveries of the
steel
prince.
armor.
This
At a
done,
respectful
a
distance
flourish of
were
trumpets
many
resounded from
countryfolk,
within,
and people
a
from the
lively
city
prelude
waiting
arose
for
from the
any
musicians
chance
on the
glimpse
water,
of royalty
and
that
two
might offer.
ushers with white
Splendid
wands
carriages
marched
with
with a
splendid
slow and
people in
stately
them,
pace
and
from the
splendid
portal.
servants outside
They were
were
followed
arriving
by an
and
officer
departing by
bearing the
several
civic
other
mace,
noble gateways that
after
pierced
whom
the
came
royal
another
enclosure.
carrying the city's
Poor little
sword,
Tom in his
then
rags
several
approached and
sergeants
was
of the
moving
guard
slow and
in their
timidly
full
past the
accoutrements
sentinels,
and with
with a
badges on
beating
their
heart and a
sleeves.
rising hope.
Then the
All
garter
at once
king
he
at
caught
arms
sight
in his
through
tabard,
the golden
then
bars
several
of a
knights of the
spectacle
bath,
that almost
each
made
with
him
a
shout
white
for
lace
joy.
on his
Within
sleeve.
was a comely
Then
boy,
their
tanned
esquires,
and brown,
then
with
the
sturdy
judges in
outdoor
their
sports
robes
and
of scarlet
exercises,
and
whose
coifs,
clothing was
then
all
the
of
Lord
lovely
High
silks and
Chancellor of
satins,
England in a
shining
robe
with
of scarlet,
jewels,
open
at his hip a
before
little
and
jewelled
purpled
sword
with
and
miniver,
dagger,
then
dainty
a deputation
buskins
of
on his feet
aldermen in
with
their
red
scarlet
heels,
cloaks,
and on his
and
head a
then the
jaunty
heads of
crimson
the different
cap with
civic
drooping
companies
plumes
in
fastened
their
with a
robes
great
of state.
sparkling gem.
Now came 12
Several
French
gorgeous
gentlemen in
stood
splendid
near, his
habiliments,
servants without
consisting
doubt.
of points of
He
white
was a
damask,
prince,
barred
a
with
prince,
gold, short mantles
a
of
living
crimson
prince,
velvet,
a
lined
real
with
prince,
violet
without the
taffeta,
shadow of a
and
question,
carnation-colored
and the prayer
haute
of the
de
Pauper boy's
chose,
heart was
and took
answered
their
at
way
last.
down the steps.
Tom's breath
They
came
were of the
quick and
suite
short
of the
with
French
excitement,
ambassador,
and his
and
eyes
were
grew
followed
big
by
with
12
wonder and
cavaliers
delight.
of the suite of the
Everything
Spanish
gave way in his
ambassador,
mind instantly
clothed
to one
in black
desire,
velvet,
that was
unrelieved
to
by
get
any
close to the
ornaments.
prince and have a
Following
good,
these came
devouring
several
look
great
at him.
English nobles
Before
with their
he knew
attendants.
what he was about,
There was a
he had his
flourish
face
of
against the
trumpets
gate
within,
bars.
and the
The
prince's
next
uncle,
instant,
the
one of the
future great
soldiers
Duke of
snatched him
Somerset,
rudely away and
emerged
sent
from the
him
gateway,
spinning among the
arrayed
gaping
in a
crowd
doublet
of
of
country
black
gawks
cloth of
and
gold,
London idlers.
and a
The
cloak
soldier
of
said,
crimson satin
"Mind thy
flowered with
manners, thou
gold and
young
ribboned
beggar!"
with nets of silver.
The crowd jeered and
He
laughed.
turned,
The
doffed
young
his
prince
plumed
sprang
cap,
to the gate
bent
with
his
face
body in
flushed
a
and
low
his eyes
reverence,
flashing with
and began
indignation
to
and
step
cried out,
backward, bowing
"How
at each
darest
step.
thou use a
A
poor
long
lad like
trumpet
that?
blast followed,
How darest
and a
thou use the
proclamation,
king, my father's
"Way
meanest
for the
subject
high
so?
and mighty,
Open the gates
the
and let
Lord
him in."
Edward,
You should have
Prince
seen
of
that fickle
Wales."
crowd snatch
High
off their
aloft
hats
on
then.
the palace
You should have
walls,
heard them
a long
cheer and
line
shout,
of red
"Long
tongues of
live the
flame
Prince
leapt
of
forth,
Wales!"
with a
The
thunder
soldiers
crash.
presented
The
arms
masked
with their
herald
halberds,
on the river
opened
burst
the
into a
gates,
mighty
and
roar of
presented again
welcome,
as
and
the little
Tom
Prince of
Canty,
Poverty
the
passed
cause
in
and hero
in
of
his
it all,
fluttering rags,
stepped into
to
view
join
and
hands
slightly
with the
bowed
Prince
his
of
princely
limitless
head.
plenty.
He was
Edward Tudor said,
magnificently
"Thou lookest
habited
tired
in a
and hungry.
doublet of white
Thou'st
satin,
been
with a
treated
front
ill.
piece of purple
Come with
cloth
me."
of tissue,
Half a
powdered
dozen
with
attendants
diamonds
sprang
and edged
forward
with
to
ermine.
I don't know
Over
what,
this he
interfere,
wore a
no
mantle
doubt,
of white
but they
cloth
were
of
waved
gold,
aside with a
pounced
right
with
royal
triple
gesture,
feather crest,
and they stopped
lined
stock
with blue
still,
satin,
where they were,
set with
like so many
pearls and
statues.
precious stones,
Edward took
and
Tom to a
fastened
rich
with a
apartment
clasp
in the
of
palace,
brilliants.
which he called his
About his
cabinet.
neck hung the
By
order
his
of the
command,
Garter,
a repast
and several
was brought,
princely
such as
foreign
Tom had
orders,
never encountered
and
before,
wherever the
except
light
in
fell
books.
upon him,
The prince,
jewels
with
responded
princely
with a
delicacy
blinding
and greeting,
flash.
sent away the
Oh,
servants,
Tom
so that his
Canty,
humble guest
born
might
in a
not be
hovel,
embarrassed
bred
by
in
their
the gutters
critical
of
presence.
London,
Then
familiar
he
with
sat
rags
nearby
and
and
dirt
asked
and
questions
misery.
while Tom ate.
What a spectacle
"What is thy
is
name,
this?"
lad?" "Tom
End of
Canty.
chapter
Will
9.
it please thee, sir?"
Chapter
'Tis an
10.
odd one.
The Prince
Where dost live?
in the Toils.
"In the city, please thee, sir."
We left
Offal
John
Court,
Canty
out of
dragging the
Pudding
rightful
Lane.
prince into
Offal
Offal
Court.
with a noisy
Truly,
and
'tis
delighted
another
mob
odd
at
one.
his heels.
Hast
There
parents?
was but one person
"Parents
in
have
it who
I, sir,
offered a pleading
and a
word
grand
for the
dam
captive,
likewise, that is
and
but
he was not
indifferently
heeded.
precious to
He
me.
was hardly
God
even
forgive me
heard,
if it
so
be
great was
offensive
the
to say it.
turmoil.
Also
the
twin
prince continued
sisters,
to
Nan and
struggle for
Beth.
freedom and
Then
to rage
is thy
against the
grandam
treatment
not
he was
overkind
suffering,
to thee, I
until
take it.
John Canty
Neither
lost
to
what
any
little
other
patience
is
was
she,
left him,
so please your
and
worship.
raised his oaken
She hath a
cudgel in a
wicked
sudden
heart,
fury
and
over the
worketh
prince's head.
evil all her
The
days.
single pleader for the
Doth
lad sprang to
she
stop the man's
mistreat thee?
arm, and the blow
There be
descended
times
upon
that
his
she
own
stayeth
wrist.
her hand,
Canty
being
roared
asleep
out,
or overcome
"Thou'lt
with drink.
meddle, wilt thou?
But when she hath
Then
her
have thy
judgment clear
reward."
again, she
His
maketh it
cudgel
up to me
crashed
with
down
goodly
upon the
beatings.
meddler's head. There was a
Fierce
groan,
look came
a
into the
dim
little
form
prince's
sank
eyes,
to the
and he
ground
cried out,
among the
"What?
feet of the crowd.
Beatings?
And the next moment it lay
Oh,
there in the
indeed,
dark,
yes, please you,
alone.
sir.
The mob
Beatings!
pressed on,
And
their
thou so
enjoyment
frail and
nothing
little.
disturbed by
Hark
this
ye,
episode.
before the night come,
Presently
she shall
the
hie
prince
her
found
to the
himself
tower.
in John
the king, my
Canty's
father.
abode,
In
with the
sooth,
door
he forgets,
closed
sir,
against the
her low
outsiders.
degree. The
By
tower
the
is for the
vague
great
light
alone.
of a tallow candle,
True,
which was thrust
indeed.
into a
I had
bottle,
not thought of
he
that.
made out the
I
main
will
features
consider
of
of
the
her
loathsome
punishment.
den,
Is thy
and
father
also the
kind to thee?
occupants of it.
Not
Two
more than
frowsy
Gammer
girls
Canty,
and a
sir.
middle-aged woman cowered
Fathers
against
be
the
alike,
wall
mayhap.
in one corner,
Mine hath not
with
a
the
doll's
aspect
temper.
of animals
He
habituated
smiteth
to
with a
harsh
heavy
usage
hand,
and
yet
expecting and
spareth
dreading
me.
it now.
He
From
spareth
another
me
corner
not
stole
always
a
with his
withered
tongue,
hag
though,
with
sooth to
streaming
say.
grey hair
How
and
doth thy mother
malignant
use thee?
eyes.
She
John
is good,
Canty
sir,
said
and
to
giveth
this
me
one,
neither sorrow nor
"Tarry,
pain of any
there's
sort.
fine
A man
mummeries
and
here.
beggar like to her
Mar
is.
them not till thou
Hold
enjoy
me
them.
these.
Then let
15
thy
and
hand be
please,
heavy
sir.
as thou wilt.
The Lady
Stand forth,
Elizabeth,
lad.
my sister, is 14.
Now say
and
thy
Lady
foolery
Jane Grey,
again,
my
and thou'st
cousin,
not
is of
forget
mine
it.
own age.
Name
and
thy
comely and
name.
gracious
Who art
fellow.
thou?"
But
The
my
insulted
sister, the
blood
Lady
mounted
Mary,
to
with
the
her
little
gloomy
prince's cheek once
mien,
more, and he lifted a steady and
Look
indignant
you,
gaze to
do
the man's
thy
face and
sisters
said,
forbid their servants
"'Tis
to
but
smile,
ill
lest the
breeding
sin
in such
destroy
as
their
thou to
souls?
command me to
They?
speak. I tell thee
Oh,
now,
dost think,
as I
sir,
told
that
thee
they
before,
have servants?"
I am
The
Edward,
little
Prince of
prince
Wales,
contemplated the
and
little
none
pauper
other.
gravely a moment, then said,
The stunning surprise of this
prithee,
reply
why not?
nailed the hag's
Who
feet
helpeth
to the
them
floor
undress
where
at
she
night?
stood,
Who
and almost
attireth
took her
them
breath.
when they rise?
She stared at the prince
None,
in stupid
sir.
amazement, which
Wouldst
so
have them
amused her
take off their
ruffianly
garment
son
and sleep
that he
without,
burst
like
into
the
a roar
beasts?
of laughter.
Their garment?
The effect on Tom
Hath
Canty's
they but
mother and
one?
sisters was different.
Ah,
Their
good your
dread of
worship,
bodily
what
injury
would they
gave
do
way at
with
once
more?
to distress of
Truly
a different
they
sort.
have not two
They
bodies
ran
each.
forward with woe and dismay in their faces.
It is a quaint and
exclaiming,
marvelous thought.
"Oh, poor Tom,
thy
poor
pardon, I had
lad!"
not meant to laugh.
The mother
But
fell
thy
on her
good
knees
Nan
before the
and thy
prince,
Bet
put her
shall
hands
have
upon
raiment
his
and
shoulders,
lackeys
and
enow.
gazed yearningly
And
into
that
his
soon,
face
too.
through her
My
rising
cofferer
tears.
shall look to
And then
it.
she said,
No,
"Oh,
thank me
my
not, 'tis
poor
nothing.
boy,
Thou
thy
speakest
foolish
well.
reading hath
Thou hast
wrought
an
its
easy
woeful
grace in
work
it.
at last,
Art learned.
and ta'en thy wit
I
away.
know
And
not
why
if
didst
I
thou
am or
cleave
not,
to it,
sir.
when I so
The good
warned thee
priest that is
against it?
called Father
Thou
Andrew
broke
taught me
thy
of
mother's
his
heart."
kindness from his
The
books.
prince looked into her
Knowest
face
thou
and
the
said
Latin?
gently,
But
"Thy son
scantly,
is
sir,
well,
I doubt.
and hath not
Learn it,
lost his
lad.
wits, good
'Tis
dame.
hard only at
Comfort
first.
thee.
The Greek is harder.
Let me to the
But
palace where
neither
he
these
is,
nor
and
any
straightway will
tongues
the king
else,
my
I think,
father
are
restore
hard
him
the
to
Lady
thee."
Elizabeth and
"The
my
king
cousin.
thy
Thou
father?
shouldst hear
Oh,
those
my
damsels,
child,
lad.
unsay these
But
words
tell
that
me
be
of thy
freighted
awful
with
court.
death for thee,
Hast thou a
and ruin
pleasant
for all
life
that
there?
be near to thee.
In truth,
Shake
yes, so
off
please
this
you, sir,
gruesome dream.
save when one is
Call
hungry.
back thy poor
There be
wandering
Punch and
memory.
Judy
Look
shows,
upon me.
and monkeys.
Am I not
Oh,
thy mother,
such antic
that bore
creatures,
thee and
and
loveth
so
thee?
bravely dressed.
The
And there
prince
be
shook his
plays,
head and
wherein
reluctantly
they
said,
that play do shout
"God
and
knoweth,
fight till all
I am
are
loath
slain.
to grieve thy
and 'tis so
heart,
fine to
but
see.
truly have I
and
never
costeth
looked
but
upon
a
thy
farthing,
face before."
albeit 'tis main hard
The
to
woman
get the
sank
farthing,
back to a
please your
sitting
worship.
posture on the floor.
Tell me
and
more.
covering her eyes with her
We
hands,
lads of Offal
gave
Court
way
do
to
strive against each
heartbroken
other with
sobs
a
and
cudgel,
wailings.
like to the fashion of
"Let the
princes
show go on,"
sometimes.
shouted Canty.
Prince's eyes flashed.
"What,
Said
Nan?
he,
What,
"Marry,
Bet?
that
Mannerless
would not I
wenches?
mislike.
Will ye
Tell
stand
me
in the
more.
prince's presence?
We strive in
Upon your
races,
knees,
sir,
ye
to see
pauper
who of
scum,
us
and do
shall
him
be
reverence." He
That
followed
would I
this
like
with
also.
another
Speak
horse
on.
laugh. The
In
girls
summer,
began
sir,
to plead
we
timidly
bathe
for
and
their
swim
brother,
in the
and Nan
canals
said,
and in the
"And
river,
thou wilt
and
but
each
let
doth
him to
duck
bed,
his neighbour,
father.
and
Rest
spat
and
him
sleep
with
will
water,
heal his
and dive
madness.
and shout
Prithee
and
do."
tumble, and
"Do,
'twould be
father,"
worth my
said
father's
Bet. "He
kingdom
is
but
more
to
worn
enjoy
than
it
is his
once.
wont. Tomorrow
Prithee, go
will
on.
he be himself
We
again,
dance
and will
sing
beg
about the
with
maypole
diligence,
in
and come
Cheapside.
not empty
We
home
play in the
again."
sands,
This remark
each
sobered
covering
the
his
father's
neighbour up,
joviality,
and times
brought
we
his
make
mind
mud
to business.
pastry.
He
The
turned
lovely
angrily
mud.
upon the prince
It
and
hath
said,
not its
"Tomorrow
like
must
for
we pay
delightfulness
2
in all the
pennies to
world.
him that
We
owns
do
this
fairly
hole.
wallow in the
2
mud,
pennies,
sir,
Marky.
saving your worship's
All this
presence.
money for a half
Oh,
year's
prithee,
rent.
say no more.
Else
'Tis
out
glorious.
of this we
If
go.
that I could
Show
but
what
clothe
thou
me in
gathered
raiment like to
with
thine,
thy lazy
and strip
begging.
my feet and revel in the
Prince
mud
said,
once, just
"Offend
once,
me not with
with
thy
none
sordid
to
matters.
rebuke me
I
or
tell thee
forbid.
again, I am the
Meseemeth
king's son."
I could forego the
A
crown.
sounding blow upon the
And
prince's
if that I
shoulder
could
from
clothe
Canty's
me
broad
once,
palm
sweet sir,
sent him
as
staggering
thou
into
art
goodwife
clad,
Canty's
just
arms,
once.
who clasped him
Oh,
to her
wouldst
breast
like it?
and sheltered him
Then
from
so
a
shall
pelting
it
rain
be.
of cuffs and
Doff
slaps
thy rags
by
and don these
interposing her own
splendours, lad.
person.
It is
The
a
frightened
brief
girls
happiness,
retreated to
but
their
we'll be
corner,
not
but
less
the
keen for
grandmother
that.
stepped
We will
eagerly
have it
forward to
while we
assist her
may,
son.
and change
The
again
prince
before
sprang away
any
from
come to
Mrs.
molest.
Canty, exclaiming,
A few minutes
"Thou
later,
shalt
the
not
little
suffer
Prince of
for me,
Wales
madam.
was garlanded
Let
with
these
palms
swine do their
fluttering
will
odds
upon me
and ends,
alone.
and the
This
little
speech
Prince of
infuriated
Pauperdom
the swine to
was
such a
tricked
degree
out
that
in
they
the
set
gaudy
about their
plumage
work
of
without
royalty.
waste of
The two
time.
went and stood
Between
side
them
by
they
side before a
belabored the
great
boy
mirror,
right soundly,
and lo,
then
a
gave the
miracle.
girls and their mother
There
a
did
beating
not
for
seem
showing
to have
sympathy
been
for the
any
victim.
change made.
"Now," said
They
Canty,
stared at
"to
each
bed,
other,
all of you.
then at the
The
glass,
entertainment has
then
tired
at
me."
each other again.
The light was
At
put
last,
out and the family
the puzzled
retired.
princeling
As
said,
soon as the snorings
"What
of the
dost
head
thou
of the
make of
house and
this?"
his mother showed that they were asleep,
good your
the
worship,
young girls
require
crept
me
to
not
where
to
the prince
answer.
lay and
It is
covered
not
him
meet
tenderly
that
from
one
the
of
cold
my
with
degree
straw
should
and
utter the
rags.
thing.
And their mother
Then
crept to
will
him
I
also,
utter it.
and stroked his
Thou
hair and
hast the
cried over
same
him,
hair,
whispering
the same
broken words of
eyes,
comfort and
the same
compassion
voice
in his
and
ear the
manner,
while.
the same
She
form
had
and
saved
stature,
a morsel for him
the
to
same
eat
face
also,
and
but the boy's
countenance that I
pains had
bear.
swept away all
Fared we
appetite,
forth
at
naked,
least for
there
a
is
black
none
and
could say
tasteless
which
crust.
was you and which
He
the
was
Prince
touched
of
by
Wales.
her brave and
now that
costly
I am
defence of
clothed
him,
as
and
thou
by
wert
her
clothed, it
commiseration,
seemeth I
and
should
he
be
thanked
able the
her in
more
very
nearly
noble
to
and
feel as
princely
thou
words,
didst when the brute
and
soldier.
begged her to go
Harkee,
to her sleep and
is
try
not
to
this a
forget her
bruise upon your
sorrows.
hand?
And he added
Yes,
that the king,
but
his
it is a
father,
slight thing,
would
and
not
your
let
worship
her
knoweth
royal
that the
kindness
poor
and
man-at-arms
devotion go
peace.
unrewarded.
It was a
This
shameful
return
thing
to
and a
his
cruel,
madness
cried the
broke
little
her
prince,
heart anew,
stamping his bare
and she
foot.
strained him
If the
to
king
her breast again and
stir not a
again,
step till I
and
come
then
again.
went back,
It is a command.
drowned in tears,
In a
to
moment
her bed.
he had snatched
As she
up
lay
and put
thinking
away
in
an
the morning,
article of
the
national
suggestion
importance
began
that
to
lay
creep
upon
into
the
her
table,
mind
and
that
was
there was
out
an
at the door and
undefinable
flying through
something
the
about
palace
this
grounds
boy
in his
that was
bannered
lacking
rags,
in Tom
with
Canty,
hot face and
mad or
glowing eyes.
sane.
As soon as
She
he
could
reached
not
the great
describe
gate,
it.
he
She
seized the
could not
bars
tell
and tried
just
to
what
shake
it
them,
was,
shouting,
and yet her
"Open,
sharp
unbar the
mother
gates!"
instinct seemed to
The
detect
soldier
it
that
and
had
perceive it.
maltreated Tom
What if the
obeyed
boy were
promptly,
really
and
not her
as the
son
prince
after
burst
all?
through the porthole,
Oh,
half
absurd.
smothered with royal
She almost
wrath,
smiled
the
at the
soldier
idea.
fetched him a
Spite of her
sounding box
grief
on
and
the ear
troubles,
that sent
no
him
matter,
whirling
she
to the
found
roadway.
that it was an
and
idea
said,
that would
"Take
not
that,
down,
thou beggar's
but persisted
spawn,
in
for
haunting
what
her.
thou gotst
It
me from his
pursued
highness."
her. It harassed
The
her.
crowd
It
roared with
clung to
laughter.
her,
The
and
prince
refused
picked
to be
himself
put
out
away
of the
or
mud
ignored.
and made
At
fiercely
last
at the
she
sentry,
perceived
shouting,
that there was not
"I
going
am
to
the
be
Prince
any
of
peace
Wales.
for her
My
until she
person
should
is
devise
sacred,
a test
and thou
that
shalt
should
hang
prove
for laying thy
clearly
hand
and
upon
without
me."
question
The soldier
whether
brought
this
his
lad
lad
was her
to
son or
represent
not,
arms,
and so
said
banished these
mockingly,
wearing and
"I
worrying
salute your
doubts.
gracious highness."
Ah, yes,
Then
this
angrily,
was plainly the
"Be
right
off,
way
thou
out of the
crazy
difficulty.
rubbish!"
Therefore
Here
she
the
set her
jeering
wits
crowd
to work
closed
at
around
once
the
to
poor little
contrive
prince
that test,
and hustled him
but
far
it was
down
an
the road,
easier thing
hooting
to
him and
propose
shouting,
than to accomplish.
"Way for his royal
She turned
highness,
over in
way
her
for
mind
the
one
Prince of
promising
Wales!"
test after another, but was
End
obliged
of
to
chapter
relinquish
3.
them all. None of them were absolutely sure, absolutely perfect, and an imperfect one could
Chapter
not
4.
satisfy her.
The
Evidently
prince's
she
troubles
was racking her
begin.
head in vain. It seemed
After
manifest
hours
that she
of
must give the
persistent
matter
pursuit
up.
and persecution,
While this
the little
depressing
prince was
thought
at last
passing through
deserted
her
by
mind,
the
her
rabble
ear caught the
and left
regular
to
breathing of
himself.
the boy,
As
and she
long
knew
as he had
he
been
had
able
fallen
to
asleep.
rage against the mob
While
and
she
threaten
listened,
it
the measured
royally,
breathing was
and
broken
royally
by a
utter
soft,
commands
startled
that were
cry,
good
such
stuff
as
to
one
laugh
utters
at,
in a
he
troubled
was
dream.
very entertaining.
This chance
But
occurrence
when
furnished her
weariness finally
instantly with a
forced him
plan
to be
worth
silent,
all her labored
he was
tests
no longer of
combined.
use to his
She at
tormentors,
once set herself
and they sought
feverishly
amusement
but
elsewhere.
noiselessly to work.
He looked about
to
him
relight
now,
her candle,
but could not
muttering to
recognize
herself,
the locality.
"Had I but seen
He
him
was within
then,
the city
I
of
should
London.
have known."
That was
Since
all
that
he knew.
day, when he was little,
moved
that
on
the powder burst
aimlessly,
in his face,
and
he
in
hath
a little
never been
while
startled
the
of a
houses
sudden
thinned,
out of his dreams,
and the
or
passers-by
out of his
were
thinkings,
infrequent.
but he hath cast his
bathed
hand
his
before
bleeding
his
feet
eyes,
in the brook
even
which
as he
flowed
did that
then
day,
where
and
Farrington
not as
Street
others
now
would do it,
is,
with the palm
rested a few
inward,
moments,
but always
then
with the
passed
palm turned
on,
outward.
and presently
I have
came
seen it
upon
100
great space
times,
with only
and
a
it
few
hath never
scattered
varied
houses
nor
in it,
ever failed.
and a prodigious
Yes, I shall
church.
soon know
He
now.
recognized this
By
church.
this time she had crept to
Scaffoldings
the
were
slumbering
about everywhere,
boy's side,
and swarms
with the
of
candle
workmen,
shaded
for
in
it
her
was
hand.
undergoing
She
elaborate
bent heedfully
repairs.
and warily over
The
him,
prince took
scarcely
heart at
breathing.
once.
He
He
felt
felt
that
that
his
his
troubles were at an end.
suddenly
now.
flashed the light
He
in
said
his
to
face and
himself,
struck the floor
"It is
by
the
his ear
ancient
with her
Grey
knuckles.
Friars Church,
The sleeper's
which the
eyes
king,
sprung
my
wide
father,
open
hath
and
taken
cast
from
a
the monks
startled stare
and
about
given
him.
for a home
But he made no
forever
special movement
for
with his
poor and
hands.
forsaken children.
The poor
and
woman
new
was
named at
smitten,
Christ
almost
Church.
helpless with
Right
surprise and
gladly
grief.
will they serve
But
the
she
son of
contrived
him
to
who
hide
hath
her
done so
emotions
generously
and
by
to
them,
soothe the boy to
and the
sleep
more
again.
that that
Then
son is
she crept
himself as
apart
poor
and communed
and as
miserably
forlorn
with
as
herself
any that
upon
be
the
sheltered here
disastrous
this
result
day,
of her
or ever
experiment.
shall be. She tried to
He
believe
was
that her
soon in the
Tom's
midst of
madness
a
had
crowd of
banished
boys
this
who were
habitual
running,
gesture of
jumping,
his,
but
playing
she
at
could not
ball
do it.
and leapfrog,
No,
and otherwise
she said,
disporting
his
themselves,
hands are
and
not
right
mad.
noisily, too.
They could not unlearn
They were
so
all
old a
dressed
habit in
alike,
so brief a
and
time.
in the fashion
Oh,
which
this
in
is
that
a
day
heavy
prevailed
day for
among
me.
serving men
Still,
and
hope
prentices.
was as stubborn now as
Footnote.
doubt had been before.
Christ's
She could
hospital
not bring herself
costume.
to accept the
It
verdict
is
of
most
the test.
reasonable
She
to
must try
regard
the thing
dress
again.
as copied
The
from
failure
the
must have been
costume of
only
the
an
citizens
accident.
of London of that
So
period,
she startled the
when
boy out
long
of his sleep
blue
a second
coats
and
were
a
the
third
common
time at
habit of
intervals,
apprentices
with the
and
same
serving
result
men,
which had
and
marked
yellow
the first
stockings
test.
were generally
Then she
worn.
dragged herself to
The
bed
coat
and
fits
fell
closely to the
sorrowfully
body,
asleep, saying,
but has loose
"But
sleeves.
I cannot cannot
and
give him up.
beneath is
Oh,
worn
no,
a
I
sleeveless
cannot, I
yellow
cannot.
undercoat.
He must be
Around
my
the
boy.
waist is a red leathern
Poor mother's
girdle,
interruptions having
a clerical
ceased,
band
and the
round the
prince's
collar,
pains having
and a small
gradually
flat
lost their
black
power to
cap
disturb him,
about the
utter
size of a
weariness
saucer
at last
completes
sealed
the
his eyes
costume.
in a profound and restful sleep.
Tim's
Hour
Curiosities
after
of
hour
London.
slipped away, and
End
still he
of
slept like the
footnote.
dead.
That is to
Thus
say,
4 or 5
each
hours
had
passed.
on the crown of
Then
his
his
head
stupor
a
began to
flat
lighten.
black cap about the
Presently,
size
while
of a
half asleep
saucer,
and half
which
awake,
was
he
not
murmured,
useful as a covering,
"Sir William!"
being of such scanty dimensions.
After a moment,
Neither was it ornamental.
Sir William Herbert,
From beneath it,
hie
the
thee
hair
hither,
fell
and list to the
unparted
strangest
to the
dream
middle
that
of the
ever.
forehead,
Sir William,
and was
dost
cropped
hear?
straight around.
Man, I
A
did think
clerical
me
band
changed
at
to
the
a
neck,
pauper, and
a blue
oh,
gown
there
that
guards,
fitted
Sir
closely
William.
and hung as low
What?
as the knees
Is
or
there no
lower,
groom of the chamber
blue
in waiting?
sleeves,
Alack, it
a
shall go
broad
hard
red
with
belt,
what aileth thee?
bright yellow
asked the whisperers
stockings
near him.
gartered
Who
above
art
the
thou
knees,
calling?
low
Sir William
shoes
Herbert,
with
who art
large
thou?
metal buckles.
I?
It
Who
was
should I
a
be but thy sister
sufficiently
Nan?
ugly
Oh, Tom, I
costume.
had forgot.
The
Thou'rt
boys
mad
stopped their
yet.
play and
Poor
flocked
lad,
about the
thou'rt
prince,
mad
who
yet.
said with
Would I
native
had
dignity,
never woke to know it
"Good
again.
lads,
But
say
pretty
to your
master
master
thy
that
tongue,
Edward, Prince
lest
of
we all
Wales,
be beaten
desireth
till we
speech
die."
with him."
The startled
great
prince
shout went
sprang
up at this,
partly up,
and one
but a
rude
sharp
fellow said,
reminder,
"Marry, art thou his
grace's
grace's
messenger,
messenger,
beggar?"
beggar?"
Sunk back among his prince's
straw
face,
with a
flushed
groan,
with anger,
and the ejaculation,
and his ready hand
"Alas,
flew to his hip,
it was
but there
no
was nothing
dream
there.
then." There
In
was
a
a
moment,
storm of
all the
laughter,
heavy
and one boy
sorrow and
said,
misery
"Didst
which
mark
sleep had
that?
banished
He fancied
were
he
upon
had a
him
sword.
again, and
Belike he
realized
is the
that
prince
he was no longer
himself."
a petted prince in
This
a palace,
sally brought
with
more
the adoring
laughter.
eyes of a
Poor
nation
Edward
upon him.
drew himself up
But a
proudly
pauper,
and said,
an
"I am
outcast,
the prince,
clothed in
and
rags,
it ill
prisoner
beseemeth
in a
you
den
that
fit only
feed
for
upon the
beasts,
king my
and
father's
consorting
bounty
with
to
beggars
use me
and
so."
thieves.
This
In the midst
was
of his
vastly
grief, he began
enjoyed
to
as the
be
laughter
conscious of
testified.
hilarious
The
noises and
youth who
shoutings,
had first
apparently
spoken
but a
shouted
block
to
or
his
two away.
comrades,
The next moment there
"Ho,
were several
swine,
sharp raps at the
slaves,
door, and John
pensioners of
Canty
his
ceased from
grace's
snoring and
princely
said,
father,
Who knocketh?
where
What
be
wilt
your
thou?
A
manners?
voice answered,
Down on your
"Knowst
marrow
thou who
bones,
it was
all of
thou
ye,
laid
and do
that cudgel
reverence
on?"
to his kingly port and
No,
royal
neither
rags."
know I nor care.
With
Belike
boisterous
thou
mirth
change
they
thy
dropped
note
upon their
eftsoons,
knees in a body,
and thou would
and did
save thy
mock
neck,
homage
nothing
to
but
their
flight
prey.
away stead thee.
The prince
The
spurned
man
the
is this
nearest
moment
boy with his
delivering
foot,
up the ghost.
and said
'Tis the
fiercely,
priest,
"Take
father
thou
Andrew,
that,
till the morrow come and I
God
build thee a
mercy.
gibbet," exclaimed Canty. He
Ah,
roused
but
his
this was
family
not
and
a joke.
hoarsely
This
commanded,
was going
Up with
beyond
all of ye and
fun.
fly, or
The
bide where
laughter
ye are and
ceased in
perish.
the instant.
Scarcely
Fury
5
took
minutes
its place.
later, the Canty
A
household
dozen
were in the
shouted,
street and flying for
Hail
their
him
lives.
forth!
John
To the
Canty
horse
held the
pond,
prince by
to
the
the
wrist
horse pond.
and hurried him
Where
along
be
the
the
dark
dogs?
way,
Ho there,
giving him
lion!
this caution
Ho,
in low
fangs!
voice.
Mind
Then
thy
followed
tongue,
such a
thou
thing as
mad
England had
fool,
never
and
seen
speak not
before.
our name.
The sacred
I will
person
choose
of
me
the
a
heir
new
to the
name
throne,
speedily to throw the
rudely
laws
buffeted
dogs
by
off the scent.
plebeian hands,
Mind thy tongue, I
set
tell
upon
ye.
and torn by dogs. He growled these words
As
to
the
the
rest
rest
of the
drew to
family.
a close that
If
day.
it so
the
chance
prince
that we be
found
separated,
himself
let
far
each make
down
for
in the
London
close-built
Bridge.
portion of the
Whoso
city.
findeth himself
His
as
body
far
was
as the last
bruised,
linen
his
draper's
hands were
shop on the
bleeding,
bridge,
and
let him
his
tarry
rags were
there till
all
the others be
besmirched
come.
with mud.
Then will we
He
flee into
wandered
Southwark
on and
together.
on, and grew
At this
more and
moment
more
the
bewildered,
party burst suddenly
and
out
so
of
tired
darkness
and
into
faint,
light. He could hardly
and not
drag
only into
one foot
light,
after
but
the
into the
other.
midst of a
He had
multitude of
ceased to ask
singing,
questions of
dancing,
anyone,
and shouting
since they
people
brought
massed
him
together on
only
the river's
insult
frontage.
instead of
There was a
information.
line of
He
bonfires
kept
stretching
muttering
as
to
far as
himself,
one could see up
"Awful
and down the
Court,
Thames.
that is the name.
London Bridge
If
was
I can but
illuminated.
find it
Southwark
before
Bridge
my strength
likewise.
is wholly
The
spent and I
entire
drop,
river was aglow
then
with a
I am
flash and
saved.
sheen of colored
For his
lights,
people will
and
take me to the
constant
palace
explosions of
and prove
fireworks
that I am
filled the
none of
skies
theirs,
with an
but the
intricate
true prince,
commingling of
and
shooting
I shall have
splendors
mine own
and
again."
a thick rain of
Now
dazzling
and then
sparks
his mind
that
reverted
almost
to
turned
his
night
treatment
into
by
day.
those rude
Everywhere
Christ's
were
hospital
crowds of
boys.
revelers,
And he said,
all London
"When
seemed
I am
to be
king,
at large.
they shall not
John
have bread
Canty
and
delivered
shelter
himself
only,
of a
but
furious
also
curse and
teachings
commanded
out
a
of
retreat,
books.
but it was
For
too
a
late.
full belly is
He and
little
his
worth
tribe
where
were
the
swallowed
mind
up
is
in that
starved,
swarming
and
hive
the
of
heart.
humanity,
I
and
will keep
hopelessly
this
separated from
diligently
each
in my
other in an
remembrance,
instant.
that this
We are
day's
not
lesson be
considering
not
that the
lost
prince
upon
was
me,
one of his
and my
tribe.
people suffer
Canty still
thereby.
kept his grip
For
upon
learning
him. The
softeneth the
prince's heart was
and
beating
breedeth
high with
gentleness
hopes
and
of escape
charity.
now. A burly
Footnote.
waterman, considerably
It appears
exalted
that
with liquor,
Christ's
found
hospital
himself
was
rudely
not
shoved
originally
by Canty
founded
in
as
his
a
efforts
school.
to plow through the
Its
crowd.
object was to
He
rescue
laid his great
children
hand
from
on
the
Canty's
streets,
shoulder and
to
said,
shelter,
Nay,
feed,
whither so
clothe them,
fast,
etc.
friend? Dost canker
Tim's
thy soul
Curiosities
with
of
sordid
London.
business, when all that
End
be
of
leal men
footnote.
and true make holiday?
The lights
Mine
began to
affairs are
twinkle,
mine
and
own,
came on to
they
rain.
concern
The
thee
wind
not,
rose,
answered
and
Canty
raw
gruffly.
and gusty
Take
night
away
set
thy
in.
hand and let
The
me pass.
houseless prince, the
Sith
homeless
that is
heir
thy
to the throne
humour,
of
thou'lt
England,
not
still moved
pass
on,
till thou'st
drifting
drunk to
deeper
the
into
Prince of
maze
Wales, I tell
squalid
thee that.
alleys,
Said the
where the
waterman,
swarming
barring
hives
away
of poverty
resolutely.
and misery
Give
were
me the
massed
cup,
together.
then, and make speed,
Suddenly,
make speed.
a great drunken
Other
ruffian
revellers were
collared
interested
him
by
and
this
said,
time. They cried
"Out
out to this
the
time
loving
of
cup,
night
the
again,
loving cup.
and hast
Make
thou
the
brought a
serenade,
farthing
drink the
home,
loving
I
cup,
warrant
else
me.
we feed
If
him
it
to
be
the fishes."
so, and I do not
So a
break all the
huge loving
bones in
cup
thy
was
lean
brought.
body, then am
The
I
waterman,
not
grasping
John
it by
Canty,
one
but
of its
some other.
handles, and
The
with
prince
his
twisted
other hand
himself
bearing
loose,
up the end of an
unconsciously brushed his
imaginary
profane
napkin,
shoulder and eagerly
presented
said,
it in due
"Oh,
and
art
ancient
his
form
father,
father,
Canty,
truly?
who
Sweet
had to
heaven,
grasp the
grant it be
opposite
so.
handle with
Then
one
wilt
of
thou
his
fetch
hands
him away and
take
restore me.
off the lid with the other,
His father?
according to the ancient
I know
custom.
not what thou meanst.
Footnote.
I but know I am
loving
thy
cup.
father, as thou
The
shalt
loving
soon have
cup
cause
and
to.
the peculiar
jest not,
ceremonies
palter
observed
not,
in drinking
delay
from
not.
it are older
I
than
am
English
worn, I
history.
am wounded.
It's thought
I can
that
bear no
both are
more.
Danish
Take me to the
importations.
king, my
As far
father,
back
and he
as
will make
knowledge
thee
goes,
rich
the
beyond thy
loving cup has
wildest
always been
dreams.
drunk at
Believe me,
English
man,
banquets.
believe me. I
Tradition
speak no
explains
lie,
the
but
ceremonies
only
in
the
this
truth. Put
In the
forth
rude
thy hand
ancient
and save
times,
me.
it was
I
deemed
am
a wise
indeed the
precaution
Prince
to
of
have
Wales.
both hands of both
The man
drinkers
stared
employed,
down,
lest while the
stupefied,
pledger
upon the
pledged his
lad,
love and
then
fidelity
shook
to the
his head
pledgee,
and muttered,
the pledgee
Gone
take
stark
that
mad
opportunity
as
to
any
slip
Tom
the
of
dirk
Bedlam.
into him.
then collared him once
End
more,
of footnote.
and said with a coarse laugh
This
and an
left
oath,
the prince
But
and free
mad
for a
or
second,
mad,
of course. He
I
wasted no
and thy
time, but
grammar
dived
Canty
among
will
the
soon
forest
find
of
where the
legs
soft
about him and
places in thy
disappeared.
bones lie.
In another
Oh,
moment,
I'm no
he could
true
not have
man.
been harder to find under
With this
that
he
tossing
dragged the
sea of
frantic
life
and
if
struggling
its
prince
billows had
away.
been the Atlantic.
politics,
disappeared
and
up a
he
foul
lost
court,
sixpence.
Followed by a
He
delighted
very soon
and
realized
noisy
this
swarm
fact,
of
and straightway
human
busied
vermin.
himself about his own affairs without further
Chapter
thought
5.
of John Canty.
Tom
He
as a
quickly
patrician.
realized another thing, too.
Tom
to wit,
Canty,
that a
left alone in the
spurious
Prince's
Prince of
cabinet,
Wales
made
was
good
being
use of his
feasted by the city
opportunity.
in his stead.
He turned himself this
easily
way and
concluded
that
the pauper
before the
lad
great
Tom
mirror,
Canty had
admiring
deliberately
his
taken
finery.
advantage
Then
of his
walked
stupendous
away,
opportunity
imitating
and
the
become
Prince's
a
high-bred
usurper.
carriage, and still
Therefore, there
observing
was but
results in
one
the
course
glass.
to pursue.
Next
Find
he
his
drew
way
the
to the
beautiful
Guildhall,
sword, and
make
bowed,
himself known,
kissing the blade,
and denounce the
and laying it
impostor.
across his breast.
He also made
as
up
he
his
had
mind
seen
that
a
Tom
noble
should
knight
be allowed
do,
a reasonable
by
time
way
for
of salute
spiritual
to the
preparation,
lieutenant of the
and then
Tower
be
5 or
hanged,
6
drawn
weeks
and
before,
quartered,
when
according to the
delivering the
law
great
and
lords
usage
of
of
the
day,
Norfolk and
in
Surrey
cases
into
of high
his hands
treason.
for captivity.
Tom
Chapter
played with
10.
the jeweled dagger that hung upon his thigh. He examined the costly and exquisite
Chapter
ornaments
11.
of the room. He tried
At
each of the
Guildhall.
sumptuous chairs,
The royal
and thought how
barge,
proud
attended
he
by
would
its
be if
gorgeous
the awful
fleet,
court
took
herd
its stately
could
way
only peep
down the
in
Thames
and
through
see
the
him in his
wilderness of
grandeur.
illuminated boats.
He wondered if they
The air
would
was
believe the
laden
marvelous
with music.
tale he
The
should
river
tell when
banks
he got
would be
home,
ruffled
or
with
if they
joy
would
flames.
shake their heads
Distant
and
city
say
lay
his
in a soft,
overtaxed
luminous glow
imagination
from
had
its
at last
countless
upset his
invisible
reason.
bonfires.
At
Above
the
it
end of
rose
half
many
an
a
hour,
slender
it
spire
suddenly
into the
occurred to
sky,
him that the
encrusted
prince
with
was gone a
sparkling
long
lights.
time.
Wherefore,
Then
in their
right away he
remoteness,
began
they
to
seemed
feel
like
lonely.
bejeweled
Very soon he
lances
fell
thrust
to
aloft.
listening and
As the
longing,
fleet swept
and
along,
ceased to
it was
toy with
greeted
the
from
pretty
the banks
things about
with a
him.
continuous
He grew
hoarse
uneasy,
roar
then
of
restless,
cheers,
then
and the
distressed.
ceaseless flash and boom
Suppose
of
someone should
artillery.
come and
To
catch
Tom
him in the
Canty,
prince's
half
clothes,
buried in his
and the
silken
prince not there
cushions,
to explain.
these sounds and
Might
this
they not
spectacle
hang
were
him
a
at
wonder
once and
unspeakably
inquire into his
sublime and
case
astonishing.
afterward? He had
To his
heard
little
that the
friends at
great
his
were
side,
prompt about
the
small
Princess
matters.
Elizabeth and the Lady
His
Jane
fears
Grey,
rose
they
higher
were
and
nothing.
higher, and trembling he
Arrived at the
softly
Dow
opened the
Gate,
door
the
to the
fleet was
antechamber,
towed up the
resolved to
limpid Water
fly
Brook,
and seek
whose
the prince,
channel has
and
now
through
been
him
for 2
protection
centuries
and
buried out of
release.
sight under
6
acres of
gorgeous
building.
gentlemen
2
servants and 2
Bucklersbury,
young
past
pages
houses
of
and
high
under
degree,
bridges,
clothed
populous
like
with
butterflies,
merrymakers and
sprung to their
brilliantly
feet and
lighted,
bowed
and at
low
last
before him.
came to a
He
halt
stepped
in a
quickly
basin
back and shut the door.
where now
He
is
said,
Barge Yard,
"Oh, they
in the
mock
center
at
of the
me.
ancient city
They
of
will
London.
go and tell.
Tom
Oh,
disembarked,
why
and
came
he
I
and
here to
his
cast
gallant
away my
procession
life?"
crossed Cheapside
He walked up
and
and
made
down
a
the
short
floor,
march through the
filled
old
with
Jewry
nameless
and
fears,
Bassinghall
listening,
Street to the Guildhall.
starting at every
Tom
trifling
and his
sound.
little ladies were received
Presently
with due
the door
ceremony
swung
by the
open,
Lord
and a
Mayor and the
silken
fathers of
page
the
said,
city, in
"The
their
Lady
gold chains
Jane
and scarlet
Grey."
robes of state,
The door closed,
and
and a
conducted
sweet
to a
young
rich
girl,
canopy
richly
of
clad,
state at the
bounded
head of the
toward
great
him.
hall,
But
preceded
she
by
stopped
heralds
suddenly
making
and said in a
proclamation,
distressed voice,
and by the
"Oh,
mace and
what
the city
aileth thee,
sword.
my lord?"
The lords
Tom's
and
breath
ladies
was
who were to
nearly
attend
failing
upon
him,
Tom
but
and
he
his 2
made
small
shift
friends
to stammer
took their
out,
places
"Ah,
behind their
be
chairs.
merciful thou!
At a
In
lower
sooth
table,
I am
the
no
court
lord, but only
grandees
poor
and other guests
Tom
of
Canty
noble
of
degree
Offal
were
Court in
seated
the city.
with the magnates
Prithee
of
let
the
me see
city.
the prince,
The
and he
commoners
will
took
of his
places
grace
at a
restore
multitude
to
of
me my
tables on the
rags,
main floor
and
of
let
the
me
hall.
hence unhurt.
From their
Oh,
lofty
be thou
vantage
merciful
ground,
and
the
save
giants
me."
Gog
By
and
this time
Magog,
the boy was on
the
his
ancient
knees
guardians
and
of the
supplicating
city,
with his eyes
contemplated
and
the
uplifted hands,
spectacle below
as
them
well as
with
with his
eyes
tongue.
grown
The
familiar
young
to
girl
it in
seemed
forgotten
horror-stricken.
generations.
She cried out,
There was a
"Oh, my
bugle
lord,
blast and
on
a
thy knees,
proclamation,
and to
and a
me!"
fat butler
Then she
appeared
fled
in a
away in
high
fright,
perch
and
in the
Tom,
leftward
smitten
wall,
with despair,
followed
sank
by
down,
his
murmuring,
servitors,
"There is
bearing
no
with
help,
impressive
there is no
solemnity a
hope.
royal
Now
baron
will
of
they
beef,
come and take me."
smoking hot and ready
Whilst
for
he
the
lay
knife.
there benumbed
After
with terror,
grace, Tom,
dreadful
being
tidings
instructed,
were speeding through the
rose,
palace.
and the
The
whole
whisper,
house with
for it
him,
was whispered
and
always,
drank from a
flew
portly
from menial to
golden
menial,
loving cup
from
with
lord
the
to
Princess
lady,
Elizabeth.
down all the long
From
corridors,
her it
from
passed
story
to
to
the Lady
story,
Jane,
from
and
saloon
then
to
traversed
saloon.
the general
"The
assemblage.
prince
So
hath
the
gone
banquet began.
mad! The
By
prince hath gone
midnight, the
mad!"
revelry was at its
Soon
height.
every saloon,
Now
every
came
marble
one of those
hall had
picturesque
its groups of glittering
spectacles
lords
so
and
admired
ladies,
in that
and
whole
other
day.
groups of
A
dazzling lesser
description
folk
of it is still
talking
extant
earnestly
in
together
the
in
quaint
whispers,
wording of a
and every
chronicler
face
who
had in
witnessed
it
it.
dismay.
Space being
Presently
made,
a splendid
presently
official
entered a
came
baron marching by
and an
these groups,
earl
making
apparelled
solemn
after the Turkish
proclamation,
fashion,
In the name of the
long
king,
robes of
let
buckskin
none listen to
powdered
this
with
false and
gold,
foolish matter
hats on
upon
their heads
pain of
crimson
death,
velvet,
nor discuss the
with great
same, nor
rows
carry
of
it abroad.
gold,
In the
girded with
name
two
of the
swords
king.
called
The whispering
scimitars,
ceased,
hanging by
suddenly,
great
as if the
baldricks
whisperers
of
had been
gold.
stricken dumb.
Next came yet
There was a
another
general
baron
buzz
and
along
another
the
earl
corridors
in
of,
two
"The
long
prince!
gowns
See,
of
the
yellow
prince
satin,
comes!"
traversed
Poor
with
Tom
white
came
satin,
slowly walking
and in
past the
every
low
bend
bowing
of
groups,
white was
trying
a
to
bend
bow
of
in return,
crimson satin,
and meekly
after
gazing
the
upon
fashion
his
of
strange
Russia,
surroundings
with
with
furred
bewildered and
hats of
pathetic
gray
eyes.
on their heads.
Great nobles
Either
walked
of them
upon each
having
side
a
of him,
hatchet in
making
their
him lean
hands,
upon them,
and
so
boots
steady
with
his
pikes
steps.
points.
Behind
a foot
him followed
long,
the court physicians
turned up,
and some servants.
and after them
Presently
came a
Tom
knight,
found himself
then
in a
the
noble
Lord
apartment
High
of the palace, and
Admiral,
heard the door
with him
close
5
behind him.
nobles in doublets
Round
of
him stood
crimson
those
velvet,
who had come with
voided
him.
low on the
Before
back,
him,
and
at a little
before to
distance,
the canal
reclined
bone,
a very large
laced on the
and
breasts
very fat
with chains
man,
of silver,
with a wide,
and over
pulpy
that
face,
short
and a
cloaks
stern
of crimson
expression.
satin,
His
and on their
large head
heads
was very
hats
gray,
after the
and his
dancer's
whiskers,
fashion,
which he
with
wore only
pheasant's
around his
feathers in
face,
them.
like a frame,
These were
were
apparelled
gray
after
also.
the fashion of
His
Prussia.
clothing was of rich
The
stuff, but
torchbearers,
old
which
and
were
slightly
about
frayed in
100,
places.
were
One of his
apparelled in
swollen legs
crimson
had a pillow
satin
under it,
green,
and was
like
wrapped in
Moors,
bandages.
their faces
There was
black.
silence now.
Next came
and there
in
was
a
no
mummery,
head there,
then
was
the
bent in
minstrels,
reverence,
which were
except
disguised,
this man's.
danced,
This
and the
stern
lords and
countenanced
ladies
invalid
did
was the
wildly
dread
dance also,
Henry
that
VIII,
it was a pleasure to
he said,
behold.
and his face grew
And
gentle
while
as he
Tom,
began
in
to
his
speak.
high seat, was gazing
How
upon
now,
this
my
wild
lord
dancing,
Edward, my
lost in
prince,
admiration
hast
at
been
the
minded
dazzling
to cousin me,
commingling
the
of
good king thy
kaleidoscopic
father,
colours
who loveth
which
thee
the
and
whirling
kindly
turmoil of
useth
gaudy
thee
figures
with a
below him
sorry
presented.
jest.
The ragged but
Poor
real
Tom
little
was
Prince
listening
of
as
Wales
well
was
as his
proclaiming
dazed
his
faculties
rights
would
and
let
his
him
wrongs,
to the beginning
denouncing
of
the
his speech.
impostor,
But when the words
and clamoring
"Me, the
for
good
admission
king,"
at the gates
fell
of
upon his
Guildhall.
ear,
The
his
crowd
face
enjoyed this
blanched,
episode
and he dropped
prodigiously,
as
and
instantly
pressed
upon his
forward and
knees
craned
as
their
if a
necks to
shot
see
had
the
brought him
small
there.
rioter.
Lifting up his
Presently
hands,
they
he
began to
exclaimed,
taunt him and
Thou,
mock at
the
him,
king?
purposely
Then
to
am I
goad
undone
him into a
indeed.
higher and still
This
more
speech
entertaining
seemed to
fury.
stun the king.
Tears
His
of
eyes
mortification
wandered from
sprung
face
to
to
his
face
eyes,
aimlessly,
but he
then
stood his
rested
ground and
bewildered upon
defied
the
the
boy
mob
before him.
right royally.
Then he said in a tone
Other
of deep
taunts followed,
disappointment,
added
Alack,
mocking
I
stung
had
him, and
believed
he
the rumour
exclaimed,
disproportioned
I
to
tell
the
ye
truth,
again,
but
you
I
pack
fear
of
me 'tis
unmannerly
not
curs,
so.
I am the
breathed a
Prince
heavy
of Wales,
sigh, and said
and
in a
all
gentle
forlorn
voice,
and friendless as
"Come
I
to
be,
thy
with
father,
none to give
child.
me word of grace
Thou
or help
art
me in
not
my need,
well."
yet will not
Tom
I be
assisted
driven
to his
from my
feet,
ground,
and
but
approached
will
the
maintain
majesty
it.
of England, humble and
Though thou
trembling.
be prince or
The
no
king
prince,
took the
'tis all
frightened face
one.
between
Thou
his
be'st a
hands,
gallant lad,
and
and
gazed
not
earnestly
friendless
and
neither.
lovingly
Here
into it
stand
awhile,
I by thy
as
side
if
to prove
seeking
it.
some
And
grateful
mind, I
sign
tell
of
thee,
returning
thou
reason
mightst
there,
have a
then
worser
pressed
friend
the
than
curly
Miles
head
Hendon,
against his breast,
and yet not
and
tire
patted
thy
it
legs with
tenderly.
seeking.
Presently
Rest
he
thy
said,
small jaw, my
"Dost
child.
not know
I
thy
talk the language
father,
of these
child?
base kennel rats
Break
like
not
to a very
mine old
native.
heart.
The speaker
Say
was a
thou
sort of
knowest
Don
me.
Caesar de
Thou
Bazan
dost
in
know
dress,
me, dost thou
aspect,
not?
and bearing. He was
Yea,
tall,
thou
trim-built,
art my
muscular.
dread lord the
His
king,
doublet
whom
and
God
trunks were
preserve.
of rich material,
True,
but
true,
faded
that
and
is well.
threadbare,
Be
and their
comforted,
gold lace
tremble not
adornments were
so.
sadly tarnished.
There is none
His
here
ruff
would
was
hurt
rumpled
thee.
and
There is
damaged.
none
The
here but
plume in his
loves thee.
slouched hat
Thou
was
art
broken
better
and had
now.
a
Thy
bedraggled
ill
and
dream
disreputable
passeth.
look.
Is not
At
so?
his side he
And
wore
thou
a
knowest
long
thyself
rapier
now
in a
also.
rusty
Is
iron
not so?
sheath.
Thou
His
wilt
swaggering
not
carriage
miscall
marked him at
thyself
once as a
again,
rougher of the
as
camp.
they say thou
The
didst a
speech
little
of this
while
fantastic
agone.
figure was received with an
I pray
explosion
thee
of
of thy
jeers
grace
and laughter.
believe me.
Some
I
cried,
did but speak the
"'Tis
truth,
another prince
most
in
dread
disguise!
Lord, for I am the
Wear
meanest
thy
among
tongue,
thy subjects,
friend,
being a
belike he
pauper
is
born,
dangerous.
and 'tis by
Marry,
a sore
he looketh
mischance
it,
and
mark his
accident I am
eye.
here,
Pluck the
albeit I
lad
was
from
therein
him to the
nothing
horse
blameful.
pond with the
I
cub."
am but young to
Instantly
die,
a
and
hand
thou
was
canst
laid upon the
save me
prince
with
under
one
the
little
impulse of
word.
this
Oh,
happy thought.
speak it,
As
sir.
instantly the stranger's
Die?
long sword was out,
Talk
and the
not
meddler
so,
went to the
sweet
earth
prince.
under a sounding
Peace.
thump with the flat of it.
Peace to thy
Next
troubled
moment, a
heart.
score of voices
Thou
shouted,
shalt not
"Kill the
die."
dog! Kill him!
Tom
Kill
dropped
him!"
on his knees
And the mob
with a
closed in on
glad
the
cry.
warrior, who backed
God
himself
requite
against
thy
the wall
mercy, O
and
my
began to
king,
lay about him
and
with
save
his
thee
long
long
weapon
to
like a
bless thy
madman.
land.
His
Then
victims sprawled
springing
this
up,
way and
he
that,
turned a
but the
joyful
mob
face
tide
toward the
poured
two
over their
lords in
prostrate
waiting,
forms
and
and dashed
exclaimed,
itself
"Thou
against the
heardst
champion
it.
with
I am
undiminished
not to
fury.
die. The
His
king
moments
hath
seemed
said it."
numbered, his
There was
destruction
no
certain,
movement,
when
save that
suddenly
all
a trumpet
bowed
blast
with
sounded.
grave
A
respect,
voice shouted,
but no one
"Way
spoke.
for the king's
He hesitated,
messenger!"
a little
And a
confused,
troop of horsemen
then turned
came
timidly
charging
toward
down
the king,
upon the mob,
saying,
who fled out of
"I
harm's
may
reach as
go
fast
now?"
as their legs could carry them.
Go?
The bold
Surely,
stranger caught
if
up
thou
the prince in his
desirest.
arms and was
But
soon
then
Why
far
not
away from
tarry
danger
yet
and
a
the
little?
multitude.
Whither wouldst go?
Return we within the
Tom
guild
dropped
hall.
his eyes and answered
Suddenly,
humbly,
high above the jubilant
Peradventure
roar
I
and thunder
mistook,
of the revel,
but I
broke
did
the
think
clear
me free,
peal of a bugle
and so
note.
was I
There
moved to seek
instant
again
silence.
the kennel where I was
Deep
born
hush.
and bred to misery,
Then a
yet
single
which
voice
harboureth
rose,
my mother
that
and
of
my
the messenger
sisters,
from the
and
palace,
so is home to
and
me,
began to
whereas
pipe
these
forth a
pomps and
proclamation.
splendours whereunto I am
The
not
whole multitude
used.
standing,
Oh,
listening.
please you, sir,
The closing
to let me
words,
go.
solemnly pronounced,
The king
were,
was silent and thoughtful a
king
while, and
is
his face
dead.
betrayed a growing distress
Great
and
assemblage
uneasiness.
bent their heads
Presently
upon
he
their
said,
breasts
with
with one
something
accord,
of hope in
remained
his voice,
so in profound silence
"Perchance
a few
he is
moments,
but mad
then
upon this
all
one
sunk
strain,
upon their knees
and
in a
hath
body,
his wits
stretched
unmarred
out
as
their
toucheth
hands
other
toward
matters.
Tom, and a
God
mighty
send it
shout
may be
burst
so.
forth that
We
seemed
will
to
make
shake
trial."
the building. Then he asked Tom a question in Latin, and Tom answered him lamely in the same tongue. The king was delighted and showed it. The lords and doctors manifested their gratification
and finally
also.
rested dreamily
The king
upon
said,
the kneeling princesses.
"'Twas not
beside
according
him
to his schooling and
moment,
ability, but
then
showeth
upon
that
the
his
Earl of
mind is
Hertford.
but diseased, not
A sudden
stricken
purpose
fatally.
dawned in
How
his
say you,
face.
sir?"
He said
The physician
in a low
addressed
tone
bowed
at
low
Lord
and
Hertford's
replied,
ear,
"It jumpeth with mine
Answer
own
me
conviction,
truly,
sire,
on thy
that
faith
thou
and
hast
honor.
divined aright."
Uttered
The
I
king
here
looked
a
pleased with
command,
this encouragement,
the which
coming
none
as it
but a
did
king
from so
might hold
excellent
privilege
authority,
and prerogative
and
to
continued
utter.
with good heart.
Would such
"Now,
commandment
mark
be
ye all,
obeyed, and
we will
none
try
rise
him
up to
further."
say me nay?
He put a question to Tom in French.
None, my liege,
Tom stood
in
silent
all
a moment,
these realms,
embarrassed by having
in
so many
thy
eyes centered
person
upon him,
bides the
then said
majesty of
diffidently,
England. Thou
"I have
art
no
the
knowledge
king.
of this tongue,
Thy
so
word
please your majesty."
is law.
The king fell
Tom
back upon
responded
his
in a
couch.
strong,
The
earnest
attendants flew
voice,
to his assistance,
with great
but he put
animation.
them aside and said,
Then
"Trouble
shall
me
the
not.
king's
It is
law
nothing but a
be
scurvy
law of
faintness.
mercy
Raise
from
me.
this
There,
day,
'tis
and
sufficient.
never
Come
more
hither,
be
child.
law of blood.
There, rest thy
Up
poor
from thy
troubled head upon
knees
thy
and
father's
away
heart, and be
to
at
the
peace.
tower, and
Thou'lt
say the
soon
king
be
decrees
well.
the
'Tis
Duke
but
of
a
Norfolk
passing
shall
fantasy.
not die.
Fear thou not. Thou'll
Footnote.
soon be well.
The Duke of Norfolk's
Then he
narrow
turned toward
escape.
the company.
Had Henry
His
VIII
gentle manner
survived a
changed,
few
and
hours
baleful
longer, his
lightnings
order
began
for
to
the
play
Duke's
from his
execution
eyes.
would have
He
been
said,
carried into effect.
"List ye all.
But news
This
being
my
carried
son
to the
is
tower
mad,
that the
but
king
it
himself
is
had
not
expired that
permanent.
night, the lieutenant
Overstudy hath
preferred
done this,
obeying the warrant,
and somewhat
and it
too
was
much
not
of
thought
confinement.
advisable by the
Away
council
with his
to begin
books
a
and
new
teachers,
reign
see
by the
ye
death
to it.
of the greatest
Pleasure
nobleman
him
in
with
the kingdom,
sports,
who had
beguile
been
him in
condemned by a
wholesome
sentence
ways,
so
so that
unjust
his
and
health come
tyrannical.
again." He
Hume's
raised
History of
himself
England,
higher
Volume
still,
3,
and went on
page
with
307.
energy. "He
End
is
of
mad,
footnote.
but he is my son
The
and
words were
England's
caught up
heir,
and carried
and mad
eagerly
or
from
sane
lip to
still
lip
shall
far
he
and
reign
wide over the hall.
And hear ye
And as
further, and
Hertford
proclaim
hurried
it.
from the presence,
Whoso
another
speaketh of
prodigious
his
shout burst
distemper
forth.
worketh against the
reign
peace
of
and order
blood
of
is
these
ended.
realms,
Long
and shall
live
to the
Edward,
gallows.
King of England.
Give me to
End of
drink,
chapter
I
11.
burn. This sorrow sappeth my strength. There,
Chapter
take away
12.
the cup.
The prince and his
Support me.
deliverer.
There, that is well.
As soon as Mild
Mad
Hendon
is he,
and the little prince
were
were clear of
he
the
a
mob,
thousand
they
times
struck
mad,
down
yet
through back
is he
lanes and
Prince
alleys
of
toward
Wales,
the river.
and I, the
Their
king,
way
will
was
confirm it.
unobstructed until
This
they approached
very
London
morrow
Bridge.
shall he be
Then they
installed in his
plowed
princely
into the
dignity,
multitude
in
again,
due and
Hendon
ancient
keeping a
form.
fast grip
Take
upon the
instant
prince's,
order for
no,
it, my
the
lord
king's
Hertford.
wrist.
One of the
The
nobles
tremendous
knelt at
news
the
was
royal
already
couch and
abroad,
said,
and the
"The
boy
king's
learned it from
majesty
1,000
knoweth
voices
that
at
the
once.
hereditary
The
great
king
marshal of
is
England
dead.
lieth attained in the Tower.
Tidings struck
It were
a
not
chill to
meet
the heart
that
of
one
the poor
attained.
waif, and
Peace!
sent a shudder
Insult
through his
not
frame.
mine ears
He
with
realized
his
the
hated
greatness
name.
of his loss,
Is
and was
this
filled
man
with
to
a bitter
live
grief.
forever?
For
Am
the
I
grim
to be
tyrant who
balked
had
of
been
my
such a
will?
terror to
Is the
others
prince to
had
tarry
always been
uninstalled
gentle
because,
with him.
forsooth, the realm
The
lacketh
tears
an
sprung to
earl
his
marshal
eyes
free of
and
treasonable
blurred all
taint
objects.
to invest him
For an
with his
instant he felt
honours?
himself the most
No,
forlorn,
by the splendour
outcast,
of
and
God,
forsaken of
warn
God's
my
creatures.
parliament to
Then
bring me
another
Norfolk's
cry shook the
doom
night with
before
its
the
far-reaching
sun rise
thunders.
again, else
Long
shall they
live
answer
King
for it
Edward the
grievously.
Sixth! And this
Footnote.
made his eyes
The
kindle,
Duke of Norfolk's
and thrilled him with
condemnation
pride
commanded.
to his fingers'
The
ends.
king was now approaching fast
he
towards
thought,
his end,
how grand
and
and
fearing
strange
lest
it
Norfolk
seems.
should escape him,
I
he sent a
am
message to the
king.
Commons, by which he
Our
desired them
friends
to
threaded
hasten
their
the
way
bill
slowly
on
through the
pretense
throngs
that
upon
Norfolk
the bridge.
enjoyed the dignity
This
of Earl
structure,
Marshal,
which had stood for
and it was
600
necessary
years
to
and had
appoint
been a
another
noisy
who
and
might
populous
officiate at the
thoroughfare
ensuing
all that
ceremony of
time,
installing
was a
his son,
curious
Prince of
affair,
Wales.
for a closely
Hume's
packed rank
History
of
of England,
stores and
Volume
shops,
3,
with
page
family
307.
quarters overhead,
End of
stretched
footnote.
along both sides
Lord
of it,
Hertford
from
said,
one bank of the
"The
river
king's
to the
will
other.
is law,"
And
and
the bridge
rising,
was a
returned
sort
to
of
his
town
former
to
place.
itself.
Gradually
It had
the
its
wrath
inn,
faded
its
out of the
beer
old
houses,
king's face, and he
its
said,
bakeries, its
"Kiss me, my
haberdasheries,
prince.
its food markets,
There,
its
what
manufacturing
fearest thou?
industries.
Am
and
I
even
not
its
thy
church.
loving
It
father?
looked upon the two
Thou art
neighbors
good
which
to
it
me
linked
that
together,
am unworthy,
London and
O
Southwark,
mighty and
as
gracious
being
Lord,
well enough
that
as
in truth I
suburbs,
know,
but not
but-
otherwise particularly important.
But it
It was a
grieveth
close
me to think of
corporation,
him
so to
that is
speak.
to die,
It was a
and
narrow town, of a
'tis like
single
thee,
street,
'tis like
fifth
thee.
of a mile long.
I know thy heart
Its
is still the
population
same,
was but a
even
village
though thy
population,
mind hath suffered
and everybody
hurt,
in it knew
for
all
thou
his
wert
fellow
ever of a
townsmen
gentle
intimately,
spirit.
and had
This
known their
Duke
fathers and
standeth
mothers
between
before them,
thee and thine
all their
honours.
little family
I will
affairs
have
into the
another in
bargain.
his stead, that
It
shall
had its
bring no
aristocracy,
taint
of
to
course,
his great
its
office.
fine old
Comfort
families
thee,
of
my
butchers
prince,
and bakers
trouble
and
not thy
whatnot,
poor
who
head
had
with this
occupied
matter.
the same old
But is
premises
it
for
not
5
I
or
that speed
600
him hence, my
years,
liege? How
and knew
long
the
might
great
he not
history of the
live but
bridge
for
from
me?
beginning to end,
Take
and
no
all
thought
its
of him, my
strange
prince.
legends.
He is not
and
worthy.
who always talked
Kiss me
bridgy
once
talk,
again, and go
thought
to thy
bridgy
trifles
thoughts,
and amusements.
and
For
lied
my
in
malady
long,
distresseth
level, direct,
me.
substantial,
I am
am aweary,
bridgy way.
and would rest.
It was just the
Go
sort
with
of
thine uncle
population
Hertford
to
and
be
thy
narrow
people,
and ignorant
come again when my body
self-conceited.
is refreshed.
Children were born on the
Tom,
bridge, were reared
heavy-hearted,
there,
was
grew
conducted
to
from the
old
presence,
age, and
for
finally
this
died
last sentence
without
was a
ever
death
having
blow
set
to
a
the
foot
hope
upon
he had
any
cherished,
part of the world but
that
London
now he would be
Bridge
set
alone.
free.
Such
Once
people
more he
would
heard the
naturally
buzz of
imagine
low
that the
voices
mighty
exclaiming,
and interminable
"The prince!
procession
The prince
which
comes!"
moved through its streets night
His
and
spirit
day,
sank
with
lower
its
and lower
confused
as he
roar
moved
of
between the
shouts
glittering
and cries,
files of bowing
its
courtiers,
neighings and
for he
bellowings
recognized that he
and
was indeed a
bleatings,
captive
and its
now,
muffled thunder
and might
tramp
remain
was
forever
the
shut
one
up
great
in this
thing in this
gilded
world,
cage,
and
a
themselves
forlorn and
somehow the
friendless
proprietors
prince,
of it.
except God in his
And
mercy
so
take
they
pity
were,
on him
in effect.
and set him
At
free.
least they could exhibit
And
it from
turn
their
where he
windows,
would, he
and
seemed to
did,
see
for
floating in the air
consideration,
the severed
whenever a
head
returning king
and the
or hero
remembered
gave it a
face
fleeting
of the
splendor,
great Duke of
for
Norfolk,
there was no place
the
like it
eyes
for
fixed
affording
on
a
him
long,
reproachfully.
straight, uninterrupted
His
view
old
of
dreams
marching
had been
columns.
so pleasant,
Men
but this
born and reared
reality
upon the
was
bridge
so
found life
dreary.
unendurably dull and inane
End of chapter
elsewhere.
5.
History tells of one of these who left the bridge at the age of 71 and retired to the country.
Chapter
But he
6.
could only fret
Tom
and toss in his
receives
bed.
instructions.
He could not go to sleep. The deep
Tom was
stillness
conducted
was
to
so
the principal
painful,
apartment
so
of a
awful,
noble suite,
so
and made
oppressive,
to sit down,
a thing
when
which
he
he
was
worn out
loath
with
to
it
do,
at last.
since there were
Fled
elderly
back to
men
his
and
old
men of
home,
high
a
degree
lean
about
and
him.
haggard spectre,
He begged them
and
to be
fell
seated
peacefully
also,
to
but
rest
they only
unpleasant
bowed
dreams
their
under the
thanks
lulling
or
music
murmured
of the
them,
lashing
and
waters
remained standing.
and the boom
He
and
would have
crash and
insisted,
thunder
but
of
his
London Bridge.
uncle, the Earl
In the
of
times
Hertford,
of which we are
whispered
writing,
in his
the
ear,
bridge furnished
"Prithee,
object lessons
insist
in
not,
English
my
history
lord.
for its
It is
children,
not meet that
namely
they sit
the
in
livid
thy
and
presence."
decaying heads
The
of
Lord
renowned
St.
men
John was announced,
impaled
and after
upon
making
iron
obeisance
spikes
to
atop
Tom,
of
he
its
said,
gateways.
"I come
But we
upon the
digress.
king's errand,
Hendon's
concerning a
lodgings
matter
were in
which
the little
requireth
inn on the
privacy.
bridge. As
Will
he
it
neared
please
the
your
door
royal
with his
highness
small
to
friend, a
dismiss
rough
all
voice
that
said,
attend you
So
here,
thou
save
come
my
at
lord
last.
the Earl of
Thou'lt
Hertford?"
not escape again, I warrant
Observing
thee.
that Tom did not
And
seem
if
to know
pounding
how to
thy
proceed,
bones to a
Hertford
pudding can
whispered
teach
him
thee
to
somewhat,
make a sign with
thou'lt
his
not
hand,
keep us
and
waiting
not
another
trouble
time,
himself
mayhap.
to speak unless he chose.
John Canty,
When the
put
waiting
out his
gentleman
hand
had
to seize
retired,
the boy.
Lord St. John
Miles
said,
Hendon stepped in
"His
the way
Majesty
and said,
commandeth
"Not
that
too fast,
for due
friend.
and weighty
Thou art
reasons of
needlessly
state,
rough,
the
methinks.
Prince's Grace
What is the lad to
shall
thee?
hide his infirmity
If it
in
be
all
any
ways
business
that
of
be
thine
within
to
his
make
power,
him meddle in
till
others'
it be
affairs,
past,
he is
and
my
he be
son.
as he was before.
'Tis a
To wit,
lie,
that
cried
he
the
shall
little king
deny
hotly.
to none that
Boldly
he is
said,
the true
and
prince
I believe
and
thee,
heir to
whether thy
England's
small
greatness,
headpiece be
that he
sound
shall
or cracked,
uphold
my
his
boy.
princely dignity,
But whether
and shall
this scurvy
receive,
ruffian be
without
thy
word or
father or
sign of
no,
protest,
'tis all
that
one.
reverence
He shall
and
not have
observance
thee to
which
beat
unto
thee
and
and abuse
do
according to
appertain
his
of
threat,
right and
so thou
ancient
prefer to
usage,
abide with
that
me.
he shall cease
I
to
do,
speak
I
to
do, I
any
know
of that
him
lowly
not, I
birth
loathe
and
him,
life
and
his
will
malady
die
hath
before I
conjured
will go
out of
with
the
him.
unwholesome
Then 'tis
imaginings
settled,
of
and there is
all
naught more
wrought
to say.
fancy,
We will
that
see
he shall
as to
strive
that.
with
exclaimed
diligence to
John
bring
Canty,
unto his
striding
memory
past
again
Hendon
those
to get at the
faces
boy.
which he was
By
wont
force
to know,
shall he.
and
If
where
thou
he
do
faileth,
but
he
touch
shall
him,
hold his
thou
peace,
animated
neither
offal,
betraying by
I will
semblance
spit
of
thee
surprise
like a goose,
or other sign
said Hendon,
that he
barring
hath
the way
forgot,
and laying his hand
that
upon
upon
his sword
occasions
hilt,
of state,
Canty drew
whensoever
back.
any
Now,
matter
mark
shall
ye,
perplex
continued
him
Hendon,
as to
I
the
took
thing
this
he
lad
should
under my
do, or
protection
the
when a
utterance
mob
he
of
should
such
make,
as thou
he
would
shall
have
show naught of
mishandled him,
unrest to the
may have
curious
killed
that
him.
look on.
Dost
But
imagine
take
I will
advice
desert
in
him
that
now
manner of
to
the
a
Lord
worser
Hertford,
fate?
or my
Or
humble
whether
self,
thou art his
which I
father or
commanded
no,
the king
and sooth
to
to
be
say, I
upon
think
this
it is a
service
lie.
and close at
A
call,
decent swift
till this
death were
commandment
better
be
for such a
dissolved.
lad than life in
Thus
such brute
saith
hands
the
as
King's
thine.
Majesty,
So go thy
who
ways,
sendeth
and set
greeting
quick
to your
about
royal
it.
highness,
For
and
I like
prayeth
not
that God
much bandying
will
of
of
words,
his
being
mercy
not
quickly
overpatient
heal
in my
you,
nature.
and have you now
John
and
Canty
ever
moved
in
off,
his holy
muttering
keeping.
threats and curses,
And
and was
Lord St.
swallowed
John
from sight
made
in the
reverence
crowd.
and stood
Hendon
aside.
ascended 3
Tom
flights of stairs to
replied
his room
resignedly,
with his charge, after
"The
ordering
king
a
hath
meal to be
said it.
sent thither.
None may
It was a
palter
poor
with the
apartment,
king's
with a
command,
shabby
or
bed
fit
and
it
some
to his
odds and
ease,
ends of old furniture
where
in
it
it,
doth chafe
and was vaguely
with
lighted by a
deft
couple
evasions.
of sickly candles.
The king
The
shall
little king
be
dragged
obeyed.
himself to the bed and lay down
Lord
upon
Hertford
it,
said,
almost exhausted
touching the
with hunger
King's
and
Majesty's
fatigue.
ordainment
He had been on his
concerning
feet a good
books
part of a
and
day and a
such
night,
like
for it
serious
was now
matters,
2 or
it
3
may
o'clock in the
peradventure
morning,
please
and
your
had eaten
highness
nothing
to
meantime.
ease your time
He
with
murmured
lightsome
drowsily,
entertainment,
lest you
Prithee,
go wearied
call
to the
me
banquet
when the table
and
is
suffer
spread.
harm thereby.
and sunk into
Tom's
deep
face
sleep
showed
immediately.
inquiring surprise.
A smile
and a
twinkled
blush
in
followed
Hendel's
when he
eyes, and he
saw
said to
Lord St.
himself,
John's eyes bent
"By the
sorrowfully
mass,
upon
the
him.
little beggar
His
takes
lordship
to
said,
one's quarters, and
Thy
usurps
memory
one's bed
still
with as
wrongeth
natural
thee,
and
and
easy a
thou
grace
hast
as if
shown
he owned
surprise,
them,
with
but
never a
suffer
by your
not to
leave,
trouble
or
thee,
so please it
for
you,
'tis a
or
matter
anything
that
will
sort.
not bide.
In
But
his
depart
diseased
with thy
ravings he
mending
called
malady.
himself the Prince of
My Lord of
Wales,
Hertford
and
speaketh of the city's
bravely
banquet,
doth he
which the
keep
King's
up the
Majesty did
character.
promise,
Poor
some
little
2 months
friendless
flown,
rat,
Your
Doubtless
Highness
his
should
mind
attend.
has been
Thou
disordered with
recallest
ill
it now?
usage.
It
Well,
grieves me
I
to
will be
confess
his
it
friend.
had
I
indeed
have
escaped
saved him,
me,
said
and
Tom
it draweth
in a
me
hesitating
strongly to
voice,
him,
and
already I
blushed
love
again.
the bold-tongued
At
little
this
rascal.
moment the Lady
How
Elizabeth and
soldier-like
Lady
he
Jane
faced the
Grey were
sweaty
announced,
rabble, and
the two
flung
lords
back his
exchanged
high
significant
defiance,
glances,
and what a comely,
Hertford
sweet,
stepped
and gentle
quickly toward the
face
door.
he hath.
As
Now
the young
that
girls
sleep
passed
hath
him, he said
conjured
in a
away
low
his
voice,
troubles and its
I pray
griefs.
thee, ladies,
I
seem
will
not
teach
to
him,
observe
I will
his
cure
humours,
his
nor
malady.
show surprise
Yea,
when
I
his
will be
memory
his
doth
elder
lapse.
brother,
It
and
will
care for
grieve
him, and
you
watch
to
over
note
him,
how it
and
doth
whoso
stick
would
at every
shame him
trifle.
or do him hurt
Meantime Lord
may
St.
order
John
his
was saying in
shroud,
Tom's
for
ear,
though I be burnt for it,
"Please,
he
you,
shall
sir."
need it. Keep diligently
He
in
bent
mind
over the
his
boy
Majesty's
and
desire.
contemplated him with kind
Remember
and
all
pitying
thou
interest,
canst,
tapping
seem
the
to
young
remember
cheek
all
tenderly
else.
and smoothing
Let them
back
not
the tangled
perceive that
curls
thou
with his
art
great
much
brown
changed
hand.
from thy wont,
A slight
for thou
shiver
knowest
passed
how
over the boy's
tenderly
form.
thy old
Hendon
playfellows
muttered,
bear thee
"See
in their
now,
hearts,
how
and
like
how
a man
twould
it
grieve
was to
them.
let him lie
Art
here
willing, sir,
uncovered
that
and
I
fill his
remain,
body with
and
deadly
thine
wounds.
uncle?
Now what shall I
Tom
do?
signified
To
assent
wake
with
him,
a
to take
gesture
him up
and a
put
murmured
him
word,
within the bed,
for he was
and
already
sorely
learning,
needeth
and in his
sleep.
simple heart
He
was
looked
resolved
about
to
for
acquit
extra
himself as
covering,
best he might,
but finding
according
none,
to the
doffed his
king's doublet
couplet
and wrapped the lad
in
in
spite
his
of
sling.
every precaution.
I am used
The
to
conversation
nipping the air
among the
and
young
scant
people
apparel.
became a
'Tis
little
little I
embarrassing
shall
at
mind
times.
behold.
More
And
than
walked
once,
up
in
and
truth,
down the
Tom
room
was
to
near
keep
to
his blood in
breaking
motion,
down and confessing himself
soliloquizing as
unequal to
before.
his tremendous
His
part.
injured
But the
mind
tact of the
persuades him
Princess
he is
Elizabeth
Prince
saved
of
him,
Wales.
or a word
'Twould
from
be
one
odd to
or
have
the
a
other
Prince
of
of
vigilant
Wales
lords
thus
thrown in
now that
apparently
he
by
that
chance
was
had the same
prince
happy
is
effect.
prince no more, but king.
Once the little Lady
For
Jane
this poor
turned to
mind
Tom
is
and
set upon
dismayed
the
him
one
with this
fantasy,
question.
and will
Hast
not
paid
reason
thy
out
duty
that
to the
now
Queen's
it should
Majesty
pass
today,
by
my
the
lord?
Prince and call itself
Tom
the
hesitated,
king.
looked
If
distressed,
my
and was
father
about to
liveth
stammer
still
out
after
something
these
haphazard
7 years that I
when
have
Lord
heard
St.
naught
John
from him
took the word
in my foreign
and
dungeon,
answered for him with
he
the
will
easy
welcome
grace
the
of a
poor
courtier
lad and
accustomed
give
to
him
encounter
generous shelter
delicate
for my sake.
difficulties,
So
and
will
to be
my
ready
good
for
elder
them.
brother
He
Arthur,
hath indeed,
my
madam,
other brother,
and
she
she
did greatly
but I
heart
will
crack
him
his crown, and
as
he
touching
interfere,
his Majesty's
the
fox-hearted,
fox-hearted, Is it not so, your
animal?
highness?
Yes, Tom
Thither will
mumbled
we
something that
fare,
stood
and
for assent,
straightway
but
too.
felt that he was getting
A
upon
servant
dangerous
entered with a
ground.
smoking meal.
Somewhat later it was
disposed it
mentioned
upon
that
a
Tom was
small
to study
deal
no
table,
more at
placed the
present,
chairs
whereupon
and
her
his
little
departure,
ladyship
leaving
exclaimed,
such cheap
"'Tis a
lodgers as
pity,
these to
'tis
wait
such
upon
a pity.
themselves.
Thou
The
wert
door
proceeding
slammed after
bravely.
him, and the noise
But
woke
by
the
thy
boy,
time
who
and
sprung to a
patience,
sitting
it will
posture
not be
and
for
shot a
long.
glad glance
Thou'lt
about
yet
him.
be graced
Then
with
a
learning
grieved
like
look
thy
came
father,
into his face,
and make
he
thy
murmured to
tongue
himself
master
with a
of
deep
as
sigh,
many languages
"Alack,
as his.
It was
Good
but
my
a
prince.
dream. Woe is
My
me."
father,
Next
cried
he
Tom,
noticed Miles
off his
Hendon's
guard
doublet,
for the moment. I
glanced from
trow
that
he
to
cannot
Hendon,
speak his own,
comprehended
so
the
that any
sacrifice
but the
that had been
swine
made
that
for him,
wallow
and
in the
said gently,
styes may tell
"Thou
his
art
meaning,
good to
and
me.
as for
Yes,
learning of any
thou
sort
art very
soever,
good to me." He looked up and
take it and
encountered
put
a
it on.
solemn
I shall
warning in
not
my
need
Lord
it
St.
more.
John's eyes. Then he got
stopped,
up and walked to the
blushed,
washstand
then
in the
continued
corner
low and
stood there
steady.
waiting.
Ah,
Hendon
my
said in a
malady
cheery voice,
persecuteth me
"We'll
again,
have a
and
right
my
hearty
mind
sup and
wandereth.
bite now,
I meant
for
the King's
everything is
grace
savoury
no
and smoking
irreverence.
hot. And
We know
that
it,
and
sir.
thy nap
Said the
together will
Princess
make thee a
Elizabeth,
little man
taking
again.
her
Never fear."
brother's hand
between her made no answer, but bent
respectfully but caressingly.
filled with grave
Trouble
surprise,
not thyself
and
as
also
to
somewhat
that.
touched
The
with
fault is
impatience
none of
upon
thine,
the
but
tall
thy
knight with the sword.
distempers.
Hendon
Thou
was puzzled
gentle
and said,
comforter, sweet lady,
"What's
said
amiss?"
Tom
gratefully.
Good
sir,
and my heart
I would
moveth me
wash
to
me.
thank thee for it, and
"Oh,
I may be
is
so
that all?
bold.
Ask no
Once the
permission
giddy
of
little
Miles
Lady
Hendon,
Jane
for aught
fired
thou
a simple
cravest.
Greek phrase
Make
at Tom.
thyself perfectly
Princess
free
Elizabeth's
here, and
quick eye saw
welcome
by the
with
serene
all that are his
blankness of the
belongings.
target's front that the
Still the
shaft
boy
was
stood
overshot.
and moved not,
So she
nor
tranquilly
he
delivered
tapped
a
the
return
floor
volley
once or
of
twice
sounding
with his
Greek
small
on
impatient
Tom's
behalf,
and
and
then
then straightway
straightway
changed the talk
said
to
he,
other matters.
Bless us,
Time
what
wore
is it?
on pleasantly, and
Prithee,
likewise
pour the
smoothly on
water, and
whole.
make not so
Snags
many
and
words.
sandbars grew less and less
Hendon,
frequent,
suppressing
and
a
Tom
hoarse
grew
laugh,
more
said
and
to
more
himself,
at his ease,
"By all the
seeing
saints,
that
but this
all were
is
so lovingly
admirable.
bent upon
That
helping briskly
him and
forward
overlooking
and
his
did
mistakes.
the small
When
insolent
it came out that
bidding,
the little
and
ladies
he
were
stood
to
by in a
accompany
sort
him
of
to the Lord
stupefaction
Mayor's
until the
banquet
command,
in the evening,
"Come,"
his heart
the
gave
towel
a bound of
woke him
relief and
sharply
delight.
up,
For he
took
felt
up a
that he
towel
should
from
not
under
be
the
friendless
boy's nose
now
and handed
among
it to
that
him without
multitude of
comment.
strangers.
He now
Whereas
proceeded to
an
comfort
hour
his
earlier,
own face
the
with
idea
wash,
of their going
and while
with
he was
him
at it,
would
his
have been
adopted child
insufferable
seated
terror to
himself at
him.
the table and prepared
Tom's
to
guardian
fall to.
angels, the two
Hendon
lords,
dispatched
had
his
had less
ablutions
comfort
with
in the
alacrity
interview
than
than
drew
the
back
other
the other
parties
chair
would.
and was
They
about to
felt
place
much
himself
as
at
if they
table
were
when the boy
piloting
said
a great ship
indignantly,
through a dangerous
"Forbear!
channel.
Would sit
They
in
were
the
on the
presence
alert
of the king?"
constantly, and found their
This
office
blow
no
staggered
child's
Hendon
play.
to his
Wherefore,
foundations.
at last, when the
He muttered
lady's
to
visit
himself,
was drawing
drawing to a close, and the Lord Guilford Dudley was time. They not only felt that their charge had come to the realm, and now, in fancy, but also that they themselves were not in the best condition to take their ship back and make that anxious voyage all over again. So they respectfully advised Tom to excuse himself, which he was very glad to do, although a slight shade of disappointment might have been observed upon my Lady Jane's face when she heard the splendid stripling denied admittance. While the King ate, there was a pause now, a sort of waiting silence which Tom could not understand. He glanced at Lord Hertford, of his royal sign, but he failed to understand that also. The ready Elizabeth came to the rescue with her usual easy grace.
I think thou callest thyself Miles Hendon. Have we leave of the Prince's Grace, my brother, to go?
Tom said,
Indeed, your ladyships can have whatsoever of me they will for the asking. Yet would I rather give them any other thing than in my poor power lieth, than leave to take the light and blessing of their presence hence. Give ye good den, and God be with ye.
The King warmed his heart inwardly at the thoughts of wine,
"'Tis
and
not
said,
for naught I have
I would
dwelt
know
among
thee.
princes
Tell
in
me
my
thy
reading,
story.
and taught
Thou
my
hast a
tongue some
gallant
slight
way with
trick
thee,
of
and
their
a noble,
broidered and
art
gracious speech
nobly
withal.
born.
When the illustrious maidens were
are
gone, Tom
the
turned
tale
wearily
of
to
the
his
nobility,
keepers
good
and
your
said,
Majesty.
May it
My
please
father
your
is a
lordships to
baronet,
grant me leave
one
to
of
go
the
into some
smaller
corner
lords
and
by
rest
knight
me?
service.
Lord Hertford
He
said,
refers to the order
So
of baronets
please your
or
highness,
baronets.
it is for
The
you to
baron
command,
minor,
it is for
as
us
distinct
to
from the
obey.
parliamentary
That thou
barons,
shouldst rest
not,
is
it
indeed
need
a
hardly
needful
be
thing,
said, the
since thou
baronets
must
of
journey
later
to the city
creation.
presently. He
Note.
touched a bell,
Sir
and a page
Richard
appeared,
Hendon,
who was
of
ordered
Hendon
to
Hall,
desire the
by
presence
Monk's
of
Home
Sir
in Kent.
William Herbert.
The
This
name
gentleman
has
came
escaped my
straightway,
memory.
and
Go on,
conducted
tell me
Tom
thy
to an inner
story.
apartment.
Tom's
Tis
first
not
movement
much,
there
your
was
Majesty,
to
yet
reach for a
perchance
cup
it
of
may
water,
beguile a short
but a
half
silk
hour
and
for
velvet
want of a better.
servitor
Seized
My
it,
father,
dropped
Sir
upon
Richard,
one
is
knee,
very rich,
and offered it to
and
him
of a
on
most
golden
generous
salver.
nature. My
Next,
mother
the
died
tired
whilst I
captive
was yet a
sat
boy.
down and was
I
going
have
to
two
take off his
brothers,
buskins,
Arthur, my
timidly
elder,
asking
with a
leave
soul
with his
like to his
eye,
father's,
but another
and
silk
Hugh,
and velvet
younger than
discomfiture
I,
went down
a
upon
mean
his
spirit,
knees, and took
covetous,
the office
treacherous,
from him.
vicious,
He made 2 or 3
underhanded,
further
a
efforts to help
reptile.
himself,
Such was
but
he
being
from the
promptly
cradle.
forestalled
Such
each
was
time
he
he
10
finally
years
gave
past,
up,
when
with
I
a
last
sigh
saw
of
him.
resignation,
A ripe
and
rascal
murmured,
at 19.
Beshrew
I
me,
being
but
20
I
then,
marvel they
and
do
Arthur
not require
22.
to breathe for me
There
also.
is none other of us but the Lady
Slippered
Edith,
and
my cousin.
wrapped in a
She was
sumptuous robe,
16 then.
he laid himself
beautiful,
down at last to
gentle,
rest,
good,
but not
the
to
daughter
sleep,
of an earl,
for his
the
head
last
was
of
too
her
full of
race,
thoughts,
heiress
and
of
the
a
room
great
too full of
fortune and
people.
a lapsed
He
title.
could not dismiss the
My
former,
father was her
so
guardian.
they stayed.
I
He
loved
did
her,
not
and
know
she
enough
loved
to dismiss
me.
the latter,
But
so
she
they
was
stayed
betrothed
also,
to Arthur
to his
from the
vast
cradle,
regret,
and Sir
theirs.
Richard would not suffer
Tom's
the contract
departure
to be
had
broken.
left his 2 noble
Arthur loved
guardians
another
alone.
maid, and
They
bade
mused
us
a
be
while
of good
with much
cheer, and
head-shaking
hold
and
fast
walking
to the
the
hope
floor.
that delay
Then
and
Lord
luck
St.
together
John said,
would some day give
Plainly,
success to our several
what
causes.
dost thou think?
Hugh loved the Lady Edith's
Plainly,
fortune,
then, this.
though in
The
truth
king
he
is
said
near his
it
end.
was herself
My
he
nephew
loved.
is mad.
But then 'twas
mad
his
will
way,
mount the
alway,
throne,
to
and
say
mad
the
remain.
one thing and mean the
God
other.
protect
But
England,
he lost
since
his
she will
arts
need
upon
it.
the girl. He could
Verily,
deceive
it
my
promises
father,
so,
but
indeed.
none else.
But
My father loved him
have
best of
you
us
no
all, and trusted and
misgivings
believed him,
as to-
for he was the youngest child, and others
as
hated
to-
him.
The
These
speaker
qualities
hesitated
being
and
in
finally
all
stopped.
ages sufficient
He
to win a
evidently
parent's
felt that he
dearest
was
love.
upon delicate
and
ground.
he had a smooth, persuasive
Lord Hertford
tongue,
stopped
with
before
an
him,
admirable
looked into
gift
his
of
face
lying.
with a clear, frank
And these
eye,
be
and
qualities
said,
which do mightily
Speak
assist
on.
a blind
There is
affection
none to
cousin
hear
itself.
but me.
It was
Misgivings
wild.
as to
In
what?
truth, I might go yet farther
I
and
am
say
full
very
loath to
wild,
word the thing that is
though
in my
'twas a
mind,
wildness
and
of an
thou
innocent
so
sort,
near to him
since
in
it
blood,
hurt
my
none
lord.
but me, brought
But
shame to
craving
none,
pardon
nor
if I
loss,
do
nor
offend,
had it in any
seemeth
taint
it
of
not
crime
strange
or
that
baseness,
madness
or
could
what
so
might not
change his
beseem
port
mine
and manner?
honourable degree.
Not but
Yet
that his
did
port
my
and
brother
speech
Hugh
are
turn these
princely
faults
still,
to good account,
but that they
he
differ
seeing that our brother
in one
Arthur's
unweighty
health was
trifle
but
or another
indifferent,
from
and
what
hoping
his
the worst
custom
might
was
work him
aforetime.
profit, were I
Seemeth
swept
it
out
not
of the
strange
path.
that madness
So,
should filch
but
from
'twere
his
a long
memory
tale, good my
his
liege,
father's
and little
very
worth the telling.
lineaments, the
Briefly,
customs
then,
and
this brother
observances
did
that are his
deftly
due
magnify
from
my
such
faults,
as be
and
about him,
make them
and,
crimes,
leaving
ending
him
his
his
base
Latin,
work with
strip
finding
him of his
silken
Greek and French.
ladder in mine
My
apartments,
lord, be
conveyed
not
thither
offended,
by his
but
own
ease
means,
my mind
and
of
did
its
convince my
disquiet,
father by this,
and receive
and
my
suborned
grateful
evidence of
thanks.
servants
It
and
haunteth
others
me,
lying
his
knaves,
saying he
that
was
I was
not the
minded to
prince,
carry carry off
And
my
so,
Edith and marry
peace,
with her,
my lord,
in rank
thou
defiance of his
utterest
will.
treason.
3
Hast
years
forgot
of
the king's
banishment from
command?
home and England
Remember,
might make
I
a
am
soldier
party
and a
to
man
thy
of me,
crime,
my father said,
if I but
and
teach
listen
me
some degree of wisdom.
So St. John
I fought
paled
out my long
hastened to
probation
say,
in the Continental
I was in
Wars,
fault. I do
tasting
confess it.
sumptuously of
Betray
hard
me
knocks,
not. grant me
privation,
this
and
grace out
adventure.
of thy courtesy.
But in my last
I will
battle I was
neither
taken
think
captive,
nor speak
and
of
during the
this thing
7
more.
years that have
Deal
waxed
not
and
hardly
waned
with
since
me,
then,
sir, else
a
I am
foreign dungeon
ruined.
hath harboured me.
I am content,
Through
my
wit
lord.
and courage I
So
won
thou
to the
offend
free
not
air at
again,
last,
here
and
or
fled
in the
thither
ear of
straight,
others.
and
It shall
am
be as
but
though
just
thou hadst
arrived,
not spoken.
right poor in purse and
But thou
raiment,
needst not
and
have
poor still in
misgivings.
knowledge of what
He
these
is
dull
my
7
sister's
years have
son.
wrought at Hendon Hall.
Are not his
people
voice,
and
his
belongings.
face, his
So
form
please you, sir, my
familiar
meagre
to
tale
me
is
from his
told.
cradle?
Thou
Madness
hast been
can do
shamefully
all the odd
abused,
conflicting
said the
things
king
thou
with
seest
a
in
flashing
him,
eye.
and more.
But I will
Dost
write
not
thee by the
recall
cross
how
will
that
I.
the old
The king
Baron
hath
Marley,
said it.
being mad,
Then,
forgot
fired
the
by the
favour of
story
his
of
own
Miles Wrongs,
countenance
he loosed his
that
tongue
he
and
had
poured
known
the
for
history of
60
his own
years,
recent misfortunes
and held it
into the
was
ears of
another's.
his astonished listener.
Nay, even
When he had
claimed
finished,
he was the
Miles said to
son of
himself,
Mary Magdalene,
"Lo, what an
and
imagination
that his
he
head
hath.
was made
Verily,
of Spanish
this is no
glass,
common mind,
and,
else
sooth to
crazed
say,
or sane,
he suffered
it could
none
not
to touch
be
it,
so
lest
straight and
by
gaudy a
mischance
tale
some
as
heedless
this
hand
out of
might
the airy
shiver it.
nothings
Give
wherewith
thy
it hath
misgivings
wrought this
ease, my
curious
good my lord.
romaunt.
This is the
Poor
very
ruined
prince.
little
I
head,
know him well,
that shall not
and
lack
soon will
friend
be
or
thy
shelter
king.
whilst I
It
bide
may
with the living.
advantage thee to
He
bear
shall
this
never
in
leave my
mind,
side.
and more dwell
He shall
upon
be
it
my pet,
than the
my
other.
little comrade. He
After
shall
some
be
further
cured.
talk, in
Aye,
which the
made
Lord
whole
St.
and
John
sound,
covered up his
then will he
mistake
make
as well as he
himself a
could
name,
by
and
repeated
proud shall I
protests
be to say,
that his face
"Yes,
was
he is mine.
thoroughly
I
grounded
took him,
now,
a homeless
and
little
could not be
ragamuffin,
assailed by
but I
doubts
saw
again.
what was in
The
him,
Lord
and I
Hertford,
said
his
relieved
name,
his
would
fellow
be
keeper,
heard
and
sat
someday
down to keep
behold
watch
him
and
ward
observe
alone.
him. Was I
He
right?
was soon deep in
The king
meditation,
spoke in a
and
thoughtful,
evidently
measured
the
voice.
longer he thought,
Thou didst
the
save
more
me
he was
injury and
bothered.
shame,
By
perchance
and
my
by
life,
he began
and so
to
my
pace
crown.
the floor, and such
mutter,
service demandeth rich
Tush,
reward.
he must
Name
be
thy
the
desire,
prince.
and so
Will
it
any
be within the
he in
compass
all
of my
the
royal
land
power,
maintain
it
there
is
can
thine.
be two,
This
not of one
fantastic
blood and birth, so
suggestion
marvellously
startled Hendon
twinned?
out of his
And
reverie.
even were
He
it
was about to
so,
thank the
'twere
king
yet
and
a
put the matter
stranger
aside
miracle
with
that
saying he
chance
had
should
only
cast
done
the
his
one
duty
into
and
the other's
desired no
place.
reward.
Nay,
But a
'tis
wiser
folly,
thought came into
folly,
his head.
folly.
He asked leave to be
Presently
silent a
he
few
said,
moments and consider the
Now,
gracious
were
offer.
he impostor
An idea
and called
which the
himself
king
prince,
gravely approved,
look you, that would be
remarking that it was
natural,
best to
that
be
would
not
be
too
reasonable.
hasty with a thing
But
of such
lived
great
ever an
import.
impostor yet, who,
Miles
being
reflected
called
during
prince
some
by the
moments,
king,
then said
prince
to
by the
himself,
court, prince by
"Yes,
all,
this
denied
is the
his
thing to
dignity,
do.
and
By
pleaded
any
against
other
his
means it were
exaltation?
impossible to get
No,
And,
by the
certes,
soul of
this
St.
hour's
Swithin,
experience
no.
has taught
This
me 'twas
is the
most
true
wearing
prince
and inconvenient
gone
to
mad.
continue it as it is.
End
Yes,
of
I
chapter
will
6.
propose it. 'Twas a happy accident that I did not throw the chance away.
Chapter
And
7.
he dropped upon one knee and
Tom's
said,
first royal
My
dinner.
poor service went not
Somewhat
beyond the
after
limit
1
of
in
the
the
subject's
afternoon,
simple duty,
Tom
and
resignedly
therefore hath
underwent
no
the
merit.
ordeal of
But
being
since
dressed
your
for
majesty
dinner.
is pleased to
He
hold
found
it worthy
himself
some
as
reward,
finely clothed
I
as
take
before,
heart of grace
but
to make
everything
petition
was
to this
different.
effect.
Everything
Near
changed
400
from his
years
ruff to
ago,
his
as your
stockings.
grace knoweth,
He was
there
presently
being ill blood
conducted with
betwixt
much
John,
state
King of
to a
England,
spacious
and the
and
King of
ornate
France,
apartment,
it was
where a
decreed
table was
that
already
two
set
champions
for
should
one.
fight together in the
Its
lists,
furniture
and
was
so
all of
settle the
massy
dispute by what is
gold
called
and
the
beautified
arbitrament
with
of God.
designs
These
which
two
well nigh
kings
made it
and the
priceless,
Spanish king
since
being
they were
assembled
the
to
work
witness
of
and judge the
Benvenuto.
conflict, the French
The
champion
room was
appeared,
half filled with
but
noble
so
servitors.
redoubtable was he
The
that our
chaplain
English
said
knights
grace,
refused to measure
and Tom
weapons
was
with
about
him.
to fall too.
So the
for
matter,
hunger
which
had
was a
long
weighty
been
one, was
constitutional
like to
with
go
him,
against the English
but was
monarch
interrupted by my
default.
lord the Earl
Now,
of
in
Berkeley,
the Tower
who
lay the
fastened
Lord
a
de
napkin
Courcy,
about his neck,
the mightiest
for the
arm
great
in England,
post
stripped
of
of his honours and
diaperers to the
possessions,
princes of
and
Wales
wasting with
was
long
hereditary
captivity.
in this nobleman's
Appeal
family.
was made to
Tom's
him.
cupbearer
He
was
gave
present,
assent,
and
came
forestalled all
forth
his
arrayed for
attempts to
battle.
help himself
But
to
no
wine.
sooner did the Frenchman
The
glimpse his
taster
huge
to his
frame
highness,
and hear
the
his
Prince of
famous
Wales,
name,
was there
but
also,
he fled away, and the
prepared to
French
taste
king's
any
cause was
suspicious
lost.
dish
King
upon
John
requirement,
restored de
and
Courcy's
run the
titles
risk
and
of being
possessions, and
poisoned.
said,
He
"Names
was
I
only
wish,
an ornamental
thou shalt
appendage
have
at
it,
this
though
time,
it cost
and
me
was
half
seldom
my
called
kingdom,
upon to
whereat
exercise
de
his
Courcy
function,
kneeling, as
but
I
there
do
have
now,
been times,
made answer,
not many
This
generations
then
past,
I ask my
when the
liege,
office of
that
taster
I and my
had its
successors may
perils,
have and hold
was
the
not
privilege
a
of
grandeur
remaining
to be
covered in the
desired.
presence of the kings
Why
of
they
England,
did not use a
henceforth while
dog
the
or
throne
a
shall
plumber
last.
seems
The boon
strange,
was granted,
but all the
as your
ways of
majesty
royalty
knoweth,
are strange.
and there have been no
My
time
Lord
these 400
Darcy,
years
first
that
groom
line
of the
has
chamber,
failed
was
of an
there
heir,
to do
and so
goodness
even
knows
unto
what,
this day
but there he
the head
was.
of that ancient
Let
house
that
still
suffice.
weareth his hat
The
or
Lord
helm
Chief
before
Butler
the
was
king's
there,
majesty,
and stood behind
without let
Tom's
or
chair,
hindrance,
overseeing
and
the
this
solemnities,
none other
under
may
command
do.
of the Lord Great
Note,
Steward and the
lords
Lord
of
Head Cook,
Kingsall,
who stood near.
descendants of de Courcy,
Tom
still
had
enjoy this curious
384
privilege.
servants
End
beside
of
these,
note.
but they were not
Invoking
all
this
in that
precedent,
room, of course,
in aid of
nor
my
the
prayer,
quarter of
I
them.
beseech the
Neither
king
was
to
Tom
grant to
aware
me
yet
this
that they
one
existed.
grace and privilege,
All
to
those
my
that
more
were
than
present
sufficient
had been
reward,
well drilled
and none other,
within the hour
to wit,
to
that
remember
I
that the
and my
prince was
heirs
temporarily
forever
out of
may
his
sit
head,
in the
and to
presence
be
of the
careful to
majesty
show
of
no
England.
surprise at his vagaries,
Rise,
These
Sir
vagaries
Miles,
were
heathen
soon
knight,
on exhibition
said the
before
king
them,
gravely,
but
giving
they
the
only
accolade
moved
with
their
hand and
compassion
sword.
and their
Rise
sorrow, not their
and
mirth.
seat thyself.
It was a heavy
Thy
affliction to them
petition
to
is
see
granted,
the beloved prince so
whilst
stricken.
England remains,
Poor
and the
Tom
crown
ate
continues,
with his fingers
the
mainly,
privilege shall not
but no one
lapse.
smiled at it
His
or
Majesty
even seemed
walked
to
apart,
observe it.
musing, and
He
Hendon
inspected his
dropped into a
napkin
chair at
curiously
table,
and with deep
observing to
interest,
himself,
for it was of a
"'Twas
very
brave thought,
dainty
and
and
hath wrought
beautiful
me a mighty
fabric.
deliverance.
Then
My
said,
legs are
with
grievously
simplicity,
wearied.
Prithee, take it
I had
away,
not thought of
lest
that.
in mine
I must have
unheedfulness
had
it
to
be
stand for
soiled.
weeks till my
The
poor
hereditary
lad would
diaper
secure.
took it away with
After a
reverent
little he
manner,
went on,
and without word
And
to
so I
protest
am
of any
become
sort.
a knight of the
Tom
kingdom
examined
of
the
dreams and
turnips and the
shadows,
lettuce with
a
interest,
most
and
odd
asked
and
what they
strange
were,
position,
and if they were to
truly,
be eaten.
for one
For
so
it was only
matter-of-fact as
recently
I.
that men had
I
begun
will
to
not
raise
laugh.
these things in England,
No, God
in place
forbid.
of importing
For this
them
thing
as
which is so
luxuries from Holland.
substanceless to me is
Footnote,
real to him.
It was not till
and to
the
me
end of
also
this
in one
reign,
way,
Henry
it is
VIII,
not a
that any
falsity,
salads,
for it reflects
carrots,
with
turnips,
truth a
or
sweet
other
and
edible
generous
roots were
spirit that
produced
is
in
in him.
England. The
After
little
a
of these
pause,
vegetables that was used was formerly imported from Holland
by
and
my
Flanders.
fine title before
Queen
folk,
Catherine, when
there'd
she
be a
wanted
merry
a salad,
contrast
was
betwixt
obliged
my
to
glory and
dispatch
my
a
raiment.
messenger thither on
But
purpose.
no matter.
Hume's
Let him call me
History
what
of
he will,
England,
so it
Volume
please
3,
him.
page
I shall be
314.
content.
End of
of
footnote.
chapter 12.
His question was answered with grave respect and no surprise
Chapter
manifested.
13.
When he
The
had finished his
disappearance of the
dessert,
prince.
he filled his pockets with nuts,
A heavy
but nobody
drowsiness
appeared to be aware of
presently
it
fell
or
upon the
disturbed
two
by
comrades.
it. But the next
The
moment
king
he was
said,
himself disturbed
"Remove
by it
these
and showed
rags,"
discomposure,
meaning his clothing.
for this was the
Hendon
only service he
disapparelled
had
the
been
boy
permitted to
without
do
dissent
with his
or
own
remark,
hands during the
tucked him
meal,
up in bed,
and he
then
did not
glanced about
doubt
the
that
room,
he had
saying
done
to
a most
himself
improper and
ruefully,
unprincely
"He
thing.
hath taken my
At
bed
that
again,
moment
as
the muscles
before.
of his nose
Marry,
began to
what
twitch,
shall I do?"
and the end of that
The little
organ to
king
lift and
observed his
wrinkle.
perplexity
This
and
continued,
dissipated
and
it
Tom
with a
began to
word.
evince a growing
He said
distress.
sleepily,
He looked appealingly,
"Thou wilt
first at
sleep
one and
athwart
then
the
another
door,
of the
and
lords
guard
about
it."
him, and tears
A
came
moment
into his
more he
eyes.
was out of his
They
troubles
sprang forward with
in a deep
dismay in their
slumber.
faces and begged to know his trouble.
Dear heart,
Tom
he
said
should
with
have been
genuine
born a
anguish,
king.
I
muttered
crave
Hendon
your
admiringly.
indulgence.
He
My
playeth the
nose
part to a
itcheth
marvel.
cruelly. What
Then
is the
he
custom
stretched
and
himself
usage in
across
this
the door on
emergence?
the floor,
Prithee
saying
speed, for 'tis
contentedly,
but a little time that I can bear it.
have worse for 7
None
years.
smiled, but
'Twould
all
be
were
but
sore
ill
perplexed,
gratitude to
and
him
looked one to
above
the other in
to find
deep
fault
tribulation
with
for
this.
counsel.
He dropped
But
asleep
behold,
as the
here
dawn
was
appeared.
a dead wall.
Toward
and
noon he
nothing
rose,
in English
uncovered
history
his
to tell
unconscious
how to get
ward,
over it.
a
The
section
master
at a
of
time,
ceremonies was
and
not
took his
present.
measure with
There
a
was no
string.
one who felt safe to
The
venture
king
upon this
awoke
uncharted
just as he
sea,
had
or
completed his
risk the
work,
attempt to solve
complained
this
of the
solemn
cold, and
problem.
asked what he was doing.
Alas, there was no
"'Tis
hereditary
done now,
scratcher.
my liege," said
Meantime,
Hendon.
the tears
"I
had
have a bit of
overflowed their
business
banks
outside,
and begun to
but will
trickle
presently
down
return.
Tom's cheeks.
Sleep thou
His
again.
twitching
Thou
nose was
needst it.
pleading more
There,
urgently than
let me
ever for
cover thy
relief.
head also.
At last,
Thou'lt
nature
be
broke
warmer
down the
sooner.
barriers of etiquette.
The king was
Tom
back
lifted
in
up an
dreamland
inward
before the
prayer for
speech was
pardon
ended.
if he was doing wrong,
Miles
and
slipped
brought
softly
relief to
out
the
and
burdened
slipped
hearts of his
softly in
court
again
by
in the course
scratching
of
his
30 or 40
nose
minutes.
himself.
With a complete
His meal being
second-hand suit of
ended,
boy's
a lord
clothing,
came and
of
held
cheap
before
material,
him a broad
and
showing
showing
signs
signs
of
of
wish,
wear,
with
but
fragrant
tidy and
rose
suited
water
to
in
the
it,
season
to
of the
cleanse
year.
his mouth and
He seated
fingers with,
himself and
and
began
my
to
lord the
overhaul his
hereditary
purchase,
diaper stood
mumbling
by
to
with a
himself.
napkin for his use.
A longer
Tom
purse would have
gazed
got
at the
a better
dish a
sort,
puzzled moment
but
or
when
two,
one has
then
not the
raised
long
it to his
purse,
lips
one
and
must be
gravely took a
content
draught.
with what a
Then
short
he
one may
returned
do.
it to the waiting
There
lord
was
and said,
a woman in our
Nay,
town,
it
in our
likes me
town
not,
did
my
well.
lord. It
He
hath a
stirred,
pretty
methinks.
flavour,
I
but
must
it
sing in a
wanteth
less
strength.
thunderous key.
This new
'Tis not good to
eccentricity
mar
of the
his sleep.
prince's
With
ruined
his journey
mind made
before him,
all the
and he
hearts
so
about him
wearied
ache,
out,
but
poor
the
chap.
sad sight moved
This
none to
garment
merriment.
is well enough.
Tom's
A
next
stitch here and
unconscious
another one
blunder
there
was to
will
get
set
up
it
and
right.
leave the table
This
just
other
when
is
the chaplain
better,
had taken
albeit
his
a
stand
stitch or
behind
two
his
will not
chair,
come amiss in it,
and with
likewise.
uplifted hands and
These
closed
be
uplifted
very good
eyes
and sound,
was in the
and
act
will
of
keep
beginning the
his small
blessing.
feet warm
Still,
and dry,
nobody
an
seemed to
odd
perceive
new thing
that
to
the
him
prince had
belike,
done a
since he
thing
has doubtless
unusual.
been used to foot
By
and
his
bear.
own
request,
winters and
our
summers
small
the
friend
same.
was now conducted to his
Would
private
thread were
cabinet,
bread,
and
seeing
left
one
there
get
alone
into
to
year's
his own
sufficiency
devices.
for a farthing,
Hanging upon
and
hooks
such a
in the
brave
oaken
big
wainscoting
needle without
were the
cost
several
for
pieces
mere
of a
love.
suit of shining steel
Now
armor,
shall I have
covered
the
all
demon's
over
own
with
time
beautiful
to
designs,
thread it.
exquisitely
And so he
inlaid
had.
in gold.
He did as men have
This
always
martial
done,
panoply
and probably
belonged to the
always
true
will do
prince,
to the end
a
of
recent
time,
present from
held
Madame
the
Parr,
needle
the
still,
queen,
and tried
Tom
to thrust
put
the
on the
thread
greaves,
through the
the
eye,
gauntlets,
which
the
is the
plumed
opposite
helmet,
of a woman's
and such
way.
other pieces as he
Time
could
and
don
time
without
again the
assistance,
thread missed the
and
mark,
for a while
going
was minded
sometimes
to
on
call
one
for
side of
help
the
and
needle,
complete the matter,
sometimes on the other,
but bethought him
sometimes
of nuts
doubling
he had
up
brought
against
away
the
from
shaft,
dinner,
and the
But
joy
he
it
was
would be to
patient,
eat them with
having
no
been
crowd
through
to
these
eye him,
experiences
and
before,
no grand
when he was
hereditaries
soldiering.
to pester
He
him
succeeded
with
at
undesired
last,
services,
and took up the
so he
garments that had
restored the
lain
pretty
waiting
things to their several
meantime
places,
across his
and
lap,
soon was cracking
began
nuts
his
and
work.
feeling almost naturally
The
happy,
inn is
for the
paid,
first
the
time
breakfast that
since
is to
God,
come included,
for his sins, had
and
made him
there
a
is
prince.
wherewithal left to buy
When the
a couple
nuts
of
were all gone,
donkeys
he
and
stumbled
meet our little
upon some
costs for the
inviting
2
books
or
in a
3 days
closet,
betwixt
among
this
them one
and the
about the
plenty that
etiquette
awaits
of
us
the
at
English
Hendon
court.
Hall.
This
She
was a
loved her
prize.
husband.
He
Why
lay down
of me?
upon a
I have
sumptuous
driven the
divan
needle under my
and
nail.
proceeded to instruct
It
himself
matters
with
little.
honest zeal.
'Tis not a
Let us
novelty.
leave him there
Yet 'tis
for the
not a
present.
convenience neither.
End of chapter
We shall be
7.
merry there, little one. Never
Chapter
doubt
8.
it. Thy troubles
The question
will vanish
of the
there,
seal.
and likewise thy sad
About
distemper.
5 o'clock, Henry
She
VIII
loved her
woke out of
husband
an
dearly,
unrefreshing
but
nap and
another
muttered to
man.
himself,
These be
"Troublous
noble
dreams,
large stitches."
troublous
Holding the garment
dreams.
up and viewing
Mine
it
end
admiringly.
is now at
They have a
hand.
grandeur and a
So say
majesty
these
that do
warnings,
cause
and
these
my
small,
failing pulses
stingy
do
ones
confirm
of
it.
the tailor man
Presently
to
a
look
wicked light
mightily
flamed
paltry
up in his
plebeian.
eye, and he
She
muttered,
loved
Yet
her
will
husband
not I
dearly,
die till
but
he
another
go
man
before.
he loved she.
His attendants perceiving
Marry, 'tis
that he was
done, a
awake,
goodly piece
one
of
of them
work
asked
too,
his
and
pleasure
wrought
concerning
with
the Lord
expedition.
Chancellor, who was waiting
Now will I
without
wake
him.
Apparel
Admit
him,
him,
pour for
admit him,
exclaimed
exclaimed
the
the
king,
king
and
angrily.
then will we hie us
The
to
Lord
the mart
Chancellor
by the
entered
Tabard
and
Inn
knelt by
in
the king's
Southwark,
couch,
and
saying,
be pleased to
I
rise,
have
my liege.
given order,
He answereth
and
not.
according to the
What ho,
king's
my liege?
command, the peers
Of
of
a
the
truth
realm in
must
their
I profane
robes
his
do
sacred
now
person
stand
with
at the
touch,
bar of the
sith his
house,
slumber
where,
is deaf
having
to speech.
confirmed the Duke
What?
of Norfolk's
He threw
doom,
back the
they
covers.
humbly
The
wait
boy
his
was
majesty's
gone.
further pleasure in
He
the
stared
matter.
about him in speechless
The king's
astonishment
face
for a
lit
moment,
up with a
noticed
fierce
for the
joy,
first time that
said
his
he,
ward's ragged
Lift
raiment
me
was
up
also missing.
in mine
And he
own
began to
person
rage
will
and
I
storm
go
and
before
shout
my
for the
parliament,
innkeeper. At that
and with
moment a
mine
servant
own
entered with the
hand
breakfast.
will I seal the
Explain,
warrant
thou
that
limb of
bids me
Satan,
hither.
or thy time
His
is come.
voice failed.
The man of
An
war,
ashen
and made so
pallor
savage a
swept the
spring
flush
towards
from
the
his
waiter
cheeks,
that
and the
this latter
attendants
could not
eased him
find his
back
tongue
upon his
for the
pillows and
instant,
hurriedly
for fright
assisted
and
him with
surprise.
restoratives.
Where
Presently
is the
he said
boy?
sorrowfully, in disjointed
Alack,
and trembling syllables, the
how
man
have
gave the
I
information
longed
desired.
for this
You were
sweet
hardly
hour,
gone from the place,
and
your
lo,
worship, when a
too
youth came
late
running
it
and said it
cometh,
was
and
your
I
worship's
am
will
robbed of
that
this
the boy
so
come to you
coveted
straight
chance.
at the bridge end
But
on the
speed
Southwark
ye,
side.
speed
I brought
ye,
him hither,
let others
and when he
do
woke
this
the
happy
lad and gave
office
his
if
message,
'tis
the
denied
lad did
to
grumble
me.
some little
I
for
put
being
my
disturbed
great
so
seal in
early,
commission.
as he called it,
Choose thou
but
the
straightway
Lord that
trusted
shall
on his
compose
rags
it,
and went with
and
the
get
youth,
ye to
only
your
saying
work.
it had
Speed ye,
been
man,
better manners that
before
your
the
worship
sun
came
shall
yourself,
rise
and
and
not
set
sent a
again.
stranger.
Bring me his
And so,
head, that I may
and so
see it.
thou art a fool.
According
a
to
fool
the
and easily
king's
cozened.
command, so shall
Hang
it
all
be.
thy breed.
Will't please
Yet
your
mayhap
majesty
no
to
hurt is
order
done.
that the seal
Possibly
be
no
now
harm is
restored
meant the
to
boy.
me,
I will
so
go
that
fetch
I
him.
may forth
Make the
upon
table
business.
ready. Stay,
The
the
seal.
coverings of
Who
the
keepeth
bed
the
were
seal but
disposed
thou?
as if one
Please,
lay
your
beneath
majesty,
them.
you
Happened
did take
that
it
by
from me
accident?
2 days since,
I know
saying it
not,
should
good
no
your worship.
more do
I
its
saw the
office
youth
till
meddle with
your
them.
own royal
He that
hand should
came
use
for
it
the
upon
boy.
the Duke of Norfolk's warrant.
Thousand deaths.
Why,
'Twas
so
done to
in sooth
deceive
I
me.
did.
'Tis
I
plain
do
'twas done to
remember it.
gain time.
What
Hark
did
ye,
I with
was
it?
that youth alone?
I am
All
very
alone, your
feeble.
worship. Art
So
sure?
oft
Sure,
these
your
days
worship.
doth
Collect
my
thy
memory
scattered wits.
play the
Bethink
traitor
thee.
with
Take
me.
time, man.
'Tis
After a
strange.
moment's thought, the servant said,
Strange.
When he came,
The king
none
dropped
came
into
with him.
inarticulate
But
mumblings,
now I remember
shaking
me
his
that
grey head
as the
weakly
two
from
stepped
time to
into the
time,
throng of the
and
bridge,
gropingly
a
trying to
ruffian-looking
recollect what he
man
had done with
plunged
the
out from
seal.
some near place,
At last,
and
my
just
Lord
as he was
Hertford
joining them,
ventured to kneel and offer information.
"What then? Out with it!"
Sire,
thundered the
if
impatient
that I
Hendon,
may be so
interrupting.
bold, here be
Just
several
then
that
the
do
crowd
remember
lapped them
with
up
me
and
how
closed them
that you
in,
gave
and
the
I
great
saw
seal
no
into
more,
the hands of
being
His Highness,
called by my
the Prince
master,
of
who was
Wales,
in a
to
rage
keep
because
against
a
the day
joint
that
that the
true,
scrivener had
true,
ordered was
most
forgot.
true,
Though I
interrupted the
take
king.
all the saints
Fetch
to
it.
witness
Go,
that to
time
blame me
flieth.
for that miscarriage
Lord
were like
Hertford
holding
flew
the
to Tom,
unborn
but
babe to
returned to
judgment
the king
for
before
sins
very
come
long,
out
troubled
of my
and
sight,
empty-handed.
idiot. Thy
He delivered
prating
himself
drives me
this
mad. Hold!
It
Whither
grieveth
art
me, my
flying?
Lord King,
Canst
to
not
bear so
bide still
heavy
an
and
instant?
unwelcome
Went
tidings.
they towards
But it is
Southwark?
the will of God that the
Even
prince's
so, your
affliction
worship,
abideth
for,
still,
as I said
and
before,
he cannot
as to
recall
that
to mind
detestable
that he
joint,
received
the
the seal.
babe unborn
So
is
came I
no whit
quickly
more
to report,
blameless than
thinking
art
it were
here
waste of
yet,
precious time,
and
little
prating
worth
still,
withal, that any
vanished
should
lest I
attempt to
throttle
search
thee.
the long array
The
of
servitor
chambers and
vanished.
saloons
Hendon
that
followed
belong
after
unto
him,
his
passed
royal
him,
high-
and
a
plunged
groan
down the
from
stairs
the
2
king
steps at a
interrupted my
stride,
lord at
muttering,
this point.
"'Tis that
After
scurvy
a little
villain that
while his
claimed he was
majesty
his
said,
son.
with
I
a
have
deep
lost thee, my
sadness in
poor
his
little
tone,
mad master. It is a
Trouble
bitter
him
thought,
no
and I
more,
have come
poor
to love
child.
thee so.
The
No,
hand of God
by
lieth
book and
heavy
bell,
upon
not
him,
lost, not
and
lost,
my heart
for I will
goeth out
ransack
in
the land
loving
till I find thee
compassion
again.
for him,
Poor
and
child,
sorrow
yonder is his
that I
breakfast
may
and
not
mine,
bear his
but I have no
burden
hunger
on
now,
mine own
so let
old
the rats have it.
trouble-weighted
Speed,
shoulders,
speed, that is the word.
and so bring
As he
him
wormed his
peace.
swift way
He
through the
closed
noisy
his
multitudes
eyes,
upon
fell
the
to
bridge.
mumbling,
He several
and
times
presently
said
was
to
silent.
himself,
clinging
After
to
a
the
time
hog,
he opened his eyes again, and
pleasing
gazed
one.
vacantly
He
around until
grumbled,
his
but
glance
he
rested
went.
upon the kneeling
He
Lord
went,
Chancellor.
yes, because he thought
Instantly
Miles
his
Hendon
face
asked it,
flushed with
sweet
wrath.
lad.
What,
He
thou
would
here
ne'er have done
yet?
it for another.
By the
I
glory
know
of
it
God,
well.
and thou gettest not about that
End
traitor's
of
business.
chapter 13.
Thy mitre shall have holiday the morrow, for lack of a
Chapter
head to grace
14.
withal.
The
Le
trembling
roi est
chancellor
mort.
answered,
Vive
Good,
le
your
roi.
majesty, I cry you
Toward
mercy.
daylight of the
I
same
but
morning,
waited for the seal.
Tom Canty
Man,
stirred out
hast
of a
lost
heavy
thy
sleep
wits.
and opened
The
his
small
eyes in the
seal
dark.
which aforetime
He
I
lay
was wont to
silent a
take
few
with me
moments,
abroad
trying to
lieth in my
analyze
treasury.
the confused
And
thoughts
since the
and
great seal
impressions,
hath flown
and
away,
get some
shall
sort
not
of
it
meaning
suffice?
out of them.
Hast lost
And
thy
suddenly
wits?
he
Begone!
burst out in a
And harkye,
rapturous but
come
guarded
no more
voice.
till thou
I
do
see it
bring
all.
his
I
head.
see it all.
The poor
Now,
chancellor
God
was
be
not
thanked.
long in
I
removing
am indeed
himself from
awake
this
at last.
dangerous vicinity.
Come, joy,
Nor did the commission
vanish,
waste
sorrow.
time in giving
Ho,
the royal
Nan,
assent to the
Bet,
work of the
kick off
slavish
your straw
parliament,
and hie
and
thee hither
appointing
to my
the morrow
side,
for the
till I do
beheading
pour
of
into
the
your
premier peer
unbelieving
of
ears the
England,
wildest
the
madcap
luckless
dream
Duke of
that
Norfolk.
ever the spirits of night
Footnote.
did conjure up to
Attainder
astonish the
of
soul of
Norfolk.
man withal.
The
Ho,
House of
Nan, I
Peers,
say,
without
Bet!
examining the prisoner,
Dim
without
form
trial
appeared at
or
his side,
evidence,
and a
passed
voice
a
said,
bill of attainder
"Wilt deign
against
to
him and
deliver
sent
thy
it down to
commands?"
the Commons. The
Commands?
obsequious Commons obeyed his,
woe
the king's
is me,
directions,
I know thy
and the king,
voice.
having affixed
Speak
the royal
thou.
assent to the bill
Who
by
am
commissioners,
I?
issued orders
Thou?
for the execution
In
of Norfolk.
sooth, yesternight
on
wert
morning
thou
of
the Prince of
29th
Wales.
January,
Today
the
art thou
next
my
day.
most gracious liege,
June's
Edward, King of
History
England.
England, Volume 3,
Tom buried
page
his head among his
307.
pillows, murmuring
End
plaintively,
of footnote.
"Alack, it was
End
no
of
dream.
chapter 8.
Go to thy rest, sweet sir. Leave me to my sorrows." Tom slept again.
Chapter 9.
And after a time
The
he
River
had this
Pageant.
pleasant dream.
At
Thought
9
it
in the
was summer.
evening, the
He was
whole
playing
vast
all alone
riverfront of the
in
palace
fair
was
meadow
blazing
called
with
Goodman's
light.
Fields.
The
When
river
a dwarf
itself,
only
as
a
far
foot
as the
high,
eye
with
could
long
reach
red
citywards,
whiskers and a humped
was
back,
so thickly
appeared to
covered
him
with
suddenly and
watermen's
said,
boats and with
"Dig
pleasure
by
barges,
that
all
stump!"
fringed with colored
He did so,
lanterns and
and
gently
found 12
agitated
bright
by
new
the waves,
pennies,
that it
wonderful
resembled
riches.
a glowing
Yet
and
this was not
limitless
the best of
garden
it,
of flowers,
for the dwarf said,
stirred to
I
soft
know
motion
thee.
by summer
Thou art
winds.
a good lad,
The grand
and a
terrace of
deserving.
stone
Thy
steps
distress
leading
shall
down to
end,
the water,
for the day of
spacious
thy
enough
reward
to
is
mass
come.
the army of a
Dig
German
here every
principality
seventh
upon,
day, and
was
thou
a
shalt
picture to
find
see,
always the same
with its
treasure.
ranks of royal
12 bright
halberdiers
new
in polished
pennies.
armor,
Tell
and its
none.
troops of
Keep
brilliantly
the secret.
costumed servitors
Then the dwarf
flitting up and
vanished,
down and to
Tom
and fro
flew
in the
to
hurry
Offal
of
Court with his
preparation.
prize, saying to
Presently
himself,
a command was
"Every
given,
night
and
will I give
immediately
my
all
father a
living
penny. He
creatures
will think
vanished
I
from
begged
the
it.
steps.
It will
Now
glad
the
his
air
heart,
was heavy
and I
with the
shall
hush
no
of
more be
suspense and
beaten.
expectancy.
1 penny every
As
week
far
the
as
good
one's
priest
vision could
that
carry,
teacheth me
you
shall
might
have.
see the myriads
Mother,
of people in the
Nan,
boats
and Bet
rise
the
up
other
and
4.
shade their eyes
We
from the
be
glare of
done with
lanterns and
hunger
torches,
rags
and
now,
gaze toward
done
the palace.
with fears and frets
A
and
file of
savage
40
usage.
or 50
In his
state
dream
barges
he reached
drew up
his
to the
sordid
steps.
home all out of
They
breath,
were
but
richly
with
gilt,
eyes dancing
and their
with grateful
lofty prows
enthusiasm.
and sterns
Cast
were
4 of his
elaborately
pennies into his
carved.
mother's lap and cried
Some of
out,
them were decorated
"They are
with
for
banners
thee,
and
all of them,
streamers,
every one,
some with
for
cloth
thee
of
and
gold
Nan
and
Bet,
arras,
and honestly come
embroidered
by,
with
not
coats of
begged nor
arms,
stolen."
others
The
with
happy
silken
and
flags
astonished
that
mother
had numberless little
strained him to
silver
her
bells
breast and
fastened to
exclaimed,
them,
"It
which shook
waxeth
out
late.
tiny
May it
showers
please
of
your
joyous
majesty to
music
rise?"
whenever the breezes fluttered them.
That was not the answer he was
Others, of
expecting.
yet higher
The dream
pretensions,
had snapped
since they
asunder,
belonged to
he was
nobles in
awake.
the prince's
He
immediate
opened his
service,
eyes.
had their
The richly
sides
clad
picturesquely
First Lord of the
fenced with
bedchamber was
shields
kneeling by
gorgeously
his couch.
emblazoned with
The
armorial
gladness
bearings.
of the lying dream
Each
faded
state
away.
barge was
The poor
towed
boy
by a
recognized
tender.
that he was still a
Besides the
captive,
rowers,
and the
these
king.
tenders carried
The room was
each a
filled
number
with
of men's at
courtiers
arms
clothed
in
in
glossy
purple
helmet and
mantles, the morning
breastplate,
color,
and a
and
company
with
of
noble
musicians.
servants of the monarch.
The advance
Tom
guard
sat
of the
up in
expected
bed and
procession
gazed
now
out from
appeared
the
in the
heavy
great
silken
gateway,
curtains
a
upon
troop
this
of
fine
halberdiers.
company. The
They were
weighty
dressed in
business of
striped
dressing
hose
began,
of black and
and one
tawny,
courtier after
velvet
another
caps
knelt,
graced
paid
at the
his
sides
court,
with
and
silver
offered to the little
roses,
king his
and doublets
condolences
of
upon
murrey
his
and
heavy
blue
loss,
cloth
whilst
embroidered on the
dressing
front and
proceeded.
back with the
In
three
the beginning,
feathers,
the shirt
the
was taken
prince's
up by the
blazon,
chief
woven
equerry
in
in waiting,
gold. Their
passed it
halberd
to the first staves were covered with crimson velvet, fastened with gilt nails and ornamented with gold tassels.
The head ranger,
Filing off to the right
Forrest,
and left,
who
they
passed
formed
it to
two
the
long
third
lines
groom of the
extending
stole,
from the gateway of the
passed it
palace
to
to
the
the water's
Chancellor
edge.
Royal of the
A
Duchy of
thick rayed
Lancaster,
cloth
who
or
passed it
carpet
to the
was then
master of the
unfolded and
wardrobe,
laid down
who passed
between
it to
them
Norroy,
by
King of
attendants in
Arms,
the gold
who
and
passed it
crimson
to the
liveries of
Constable
the
of
prince.
the Tower, who
This
passed it to the
done,
Chief
a
Steward of the
flourish of
household,
trumpets resounded
who passed
from
it to
within.
the hereditary
A lively
Grand
prelude
Diaperer,
arose from the
who passed
musicians
it
on
to
the
the Lord
water,
High
and
Admiral
two
of
ushers
England,
with white
who passed
wands
it to
marched
the
with a slow
Archbishop
and
of
stately
Canterbury,
pace from the
who
portal.
passed it to the
They
First
were
Lord of
followed
the
by an
Bedchamber,
officer bearing
who
the
took
civic
what was
mace,
left of it
after
and put
whom
it
came
on
another
Tom.
carrying the
Poor
city's
little
sword,
wandering chap,
then several
who
sergeants of
reminded
the
him of
guard
passing
in their
buckets at
full
a fire.
accoutrements and with badges on
Each
their
garment
sleeves.
in its turn
Then
had to
the
go
garter
through this
king at
slow and
arms in
solemn
his
process.
tabard, Then several knights of the bath,
very weary
each
of
with
the
a
ceremony,
white lace
so
on his
weary that he
sleeve.
felt an
Then
almost
their
gushing
esquires,
gratefulness when he at
then
last
the
saw
judges
his
in
long
their
silken
robes of
hose
scarlet
begin the
and
journey
coifs,
down the line,
then the
and knew
Lord
that the
High
end of the
Chancellor
matter was
of
drawing
England
near.
in a robe of
But he
scarlet,
exulted
open
too soon.
before and
The first
purfled with
lord of the
miniver,
bedchamber received
then
the
a
hose and was
deputation
about
of
to encase
aldermen
Tom's
in their
legs in them,
scarlet cloaks,
when a sudden
and
flush
then the
invaded
heads
his
of the
face,
different
and
civic
he hurriedly
companies
hustled
in
the
their
things
robes
back
of
into the
state.
hands of the Archbishop
Now
of
came
Canterbury
12 French
with an
gentlemen
astounded
in
look, and
splendid
whispered,
habiliments,
"See, my lord,"
consisting of
pointing
pourpoints
to
of
something
white damask,
connected with hose.
barred with
The
gold,
Archbishop
short
paled,
mantles
then
of
flushed,
crimson
and passed the
velvet,
hose to the
lined
Lord
with
High
violet
Admiral,
taffeta,
whispering, "See, my
and
lord."
carnation-colored
Admiral
haute de
passed the hose
chose,
to the
and
hereditary
took their
Grand
way
Viper,
down the steps.
and had hardly breath
They
enough
were
in
of the
his body
suite
to
of the
ejaculate,
French ambassador,
"See, my lord."
and were followed
The
by
hose
12
drifted
cavaliers
backward
of the
along the
suite of
line
the
to
Spanish
chief steward of
ambassador,
the household,
clothed
the
in
constable
black
of the
velvet,
Tower,
unrelieved
Leroy,
by
King
any
at Arms,
ornaments.
the master of the wardrobe,
Following
the
these
Chancellor
came
Royal
several
of
great
the
English
Duchy of
nobles
Lancaster,
with their
the
attendants.
third groom of
There
the
was a
stole,
flourish of
the head
trumpets
ranger
within,
of Windsor
and the
Forest,
prince's uncle, the
second
future
gentleman
great
of the
Duke of
bedchamber, the
Somerset,
first lord of the
emerged from the
Buckhounds,
gateway,
accompanied
arrayed
always
in
with
a
that
doublet
amazed
of
and
black
frightened,
cloth
"See,
of gold,
see,"
and a cloak
till
of
they
crimson
finally reached the
satin
hands of the
flowered
chief
with
equerry in
gold and
waiting, who
ribboned
gazed
with
a
nets of
moment
silver.
with pallid face
He turned,
upon what had
doffed his
caused all
plumed
this
cap,
dismay, then
bent his
hoarsely
body in a
whispered,
low
"Body
reverence,
of my
and
life,
began to step
a
backward,
tag
bowing at
gone
each
from
step.
a truss
A
point
prolonged trumpet
to the
blast
tower
followed,
with the head
and a
keeper of the king's
proclamation,
hose.
"Way
After
for the
which he
high
leaned
and
upon the
mighty,
shoulder
the
of the
Lord
first lord of the
Edward,
Buckhounds,
Prince of
to
Wales!"
regather his vanished
High
strength,
aloft on the
whilst
palace
fresh
walls,
hose,
a long
without any
line of
damaged
red
strings
tongues
to
of
them,
flame
were
leapt
brought.
forth with a
But
thunder
all
crash.
things must
The
have
mast
an end,
whirled on the
and
river,
so in
burst
time,
into a mighty
Tom
roar of
Canty was
welcome,
in a condition
and
to get
Tom
out of
Canty,
bed.
the
The
cause
proper
and
official
hero of
poured
it all,
water.
stepped
The
into
proper
view
official
and slightly
engineered the
bowed
washing.
his princely
The
head.
proper official stood
He
by
was
with a towel.
magnificently
And by
habited
Tom
in a
got
doublet
safely
of
through the
white
purifying
satin
stage,
with a front
and was
piece
ready
of
for the
purple cloth
services
of
of the
tissue, powdered
hairdresser
with
royal.
diamonds and
When
edged
he
with
at
ermine.
length emerged
Over
from
this he wore a
master's
mantle
hands,
of white
he was a
cloth of
gracious
gold,
figure and as
pounced
pretty
with
as a
triple
girl
feather
in his
crest,
mantle and
lined
trunks
with blue
of purple
satin,
and
set
purple
with
plumed
pearls
cap.
and precious
He
stones,
now moved
and
in state
fastened
toward
with a
his
clasp
breakfast
of
room
brilliants.
through the midst
About
of
his
the
neck
courtly
hung the
assemblage,
Order of the
and as
Garter
he passed,
and several
these fell
princely
back,
foreign
leaving his way
orders,
free,
and wherever
dropped
the light
upon their
fell
knees.
upon him, jewels
After breakfast
responded
he was
with a
conducted
blinding
with regal
flash.
ceremony, attended
Oh,
by his
Tom
great officers
Canty,
and his
born
guard
in a
of 50
hovel,
gentlemen
bred in the
pensioners
gutters
bearing
of
gilt
London,
battle axes,
familiar
to
with
the throne
rags
room,
and dirt
where
and
he
misery.
proceeded to
What
transact
a
business of
spectacle is
state.
this!
His uncle, Lord
End of
Hertford,
Chapter
took
9.
his stand by the throne to
Chapter
assist
10.
the royal mind
The
with
Prince
wise counsel.
in the
A
Toils.
body of illustrious men
We
named by
left
the
John
late king as
Canty
his
dragging the
executors
rightful prince into
appeared
Offal
to
Court
ask
with a
Tom's
noisy
approval
and
of
delighted
certain
mob
acts
at
of
his
theirs,
heels.
rather of
There was
form,
but one person
and
in
yet
it
not
who
wholly
offered a
of form,
pleading word for the
since there was
captive,
no
and
protector
he was
as
not
yet.
heeded.
The
He was
Archbishop
hardly
of
even
Canterbury
heard,
made
so
report
great was the
of the
turmoil.
decree of the
The
Council
prince
of
continued to
Executors
struggle for
concerning
freedom
the
and to rage
obsequies of
against the
his late
treatment he
most
was suffering,
illustrious Majesty,
until John
and
Canty
finished
lost
by
what
reading
little
the
patience was
signatures
left
of
him,
the executors,
and raised
to
his
wit,
oaken
the
cudgel
Archbishop
in a
of
sudden
Canterbury,
fury over
the
the
Lord
prince's head.
Chancellor of England,
The single
William
pleader
Lord
for the
St.
lad
John,
sprang to
John
stop the
Lord
man's
Russell,
arm, and the
Edward
blow
Earl of
descended upon
Hertford,
his own wrist.
John Viscount
Canty
Lisle,
roared out,
Cuthbert
"Thou'lt
Bishop
meddle,
of
wilt
Durham."
thou?
Tom
Then
was not
have thy
listening.
reward."
An earlier clause
His
of the
cudgel
document
crashed
was
down
puzzling
upon the
him.
meddler's
At
head.
this point he
There was
turned
a
and whispered to
groan,
Lord
a
Hertford,
dim form
"What
sank to
day
the
did he
ground
say the
among the
burial
feet
hath
of the
been
crowd,
appointed for?
and the next moment it lay
The
there in the
16th
dark
of the coming
alone.
month, my liege.
The mob pressed
'Tis a
on,
strange folly.
their enjoyment
Will he
nothing
keep?
disturbed by this
Poor
episode.
chap, he was still new to the
Presently
customs of
the
royalty.
prince
He was
found
used to
himself
seeing
in
the
John
forlorn
Canty's
dead of
abode,
Offal Court
with the
hustled
door
out of the
closed
way
against the
with a very
outsiders.
different sort of
By the
expedition.
vague light of a
However,
tallow
the Lord
candle
Hertford
which
set
was
his
thrust
mind at
into a
rest with
bottle,
word or two.
he made out the
The
main
Secretary
features of
of
the
State
loathsome
presented
den,
an order
and
of
also
the
the
Council
occupants consequence of
appointing
it.
the morrow at
2
11
frowsy
for the
girls and a
reception of the
middle-aged
foreign
woman
ambassadors,
cowered against the
and
wall
desired
in
the
one
king's
corner,
assent.
with the aspect
Tom
of
turned
animals
an inquiring
habituated
look
to
toward
harsh
Hertford,
usage
whispered,
and expecting
"Your
and
Majesty
dreading it
will
now.
signify consent.
From another
They
corner
come to
stole a
testify
withered
their royal
hag with
master's
streaming
sense of the
gray
heavy
hair and
calamity
malignant
which hath
eyes.
visited your Grace
John
and the
Canty
realm of
said to
England."
this one,
Tom did
"Tarry,
as he was
there's
bidden.
fine
Another
mummeries
secretary
here.
began to read
Mar
a
them
preamble
not till
concerning
thou'st
the
enjoy
expenses
them.
of the late
Then
king's
let thy
household,
hand be
which
heavy
had
as thou
amounted
wilt.
to 28,000
Stand forth, lad.
pounds
Now
during the
say
preceding
thy
6
foolery
months,
again, and
a
thou'st
sum
not
so
forget
vast
it.
that
Name
they
thy
Tom Canty
name.
gasped.
Who art thou?"
He gasped
The
again
insulted
when the
blood
fact
mounted
appeared
to
that
the little prince's
20,000
cheek once
pounds
more,
of
and
this
he
money
lifted a
were
steady
still
and
owing
indignant
and
gaze to the
unpaid.
man's face and
Footnote,
said,
Hume.
"'Tis but
End of
ill
footnote.
breeding in such
And
as thou
once
to
more,
command
when
me
it
to
appeared
speak.
that the king's
I
coffers
tell
were
thee
about
now,
empty,
as
and
I
his
told thee
1,200
before,
servants much
I am
embarrassed
Edward,
for lack
Prince
of
of
the wages
Wales,
due them.
and none
Tom
other."
spoke out with lively
The stunning
apprehension.
surprise of this
"We
reply
be going
nailed
to the
hag's
dogs,
feet
'tis
to the
plain.
floor where she
'Tis
stood,
meet and necessary
almost
that we
took her
take a
breath.
smaller house
She
and
stared
set
at
the
the prince
servants
in
at
stupid
large,
amazement,
sith they
which
be
so
of
amused
no
her
value but
ruffianly
to make
son
delay
that he
and
burst into a
trouble one
roar
with
of
offices
laughter.
that harass
But
the
the
spirit
effect on
and
Tom
shame the
Canty's
soul.
mother
They
and
miss
sisters was
becoming
different.
any but a
Their
doll
dread
that
of
hath
bodily
nor
injury
brains
gave way at
nor
once to
hands to
distress
help
of a
itself
different
withal.
sort.
I
They
remember
ran
me of a
forward
small
with
house
woe
that
and dismay
standeth
in their
over against
faces,
the fish
exclaiming,
market by
"Oh,
Billingsgate."
poor Tom,
Sharp
poor
pressure
lad!"
upon Tom's arm
The mother
stopped
fell
his
on her
foolish
knees
tongue
before the prince,
and sent a
put her
blush to
hands
his
upon his
face.
shoulders, and
But no
gazed yearningly
countenance
into his
there
face
betrayed
through
any
her
sign that
rising
this strange
tears.
speech had been
And then she
remarked
said,
or given
"Oh, my
concern.
poor boy,
The
thy
secretary made
foolish
report
reading
that,
hath
forasmuch
wrought
as
its
the late
woeful
king
work
had
at last,
provided in his
and
will
ta'en
for
thy
conferring
wit
the
away.
ducal
And
degree
why
upon
dost
the
thou
Earl of
cleave to it,
Hertford,
when
and
I so
raising his
warned thee
brother,
against it?
Sir Thomas
Thou
Seymour, to
broke
the
thy
peerage,
mother's heart.
and likewise
The
Hertford's
prince
son
looked
to an
into her
earldom,
face and said
together
gently,
with similar
Thy son is
aggrandizements
well,
to other
and
great
hath not
servants
lost
of the
his
crown.
wits, good dame.
The council had
Comfort
resolved
thee.
to hold a
Let
sitting
me to
on
the
the
palace
16th
where
of
he is,
February
and straightway
for
will the king
delivering
my
and
father
confirming
restore
of
him
these
to thee.
honors.
The
And
king
that
thy
meantime
father?
the late king
Oh,
not
my
having
child,
granted in
unsay
writing
these
estates
words
suitable
that
to
be
the
freighted
support of
with
these
death for thee,
dignities,
and
the
ruin for
council,
all that be
knowing his
near to
private
thee.
wishes in that
Shake
regard,
off this
had
gruesome
thought proper
dream.
to grant to
Call
Seymour
back thy poor
500
wandering memory.
pounds lands,
Look upon
and
me.
to Hertford's
Am I
son
not thy mother,
800
that
pounds
bore thee and
lands,
loveth
and
thee?
300 pound of the
prince
next
shook his
bishop's
head and
lands,
reluctantly
which should
said,
fall vacant.
God knoweth,
present
I am
majesty
loath
being
to
willing.
grieve thy heart, but
Footnote,
truly have I
Hume.
never looked upon thy
End of
face
footnote.
before.
Tom was about
woman
to blurt
sank
out
back to
something
a
about
sitting
the
posture on the
propriety of
floor,
paying the late
and
king's
covering her
debts
eyes
first
with her
before
hands,
squandering all
gave
this
way
money,
to
but a timely
heartbroken
touch upon
sobs
his
and
arm
wailing
from the
was,
thoughtful Hertford
"Let the
saved
show
him
go
this
on!"
indiscretion,
shouted Canty.
wherefore he gave the royal
"What,
assent
Nan?
without spoken
What,
comment,
bet?
but with
Mannerless
much inward
wenches?
discomfort.
Will ye stand in
While
the
he
prince's
sat
presence?
reflecting a moment
Upon your
over the
knees, ye
ease with
proper
which he
scum, and
displayed
do
strange
him
and
reverence!"
miracles,
He
a
followed
happy
this
thought
with
shot
another
into
horse
his
laugh.
mind.
The
Why
girls
not make
began
his
to
mother
plead
judge
timidly
of the
for their
woeful
brother,
court,
and Nan
and
said,
give her an
And thou
estate?
wilt but
But
let
a
him to
sorrowful
bed, father.
thought swept it
Rest and
instantly
sleep will
away.
heal his
He was
madness.
only a
Prithee,
king in
do.
name.
Do,
These
father,
grave
said
veterans
Bet.
and great
He is
nobles
more
were
worn
his
than is his
masters.
wont.
To
Tomorrow
them
will
his
he
mother
be
was only the
himself
creature of
again,
a
and
diseased
will beg
mind.
with
They
diligence
would
and
simply
come not
listen
empty
to
home
his
again.
project
This
with
remark
unbelieving
sobered the
ears,
father's
then
joviality
send
and
for
brought
the
his
doctor.
mind to business.
The
He
dull
turned
work went
angrily upon the
tediously
prince
on.
and said,
Petitions
"Tomorrow
were
must
read
we
and
pay 2 pennies to him that
proclamations,
owns
patents,
this
and all manner
whole.
of wordy,
2 pennies, mark ye.
repetitious,
All
and
this
wearisome
money for a
papers
half year's
relating
rent,
to the public
else
business.
out of this
And at
we
last
go.
Tom
Show what thou'st
sighed
gathered
pathetically
with
and
thy
murmured to
lazy
himself,
begging."
"In
The
what
prince
have
said,
I offended?
Offend me
that the
not
good
with thy
Lord should
sordid
take
matters.
me away
I
from
tell
the
thee again,
fields
I
and
am the
free
king's
air and
son.
the sunshine,
A
to
sounding
shut
blow
me up
upon the
here
prince's
and
shoulder
make
from
me a
Canty's
king
broad
and
palm
afflict me
sent
so
him staggering into
that
goodwife
his
Canty's
poor
arms,
head
who
nodded
clasped
awhile
him to her
and
breast
presently drooped
and
to his
sheltered him
shoulder,
from a
and
pelting
the
rain of
business of
cuffs
the
and
empire
slaps
came to a
by interposing
standstill
her
for
own
want of
person.
that
The
august
frightened
factory,
girls
the
retreated to their
ratifying
corner,
power.
but the grandmother
Silence
stepped eagerly
ensued
forward to
around
assist
the
her son.
slumbering child,
The prince
and the
sprang away
sages
from
of the
Mrs.
realm
Canty,
ceased from
exclaiming,
their deliberations.
Thou shalt not suffer for me,
During the
madam.
forenoon,
Let
Tom
these
had
swine
an
do their will
enjoyable
upon me
hour
alone.
by permission of his
This
keepers,
speech
Hartford
infuriated
and
the
St.
swine
John,
to
with
such
the
a
Lady
degree that they
Elizabeth
set
and the
about
little
their
Lady
work
Jane
without
Grey,
waste of
though the
time.
spirits of the
Between them
princesses
they
were rather
belabored the boy
subdued by
right
the mighty
soundly,
stroke
and
that
then
had
gave the
fallen upon
girls
the
and their
royal
mother a
house.
beating for
And
showing
at the end
sympathy
of the
for the
visit,
victim.
his elder
"Now,"
sister,
said Canty,
afterwards the
"to bed, all of
Lady
you.
Mary of
The
the
entertainment has
showed
tired
him
me."
with a
The
solemn
light was put
interview,
out, and the
which had
family
but one
retired.
merit in
As
his
soon as the
eyes,
snorings
its
of the head of the
brevity.
house and
He had
his
a few
mother showed
moments
that
to
they were
himself,
asleep,
and
the
then
young
a
girls
slim
crept
lad
to
of
where the
about
prince
12
lay and
years of
covered him
age was
tenderly
admitted
from
to
the
his
cold with
presence,
straw and
whose
rags.
clothing,
And their
except
mother
his
crept to
snowy
him
ruff
also,
and the
and
laces
stroked
about
his
his
hair and
wrists,
cried
was
over
of
him,
black,
whispering
doublet,
broken words
hose,
of
and all.
comfort and
He
compassion in
bore
his
no
ear
badge
the
of
while.
mourning, but a
She
knot
had
of
saved a
purple ribbon
morsel
on
for
his
him to
shoulder.
eat
He
also, but the
advanced
boy's pains
hesitatingly,
had swept
with
away
head
all
bowed and
appetite,
bare,
at least
and
for
dropped
black
upon
and
one knee
tasteless
in front of
crusts.
Tom.
He was
Tom
touched
sat
by
still
her
and
brave and
contemplated him
costly
soberly
defense
a
of
moment,
him,
and then
and
he
by
said,
her commiseration,
"Rise, lad,
and
who
he
art
thanked
thou?
her in
What
very noble and princely words,
The boy rose
and begged
and
her to
stood
go
at
to her
graceful
sleep
ease,
and try to
but with
forget
an
her
aspect of
sorrows.
concern in his
And he
face.
added that the
He said,
king, his father,
"Oh,
would not let her
assuredly thou
royal
must
kindness
remember
and
me, my
devotion
lord.
go
I am thy
unrewarded."
whipping boy.
This return to his madness
My
broke her
whipping
heart
boy?
anew,
The
and
same,
she
your grace.
strained him to
I
her
am
breast
Humphrey,
again and again,
Humphrey
and
Marlowe.
then went back,
Tom perceived
drowned
that
in
here
tears,
was
to her
someone
bed.
whom his keepers
As she lay
ought to have
thinking and
posted him
mourning,
about.
the suggestion
The
began to
situation was
creep into
delicate.
her mind that
What
there
should
was
he
an
do?
undefinable
Pretend
something
he
about
knew
this
this
boy
lad,
that
and
was
then
lacking in
betray
Tom
by
Canty,
his every
mad or
utterance that he
sane.
had never heard of
She
him
could not
before?
describe it.
No,
She
that
could
would
not
not
tell
do.
just what it was,
An idea came
and yet
to
her
his
sharp
relief.
mother instinct
Accidents
seemed
like
to
this
detect
might be
it and
likely to
perceive
happen
it.
with
What
some
if the
frequency,
boy were really
now that
not her
business
son
urgencies
after
would
all?
often call hurtful
Oh,
and St. John
absurd.
from his side.
She almost
They
smiled at
being
the
members
idea,
of the Council of
spite of her
Executors.
griefs and troubles.
Therefore, perhaps
no
it would be
matter,
well
she
to
found that
strike
it was
out
an
a plan
idea that
himself
would not
to meet
down,
the
but
requirements of such
persisted in haunting
emergencies.
her.
Yes,
It
that would be a
pursued her,
wise
it
course.
harassed her,
He would practice
it
on
clung
this
to
boy
her,
and see what
refused
sort of
to be
success
put
he
away
might
or
achieve.
ignored.
So
At
he
last
stroked
she
his brow
perceived that there was
perplexedly
not going to
a
be
moment
any
or two,
peace for
and
her
presently
until she
said,
should devise a test
"Now,
that should
I
prove
seem to remember
clearly
thee
and
somewhat,
without question
but my wit is
whether this
clogged
lad
and
was
dim
her
with
son or
suffering.
not, and so
Alack, my
banish these
poor
wearing
master!"
and worrying
ejaculated
doubts.
the whipping boy
Ah,
with
yes,
feeling,
this was plainly
adding
the
to
right
himself,
way out of the
"In
difficulty.
truth,
Therefore she set her wits to work at once to contrive that test.
But
But it
misfortune
was an
catch
easier
me,
thing
how
to
am I
propose than to
forgetting?
accomplish.
They said one
She
must
turned
not seem
over
to
in her
observe
mind
that
one
aught is
promising
wrong with
test
him.
after another, but was
'Tis
obliged to
strange how
relinquish
my
them
memory
all.
doth wanton
None
with
of
me
them were
these days,
absolutely
said
sure,
Tom.
absolutely
But
perfect,
mind it not, I
and an
mend
imperfect
apace.
one could
A
not
little
satisfy
clue doth
her.
often serve to bring
Evidently
me back
she was
again the
racking her
things
head
and
in
names
vain.
which had escaped
It seemed manifest
and
that
not
she
they
must
only,
give the
forsooth,
matter
but
up.
e'en such as I ne'er
While
heard
this
before, as
depressing
lad
thought
shall
was
see.
passing through her
Give
mind,
thy
her ear
business
caught the
speech.
regular breathing of the boy.
'Tis
and she
matter
knew
of
he had
small
fallen
weight, my
asleep.
liege. Yet
And
would
while
I
she
touch
listened,
upon
the
it,
measured
and it
breathing
please
was
your
broken
grace.
by a soft,
2 days
startled
gone
cry,
by, when your
such as
majesty
one
faltered
utters in a
thrice in
troubled
your
dream.
Greek. In
This
the morning
chance
lessons,
occurrence
doth
furnished her
remember it?
instantly with a plan worth all her
Yes,
labored tests
methinks
combined.
I do.
She
It
at
is not
once
much
set
of a
herself
lie,
feverishly,
and I had
but
meddled with the
noiselessly
Greek at
to
all.
work,
I had not faltered
to relight her
simply
candle,
thrice,
muttering
but
to herself,
40 times.
"Had I but seen him
Yes,
then,
I do
should
recall
have
it
known,
now.
since that
Go
day,
on.
when he was little, that the
master,
powder burst in
being
his
wroth
face.
with
He hath
what he
never been
termed such
startled of a
slovenly
sudden
and
out of
doltish
his
work,
dreams
did
or out
promise
of his
that he would
thinkings,
soundly
but he
whip
hath
me for
cast
it,
his
and
hand before
whip
his eyes,
thee,
even
said
as he
Tom,
did that day,
astonished out of
and
his
not
presence
as
of
others
mind.
would do it,
Why should
with
he
the
whip
palm
thee for
inward,
faults of
but
mine?
always with the palm turned
Your
outward.
Grace
I
forgetteth
have seen it
again.
100 times,
He always
and it has
scourges
never
me
varied nor
when thou
ever
dost
failed.
fail in thy
Yes,
lessons.
I shall soon
True,
know now.
true.
By this
I had
time she had
forgot.
crept to the
Thou
slumbering
teachest
boy's
me in
side,
private.
with the
Then I
candle
failed.
shaded in
He
her
argueth
hand.
that thy office
She
was
bent
lamely
heedfully
done,
and warily over
oh, my
him,
liege, what
scarcely
words are
breathing in her
these?
suppressed
I, the
excitement,
humblest of thy
and
servants,
suddenly
presume
flashed
to
the
teach
light in
thee?
his face and struck
Then
the floor by his
where
ear
is
with
thy
her
blame?
knuckles.
What
The
riddle
sleeper's
is
eyes
this?
sprung
Am
wide
I in
open, and
truth
he
gone
cast a
mad, or
startled
is it
stare
thou?
about him, but he
Explain,
made no
speak
special
out.
movement with his hands.
But, good your majesty, there's
The
naught
poor
that
woman
needeth
was smitten
simplifying.
almost
None
helpless
may
with
visit the
surprise
sacred
and grief,
person of the Prince
but
of
she
Wales with
contrived to
blows.
hide her
Wherefore,
emotions,
when he
and to
faulteth,
soothe the boy to
'tis
sleep
I
again.
that take
Then
them.
she crept
And
apart
meet it
and
is,
communed
as
miserably
right,
with
for
herself
that it
upon the
is mine
disastrous
office and
result
my
of her
livelihood.
experiment.
Footnote.
She tried to believe that her
The whipping
Tom's
boy.
madness had banished
James
this
the
habitual
First and
gesture
Charles
of his,
the Second had
but
whipping
she could not
boys
do
when
it.
they were little fellows.
No,
to
she
take
said,
their punishment.
his
for
hands
them
are
when
not
they fell
mad.
short in their
They could
lessons.
not unlearn so
I have
old a
ventured
habit
to
in so
furnish
brief a
my
time.
small prince
Oh,
with one
this is a
for my
heavy
own
day for me.
purposes.
Still, hope was as stubborn now
Tom
as
stared
doubt
at the
had been
tranquil
before.
boy,
She
observing
could
to
not
himself,
bring herself to
"Lo,
accept
it
the
is a
verdict of the
wonderful
test.
thing, a most
She
strange
must try
and
the thing
curious
again.
trade.
The
I
failure
marvel
must have
they
been
have not
only an
hired a
accident.
boy to take my
So
combings
she
and my
startled the
dressings
boy
for
out
me.
of his sleep a
Would
second
heaven
and a
they
third
would,
time
and
at
they will do
intervals,
this thing.
with
I will
the
take
same
my
result
lashings
which
in
had
mine
met
own
the first
person,
test.
giving God
Then
thanks
she
for the
dragged herself
change.
to bed and
Then
fell
he said aloud,
sorrowfully asleep,
"And
saying,
hast thou been
but
beaten,
I
poor
cannot
friend,
give
according
him up.
to the promise?"
Oh, no, I cannot. I
No,
cannot.
good your
He
majesty,
must
my
be
punishment was
boy.
appointed for this day,
The poor mother's
and peradventure
interruptions
it
having
may be
ceased,
annulled
and the
as
prince's
unbefitting
pains
the
having
season of
gradually
mourning.
lost their power
That
to
is
disturb
come
him,
upon us.
utter
I
weariness
know
at
not,
last sealed
and so
his
have
eyes in a
made bold
profound
to
and
come
restful
hither and
sleep.
remind your grace about
Hour
your
after
gracious
hour
promise
slipped
to
away,
intercede in
and
my
still he
behalf.
slept like the dead.
With the master?
Thus 4 or 5
to save
hours
thee thy
passed.
whipping?
Then his stupor began
thou
to
dost
lighten.
remember.
Presently,
My
while half
memory
asleep and
mendeth,
half
thou
awake, he
seest.
murmured,
Set thy mind
Sir
at
William?
ease. Thy back shall go
After a moment,
unscathed. I
"Oh,
will see to
Sir
it."
William Herbert,
Oh,
hie thee
thanks,
hither,
my good
and list
lord,
to the
cried
strangest
boy,
dream that
dropping
ever.
upon his knee
Sir
again.
William, dost hear?
Mayhap I have
Man, I
ventured
did
far
think me
enough,
changed to
and
a
yet,
pauper,
seeing
and
Master
oh,
Humphrey
there
was
are
at that
guards,
time
Sir
encouraged
William.
him to go
What?
on, saying he
Is there
was
no groom of
in
the chamber in
gratitude
waiting?
mood.
Alack, it shall
Then
go
I
hard
will
with
speak
what
it out,
aileth thee?
for it
asked
lieth
Elizabeth
near my
near
heart.
him.
Since
Who art
thou
thou
art no
calling?
more Prince of
Sir
Wales,
William
but king,
Herbert, who art
canst
thou?
order matters as
I?
thou wilt.
Who should
with
I be
none
but
to
thy
save
sister
thee,
Nan?
nay.
Oh, Tom,
Wherefore
I
it
had
is not
forgot.
in reason
Thou'rt
that thou
mad
wilt
yet.
longer
Poor
vex
lad,
thyself
thou'rt
with
mad
dreary
yet.
studies,
Would I
but
had
wilt
never
burn thy
woke to
books
know it
and turn
again.
thy mind
But
to things
prithee,
less
master thy
irksome.
tongue,
Then
lest
am
we
I
all be
ruined,
beaten till
and
we
mine
die.
orphan sisters with
The
me.
startled prince
Ruined?
sprang partly
Prithee,
up,
how?
but a sharp
My
reminder
back
from
is
His
my
stiffened
bread,
bruises
O
brought
my
him
gracious
to
liege.
himself,
If
and he
it
sunk
go
back
idle,
among
I
his foul
starve.
straw with a groan
When thou cease
and the
from study,
ejaculation,
mine office is
"Alas,
gone. Thou
it
need
was
no
no
whipping boy.
dream then."
Do not turn
In a
me
moment
away.
all the heavy sorrow
was
and
touched
misery
with
which
this
sleep
pathetic
had
distress.
banished were
He
upon
said
him
with a
again,
right royal
and he
burst of
realized that he was
generosity,
no longer a petty prince in a
Discomfort
palace
thyself no
with
further,
the adoring
lad.
eyes of a
Thine
nation
office
upon
shall
him,
be
but a
permanent in thee,
pauper,
and thy
an
line
outcast,
forever.
clothed in rags,
Then he struck
prisoner
the boy
in
a
a
light
den
blow
fit
on the
only for
shoulder with the
beasts,
flat of his
and
sword,
consorting
exclaiming,
with beggars and
"Rise,
thieves.
Humphrey
In the
Marlowe,
midst of his grief, he
hereditary
began to be
grand
conscious
whipping
of
boy
hilarious
to the
noises
royal
and
house of
shoutings,
England.
apparently but a block
Banish
or two
sorrow.
away. The
I will
next
betake
moment
me
there were
to my
several
books
sharp
again,
raps at
and
the door,
study so
and John
ill
Canty
that they
ceased
must
from snoring and
injustice
said,
treble
"Who
thy
knocketh?
rage.
What
So
wilt thou?"
mightily shall the business
voice
of thine
answered,
office be augmented.
"Knowest thou who it was
The
thou
grateful
laid
Humphrey
thy cudgel
responded
on?"
fervently, Thanks,
No,
O
neither
most
know I nor
noble
care.
master.
Belike
This
thou
princely
change thy
lavishness
note
doth far
eftsoons,
surpass
and
my
thou
most
wouldst save thy
distempered
neck,
dreams of
nothing but
fortune.
flight away
Now
stead
shall I
thee.
be happy
The
all my
man
days,
is this
and
moment
all the
delivering
house
up
of
the
Marlowe
ghost.
after me.
'Tis the priest,
Tom
Father
had wit enough to
Andrew.
perceive that here was a
God
lad
a mercy!
to him.
exclaimed Canty. He
encouraged
roused his
Humphrey to
family
talk,
and hoarsely
and he was
commanded,
nothing
Up
loath.
with all of ye and
He was
fly,
delighted
or
to believe
bide
that
where
he
ye
was
are and
helping
perish.
in Tom's cure,
Scarcely
for always,
5 minutes
as soon
later
as
the
he had
Canty
finished calling
household
back
were in
to
the
Tom's
street and
diseased
flying for
mind
their
the
lives.
various
John
particulars of
Canty
his
held the prince by the wrist
and
and
adventures
hurried him along
in
the
the royal
dark way,
schoolroom and
giving
elsewhere
him
about
this
the palace.
caution in low
He
voice.
noticed that Tom was
Mind
then
thy
able
tongue,
to
thou mad fool, and
recall
speak not
the
our name.
circumstances
I
quite
will choose
clearly.
me a new name
At the end of an
speedily
hour,
to throw
Tom
the
found
law's
himself
dogs
well
off the
freighted
scent.
with very
Mind thy
valuable
tongue, I
information
tell ye.
concerning personages
He growled
and
these
matters
words to the rest
pertaining
of the
to the
family.
court.
If
So
it
he
so
resolved
chance
to
that we
draw
be
instruction
separated,
from
let
this
each
source
make for
daily,
London
and
Bridge.
to this end
Whoso
he would
findeth
give order
himself
to
as
admit
far as the
Humphrey to
last
royal
linen
closet
draper's shop
whenever
on the
he might
bridge,
come,
let him
provided
tarry
the
there till the
Majesty of
others be
England was
come.
not
Then
engaged
will we
with other
flee
people.
into Southwark together.
Humphrey had
At
hardly
this
been
moment the
dismissed
party
when my
burst
Lord
suddenly
Hertford
out of
arrived
darkness
with more
into
trouble
light,
for Tom.
and not only into
He
light,
said
but
that the
into the
lords of
midst
the
of a
council,
multitude
fearing
of
that some
singing,
overwrought
dancing,
report
and
of the king's
shouting
damaged
people
health
massed
might
together
have
on the
leaked
river's
out and got
frontage.
abroad.
There was a
They
line of
deemed it
bonfires
wise and
stretching as
best
far
that
as
His
one could
Majesty
see
should
up
begin
and
to
down the
dine in
Thames.
public after a
London
day or
Bridge
two.
was illuminated,
His wholesome
Southwark
complexion
Bridge
and vigorous
likewise.
step,
The
assisted
entire
by
river
a
was
carefully
aglow with
guarded
a flash
repose
and
of
sheen
manner
of
and
coloured lights,
ease
and
and
constant
grace of
explosions of
demeanour
fireworks
would
filled
more
the skies
surely
with an
quiet the
intricate
general
commingling of
pulse, in
shooting
case any
splendours
evil rumours
and
had
thick
gone out,
rain of
than
dazzling
any other
sparks
scheme that
that
could be
almost turned
devised.
night into day.
Then the Earl
Everywhere were
proceeded very
crowds of
delicately
revellers.
to instruct
All
Tom as to
London
the
seemed to be
observances
at
proper
large.
to the stately
John
occasion,
Canty delivered
under the
himself
rather
of a
thin
furious
disguise
curse and
of
commanded a retreat,
reminding
but it was
him
too late.
concerning things
He and his
already
tribe
known
were
to him.
swallowed up in that
But to his
swarming
vast
hive of
gratification,
humanity
it turned out that
and
Tom
hopelessly
needed very little
separated
help
from
in
each
this
other in
line.
an instant.
He had been making
We are
use
not
of Humphrey in
considering
that
that the
direction,
prince was one
for
of his
Humphrey had
tribe.
mentioned that
Canty
within a
still
few
kept
days
his grip
he
upon
was to
him.
begin to
The
dine
prince's
in
heart
public,
was beating
having
high
gathered
with
it
hopes
from
of
the
escape now.
swift-winged
A
gossip
burly
of the
waterman,
court.
considerably exalted with
Tom
liquor,
kept
found
these
himself
facts to
rudely
himself,
shoved by
however.
Canty in his efforts
Seeing
to
the
plough
royal
through the
memory
crowd.
so improved,
He
the
laid
Earl
his great
ventured
hand
to
on
apply a
Canty's
few
shoulder
tests
and
to
said,
it,
Nay,
in an
whither so fast,
apparently
friend?
casual way,
Dost
to
canker
find
thy
out how
soul
far its
with
amendment
sordid
had
business,
progressed.
when all that
The
be
results
leal
were
men
happy
and true
here and
make
there
holiday?
in spots.
Mine affairs are
Spots
mine
where
own,
Humphrey's
and
tracks
they
were
concern thee
and
not,
on the whole
answered
my lord
Canty
was
roughly.
greatly pleased and
Take away thy
encouraged.
hand and let
So
me
encouraged
pass.
was he indeed that he
Sith
spoke
that
up
is
and
thy
said in a
humour,
quiet,
thou'lt
hopeful
not
voice,
pass till thou'st
"Now
drunk to the
am
Prince
I
of Wales, I
persuaded
tell thee that,
if your
said
Majesty
the waterman,
will
barring
tax
the
your
way
memory yet
resolutely.
a little farther,
Give me the cup,
it
then,
will
and make
resolve the
speed, make
puzzle of the
speed.
Great Seal.
Other revellers
A
were
loss
interested
which
by
was
this
of
time. They
moment
cried out,
yesterday,
The
although
loving
none
cup,
today,
the loving
since
cup.
its term
Make
of
the
service
sour
ended
knave
with
drink
our
the
late
loving cup,
Lord's life.
else we feed
May
him
it
to the
please your
fishes.
Grace to make
So a
the
huge
trial?
loving cup was brought.
Tom was
The
at
waterman,
sea.
grasping it
The
by
Great
one of its
Seal was a
handles,
something
and
which
with
he
his
was
other
totally
hand bearing up
unacquainted
the end of an
with. After a
imaginary
moment's
napkin,
hesitation, he looked
presented
up
it in due
innocently
and
and asked,
ancient form to Canty,
"What was
who
it
had to
like,
grasp
my
the
lord?"
opposite handle with one of
Earl
his hands
started
and
almost
take off the
imperceptibly,
lid with the other,
muttering to
according
himself,
to the ancient custom.
"Alack, his wits are flown
Footnote.
again." It was ill
The
wisdom
loving
to
cup.
lead him on to
The
strain
loving
them.
cup
Then
and the
he
peculiar
deftly
ceremonies
turned the talk to
observed
other
in
matters,
drinking from
with
it
the
are
purpose of
older than
sweeping the
English
unlucky
history.
seal
It
out
is
of
thought
Tom's
that
thoughts,
both are
a
Danish
purpose
importations.
which easily
As
succeeded.
far back as knowledge goes,
End
the
of
loving
chapter
cup has
14.
always been drunk at English banquets. Tradition explains
Chapter
the
15.
ceremonies in this way.
Tom as
in the
king.
rude ancient times, it was
The next
deemed
day,
a wise
the foreign
precaution to have
ambassadors
both
came
hands
with
of
their
both
gorgeous
drinkers employed,
trains, and
lest
Tom,
while the
throned
pledger
in
pledged
awful
his
state,
love and
received
fidelity to
them.
the pledgee,
The splendors
pledgee
of the
take
scene
that
delighted
opportunity
his
to
eye
slip
and
the dirt
fired his
into him.
imagination at first.
End of
But the
footnote.
audience was long and
This
dreary,
left the prince
and so were
hand
most
free
of
for
the
a second, of
addresses.
course. He
Wherefore
Therefore, what began as
dived
a
among the
pleasure
forest of
grew
legs
into
about him and
weariness
disappeared.
and homesickness
In another
by and
moment
by.
he could not have
Tom
been harder
said
to
the
find
words
under
which
that
Hertford put
tossing
into
sea
his
of
mouth
life
from time to
if its
time,
billows had been
and
the
tried
Atlantic's,
hard to
and
acquit
he a
himself
lost sixpence.
satisfactorily.
But he very
was
soon
too new to
realized
such
this
facts,
fact, and straightway
too
busied
ill at
himself
ease
about his
to
own
accomplish
affairs
more
without
than a
further thought of
tolerable
John
success.
Canty.
He
quickly
looked
realized
sufficiently like
another
a
thing,
king,
too,
but he was ill
that his
able to
spurious
feel like
Prince
one.
of Wales was
He
being
was
feasted
cordially
by the
glad
city
when
in
the
his
ceremony
stead.
was
He
ended.
easily concluded that the pauper
larger
lad, Tom
part of his
Canty,
day was
had deliberately
wasted,
taken
as he
advantage of
termed
his
it in his
stupendous
own mind,
opportunity
in
and
labors
become a
pertaining to his
usurper.
royal office.
Therefore, there
Even
was
the
but
2
one
hours
course
devoted to
pursue,
certain princely
find his way
pastimes
to
and
the Guildhall,
recreations were
make
rather a
himself
burden to
known,
him
and
than
denounce the
otherwise.
impostor.
They were so
He also
fettered
made
by
up his mind that
restrictions
Tom
and
should be
ceremonious
allowed a reasonable time
observances.
for spiritual
However, he
preparation,
had a private
and then
hour
be
with his
hanged,
whipping
drawn
joy,
and
which he
quartered,
counted
according
clear
to the law
gain,
and usage
since
of
he
the
got
day,
both
in
entertainment
cases of
and
high
needful
treason.
information out of it.
End
The
of
third
chapter
day of
10.
Tom Canty's kingship came and went much as the others had done, but there was a lifting of
Chapter
his cloud
11,
in one way.
at
He
Guildhall.
felt less
The
uncomfortable
royal
than at
barge,
first.
attended
He
by
was
its
getting a
gorgeous
little
fleet,
used to his
took its
circumstances
stately way
and
down the
surroundings.
Thames through the wilderness
His
of
chains
illuminated
still
boats.
galled,
The air
but
was
not all the
laden with
time.
music.
He
The
found that the
riverbanks were
presence and
beruffled
homage
with
of the
joy
great
flames.
afflicted and
The
embarrassed
distant
him
city
less
lay
and
in
less
a soft
sharply with
luminous
every
glow
hour
from
that
its
drifted
countless
over his
invisible
head.
bonfires.
But for one
Above
single
it
dread,
rose many a
he could have
slender
seen the
spire
fourth
into
day
the
approach
sky,
without serious
encrusted with
distress.
sparkling
The
lights.
dining in
Wherefore,
public
in their
was
remoteness,
to
they
begin
seemed
that
like
day.
bejeweled
There
lances
were greater
thrust
matters
aloft
in the
as
program,
fleet swept
for
along.
on that
It
day
was
he would
greeted
have to
from the
preside at a
banks with
council which would take
continuous
his
hoarse
views and
roar
commands
of
concerning the policy
cheers
to be
and a
pursued
ceaseless
toward
flash
various
and
foreign
boom of
nations
artillery.
scattered
To
far
Tom
and near
Canty,
over the
half
great
buried
globe.
in his silken
On that
cushions,
day, too,
these sounds
Hartford
and this spectacle
would be
were a
formally
wonder
chosen
unspeakably
to the
sublime
grand
and
office
astonishing.
of Lord
To
Protector.
his little friends at
Other
his
things
side,
of note
the
were
Princess
appointed for that
Elizabeth
fourth
and the
day
Lady
also,
Jane Grey,
but
they
to
were
Tom they
nothing.
were all
Arrived
insignificant
at the
compared with
Dowgate,
the ordeal
fleet
of
was
dining
towed
all
up
by
the limpid
himself,
Walbrook,
with a
whose
multitude of
channel has
curious
now
eyes
been for
fastened
2
upon
centuries
him,
buried out of sight
and a
under
multitude
acres
of mouths
buildings,
whispering
to
comments upon his
Bucklersbury,
performance
past houses and
and
under
upon
bridges,
his
populous
mistakes
with
if he should be
merrymakers
so
and
unlucky as to
brilliantly
make
lighted,
any.
and at last
Still,
came
nothing
to a
could stop
halt in
that
a
fourth
basin,
day, and so
where
it
now
came.
is Barge Yard.
It found poor
in the
Tom
center of the ancient
low-spirited
city of
and
London.
absent-minded, and this
Tom
mood continued.
disembarked, and
He
he
could
and
not
his
shake it off.
gallant procession
The ordinary
crossed
duties of
Cheapside
the morning
and
dragged
made a
upon
short
his
march
hands
through
and
the old
wearied
Jewry,
him. Once
and
more he
passing
felt
Hall
the
Street
sense
to
of
the
captivity
Guildhall.
heavy upon him.
Tom and his little
Late in the
ladies were received
forenoon,
with due
he was in
ceremony
a
by the
large
Lord
audience
Mayor and the
chamber
fathers of the
conversing
city
with the Earl
in
of
their gold
Hertford,
chains
and
and
dully
scarlet
awaiting the
robes of
striking
state,
of the hour
and
appointed
conducted
for a
to a
visit
rich
of
canopy
ceremony
of state at
from
the
a
head of the great
considerable
hall,
number of great
preceded
officials
by
and
heralds
courtiers.
making proclamation,
After a little while,
and by the
Tom, who
mace
had
and
wandered
the
to a
city
window
sword.
and become interested
The
in the
lords
life
and
and
ladies
movement
who
of
were
the
to
great
attend
highway
upon Tom
beyond
and
the
his
palace
2
gates,
small friends
and
took
not
their
idly
places
interested,
behind
but
their chairs.
longing with all his heart
At a
to
lower
take part
table,
in
the
person
court
in its stir and
grandees
freedom,
and other guests
saw
of
the
noble
van of a
degree were
hooting and
seated,
shouting
with the
mob of
magnates of the
disorderly
city.
men, women, and children of
Commoners
the
took
lowest
places
and
at a
poorest
multitude of
degree
tables on the main
approaching
floor
from
of
up
the
the
hall.
road.
From their
I would I
lofty
knew what 'tis
vantage
about, he
ground,
exclaimed
the
with all a
giants
boy's
Gog
curiosity in
and
such
Magog,
happenings.
the ancient guardians
Thou
of the
art
city,
king,
contemplated
solemnly
the
responded the
spectacle
Earl
below
with a
them
reverence.
with eyes
Have
grown
I your
familiar
grace's
to it
leave
in
to
forgotten
act?
generations.
Oh,
There was a
blithely
bugle
yes, oh,
blast
gladly
and a
yes,
proclamation,
exclaimed Tom
and a
excitedly,
fat butler
adding to
appeared in a
himself
high
with a
perch
lively
in
sense
the
of
leftward
satisfaction.
wall,
In
followed
truth,
by
being a
his
king is not
servitors,
all
bearing
dreariness.
with
It
impressive
hath its
solemnity a
compensations
royal
and
baron of
conveniences.
beef,
The Earl
smoking
called
hot
page and
and
sent
ready
him
for
to
the
the
knife.
captain of the guard with the
After
order.
grace,
Let the
Tom
mob
being
be halted,
instructed,
and inquiry
rose,
made concerning
and
the
the
occasion
whole
of its
house with
movement
him,
by the
and
king's
drank from a
command.
portly
A few
golden
seconds later, a
loving
long
cup of the
rank of the
Princess
royal
Elizabeth.
guards, cased
From
in
her
flashing
it passed
steel,
to the Lady
filed
Jane,
out at the
and
gates
then
and formed
traversed
across
the
the
general
highway in front of the
assemblage.
multitude.
So the banquet
A
began.
messenger returned to
By
report that the
midnight,
crowd were
the
following a
revelry
man,
was at its
a
height.
woman, and a
Now
young
came
girl
one of
to
those
execution for
picturesque
crimes committed against the
spectacles
peace
so admired in
and
that
dignity
old
of the
day.
realm.
A description
Death,
of it is
and
still
a violent
extant
death
in the
for
quaint
these poor
wording of a
unfortunates.
chronicler who
The thought
witnessed
wrung
it.
Tom's
Space
heartstrings.
being made,
The spirit of
presently
compassion
entered
took
a
control
baron
of him,
and
to
an
the
earl
exclusion of
apparelled
all
after
other
the Turkish
considerations.
fashion, in
He
long
never thought of
robes
the
of
offended
bodkin
laws,
powdered
or
with
of the
gold,
grief or
hats
loss
on their
which
heads
these
of
3
crimson
criminals had
velvet,
inflicted upon their
with great
victims.
rolls of
He could
gold,
think of nothing but
girded
the
with 2
scaffold and
swords
the grisly
called
fate hanging
scimitars,
over the heads
hanging
of the
by great
condemned.
baldricks
His
of gold.
concern even made
Next
him forget
came
for
yet
the
another
moment
baron
that he
and
was but
another
the
earl,
false shadow
in
of a
2
king,
long
not the
gowns of
substance.
yellow
And
satin,
before he knew it,
traversed
he
with
had blurted
white
out the
satin,
command,
and
"Bring
in
them
every
here!"
band of white
Then he
was a
flushed
band
scarlet,
of
and a sort
crimson
of
satin,
apology sprung to
after
his
the
lips.
fashion of
But
Russia,
observing that his
with
order had
furred
wrought no
hats
sort of a
gray on
surprise
their
in the
heads,
earl or the waiting
either of them
page, he
having a
suppressed the
hatchet
words
in
he was
their
about to
hands,
utter.
and
The page, in
boots
the most
with
matter-of-course coarse way, made a profound obeisance,
turned
and retired
up,
backwards
and
out
after
of the
them
room to
came
deliver
a
the
knight.
command.
Then
Tom
the Lord
experienced
High
a glow
Admiral,
of pride and a
and with
renewed
him
sense of
5
the
nobles
compensating
in doublets of
advantages of the
crimson
kingly
velvet,
office. He
voided
said to
low
himself,
on the back,
"Truly,
and
it is
before
like
to the
what I
cannel
was used to
bone,
feel when I
laced
read
on
the
the
old
breasts with
priest's
chains of
tales,
silver,
and did
and
imagine
over
mine
that,
own self a
short
prince,
cloaks of
giving
crimson
law
satin,
and command to
and
all,
on their heads
saying,
hats
do this,
after the
do that,
dancers'
whilst
fashion,
none
with
durst
pheasants'
offer let
feathers
or
in
hindrance
them.
to my will."
These were apparelled
Now the
after
doors
the
swung
fashion
open,
of Prussia.
one high-sounding
The
title
torch-bearers,
after another
which
was
were
announced,
about
the
100,
personages
were
owning them
apparelled in
followed,
crimson
and the place was
satin and
quickly
green,
half filled
like
with noble
Moors,
folk
their
and
faces
finery.
black.
But Tom
Next
was hardly
came in
conscious
a
of the presence of
mummery.
these people,
Then
so
the
wrought up
minstrels,
was
which
he,
were
and so
disguised,
intensely
danced,
absorbed in that other
and the
and more
lords and
interesting
ladies
matter,
did wildly
he
dance
seated
also,
himself
that it was a
absently in
pleasure
his
to
chair of
behold.
state, and turned his
And while
eyes upon the
Tom, in
door
his
with
high
manifestations
seat,
of
was gazing upon
impatient
this wild
expectancy,
dancing, lost
seeing
in
which the company
admiration of the
forbore to
dazzling
trouble him,
commingling
and
of
fell to chatting a
kaleidoscopic
mixture
colours
of public
which the
business
whirling
and
turmoil
court
of
gossip
gaudy figures
one
below
with
him
another.
presented.
In
The
a little
ragged
while
but
the measured
real
tread
little
of
Prince
military
Wales was
men was heard
proclaiming his
approaching,
rights and
and the
his
culprits
wrongs,
entered the
denouncing
presence
the
in charge of
impostor,
an under
and
sheriff
clamouring for
and
admission at
escorted
the
by a
gates of
detail of the king's
Guildhall.
guard.
The crowd
civil
enjoyed
officer
this
knelt
episode
before Tom,
prodigiously,
then stood
and pressed
aside.
forward and
The three
craned their
doomed
necks to see the
persons
small
knelt also,
rioter.
and remained
Presently
so.
they began
The
to
guard
taunt
took
him
position
and mock at
behind
him,
Tom's
purposely
chair.
to goad him
Tom
into a
scanned
higher
the
and still
prisoners
more
curiously.
entertaining
Something
fury.
about the dress or
Tears
appearance
of
of the man had
mortification
stirred a
sprung
vague
into his
memory in
eyes,
him.
but he stood his
Methinks I
ground
have
and
seen this
defied the
man
mob
ere now,
right royally.
but the when
Other
or
taunts
the where
followed,
fail me.
added
Such was
mocking
Tom's
stung
thought.
him, and
Just
he
then the man
exclaimed,
glanced
I
meekly
tell
up
ye
and
again,
quickly
you
dropped
pack
his
of
face
unmannerly
again,
curs,
not being able to
I
endure the
am the
awful
Prince
chord
of Wales,
sovereignty.
and
But
all
the one
forlorn
full
and friendless
glimpse
as
of the
I
face
be,
which
with
Tom
none
got
to
was
give me
sufficient.
word of
He
grace
said
or
to
help me
himself,
in my need,
"Now is the
yet
matter
will
clear.
not I
This
be
is the
driven
stranger
from
that
my
plucked
ground,
Gil's wit
but will
out of the
maintain
Thames
it.
and saved his life.
Though thou
That
be
windy,
prince or
bitter
no
first
prince,
day
'tis
of the
all
new year.
one.
A
Thou beest
brave
a gallant
good
lad,
deed.
and
Pity
not
he hath
friendless
been doing
neither.
baser
Here
ones and
stand
got
I
himself
by
in
thy
this
side
sad
to prove
case.
it, and
Have
mind
not
I
forgot
tell
the day,
thee, thou
neither the
mightst
hour,
have a
by
worser
reason that
friend
an
than
hour
Miles
after,
Hendon,
upon the stroke
and
of
yet
11,
not tire
I
thy
did get
legs
a
with
hiding
seeking.
by the hand of
Rest
Gammer
thy
Ganty,
small
which is
jaw,
of so
my child.
goodly and
I
admired
talk the language
severity
of
that
these
all that
base
went
kennel
before
rats
or
like to a
followed
very
after it
native.
were
The
but
speaker was
fondlings
a
and
sort of
caressed
Don
by
Caesar de
comparison.
Bazan in dress,
Tom now
aspect,
ordered
and
that the
bearing.
woman and the
He
girl
was
be
tall,
removed from the
trim-built,
presence for a little
muscular.
time,
His doublet
then
and
addressed
trunks
himself
were of
to
rich
the under
material,
sheriff, saying,
but faded and
"Good sir,
threadbare,
what
and their
is this
gold
man's
lace
offence?"
adornments were sadly tarnished.
The officer knelt
His
and
ruff
answered,
was rumpled and damaged.
So please your
The plume in
majesty,
his slouched
he
hat
hath
was
taken the
broken
life
and
of
had
a
bedraggled
subject
and
by
disreputable
poison.
look. At his
Tom's
side he wore a
compassion for
long
the prisoner
rapier
and
a rusty
admiration of
iron
him as
sheath.
the daring
His
rescuer of a
swaggering
drowning
carriage
boy
marked him at once as a
experienced the
rougher of
most
the camp.
damaging shock.
The speech of
The
this
thing was
fantastic
proven
figure was
upon
received
him?
with an
He asked.
explosion of jeers
Most
and
clearly,
laughter.
sire.
Some cried,
Tom sighed
"'Tis
and
another
said,
prince in disguise.
"Take him away. He
Where
hath
thy
earned
tongue,
his death.
friend?
'Tis a
Belike
pity,
he is
for he was a
dangerous.
brave heart."
Marry, he looketh
Na,
it.
na,
Mark
I
his
mean,
eye.
he hath
Pluck the lad
look
from
of
him.
it.
To the horse
The prisoner
pond with the
clasped his
cub.
hands together with sudden
Instantly a
energy
hand
and
was
wrung
laid upon
them
the prince under the
despairingly,
impulse
at
of
the
this
same
happy
time
thought,
appealing
as
imploringly
instantly
to
the stranger's
king
long sword was
in
out,
broken
and the
and
meddler went to
terrified
the earth
phrases.
under a sounding
Oh,
thump
my
of the
lord, the
forehead.
king, and
Next
thou
moment, a
canst
score
pity
of
the
voices
lost.
shouted,
Have
"Kill
pity
the
upon
dog,
me.
kill
I
him,
am
kill him."
innocent. Neither
The mob
hath
closed
that
in on the
wherewith I
warrior,
am
who
charged
backed
been
himself
more
against the
than
wall
but
and
lamely
began to lay
proved.
about him with
Yet I
his
speak
long
not of
weapon like
that.
a madman.
The judgment is
His
gone
victims
forth against
sprawled
me, and
this
may
way
not
and that.
suffer
The
alteration.
mob tide
Yet
poured over their
in
prostrate
mine
forms and
extremity I
dashed
beg
itself
a
against the
boon,
champion with
for my
undiminished
doom is
fury.
more than I
His
can
moments
bear.
seemed numbered,
A grace,
his
a grace,
destruction
my lord
certain,
the king.
when
In
suddenly
thy
a
royal
trumpet blast
compassion
sounded,
grant me
a
my
voice
prayer.
shouted,
Give
"Way
commandment
for the
that I
king's
be
messenger!"
hanged.
And a troop of
Tom was
horsemen came
amazed.
charging down
This was
upon the
not
mob,
the
who
outcome he
fled
had
out
looked
of
for.
harm's reach as fast as their
Odds
legs
my
could
life,
carry
a
them.
strange boon.
The bold
Was it
stranger
not the
caught
fate
up the prince in
intended
his
thee?
arms and was soon far away
Oh,
from danger
good
and
my
multitude.
liege, not so. It is
Return
ordered
we
that I be
within the guild
boiled
hall.
alive.
Suddenly, high
The
above the
hideous
jubilant
surprise
roar
of
and
these
thunder
words
of the
almost
revel
made Tom
broke
spring
the
from his
clear
chair.
peal of a
As
bugle
soon as
note.
he could recover
There
his
was
wits, he
instant
cried out,
silence.
Have thy wish,
Deep
poor
hush.
soul, and thou had
Then
poisoned a
single
100 men,
voice
thou
rose,
shouldst not suffer so
that of the
miserable a
messenger
death.
from the palace.
The prisoner
and began
bowed
to
his
pipe
face
forth
to
the
the ground and
proclamation.
burst into
The whole
passionate
multitude
expressions of
standing,
gratitude,
listening.
ending with,
The closing
If
words,
ever thou
solemnly
shouldst know
pronounced,
misfortune,
were,
which God
"The
forfend,
king is
may thy
dead."
goodness to me this day be
The great
remembered and
assemblage
requited.
bent their heads
Tom
upon their
turned to
breasts
the
with
Earl
one
of Hertford
accord,
and said,
remained so
My lord,
in profound
is it
silence a few
believable that
moments.
there was warrant
Then
for this
all
man's
sunk
ferocious
upon their
doom?
knees in a body.
"It is
stretched
the law,
out their
your
hands
grace, for
toward Tom,
poisoners.
and a
In
mighty
Germany,
shout
coiners
burst
be
forth
boiled to
that
death in
seemed to
oil,
shake the
not
building.
cast in of a
Long
sudden, but
live
by a
the
rope
king!
let down into the oil by
Poor
degrees,
Tom's
and
dazed
slowly,
eyes
first the
wandered
feet, then
abroad
the
over
legs,
this
then
Oh, prithee,
stupefying
no more, my
spectacle,
lord, I cannot bear
and
it.
finally
cried
rested
Tom,
dreamily
covering his
upon
eyes
the
with his
kneeling
hands
princesses
to shut out the
beside
picture.
him.
I beseech
moment,
your good lordship
then
that
upon
order
the
be
Earl
taken
of
to
Hertford.
change this law.
A sudden let no more poor creatures be visited with its tortures.
In a low tone,
the Earl's face showed profound gratification, for he was a man of merciful and generous impulses, a thing not very common with his class in that fierce age. He said, "These, your Grace's noble words, have sealed its doom. History will remember it to the honour of your royal house." The under-sheriff was about to remove his prisoner. Tom gave him a sign to wait, and then he said, "Good sir, I would look into this matter further. The man has said his deed was but lamely proved. Tell me what thou knowest."
Tom responded in a strong,
"If the King's grace please, it did appear upon the trial that this man entered into a house in the hamlet of Ironton, where one lay sick. 3 witnesses say it was at 10 o'clock in the morning, and 2 say it was some minutes later. The sick man being alone at the time and sleeping. And presently the man came forth again and went his way. The sick man died within the hour, being torn with spasms and retchings.
Survived a few
Did
hours
any see
longer.
the poison
His order for the
given?
Duke's
Was the poison
execution would
found?
have been carried into
Marry,
effect.
no,
But
my
news
liege.
being carried
Then
to the
how
tower
doth
that the
one
King
know there
himself
was
had
poison
expired
given
that
at
night,
all?
The lieutenant
Please, Your
deferred
Majesty, the
obeying
doctors
warrant,
testified
and it
that
was
none
not
die
thought
with
advisable
such
by the
symptoms
council
but
to
by
begin a new
poison.
reign by the death of the
Weighty
greatest
evidence
nobleman in the
this
kingdom,
that simple
who had
age.
been condemned
Tom
by a sentence so
recognized its
unjust and
formidable
tyrannical.
nature, and said,
Hume's History
The
of
doctor
England,
knoweth
volume
his
3,
trade,
page
belike
307.
they were right.
End
The matter
of
hath an
footnote.
ill look for this poor man.
The words were caught up and
Yet
carried
was
eagerly
not
from
this
lip
all,
to
Your
lip,
Majesty.
far and wide
There is
over the
more
hall.
and worse.
And as Hertford
Many
heard from the
testify that
presence,
a witch,
another prodigious
since
shout
gone from the
burst forth.
village, none know
The
whither,
reign of
did
blood is
foretell
ended.
and speak it
Long
privately in
live
their
Edward,
ears
King
that the
of
sick
England.
man would die by
End of
poison,
chapter
and
11.
more, that a stranger would give it, a stranger with brown hair and clothed in a worn
Chapter
and
12.
common garb.
Prince
And surely
and his
this
deliverer.
prisoner doth answer woundily to the
As
bill.
soon as Miles
Please, Your
Hendon
Majesty,
and the
to
little
give
prince
this
were clear of the
circumstance
mob,
that solemn
they
weight
struck down
which
through
is
back
its due,
lanes and
seeing
alleys
it
toward
was
the river.
foretold.
Their way was
This was an
unobstructed
argument of
until they
tremendous
approached London
force
Bridge.
in that
Then
superstitious
they
day.
plowed into the
Tom felt
multitude
that the
again,
thing was settled.
Hendon keeping
If
a
evidence
fast
was
grip
worth
upon the
anything,
prince's,
this poor
no,
fellow's
the
guilt was
king's
proved.
wrist.
Still he offered the
The
prisoner a
tremendous
chance,
news
saying,
was already abroad,
If thou
and the
canst
boy
say
learned
aught
it
in
from
thyself,
1,000 voices
speak.
at once. The king
Not that
is
will
dead.
avail, my king.
The tidings
I am
struck a
innocent,
chill to the
yet
heart of
cannot
the
I
poor
make
waif,
it
and
appear.
sent a
I
shudder
have
through
no
his
friends,
frame.
else
He
might I
realized
show
the
that I
greatness
was
of his
not
loss,
in Islington
and was
that
filled
day.
with a bitter
So
grief.
also might I
For the
show
grim
that at
tyrant
that
who had
hour
been
they
such a
named
terror to
I was
others
above a
had
league
always
away,
been gentle
seeing I
with
was
him.
at Wapping Old
The
Stairs.
tears sprung
Yea,
to
more,
his
my king,
eyes,
for
and
I could
blurred
show
all
that whilst they
objects.
say I was
For an
taking
instant he
life,
felt himself the
I
most
was
forlorn,
saving it. A
outcast,
drowning
and
boy.
forsaken of
Peace.
God's creatures.
Sheriff, name the day
Then
the deed was
another
done.
cry shook the night with
At
its
10 in the
far-reaching
morning, or
thunder.
some minutes
Long
later,
live
the
King
first
Edward
day
the
of New
Sixth!
Year, most
This
illustrious.
made
Let the
his
prisoner
eyes
go free.
kindle,
It's the
and
king's
thrilled
will.
him with pride
Another
to his
blush
fingers'
followed
ends.
this unregal outburst.
He
and
thought,
he covered his
how
indecorum as
grand
well
and
as he
strange
could by
it
adding,
seems.
It
I
enrages
am
me
king.
that a man should be hanged upon
Our
such
friends
idle,
threaded their way
hair-brained
slowly through the
evidence.
throngs upon the bridge.
A low buzz
This
of admiration
structure,
swept
which had
through the
stood for
assemblage.
600
It was
years
not
and had
admiration
been
of
a
the
noisy
decree
and
that had been
populous
delivered by
thoroughfare
Tom
all
for
that
the
time,
propriety
was
or
a curious
expediency of
affair,
pardoning a
for a
convicted
closely
poisoner
packed
was a
rank
thing
of
which few
stores
there
and shops,
would have felt
with
justified in
family
either
quarters
admitting
overhead,
or admiring.
stretched along both
No,
sides of it,
the admiration
from one
was
bank
for
of
the
the river to
intelligence
the
and
other.
spirit which
The
Tom
bridge
had
was
displayed.
a sort of town to
Some of the
itself.
low-voiced remarks
It had
were to
its
this
inn,
effect.
its beer
This is
houses,
no mad
its
king.
bakeries,
He hath
its
his wits
haberdasheries,
sound.
its
How
food
sanely
markets,
he puts
its
his
manufacturing
questions.
industries,
How like his former
and even
natural
its
self
church.
was this abrupt,
It looked upon the
imperious
two
disposal
neighbors
of the
which
matter.
it linked together,
God
London
be thanked,
and
his
Southwark,
infirmity is
as
spent.
being well
This
enough
is no
as
weakling,
suburbs,
but a
but
king.
not otherwise
He hath
particularly
borne himself
important.
like to his
It
own
was a
father.
close corporation, so to
The
speak.
air being
It
filled
was
with
a narrow
applause,
town,
Tom's
of a single
ear
street,
necessarily
a fifth
caught
of
a
a mile
little.
long.
The effect
Its
which this had
population
upon
was but a
him
village
was to put him
population,
greatly at his
and
ease,
everybody in it
and
knew
also
all
to
his fellow
charge his system
townsmen
with
intimately,
very gratifying
and had known their
sensations.
fathers and mothers before
However,
them, and
his
all their
juvenile
little
curiosity
family
soon
affairs
rose
into the bargain.
superior to these pleasant
It had its
thoughts and
aristocracy,
feelings.
of course.
He was
its
eager to know
fine
what
old
sort of a
families
deadly
of
mischief
butchers
the
and
woman and
bakers
the little
and
girl
whatnot
could have been
who
about.
had occupied the
So
same
by
old
his command the
premises
two
for 500
terrified
or
and sobbing
600
creatures were
years,
brought before him.
and knew the great
What is
history
it
of the
that
bridge
these
from
have done?
beginning to
He
end,
inquired of the
and
sheriff.
all its strange
Please, Your
legends.
Majesty, a
And who
black
always
crime
talked
is
bridgy
charged
talk,
upon
and
them,
fought
and
bridgy
clearly
thoughts,
proven.
and
Wherefore
lied
the
in a
judges have
long, level,
decreed,
direct,
according to the
substantial,
law, that they
bridgy
be
way.
hanged. They
It was
sold
just the
themselves
sort
to
of
the devil,
population
such is
to
their
be
crime.
narrow and
Tom
ignorant
shuddered.
and
He had been
self-conceited.
taught to abhor
Children
people
were
who
born
did
on the
this
bridge,
wicked
were
thing.
reared there,
Still, he
grew
was
to
not going
old
to deny
age,
himself
and
the
finally
pleasure of
died
feeding his
without
curiosity
ever
for
having
all
set
that.
a foot
So
upon
he
any
asked,
part of the world but
where was
London
this done,
Bridge
and
alone.
when?
Such
On a
people
midnight
would
in
naturally
December,
imagine
in a
that the
ruined
mighty
church,
and
Your Majesty.
interminable procession
Tom shuddered
which
again.
moved through its
Who
streets
was there
night and
present?
day, with its
Only
confused
these two,
war
Your
of
Grace,
shouts and
and
cries, its
that other.
neighings and bellowings
Have
and
these
bleatings,
confessed?
and its
muffled
Nay,
thunder
not
tramp
so, sire, they
was
do
the one
deny
great
it.
thing in this
Then
world.
prithee how was it
Themselves
known?
somehow the proprietors
Certain
of it.
witnesses did see
And
them
so
wending
they were,
thither,
in
good
effect.
your majesty.
At least
This
they
bred
could
the
exhibit it
suspicion,
from their
and
windows,
dire
and
effects have
did,
since
for
confirmed and
consideration,
justified it. In
whenever a
particular,
returning king
it
or
is in
hero
evidence
gave
that
it
through the
fleeting
wicked
splendor,
power so
for there
obtained,
was no
they
place
did
like it
invoke
for
and bring
affording a
about a
long,
storm
straight,
that wasted all the
uninterrupted
region
view
round
of
about.
marching
About
columns.
40 witnesses
Men
have proved the
born
storm,
and reared upon
and
the
sooth
bridge
one
found
might have
life
had 1,000,
unendurably
for
dull
all had
and
reason to
inane
remember
elsewhere.
it, sith all had
History
suffered
tells of
by
one
it.
of these who left the bridge
Certes,
at the
this
age
is
of
serious
71
matter. Tom
and
turned
retired
this
to the
dark
country.
piece of scoundrelly
His
over his mind a while, and then asked,
bed, he could not
suffered
go
the
to
woman
sleep.
also by
deep
the storm?
stillness was so
Several
painful,
old
so
heads
awful,
among the assemblage
so
nodded their
oppressive.
recognition of the wisdom
When
of
he
his
was
question.
worn out with it,
The sheriff,
at last,
however, saw
he
nothing
fled back to his
consequential in the
old
inquiry.
home, a lean
He
and
answered
haggard
with simple
spectre,
directness.
and fell peacefully to
Indeed,
rest
did she,
and
your
pleasant
majesty,
dreams under
and
the lulling
most
music of
righteously,
the
as
lashing
all of
waters
our
and the
Her
boom,
habitation
crash,
was
and
swept
thunder
away,
of London
and
Bridge.
herself and child
In the
left
times
shelterless.
of which we are writing, the bridge
Methinks
furnished
the power to
object
do
lessons
herself
in
so
English
ill a
history
turn
for
was
its
dearly
children,
bought.
namely,
She had
the
been
livid
cheated,
and decaying
and she
heads
paid
of
but a
renowned
farthing
men
for it.
impaled
That she
upon
paid her
iron
soul and
spikes
her
atop
child
of its
argueth
gateways.
that she is
But we
mad.
digress.
If she is mad, she
Hendon's
knoweth not
lodgings
what
were
she
in
doth.
the little inn
Therefore,
on the bridge.
sinneth
As he
not.
neared the door with his
The
small
elderly
friends
had
in
nodded
awed voice,
recognition
said,
of Tom's
So
wisdom once
thou'rt
more,
come
and
at
one
last.
individual murmured,
Thou'll not escape
"And
again,
the
I warrant
king
thee.
be mad
And if
himself,
pounding thy
according to
bones
report,
to a
then it
pudding
is a
can teach
madness
thee
of a
somewhat,
sort that would
thou'lt
improve
not
the
keep us
sanity
waiting
of
another
some
time,
while,
mayhap.
if by the
John
gentle
Canty
providence
put
of
out
God
his
they
hand
could
to
but
seize
catch
the
it.
boy. Miles
What
Hendon
age
stepped
hath
in
the
the way and
child?
said,
asked Tom.
Not too fast,
9 years,
friend.
please, your
Thou art
majesty.
needlessly rough,
By
methinks.
the law of
What is the
England
lad to
may a
thee?
child enter
If
into
it be
covenant
any
and
business
sell
of
itself,
thine
my
to make
lord?
and meddle in
Asked
others'
Tom,
affairs,
turning
he
to
is
the
my
learned judge.
son.
The law
'Tis a
doth
lie,
not
cried the
permit
little
a
king
child to
hotly.
make or meddle
Boldly
in
said,
any weighty
and I
matter,
believe
good
thee,
my liege,
whether thy
holding
small
that
head
its
callow
peace be
wit
sound or
unfitted
cracked,
it
my
to
boy.
cope with the riper
But whether
wit and
this
evil
scurvy ruffian
schemings
be
of
thy
them that
father
are
or
its
no,
elders.
'tis all one.
The devil
He shall
may
not
buy
have
a
thee
child
to
if
beat
he
thee
so
and abuse,
choose,
according
and
to
his
his threat.
child agree
So thou
thereto,
prefer to abide
but
with
not an
me.
Englishman. I do,
In
I
this
do. I
latter
know
case,
him
the
not. I
contract
loathe
would
him,
be null
and
and
will
void.
die before I will
It
go with
seemeth
him.
a
rude,
then 'tis
unchristian
settled,
thing,
and there
and
is
ill
naught more to
contrived,
say.
that English
will
law
see
denies
as to
privileges
that,
to Englishmen
exclaimed
to
John
waste them
Canty,
on the
striding
devil.
past Hendon
Cried
to get at
Tom
the
with
boy.
honest heat.
By force shall
This
he.
novel
If thou
view of the
do
matter
but
excited
touch
many
him,
smiles,
thou
and was stored
animated
away in
offal,
many heads to be
I will
repeated
spit
about the
thee
court
like a
as
goose.
evidence of
said
Tom's
Hendon,
originality,
barring the way
as
and
well
laying
as
his hand
progress
upon his
toward
sword
mental
hilt.
health.
Canty
The
drew
elder
back.
culprit
Now,
had ceased from
mark ye,
sobbing,
continued
and was
Hendon,
hanging upon
I took
Tom's
this
words
lad
with
under
an
my
excited
protection when a
interest
mob
and a
of such
growing
as
hope.
thou would
Tom
have
noticed
mishandled
this, and
him,
strongly
mayhap
inclined
killed
his
him.
sympathies toward
Dost
her
imagine
in
I
her
will desert
perilous
him
and
now to a
unfriended
worser
situation.
fate? For
Presently
whether
he
thou
asked,
art his father or
"How
no,
wrought
and
they
sooth
to
to
bring
say,
the
I think it
storm?"
is a lie. A
By
decent
pulling
swift
off their
death were better
stockings,
for such a
sire.
lad than life in
This
such brute
astonished
hands as
Tom,
thine.
and also
So go thy
fired his
ways,
curiosity
and set
to
quick
fever
about
heat.
it.
He
For I
said
like
eagerly,
not much bandying
"It is
of
wonderful.
words, being
Hath
not
it always
overpatient
this
in
dread
my
effect?"
nature.
Always,
John
my
Canty
liege,
moved on,
at least if the
muttering
woman
threats
doth
and
desire
curses,
it, and
and
utter
was
the
swallowed from
needful
sight in the
words,
crowd.
either in her mind
Hendon
or with
ascended
her
3
tongue.
flights of stairs to his
Tom
room
turned to
with
the
his
woman and
charge,
said with
after ordering a
impetuous
meal
zeal,
to be sent thither.
"Exert
It
thy
was a
power.
poor
I would
apartment
see a
with
storm."
shabby bed and some
There was a
odds and
sudden
ends of
paling
old
of
furniture
cheeks
in
in the
it, and was
superstitious
vaguely
assemblage,
lighted by a
and
couple
a
of
general,
sickly
though
candles.
unexpressed,
The little
desire
king
to
dragged
get out of the
himself to the
place,
bed and lay
all
down
of which
upon
was
it,
lost upon
almost
Tom, who was
exhausted with
dead to
hunger and
everything but
fatigue.
the proposed
He had been on his
cataclysm.
feet a good part of a
Seeing
day and a
puzzled
night,
and
for it
astonished
was
look
now
in the woman's
2 or
face,
3
he added
o'clock in the morning,
excitedly,
and had
"Never
eaten
fear, thou
nothing
shalt be
meantime.
blameless.
He
More,
murmured drowsily,
thou shalt go free.
"Prithee, call
None
me
shall
when the
touch
table
thee.
is spread,"
Exert thy
and
power."
sunk into a deep sleep.
"Oh, my
immediately.
lord the king, I have it
smile
not.
twinkled in
I have
Hendon's
been
eyes, and he
falsely
said to himself,
accused."
By
"Thy
the
fear
mass,
stay
the
thee.
little beggar
Be of
takes
good
to
heart,
one's
thou shalt
quarters
suffer
and
no
usurps
harm.
one's bed
Make a
with as
storm.
natural and
It
easy a
mattereth
grace
not
as
how
if he
small a
owned
one.
them, with
I require
never a
not
by your
great
leave,
or harmful,
so
but
please
indeed
you,
prefer
or
the
anything
opposite.
of the sort.
Do this, and
In
thy
his
life is
diseased
spared.
ravings he
Thou
called
shalt
himself
go
the
out
Prince
free
of
with thy
Wales,
child,
and
bearing the king's
bravely
pardon,
doth he
and
keep
safe
up
from
the
hurt or
character.
malice from any
Poor
in the
little
realm."
friendless rat.
The woman
Doubtless his
prostrated
mind has
herself
been
and
disordered
protested
with ill
with tears
usage.
that she
Well,
had no power
I
to
will
do
be
the
his
miracle,
friend.
else
I have
she would
saved
gladly
him,
win her
and it
child's
draweth me
life
strongly
alone,
to him.
and be
Already
content
I
to
love
lose
the
her own,
bold-tongued little
if
rascal.
by obedience
How
to the king's
soldier-like
command so
he
precious
faced
a
the
grace
smutty
might be
rabble,
acquired,
and flung
Tom
back his high
urged.
defiance.
The woman
And
still
what a
adhered to her
comely, sweet, and
declarations.
gentle face
Finally he
hath,
said,
now that
"I
sleep
think
hath
the woman
conjured
hath
away
said
his
true,
troubles
and
and
my
his
mother
griefs.
were in her place
I
and
will
gifted
teach
with the
him, I will
devil's
cure
functions.
his malady.
She had not
Yea,
stayed a
I will
moment
be
to call
his
her
elder
storms
brother,
and lay the
and
whole
care for
land
him
in
and
ruins
over him,
if the saving of my forfeit life
him or do him
got,
hurt,
it
may
is
order
argument that
his
other
shroud,
mothers are
for
made
though
in
I be
like
burnt
mold.
for it, he shall
Thou
need
art
it.
free, good wife,
He bent
thou
over the
and
boy
thy
and
child,
contemplated him
for I
with
do
kind
think
and
thee
pitying
innocent.
interest,
Now
tapping
thou's
the
not
young
to
cheek
fear
tenderly
being
and
pardoned.
smoothing back
Pull off
the
thy
tangled
stockings,
curls
and
with
thou
his
canst
great
make me
brown
a storm.
hand.
Thou shalt
A
be
slight
rich.
shiver passed over the boy's
The redeemed
form,
creature was
and the
loud
muttered,
in her
"See
gratitude,
now,
and proceeded to
how like a man
obey,
it was to let
whilst
him lie
Tom
here
looked on with
uncovered and
eager
fill his
expectancy,
body with
a
deadly
little
wounds.
marred by
Now what
apprehension.
shall I do?
The courtiers
To
at the
wake
same
him, to
time
take him up
manifesting
and put him
decided
within the
discomfort
bed,
and
and he
uneasiness.
sorely needeth
The woman
sleep.
stripped her
He
own
looked
feet
about
and her
for
little
an
girls
extra
also,
covering,
and
but
plainly did
finding
her
none,
best to
doffed
reward
his
the
doublet
king's
and
generosity
wrapped
with
the
an
lad in his
earthquake.
sack.
But
I
it
am
was all
used
a
to nipping
failure
air
and a
and scant
disappointment.
apparel. 'Tis
Tom
little I shall
sighed
mind
and
the
said,
cold. Then walked
There,
up and
good
down the
soul,
room to keep
trouble
his blood in
thyself no
motion,
further. Thy
soliloquizing
power
as
is
before.
departed out of thee.
His injured
Go thy way
mind
in peace,
persuades him
and
that
if it
he is
return to
Prince of
thee at any
Wales.
time, Forget me not, but fetch me a storm.
Now that he that
Footnote.
was the prince is prince no more, but king.
Character of Hertford.
For this poor mind
The
is
young
set upon
king
the
discovered
one
an
fantasy,
extreme attachment
and
to
will
his
not
uncle,
reason
who
out
was,
that
in the
now
main,
it
a
should
man of
cast by the
moderation and
prince and
probity.
call itself the
Hume's
king.
History of
If
England,
my father
Volume
liveth
3,
still
page
after these
324.
7 years that
But
I have
if
heard
he,
naught
the
from
protector,
him in my
gave
foreign
offence by
dungeon,
assuming too
he
much
will
state,
welcome the poor
he
lad
deserves
and
great
give
praise
him
on account
generous
of the
shelter
laws
for my
passed
sake.
this session,
So will
by
my
which the
good
rigor
elder
of
brother
former
Arthur,
statutes was
my
much
other
mitigated,
brother Hugh,
and some
but I
security
will
given
crack
to the
his
freedom
crown
of
and
the
he
Constitution.
interfere, the
All
fox-hearted,
laws were
ill-conditioned
repealed
animal.
which extended
Yes,
the crime of
thither
treason
will we
beyond the
fare,
statute
and
of the
straightway,
25th of Edward
A servant
III.
entered with a smoking
All
meal,
laws enacted during
disposed
the
it
late
upon a
reign
small
extending
deal
the crime
table,
of felony,
placed the chairs,
all
and
the
took his
former
departure,
laws against
leaving
Lollardy
such cheap
or
lodgers as
heresy,
these to wait
together
upon
with the
themselves.
statute of the Sixth
The door
Articles.
slammed after him, and the
None
noise
were to
woke
be
the boy,
accused
who
for
sprung to a
words,
sitting
but
posture
within a
and
month
shot
after
a
they were
glad
spoken.
glance about him.
By these
Then a
repealed,
grieved look
several of the
came
most
into his
rigorous
face, and he
laws that
murmured to
ever
himself
passed in
with a deep
England
sigh,
were annulled,
"Alack,
and some dawn,
it was but a
both
dream,
of civil
woe is
and religious
me."
liberty,
Next, he
began
noticed
to
Miles
appear
Hendon's
to the
doublet,
people.
glanced
A
from that to
repeal
Hendon,
also passed of that
comprehended
law, the
sacrifice
destruction
that
of
had been
all
made for
laws,
him, and
by
said
which the
gently,
king's proclamation
"Thou
was
art
made of
good to
equal
me.
force with the
Yes,
statute.
Thou art very
Vivid,
good to me.
Volume 3,
Take it and
page
put it on. I shall not
399.
need it more."
End
Then he
of
got up and
chapter
walked to the
15.
washstand in the corner and stood there waiting. Hendon said in a cheery voice, "We'll have a
Chapter
right hearty sup
16,
and bite now,
the
for
state
everything is
dinner.
savory and smoking hot.
The
And
dinner
that
hour
and
drew
thy
near.
nap together
yet
will make
strangely
thee a
enough,
little
the
man
thought
again,
brought but
never
slight
fear."
discomfort to
The boy
Tom,
made no
and
answer,
hardly
but
any
bent a
terror.
steady look
The
that
morning's
was filled with
experiences
grave
had
surprise,
wonderfully built
and
up
also
his
somewhat
confidence.
touched with
The
impatience
poor
upon
little
the
ash
tall
cat
knight
was
of the
already
sword.
more wonted
Hendon
to
was
his
puzzled and
strange
said,
garret after 4
"What's
days'
amiss?
habit than a
Good
mature
sir,
person could have
I
become
would wash
in a
me."
full month.
"Oh,
A
is
child's
that all?
facility in
Ask no
accommodating
permission of
itself to
Miles Hendon, for
circumstances
aught
was
thou
never more
cravest.
strikingly
Make thyself
illustrated.
perfectly free
Let us
here, and
privileged
welcome,
ones hurry
with
to the
all
great
that are his
banqueting
belongings."
room and have a
Still
glance
the
at
boy
matters
stood
there,
and
whilst
moved
Tom
not.
is being
More,
made
he
ready
tapped
for the
the floor
imposing
once or twice
occasion.
with his
It
small,
is a
impatient
spacious
foot.
apartment
Hendon
with
was wholly
gilded pillars
perplexed,
and
said he.
pilasters and
"Bless
pictured
us,
walls
what
and
is it?
ceilings. At
Prithee,
the door stand
pour the
tall
water,
guards,
and
as
make
rigid
not
as
so many
statues,
words."
dressed in rich and
Hendon,
picturesque
suppressing a
costumes,
hoarse laugh,
and
said to
bearing
himself,
halberds.
"By all the
In a
saints,
high
but this
gallery
is
which
admirable."
runs all around the
Stepped
place
briskly
is a band of
forward and
musicians
did the
and
small,
a packed company of
insolent
citizens
bidding,
of both
then
sexes
stood
in
by in a
brilliant
sort of
attire.
stupefaction
In
until
the
the
center
command,
of the room, upon a
"Come,
raised platform,
the towel,"
is Tom's
woke him
table.
sharply up.
Now
He
let
took
the
up a
ancient
towel from under the
chronicler
boy's
speak.
nose and handed it to him.
A
without
gentleman
comment.
enters the
He
room
now
bearing a
proceeded to
rod,
comfort his
and
own
along
face
with
with
him
wash,
another
and while
bearing
he
a
was at it,
tablecloth,
his
which,
adopted
after
child
they
seated
have both
himself at the
kneeled
table
3
and
times with
prepared
the
to
utmost
fall to.
veneration,
Hendon
he spreads
dispatched
upon
his
the
ablutions
table,
with alacrity,
and
then
after
drew
kneeling
back
again,
the other
they both
chair, and was
retire.
about to place
They
himself at
come
table when
2
the boy
others,
said
one
indignantly,
with a rod again,
"Forbear,
the other
which
with
sit
a
in the
salt
presence
cellar,
of the
a
king."
plate, and bread.
This blow
When they have
staggered Hendon
kneeled,
to his
as the others had
foundations.
done,
He
and
muttered
placed
to
what was
himself,
brought upon the
"Oh,
table,
poor thing's
they
madness
too
is up
retire
with
with
the
the
time.
same
It hath
ceremonies
changed with the
performed
great
by the
change that has
first.
come to the realm,
And last
and
come
now
2
in
nobles,
fancy
richly
is he
clothed,
king.
one
Good
bearing
lack,
a
I
tasting
must
knife,
humour the
who,
conceit
after
too.
prostrating
There is
themselves
no
3
other
times
way.
in the most
Faith, he
graceful
would
manner,
order me to the tower
approach
else.
and rub the table
And
with
pleased
bread
with
and
this
salt,
jest, he
with as
removed
much
the chair from
awe
the table,
as if the
took
king
his
had
stand
been
behind
present.
the king, and
Footnote,
proceeded to wait upon him
Lee
in the
Hunt's
courtliest
The
way he
Town,
was capable
page
of.
408.
While the king
Quotation
ate,
from
a
an
grateful
early
sense of
tourist.
refreshment
End of
both of
footnote.
body and spirit began
So
to steal
end
over
the
him.
solemn
The
preliminaries.
rigor of his royal
Now,
dignity
far down
relaxed
the
a little,
echoing
and
corridors,
with
we
his
hear a
growing
bugle
contentment
blast
came a
and the
desire to talk.
indistinct
He
cry,
said,
"Place
"I think
for
thou
the king!
callest thyself Miles
Way
Hendon,
for
if
the
I heard
king's
thee
most
right?"
excellent majesty!"
"Yes, sire." Miles
These
replied,
sounds
then
are
observed
momently
himself,
repeated.
"If
They
I
grow
must
nearer
humour the
and
poor
nearer,
lad's
and
madness,
pleasantly,
I must
almost
sire
in
him.
our faces.
I must
The
majesty
martial
him.
note
I must
peals,
not go
and the
by
cry
halves.
rings
I
out,
must stick at
"Way for
nothing
the
but belongeth
belongest to the part
At
I
this
play.
instant the
Else shall I
shining
play it
pageant
ill
appears,
and work evil to this
files
charitable
into the
and
door
kindly
with a
cause.
measured march. The
Let
king
the
warmed
chronicler
his
speak
heart
again.
with a second glass
First
of wine.
come,
and said,
gentlemen,
I would know
barons,
thee. Tell me
earls,
thy story.
knights of the
Thou hast
garter,
a gallant
all
way with
richly
thee, and a
dressed
noble.
and bareheaded.
Art nobly
Next
born.
comes the chancellor, between
We
two,
are
one
of
of
the
which
tail
carries
of
the
the
royal
nobility,
scepter,
good
the
majesty.
other the
My
sword of
father
state
is a
in a
baronet,
red scabbard,
one of the smaller
studded
lords
with
by
golden
knight
fleur-de-lis,
service.
the
Note, he
point
refers to the order
upwards.
of baronet. or
Next comes the
baronets.
king himself,
The
whom,
baron
upon his
nord, as
appearing,
distinct from
12
the
trumpets
parliamentary
and many
barons,
drums salute
not
with a
in
great burst of welcome, whilst all in the galleries rise in their places, crying,
Sir
"God
Richard
save
Hendon
the King!"
of Hendon Hall, by
After
Monk's Home
him
in
come
Kent.
nobles attached to his
The name
person,
has escaped
and
my
on
memory.
his right and
Go
left
on,
march
tell me
his
thy
guard
story.
of honor, his 50
'Tis
gentlemen
not much,
pensioners,
Your Majesty,
with
yet perchance
gilt
it may
battle
beguile a
axes.
short half hour for want
This
of a
was
better.
all fine and
My
pleasant.
father, Sir
Tom's
Richard,
pulse
is
beat
very
high,
rich,
and a
and
glad
of a
light
most
was in his
generous
eye.
nature.
He bore
My
himself
mother
right
died whilst
gracefully,
I was yet a
and
boy.
all the more
I
so
have two
because he
brothers,
was not thinking
Arthur,
of how
my
he was
elder,
doing
with
it,
a soul
his
like
mind
his
being
father's,
charmed and occupied
Hugh,
with the blithe
younger
sights
than
and
I,
sounds
a
about
mean
him.
spirit,
And besides,
covetous,
nobody can be
treacherous,
very ungraceful
vicious,
in nicely
underhanded,
fitting, beautiful clothes
a reptile.
after he has grown
Such
a little
was he
used to
from
them.
the cradle,
Especially
such was
if he
he
is
10
for
years
the
past,
moment
when I
unconscious
last
of
saw
them.
him. A ripe
Tom
rascal
remembered
at
his
19.
instructions,
I
and
being
acknowledged
20
his
then,
greeting with
and
a
Arthur
slight
22.
inclination of his plumed head.
There
and
is
a
none
courteous
other of us but the
"I
Lady
thank
Edith,
ye, my good
cousin.
people."
She was 16
He seated
then,
himself at
beautiful,
table without
gentle,
removing
good,
his cap,
the
and
daughter
did
of
it
an
without
earl,
the least
the last of
embarrassment,
her
for
race,
to eat with
heiress
one's
of a
cap
great fortune
on was
and
the
a
one
lapsed
solitary
title.
royal custom
My father
upon
was
which
her
the Kings
guardian.
and the
I
Cantys
loved her, and
met
she
as
loved
upon
me.
common ground,
But she
neither
was
party
betrothed
having
to
any
Arthur
advantage
from the
over the
cradle,
other in the matter
and
of
Sir
old
Richard would
familiarity
not
with
suffer
it.
the contract
The
to be
pageant
broken.
broke up and grouped
Arthur
itself
loved another maid,
picturesquely
and
and
bade us
remained
be of
bareheaded.
good cheer, and
Now,
hold
to the
fast
sound
to
of
the
gay
hope
music,
that
the
delay
yeomen
and
of the
luck
guard
together
entered.
would some
The
day
tallest
give success
and
to our
mightiest
several
men in
causes.
England, they being
You
carefully
loved the
selected
Lady
in this
Edith's
regard.
fortune, though
But
in
we will
truth,
let
he
the
said,
chronicler
it
tell
was
about
herself
it.
he loved.
The yeomen
But
of the
then
guard
'twas his
entered,
way,
bareheaded,
alway,
clothed
to
in
say the one thing
scarlet,
and
with
mean the other.
golden roses
But
upon
he
their
lost
backs,
his arts
and
upon the
these
girl.
went
He could
and
deceive
came,
my father,
bringing in
but
each
none
turn
else.
a course of
My
dishes
father loved him
served
best
in
of us
plate.
all, and trusted
These
and
dishes
believed
were
him,
received
for
by
he
a
was the
gentleman in
youngest
the
child,
same
and
order
others
they were
hated him.
brought, and
These
placed upon the
qualities
table,
being in all
while the
ages
taster
sufficient
gave
to win
to
a
each
parent's
guard a
dearest
mouthful
love.
to eat
And
of the
he had a
particular
smooth,
dish he had
persuasive
brought,
tongue,
for
with
fear
an
of any
admirable
poison.
gift of lying.
Tom made a good
And
dinner,
these be qualities
notwithstanding
which
he was
do
conscious that
mightily
hundreds
assist
of
a
eyes
blind
followed
affection
each
to
morsel
cousin
to his
itself.
mouth and watched
It
him
was
eat
wild.
it with an
In
interest
truth,
which
I
could
might
not
go
have
yet
been more
farther and
intense
say
if
very
it had been a
wild,
deadly
though
explosive,
'twas a
and was
wildness
expected
of
to
an
blow him
innocent
up
sort,
and scatter him
since it
all
hurt
about
none
the
but
place.
me, brought
He was
shame
careful
to
not
none,
to
nor
hurry,
loss,
and
nor
equally
had it
careful
in
not
any
to do
taint of
anything
crime
whatever
or
for
baseness,
himself, but
or
wait
what
till
might
the
not
proper
beseem
official knelt
mine
down and
honourable
did it
degree.
for him.
Yet
He got
did my
through
brother
without a
Hugh
mistake,
turn these faults
a
to good
flawless and
account,
precious
he
triumph.
seeing that our brother
When the
Arthur's
meal was
health
over
was
at
but
last,
indifferent,
and he marched
and
away
hoping
in
the
the midst
worst
of his
might work
bright
him
pageant,
profit,
where
with
I
the
swept
happy
out
noises
of
in
path.
his ears of
So,
blaring bugles,
but 'twere a long
rolling
tale, good
drums,
my liege,
and
and little
thundering
worth the telling.
acclamations.
He
And
felt
briefly
that
then,
if he had
this
seen
brother
the
did
worst of
deftly
dining in
magnify
public,
my faults,
it was an
and
ordeal which
make them
he would be
crimes,
glad to endure
ending
several
his
times
base
a
work
day,
with finding
if by
a
that means
silken
he could
ladder
buy
in
himself
mine
free from
apartments,
some of the more
conveyed thither by his
formidable
own
requirements of
means,
his royal
and did
office.
convince my father by this
End of
and
chapter
suborned
16.
evidence of servants and
Chapter
others
17.
lying knaves, that I was
Foo-foo
minded
the
to carry
first.
off my Edith and marry
Miles
with
Hendon
her in
hurried
rank
along
defiance
toward
of
the
his will.
southern end of the bridge,
3 years
keeping
of
a sharp
banishment
lookout
from
for the
home and
persons he
England
sought,
might
and
make a
hoping and
soldier and a
expecting
man
to
of me, my
overtake them
father said,
presently.
and
He
teach
was
me some
disappointed
degree
in
of
this,
wisdom.
however.
I
By
fought
asking
out my
questions, he was
long
enabled to
probation
track
in the
them part of
continental
the way through
wars,
Southwark,
tasting
then all
sumptuously
traces
of hard
ceased,
knocks,
and he was perplexed as to
privation,
how to
and
proceed.
adventure. But
Still,
in my
he
last
continued
battle I
his
was taken
efforts as
captive,
best he could
and
during
during
the
the
rest of the
7
day.
years that have waxed
Nightfall
and waned
found
since
him
then,
leg-weary,
a
half
foreign
famished,
dungeon
and his
hath
desire
harbored
is
me.
far from
Through
accomplishment
wit
as
and
ever.
courage I won
So
to the
he
free
supped
air
at the
at
Tabard
last,
Inn,
and fled
went to
thither
bed,
straight,
resolved to make an early
just
start in
alive,
the morning
right
and give
poor
the
in
town an
purse and raiment,
exhaustive search.
and poorer still
As
in
he lay
knowledge of what
thinking and
these
planning,
dull
he
7 years
presently
have
began
wrought
to
at
reason
Hendon Hall,
thus:
its
the
people
boy
and
would
belongings.
escape from the
So
ruffian.
please you, sir,
His
my
reputed
meagre tale
father,
is
if
told.
possible.
Thou
Would he
hast
go
been
back to London
shamefully
and seek his
abused,
former
said the little
haunts?
king with a
No, he
flashing
would
would not do that.
But I will write thee by
recapture.
the cross will I.
What then
the
would
king
he do?
hath said it.
Never having had a friend
Then,
in the
fired
world
by
or a
the
protector
story of
until
Miles
he met
wrongs,
Miles
he
Hendon,
loosed his tongue
he
and
would
poured the
naturally
history
try
of
to
his own
find that
recent
friend
misfortunes
again,
into the
provided
ears
the
of
effort
his
did not
astonished
require
listener.
him to go
When
toward
he had
London
finished,
in
Miles
danger.
said to himself,
He would
"Oh,
strike
what
for
an
Hendon Hall.
imagination he hath.
That is
Verily,
what he would
this is
do.
no common
For he
mind,
knew
else
Hendon was homeward
praised or
bound,
sane,
and there
it
he
could
might
not
expect
be
to
so
find him.
straight and gaudy
Yes,
a
the
tale
case
as
was
this
plain to
out of
Hendon.
the airy
He must
nothings
lose no more
wherewith
time in
it hath
Southwark,
wrought this
but move
curious
at once
romaunt.
through Ghent toward
Poor
Monk's
ruined
home,
little head,
searching
it
the
shall
wood
not
and
lack
inquiring as he
friend or
went.
shelter
Let
whilst
us
I
return
bide
to the
the
vanished
living.
little king
He
now.
shall never leave my
The
side.
ruffian
He
whom
shall
the
be my
waiter at
pet,
the
my
inn on
little
the bridge
comrade.
saw
He shall
about
be
to
cured.
join the youth
Aye,
and the king
made whole
did
and
not
sound.
exactly join
Then
them,
will he make
but fell in
himself a
close
name,
behind
and
them and
proud
followed
shall
their
I be
steps.
to say,
He
"Yes,
said
he
nothing.
is
His
mine.
left
I
arm
took
was
him,
in a
a
sling,
homeless little
and he wore a
ragamuffin,
large green
but I
patch
saw
over
what
his
was in
left
him,
eye.
and I said
He
his
limped
name would
slightly
be heard
and used
some
an
day.
oaken staff
Behold
as a
him,
support. observe him.
The youth
Was I
led the
right?
king a crooked
The king
course
spoke
through
in a
Southwark,
thoughtful,
and
measured
by and
voice.
by struck into
Thou
the high
didst
road
save
beyond.
me injury and
The
shame,
king was irritated
perchance my
now,
life,
and said he would
and
stop
so my
here.
crown.
It was Hendon's
Such
place to come
service
to him,
demandeth
not
rich
his
reward.
to go to Hendon.
Name thy
He would
desire,
not endure
and so
such
it be
insolence.
within the
He would
compass
stop
of my
where
royal
he
power.
was.
It is
The
thine.
youth said,
This
Thou tarry
fantastic
here, and thy
suggestion
friend
startled
lying
Hendon
wounded in the
out of
wood
his
yonder?
reverie.
So
He
be
was
it,
about
then.
to thank the king,
The
and
king's
put
manner
matter
changed at
aside
once,
with
and
saying
cried
he
out,
had only done
Wounded?
his duty and
And
desired
who
no
hath
reward.
dared to do it?
But a wiser
But that
thought
is
came
apart.
into
Lead
his
on,
head,
lead on,
and he
faster,
asked
sirrah.
leave to be
Art shod
silent
with
a few
lead?
moments and
Wounded
consider
is
the
he?
gracious
Now,
offer.
though the doer of
An
it be
idea
a
which
duke's
the
son,
king
he
gravely
shall rue
approved,
it.
remarking
It was some
that it was
distance
best
to the
to
wood,
be
but the
not
space
too
was
hasty
speedily
with a thing of
traversed.
such great
The youth
import.
looked about him, discovered
Miles
a bow
reflected
sticking in the
during some
ground,
moments,
with
then
a
said
small
to
bit of
himself,
rag tied to it.
Yes,
then led
this
the way
is
into
the
the
thing
forest,
to do.
watching for similar
By
bows,
any other
and
means
finding
it were
them at
impossible to
intervals.
get at.
They were
And,
evidently
certes,
guides to the
this
point he was
hour's
aiming
experience
at.
has taught
By
me
and by,
'twould be
an
most
open place
wearing
was
and
reached,
inconvenient to
where were
continue
the
it as
charred
it is.
remains of a
Yes, I will
farmhouse,
propose
and near
it.
them a
'Twas
barn which was
happy
falling to
accident that I
ruin
did
and
not throw
decay.
the chance away.
There was no sign
Then
of
he
life
dropped
anywhere,
upon one
and
knee
utter
and said,
silence prevailed.
My
The youth
poor
entered the
service
barn,
went
the
not
king
beyond the
following
limit of a
eagerly
subject's
upon his
simple
heels.
duty,
No
and
one
therefore
there.
hath no merit.
The king
But
shot a
since your
surprised and
majesty is
suspicious
pleased to
glance at
hold
the
it
youth and
worthy
asked,
some reward,
Where is he?
I take
A
heart of
mocking
grace
laugh
to make
was his
petition to
answer.
this effect.
The king was in
Near
a rage
400
in a moment.
years ago,
he seized
as your
a billet
grace
of
knoweth,
wood and was in the
there
act
being
of charging
ill
upon
blood
the youth
betwixt
when another
John,
mocking
King of
laugh
England,
fell upon
and
his
the
ear.
King of France.
It was from the
It was
lame
decreed
ruffian
that
who
two
had been following
champions
at a
should
distance.
fight together
The
in the
king
lists,
turned
and
and
so
said
settle
angrily,
the dispute by
Who
what
art
is
thou?
called the
What is thy
arbitrament
business
of
here?
God. These
Leave
two
thy
kings,
foolery,
and the Spanish
said the
king,
man,
being assembled
and
to
quiet
witness and
thyself.
judge the conflict,
My disguise
the
is none
French
so good
champion
that thou
appeared,
canst pretend
but
thou
so
knowest not
redoubtable
thy
was he
father.
that our English
Thou art
knights
not
refused
my
to measure
father.
weapons
I
with
know
him.
thee not. I
So
am
the
the
matter,
king.
which
If
was the
thou
weighty
hast
one,
hid my
was
servant,
like to go
find him
against
for
the
me,
English
or
monarch
thou
by
shalt
default.
suffer sorrow for
Now
what thou
in the
hast done.
tower lay the Lord
John
de
Canty
Courcy,
replied,
the
in a
mightiest
stern
arm in
and
England,
measured
stripped
voice,
of his honours and
It is
possessions,
plain thou
and
art
wasting
mad, and
with
I am
long
loath to
captivity.
punish thee.
Appeal
But if
was
thou
made to
provoke me,
him.
I must.
He gave
Thy
assent.
prating
He
doth
came
no
forth
harm
arrayed for
here
battle.
where there are no
But no sooner
ears
did the
that
Frenchman
need to
glimpse
mind thy
his huge
follies.
frame and
Yet
hear
is
his
it
famous
well
name,
to
that
practise
he
thy
fled away,
tongue
and
to
the French
wary
king's
speech,
cause
that
was
it may
lost.
do no
King John
hurt
restored
when
de
our
Courcy's
quarters
titles and
change.
possessions, and said,
I have done a murder,
Name thy wish,
and may not tarry
thou
at
shalt
home.
have it.
Neither
Though it
shalt
cost
thou,
me
seeing
half
I
my
need thy
kingdom.
service.
Whereat de
My
Courcy
name is
kneeling,
changed
as
for
I
wise
do now,
reasons.
made
It is
answer,
Hobbs, John
This, then,
Hobbs.
I ask
Thine
liege,
is Jack.
that I and my
Charge thy
successors
memory
may have
accordingly.
and hold the
Now then,
privilege of
speak.
remaining covered
Where
in
is
the
thy
presence
mother?
of the kings of
Where are
England,
thy
henceforth
sisters?
while the
They
throne
came not
shall
to the place
last.
appointed.
The boon
Knowst
was
thou whither they
granted,
went?
as your majesty
The king
knoweth,
answered
and
solemnly,
there hath been no time
Trouble
these
me
400
not with
years
these
that
riddles.
that line has
My
failed
mother
of an heir.
is dead.
And so,
My
even
sisters
unto this
are
day,
in the palace.
the head of that
The
ancient
youth
house still
nearby
weareth
burst
his hat
into a
or helm
derisive
before
laugh,
the king's
and the
majesty,
king would have
without
assaulted
let or
him,
hindrance.
but Canty,
and
or
this
Hobbs, as
none
he now
other
called
may
himself,
do.
prevented him and said,
Note,
Peace,
lords of
Hugo,
King's
vex
Hall,
him not. His mind is
descendants of de
astray,
Courcy,
and
still
thy ways
enjoy
fret
this
him.
curious
Sit thee
privilege.
down, Jack,
End
and
of
quiet
note.
thyself. Thou
Invoking
shalt have
this
a morsel to
precedent
eat anon.
in aid of my prayer,
Hobbs and
I
Hugo
beseech
fell
the
to
king to
talking
grant
together
to
in
me
low
but
voices,
this
and
one
the king
grace and
removed himself
privilege
as far as he
to
could
my
from their
more than
disagreeable
sufficient
company.
reward.
He
And none
withdrew
other,
into the twilight
to
of the
wit,
farther
that
end
I
of the
and
barn.
my heirs forever
When he found the
may
earthen
sit
floor
in the
bedded and
presence of the
foot deep with
majesty
straw,
of England.
he lay down here, drew
Rise,
straw
Sir
over himself
Miles
and drew
Hendon,
blankets,
knight,
and was
said
soon
the
absorbed
king
in
bravely,
thinkings.
giving the
He
accolade
had
with
many
Hendon's
griefs,
sword.
but the minor
Rise
ones were swept
and
almost
seat
into
thyself.
forgetfulness by the
Thy
supreme
petition
one,
is granted,
the loss of his father.
whilst England
To
remains,
the rest of
and
the world, the
crown
name of Henry
continues,
VIII
the
brought a
privilege
shiver,
shall not
and
lapse.
suggested an ogre
His
whose
Majesty
nostrils
walked
breathed
apart,
destruction,
musing, and
and whose
Hendon
hand
dropped
felt
into a chair
scourgings
and
and
table,
death,
observing to
but
himself,
to this boy the name
'Twas a
brought
brave
only
thought, and
sensations
hath
of
wrought me
pleasure.
a mighty
The figure it
deliverance.
invoked
My legs
wore
are
a
grievously
countenance that
wearied,
was all
and
gentleness and
I had not
affection.
thought of that.
He
I
called
must
to
have had
mind
to
a
stand
long
for weeks
succession of
till my
loving
poor lad's
passages
wits are
between his
cured.
father and himself,
After a little he
and
went
dwelt
on,
fondly upon
and
them.
so I
his
am become a
unstinted
knight of
tears
the
attesting
kingdom
how
of
deep
dreams and
real was
shadows,
the grief that
a
possessed
most
his heart.
odd and strange
As the
position.
afternoon wasted
Truly,
away, the
for
lad,
one so
wearied
matter of
with his
fact as
troubles,
I,
sank
I
gradually
will not
into
laugh.
a tranquil and
No,
healing
God
slumber.
forbid, for this
After
thing
a
which is so
considerable time,
substanceless
he could
to
not
me
tell how
is
long,
real to
his
him,
senses struggled
and to
to a
me also in one
half-consciousness,
way it
and
is
as he
not
lay
a
with
falsity,
closed eyes,
for it
vaguely
reflects
wondering
with
where he
truth
was
the sweet
and
and
what had been
generous
happening,
spirit that is in
he
him.
noted a murmurous
After a
sound,
pause,
the sullen beating of rain
what
upon the
if he
roof.
should
A
call me
snug
by
sense
my
of comfort
fine
stole
title
over
before
him,
folk,
which was rudely
there'd
broken
be a
the next
merry
moment by a
contrast
chorus
betwixt
of
my
piping
glory and my
cackles and
raiment.
coarse laughter.
But no
It
matter.
startled him disagreeably,
Let him call me
and
what
he
he will,
unmuffled his
so
head
it
to
please
see
him.
whence this
I shall
interruption
be
proceeded.
content.
A grim
End
and
of
unsightly
chapter
picture met his
12.
eye. A bright fire was burning in the middle of the floor at the
Chapter
other end of the
13.
barn. the
and
disappearance
around it,
of the
and lit
prince,
weirdly up by the red glare,
a heavy
rolled and
drowsiness
sprawled the
presently fell
motleyest
upon
company
the
of
two
tattered
comrades.
gutter
The
scum and
king
ruffians
said,
of both sexes
"Remove these
he had
rags,"
ever read
meaning
or
his
dreamed
clothing.
of.
There were
And
huge,
disapparelled
stalwart
the boy
men,
without
brown with
dissent or
exposure,
remark,
long-haired
tucked
and
him up in
clothed
bed,
in
then
fantastic
glanced about
rags.
the room,
There
saying
were
to
middle-sized
himself
youths of truculent
"He hath
countenance
taken my
and
bed
similarly
again as
clad.
before.
There were
Marry,
blind
what shall I
mendicants
do?"
with patched or
The
bandaged
little king
eyes,
observed his
crippled
perplexity
ones with
and
wooden
dissipated
legs
it
and crutches.
with a
There was a
word.
villain-looking
He said
peddler with his
sleepily,
pack, a knife
"Thou wilt
grinder,
sleep
a
athwart the
tinker,
door,
and a
and guard
barber
it."
surgeon with the implements of
moment
their
more he
trades.
was out of his
Some of the
troubles,
females were
in
hardly
deep
grown
slumber.
girls. Some were at prime,
Dear
some were
heart,
old and
he should have
wrinkled
been
hags,
born a
and
king,
all were loud,
muttered
brazen,
England
foul-mouthed,
He
and
playeth
all
the part
soiled
to
and
a marvel.
slatternly. There were three
Then he stretched
sore-faced
himself
babies.
across the
There
door
were a
on the
couple of
floor,
starveling
saying
curs
contentedly,
with strings about their necks,
"I have
whose
lodged
office was
worse
to lead
for
the
7
blind.
years.
The
'Twould
night
be
was
but
come.
ill
The
gratitude
gang
to
had
him
just finished
above
feasting,
to
and
find
orgy
fault
was
with
beginning.
this."
The
He
can of
dropped to
liquor was
sleep
passing
as
from
the
mouth to
dawn
mouth.
appeared.
A general
Toward
cry
noon
broke
he
forth.
rose,
"A
uncovered
song!
his
A
unconscious
song
ward,
from the bat, and
a
Dick
section
Dot
at
and
a
go
time,
one!"
and took
One of
his
the blind
measure
men
with a
got up
string.
and made ready by
The king
casting
awoke
aside the patches
just
that
as he
sheltered
had
his
completed
excellent
his
eyes,
work,
and the
complained
pathetic
of the
placard
cold,
which
and asked
cited
what he
the
was
cause
doing.
of his calamity.
"'Tis
Dot
done
and go
now,
one
my
disencumbered
liege," said
himself
Hendon.
of his
"I
timber
have a
leg
bit of business
and took his
outside,
place
but
upon
will
sound
presently
and healthy
return.
limbs.
Sleep
beside
thou
his
again,
fellow rascal.
thou needst it."
Then they roared out a
There, let me
rollicking
cover
ditty,
thy head
and
also.
were reinforced
Thou'lt
by
be
the whole
warmer the
crew
sooner.
at the end of each stanza
The king
in
was
a
back in
rousing
dreamland
chorus.
before this speech
By the
was
time
ended.
the last stanza was
Miles
reached, the
slipped
half-drunken
softly out and
enthusiasm
slipped
had
as
risen to
softly
such a
in
pitch
again in the course
that
of 30
everybody
or 40
joined in
minutes,
and sang it
with a
clear
complete
through from the
second-hand
beginning,
suit of boys'
producing a
clothing,
volume
of
of
cheap
villainous
material,
sound
and
that
showing
made the
signs of
rafters
wear,
quake.
but tidy
These
and
were
suited
the
to the season
inspiring
of the year.
words.
He seated himself
Bein'
and began to
Darkman's
overhaul
then,
his purchase,
Bows,
mumbling
Mort,
to
and
himself,
Ken, the
"A
Bein'
longer
Coves
purse would have
beings
got
a
better
last
sort, but
on
when one has
Chaties
not
to
the long
trine
purse,
by
one
Rome
must be
coves
content
dine,
with what a
for
short
his
one
long
may do.
lib at last.
There was a woman
Being
in our
out,
town,
being
in our
Morts
town
and
did
Tour,
dwell.
and Tour,
He stirred,
being
methinks,
out of the
I'm a
Rome
singing a
vile
less thunderous
bine,
key.
and
'Tis
tour
not
the
good to
cove
mar
that
his
cloyed
sleep
your
with
duds
his journey before
upon
him,
the
and he so
Chaties to
wearied
trine.
out, poor chap.
Footnote,
This garment
from the
'tis
English
well
Rogue,
enough.
London,
A stitch here and another one there
1665,
will set it
end
right.
of footnote.
This other is better.
Conversation
albeit a stitch or
followed,
two
not
will
in the
not come
thieves'
amiss in
dialect
it,
of the
likewise.
song, for that was only
These
used in
be
talk
very
when
good and
unfriendly
sound,
ears
and
might be
will
listening.
keep his small
In the
feet
course of
warm
it,
and
it
dry,
appeared that John
an odd
Hobbs
new
was
thing
not
to him
altogether a
belike,
new
since he
recruit,
has
but
doubtless
trained in
been
the
used
gang
to
at
foot
some
it
former
bare,
time.
winters and
His
summers
later
the same.
history was called for, and
Would
when he
thread
said he
her
had
bread, seeing one getteth a year's
killed a
sufficiency
man,
for a
considerable
farthing,
satisfaction
and
was
such a
expressed.
brave big
When he
needle
added that the
without
man was a
cost
priest,
for
he
mere
was
love,
roundly applauded. He
now
had to
shall
take a
I
drink
have
with
the
everybody.
demon's own time
Old
to thread it.
acquaintances welcomed him
And so
joyously,
he had.
and new
He
ones
did
were
as
proud
men
to shake
have
him
always
by the
done,
hand.
and
He
probably
was asked
always
why
will
he had
do,
tied
to the
away
end
so
of
many
time,
months. He
held the
answered,
needle still, and
"London
tried
is
to thrust
better
the
than
thread
the
through
country,
the
and
eye,
safer
which
these
is
late
the opposite
years.
of a
The
woman's
laws
way.
be so bitter
Time
and so
and time
diligently
again the
enforced,
thread
and
missed
I
the
had
mark,
not had that
going
accident.
sometimes
I
on
had
one side
stayed
of the
there.
needle and
I had
sometimes on
resolved
the
to
other,
stay and never more
sometimes
venture
doubling up
countrywards.
against the shaft.
But the accident
But
has
he
ended
was
that.
patient, having
He
been
inquired
through
how
these
many
experiences
persons the gang
before,
numbered now.
when he was soldiering.
Doing ruffler
He
or
succeeded
chief
at last,
answered,
and took up the
5 and
garment that had
20
lain
sturdy
waiting
budges,
meantime
bolts,
across his
files,
lap, and
clapperdogs,
began his
and
work.
maunders, counting the
In
dells
is
and
paid,
doxies and
the
other
breakfast
morts.
that is to come included,
Footnote,
and
Canting
there is wherewithal
terms
left
for
to buy a
various
couple of
kinds of
donkeys and
thieves,
meet our little
beggars,
costs for the
and
2 or
vagabonds,
3 days
and their
betwixt
female
this
companions.
and the plenty that awaits
End of
us at
footnote.
Hendon Hall.
Most are
She
here, the
loved
rest are
her
wandering
husband.
eastward
Body of
along
me,
the winter
I have
way.
driven the
We
needle
follow
under my
at
nail.
dawn.
It
I do not
matters
see
little.
the wen among the
'Tis
honest
not a
folk about
novelty,
me. Where
yet
may
'tis
he be?
not a convenience neither.
Poor lad,
We
his
shall be
diet is
merry there,
brimstone
little one,
now,
never
and
doubt it.
over hot
Thy
for
troubles
a
will
delicate
vanish
taste.
there.
He was
And
killed in a
likewise
brawl
thy
somewhere
sad
about
distemper.
midsummer.
more.
She
I
loved
sorrow
her
to hear
husband
that.
dearly,
The Wen was a
but
capable
another
man and brave.
please
That
be
was
noble,
he
large
truly.
stitches
Black Bess,
pulled
his
into
dell,
garment
is of us
viewed
yet,
admirably.
but absent on the
They have a
eastward
grandeur
tramp.
and a majesty
fine
that
lass
do cause
of
these
nice
small,
ways and
stingy
orderly
ones
conduct,
of the tailor
none
man
ever
to
seeing
look
her
mightily
drunk above
paltry
4
and
days in the
plebeian.
7.
She loved her husband
She was ever
dearly,
strict, I remember
but
it well.
another man
A
he
goodly
loved
wench
she
and worthy all
married. 'Tis
commendation.
done, a goodly
Her
piece
mother
of
was
work,
more
too,
free and less
wrought with
particular, a
expedition.
troublesome
Now
and
will I wake
ugly
him,
tempered
apparel
beddle
him,
dame,
pour for
but
him,
furnished furnished with a
him,
wit
and
above
then
the
will
common.
he hie us to the
We
mart by the
lost her
Tabard
through
Inn in
her
Southwark,
gift of
and
palmistry
be
and
pleased
other
to
sorts
rise,
of
my liege.
fortune-telling
He
begot
answereth
for her
not.
at last
What ho,
a
my
witch's
liege?
name and fame.
Of a truth,
The law
must I profane
roasted
his
her to
sacred
death at a
person
slow
with a touch,
fire.
sith
It
his
did touch
slumber
me
is
to a
deaf to
sort of
speech.
tenderness
What?
to see the
He
gallant
threw
way
back the
she
covers.
met her
The
lot,
boy was
cursing
gone.
and rivaling
He
all the
stared
crowd
about him in
that gaped and
speechless
gazed
astonishment
around
for a
her,
moment,
whilst the
noticed for the
flames
first
licked
time that
upward
his
toward
ward's
her
ragged
face
raiment
and
was
catched
also
her
missing.
thin locks
When he
and
began to
crackled
rage
about
and
her old
storm
grey
and
head.
shout for the
Cursing them,
innkeeper,
said
at
I,
that moment a
cursing
servant
them.
entered with the
Why,
breakfast.
and thou shouldst
Explain,
live a
thou limb
thousand
of
years,
Satan,
thou
or
never
thy
hear
time
so
is come.
masterful a
Roared the
cursing.
man of war,
Alack, her
and
art
made so
died with
savage
her.
a spring
There
towards
be
the
base
waiter
and weakling
that this
imitations
latter
left,
could
but
not
no
find
true
his tongue
blasphemy.
for the instant, for
The
fright
ruffler
and
sighed.
surprise. The listener
Where is
sighed
the
in
boy?
sympathy.
A
In
general
disjointed and
depression
trembling
fell upon the
syllables, the
company
man
for a
gave
moment,
the
for
information
even
desired.
hardened outcasts
You
like
were
these are
hardly
not
gone
wholly dead
from the
to
place, your
sentiment,
worship,
but are
when
able
a
to
youth
feel
came
a
running and
fleeting
said it
sense
was
of
your
loss and
worship's will
affliction at
that the
wide
boy come to
intervals
you
and
straight
under
at the bridge end
peculiarly
on the
favouring
southern side.
circumstances,
I
as
brought
in
him
cases
hither,
like to
and when
this,
he
for
woke the
instance,
lad and
when
gave his
genius
message,
and
the lad
culture
did grumble
depart
some
and
little
leave
for
no
being
heir.
disturbed so early,
However,
as he
a
called
deep
it,
drink
but
all
straightway
round
trust
soon
on his
restored the
rags and went
spirits
with
of
the
the
youth,
mourners.
only saying it
Have
had
any
been better
others of
manners
our
that your
friends
worship
fared
came yourself,
hardly?
not sent a
asked Hobbes.
stranger, and so
Some,
and
yes,
so thou art a
particularly
fool,
newcomers,
and
such
easily
as
cozened.
small husbandmen,
Hang all thy
turned
breed,
shiftless
yet
and
mayhap
hungry
no
upon
hurt
the
is
world
done,
because their
possibly
farms
no
were
harm
taken
is
from
meant the
them and
boy.
to be
I will
changed
go
to
fetch
sheep
him.
ranges.
Make the table ready.
They
Stay,
begged and
the
were
coverings
whipped
of
at
the
the cart's
bed were
tail,
disposed
naked from
as
the
if
girdle
one
up
lay beneath
till
them.
the blood
Happened
ran,
that by
then set in
accident?
the stocks to be
I know
pelted.
not, good your
They
worship.
begged
I saw
again,
the youth
were
meddle
whipped
with
again,
them,
and deprived
he that
of an ear.
came for the boy.
They begged a third time,
Thousand
poor devils.
deaths.
What else
'Twas
could
done
they
to
do?
deceive me.
And were
'Tis plain
branded
'twas
on the
done to
cheek
gain
with a
time.
red-hot
Hark ye,
iron,
was that youth
then
alone?
sold for slaves.
All alone, your worship?
They ran away, were
Sure.
hunted down and
Sure,
hanged.
your worship?
'Tis a
Collect
brief
thy
tale
scattered
and
wits.
quickly
Bethink
told.
thee. Take time,
Others
man.
of us have fared
After
less
a moment's
hardly.
thought, the servant said,
Stand forth, yokel,
when he came,
Burns,
none
Hodge.
came with him.
Show your
But
adornments.
now I remember me that
He stood
as the
up
two
and
stepped
stripped
into the
away
throng
some
of the
their
bridge,
rags,
a
exposing their backs,
ruffian-looking man
crisscrossed
plunged out
with
from
ropey
some near
old
place,
welts
and
left
just
by
as
the
he was
lash.
joining them,
One turned up his hair
what
and
then?
showed the
Out
place
with it!
where a left
thundered the
ear had
impatient
once been.
Hendon, interrupting.
Another showed a brand upon his
Just
shoulder.
then the crowd
letter
lapped
V
them up and closed them in,
mutilated
and
ear.
I saw no
The
more,
third said,
being called
I
by my
am
master, who was
yokel,
in a rage
once a
because
farmer
joint
and
that the scrivener
prosperous,
had
with
ordered was
loving
forgot,
wife and
though I
kids.
take all the
Now
saints
am
to
I
witness
somewhat
that to
different
blame
in
me
estate
for
and
that
calling,
miscarriage were like
and the
holding
wife
the
and kids
unborn
are
babe
gone.
to judgment for
Mayhap
sins
they
come
are in
out
heaven,
of my sight,
mayhap
idiot.
in-
Thy prating
in the
drives
other
me
place.
mad. Hold,
But the
whither
kindly
art
God be
flying?
thanked,
Canst
they
not
bide
bide
no
still
more
an
in
instant?
England.
Went they toward
My
Southwark?
good old blameless
Even
mother
so, your
strove
worship,
to
for,
earn bread
as
by
I said
nursing
before,
the sick.
as to that
One of
detestable
these
joint,
died.
the babe
doctors
unborn
knew
is
not
no whit
how,
more
so
blameless
my
than
mother was
art
burnt for
here
a witch,
yet,
whilst my
and
babes
prating
looked on
still,
and wailed
vanish
English
lest I
law.
throttle thee.
Up all
The
with
servitor
your
vanished.
cups. Now
Hendon
all
followed
together
after
and with
him,
a
passed
cheer.
him, and plunged
Drink
down
to
the
the
stairs 2 steps
merciful
at a stride,
English law
muttering,
that delivered
'Tis
her
that
from the
scurvy
English
villain
hell.
that claimed he was his son.
Thank you, mates,
I have
one and
lost
all.
thee, my poor
I
little
begged
mad master.
from house to
It
house.
is a bitter thought,
I and the
I
wife,
had come to
bearing
love
with
thee
us the
so.
hungry kids.
No,
But it was
by
crime to be
book and
hungry in
bell,
England,
not lost,
so they stripped us
not
and
lost,
lashed us
for I will
through 3
ransack the land
towns.
till I find thee
Drink
again.
ye all again to the
Poor
merciful
child,
English
yonder
law.
is his breakfast
For its
and
lash
mine,
drank
but I have
deep
no
of
hunger
my
now,
Mary's
so
blood,
let
and
the
its
rats
blessed
have it.
deliverance
Speed,
came
speed,
quick.
that is the word.
She
As
lies
he
there
wormed
in the
his
potter's
swift way
field,
through the
safe
noisy
from all
multitudes upon the
harms.
bridge,
And
he
the
several
kids,
times said to
well,
himself,
whilst the
clinging to
law
thought,
lashed me
as
from
if it
town to
were a
town, they
particularly
starved.
pleasing one,
Drink,
he
lads,
grumbled,
only a
but
drop.
he
A
went.
drop to the poor
He
kids.
went, yes,
that never
because he
did any
thought
creature
Miles
harm.
Hendon asked it.
I
Sweet lad,
begged again,
he would
begged
ne'er have
for a
done it
crust,
for another.
and
I cut the
know it
stocks
well.
and lost an ear.
End
See,
of chapter
here bides
13.
the stump. I begged again, and here's the stump of the
Chapter
other to keep me
14.
minded of it.
Le roi
And
est
still I
mort.
begged again,
Vive
and
le
was
roi.
sold for a slave.
Toward
Here
daylight
on my
of the
cheek
same
under
morning,
this stain,
Tom
if
Canty
I washed
stirred
it off,
out of a heavy
you might
sleep
see
and
the
opened
red
his eyes in
S,
the dark.
the branding
He
iron
lay
left
silent
there.
a few moments,
A
trying to
slave.
analyze his
Do you
confused
understand
thoughts
that
and
word?
impressions
An
and get
English
some
slave.
sort of meaning out
That
of them.
is he that
Then
stands
suddenly
before
he
you.
burst out in
I
a
have
rapturous
run from
but
my
guarded
master,
voice.
and when
I
I
see
am
it all.
found,
I see
the
it
heavy
all.
curse of
Now,
heaven
God
fall
be
on the
thanked.
law and the
I am
land that
indeed
hath
awake at
commanded
last.
it.
Come,
I
joy,
shall
vanish,
hang.
sorrow.
Ho,
Footnote.
Nan, Bet,
Enslaving.
kick off your straw
So
and
young
hie
a
thee hither to
king
my
and
side,
so
till I
ignorant
do
a
pour
peasant
into
were
your
likely to
unbelieving
make
ears the
mistakes,
wildest
and
madcap
this is an
dream
instance
that
to the
ever the
point.
spirits of
The
night
peasant
did
was
conjure
suffering
up to
from this
astonish
law
the
by
soul of man withal.
anticipation.
Ho,
The
Nan, I
king
say,
was venting
Bet!
his indignation
Dim
against the
form
law,
appeared at his
which was
side,
not yet
and
in
a voice said,
existence. For
"Wilt
this
deign to
hideous
deliver thy
statute
commands?"
was to have birth in this little
Commands?
king's own reign.
Oh, woe
However,
is
we
me,
know
I
from
know
the
thy
humanity of his
voice.
character
Speak
that it
thou.
could never have been
Who
suggested
am
by
I?
him. Thou, in sooth, yesternight wert thou the Prince of Wales, today
Thou
art thou
shalt
my most
not.
gracious liege,
And this
Edward,
day
King
the
of
end of
England.
that law is
Tom
come.
buried his head
All
among his
turned
pillows,
and saw the
murmuring
fantastic
plaintively,
figure of the little king
Alack,
approaching
it was
hurriedly.
no dream.
As it emerged into the
Go
light
to
and
thy
was
rest,
clearly
sweet sir.
revealed,
Leave me
a
to
general
my sorrows.
explosion of inquiries broke
Tom
out.
slept again.
Who is it?
And after
What
a time
is it?
he had this
Who
pleasant
art thou,
dream.
mannikin?
He thought it was
The boy
summer,
stood
and he was
unconfused
playing
in the midst
all
of
alone
all those
in the
surprised
fair
and
meadow
questioning
called
eyes,
Goodman's Field,
and answered with
when a
princely
dwarf
dignity.
only a foot high, with
I am
long red
Edward,
whiskers
King
and a
of
humpback,
England.
appeared to him
A
suddenly
wild
and said,
burst of laughter
Dig
followed,
by that
partly of
stump.
derision and partly of
He
delight
did
in
so,
the excellence of the
and
joke.
found 12
The
bright
king
new
was
pennies,
stung.
wonderful
He said
riches.
sharply,
Yet
Ye
this was not the
mannerless
best of it,
vagrants,
for the
is
dwarf
this your
said,
recognition of the
I
royal
know
boon I have
thee.
promised?
Thou art
He
a
said
good
more with
lad and
angry
a
voice and
deserving.
excited
Thy
gesture,
distress
but it
shall
was lost
end,
in a
for the
whirlwind
day
of
of thy
laughter and
reward is
mocking
come.
exclamations.
Dig here every
John
seventh
Hobbs
day,
made several
and
attempts
thou
to make
shalt
himself
find
heard
always
above
the
the din,
same
and
treasure,
at last succeeded,
12
saying,
bright new
Mates,
pennies.
he is
Tell
my
none.
son,
Keep
a
the
dreamer,
secret.
a fool,
Then
and
the dwarf
stark
vanished,
mad.
and
Mind
Tom
him
flew
not,
to
he
Offal
thinketh
Court
he
with
is
his
the
prize,
king.
saying to himself,
I
"Every
am the
night
king, said
will I
Edward,
give my
turning
father
toward
a
him.
penny.
As
He
thou
will think I
shalt
begged
know
it.
to thy cost
It will
in good
glad
time,
his heart,
thou hast
and I shall
confessed a
no more
murder.
be beaten.
Thou shalt swing
One
for it.
penny every week
Thou
the good
betray
priest
me,
that teacheth me
thou,
shall have,
and I get my
mother,
hands upon
man,
thee.
and
Tut,
debt the
tut,
other
said the
four.
burly ruffler,
We be
interposing
done
in time
with
to save the
hunger
king,
and rags
and emphasizing
now,
this service
done
by
with
knocking Hobbs
fears
down
and
with his
frets and
fist.
savage
Hast
usage.
respect for neither
In
kings
his
nor
dream he reached his
rufflers?
sordid home
And
all
thou
out of
insult
breath,
my presence, so
but
again
with
I'll
eyes
hang thee up
dancing with
myself.
grateful enthusiasm,
Then
he said to his
cast
majesty,
4 of his pennies
"Thou
into his
must
mother's
make
lap
no
and cried
threats
out,
against thy mates,
They are
lad,
for thee,
and thou
all
must
of
guard
them,
thy
every
tongue
one,
from saying
for
evil
thee
of them
and man
elsewhere.
and bet, and
Be
honestly
king if
come
it
by,
please thy
not
mad
begged
humour,
nor stolen.
but be
The
not
happy and
harmful in
astonished
it.
mother
Sink the
strained him
title
to
thou
her
hast
breast and
uttered.
exclaimed,
'Tis treason.
It waxeth
We
late.
be
May
bad
it please your
men
majesty
in
to
some
rise?
trifling ways.
Ah, that
but
was not the
none
answer he was
among us is
expecting.
so base
The
as to
dream
be
had
traitor
snapped
to his
asunder.
king.
He was awake.
We be
He
loving
opened his
and
eyes.
loyal hearts
The
in
richly
that
clad
regard.
First Lord of
Note
the
if I
bedchamber was
speak
kneeling
truth.
by his
Now,
couch.
all together,
The gladness
long
of
live
the
Edward,
lion
King of
dream
England.
faded away.
Long
The poor
live
boy
Edward,
recognized that he
King
was
of
still a
England.
captive and a king.
The response
The
came
room
with
was
such
filled
a
with
thunder
courtiers
gust from
from
the
the
motley
motley
crew
purple
that the
mantles
crazy
the
building
morning
vibrated
color,
to the
and
sound.
with noble
The little
servants of
king's
the monarch
face
lighted with
Tom
pleasure
sat
for
on
an
his
instant,
bed and gazed
he
out from
slightly
the heavy
inclined his
silken
head and
curtains
said with
upon
grave
this fine
simplicity,
company. The weighty
I
business
thank you,
of
my
dressing
good
began,
people.
and one
This
courtier after another
unexpected
knelt
result
and
threw the
paid his
company into
court
convulsions
and
of
offered to the little
merriment.
king his
When
condolences
something like
upon his
quiet
heavy
was
loss.
presently come again,
Whilst the dressing
ruffler
proceeded,
said firmly,
in the
but with
beginning,
an
the
accent
shirt
that
was
was taken
taken
up
up by the chief
Drop
equerry
it, boy.
in waiting.
'Tis not
who
wise
passed it
nor
to the
well.
first lord of the
Humor thy
Buckhounds,
fancy if thou
who
must,
passed
but
it to the
choose
second
some
gentleman of
other
the
title.
bedchamber,
A
who
tinker
passed it to the
shrieked
head
out a
ranger
suggestion.
of Windsor
Foo-foo,
Forest,
the first
who passed it
king
to the
of the
third groom of the
mooncalves.
Stole,
The title
passed it
took
to the
at
Chancellor
once.
Royal
Every
of the
throat
Duchy of
responded,
Lancaster,
and a roaring
who
shout
passed
went
it to
up
the
of,
Master of the
"Long
Wardrobe,
live
who
Foo-foo the
passed
First,
it to
King of
Norroy,
the
King of
Mooncalves,"
Arms,
who
followed
passed it
by
to
the
the
Constable of the
catcalls
Tower,
and
who
peals
passed it
of
to the
laughter.
Chief Steward of the
Hail
Household,
him forth
who
and
passed
crown
it to the
him.
Hereditary Grand
Robe
Diaperer,
him. Scepter
passed
him.
it to the Lord
Throne
High
him.
Admiral of England.
These and
who
20
passed
other
it
cries
to
broke
the
out at once,
Archbishop
and
of
almost before the
Canterbury,
poor little
who
victim
passed
could
it to
draw
the
a
First
breath,
Lord of the
he was
Bedchamber,
crowned with a tin
took
basin,
what was left
robed
of
in
it,
a tattered
and
blanket,
put it on Tom.
throned upon a barrel,
Poor little
and
wondering
sceptered
chap,
with a tinker's
who
soldering
reminded him
iron.
of passing
Then
buckets of
all
the
flung
fire.
themselves upon their knees
Each
about him
garment
and
in
sent
its
up a
turn
chorus
had
of
to go through
ironical
this slow
wailings
and
and
solemn
mocking
process.
supplications.
Consequently,
While
they
Tom grew
swabbed
very
their eyes
weary
with
of the
their sword
ceremony,
and ragged
so weary
sleeves
that
and
he
aprons.
felt an almost gushing
gracious to
gratefulness
us,
when
O
he at
sweet
last
King.
saw his long silken
Trample
hose
not
begin
upon
the
thy
journey
beseeching
down the
worms,
line,
O noble
and knew that
majesty.
the end of the matter
Pity
was
thy
drawing
slaves,
near.
and
But he
comfort
exulted
them
too
with a
soon.
royal kick.
The First Lord of the
Cheer
Bedchamber
us
received
and warm
the
us
hose
with
and
thy
was about
gracious
to encase
rays, O
Tom's legs
flaming
in them,
son of
who passed of
when a sudden
sovereignty.
flush invaded his
Sanctify
face,
the ground
and he
with the touch of
hurriedly
thy foot,
hustled the things
that
back
we may
into the
eat
hands
the
of the
dirt and
Archbishop
be
of
ennobled.
Canterbury with an astounded
Deign
look
to
and a
spit
whispered,
upon us, O
"See, my
sire,
lord,"
that our children's
pointing to
children may
something
tell of thy
connected with the
princely
hose.
condescension,
The
and be
Archbishop
proud and
paled,
happy
then
forever.
flushed, and passed the hose to
But
the
the
Lord
humorous
High
tinker
Admiral,
made
whispering,
the hit
"See,
of
my
the
lord."
evening.
The
The
Admiral
Admiral
passed the
honours.
hose to the
Kneeling,
hereditary
he
Grand
pretended
Diaperer,
to kiss the
and
king's
had
foot,
hardly breath
and was
enough in his body to
indignantly
ejaculate.
spurned.
"See, my
Whereupon he
lord,"
went about
the
begging
hose
for a
drifted
rag to
backward
paste
along
over
the
the
lines
place
of the
upon
chief
his
steward
face,
of the
which
household,
had been
the
touched by
Constable
the
of the
foot,
Tower,
saying it must be
Norroy,
preserved
King of
from
Arms,
contact with
Master
the
of the
vulgar
Wardrobe,
air,
the Chancellor
and that
Royal,
he should make
the
his
Duchy of
fortune by going
Lancaster,
on the highway
the
and
third
exposing
groom
it
of
to
the
view
Stole,
at the rate of
the head
100
ranger
shillings
of
in
Windsor
sight.
Forest,
He
the
made
second
himself
gentleman
so
of the
killingly
bedchamber, the
funny
first lord of the
that he was
Buckhounds,
the envy and
accompanied
admiration
always
of the
with that
whole
amazed
mangy
and
rabble.
frightened, "See,
Tears
see,"
of shame and
till they finally
indignation
reached the
stood
hands
in
of
the
the
little
chief
monarch's
equerry in
eyes,
waiting, who
and the
gazed
thought
a
in his
moment
heart
with
was,
a pallid face
had I
upon
offered
what
them
had
a
caused
deep
all wrong?
dismay,
They could
then
not
hoarsely
be more
whispered,
cruel.
Body of my life,
have I
a
proffered
tag
naught but to do
gone
them
from
kindness,
a truss point
and it is thus
to the
they
tower
use
with the
me for
head
it.
keeper of the king's hose.
End of
After
chapter
which he
17.
leaned
Upon the shoulder of the first lord of the Buckhounds to regather his vanished strength, while
Chapter
fresh
18.
hose without any
The
damaged
Prince
strings
with
to
the
them
Tramps.
were brought.
But
The
all
troop of
things
vagabonds
must have an
turned
end,
out
and
at
so
early
in
dawn,
time
and
Tom
set
Canty
forward
was in
on
a
their
condition
march.
to get out of bed.
There was a lowering
The proper
sky
official
overhead,
poured water,
sloppy ground
the proper
underfoot,
official
and a
engineered the
winter
washing.
chill in the air.
The proper official
All
stood by with a
gaiety was
towel.
gone from
and
the
by
company.
and by Tom
Some
got
were sullen
safely
and
through the
silent.
purifying
Some
stage
were irritable
and was ready
and
for the
petulant.
services of the
None were
hairdresser
gentle-humored.
royal. When
All
he
were
at length
thirsty.
emerged from this
The ruffler
master's
put
hands,
Jack
he was
in
a
Hugo's
gracious
charge,
figure and as
with
pretty
some
as a
brief
girl in his
instructions,
mantle
and
trunks
commanded
of
John
purple
Canty
satin
to keep
and
away from him
purple-plumed cap.
and let him alone.
He now
He
moved
also
in
warned
state
Hugo
toward his
not to be
breakfast
too
room
rough with the lad.
through the midst of the
After a
courtly
while, the
assemblage,
weather grew
and as he
milder,
passed,
and
the
the
clouds
clouds
lifted
back, leaving
somewhat.
his way free.
The troops
and
ceased
dropped
to
upon
shiver,
their knees.
and their spirits
After
began to
breakfast,
improve.
he was conducted with
They grew
regal
more and
ceremony,
more
attended
cheerful,
by his
and
great
finally
officers
began to
and
chafe
his
each
guard
other
of
and
50
insult
gentlemen
passengers
pensioners
along the
bearing
highway.
gilt battle
This
axes
showed that they
to
were
the throne
awakening
room,
to an
where he
appreciation of
proceeded
life
to
and its
transact
joys
business
once
of
more.
state.
The
His
dread in
uncle,
which their
Lord
sort was
Hertford,
held
took
was
his
apparent
stand
in
by
the
the
fact
throne
that everybody
to
gave
assist
them
the
the
royal
road
mind with
and took
wise
their ribald
counsel.
insolences
The body of
meekly,
illustrious
without
men
venturing
named
to
by the
talk
late
back.
king as his
They
executors
snatched linens from the
appeared
hedges
to ask
occasionally
Tom's
in full
approval
view
of
of the
certain
owners,
acts of
who made
theirs,
no protest,
rather of
but
form,
only seemed
and yet
grateful
not
that they
wholly
did
of
not
form,
take the hedges
since
too.
there was no protector
By
as
and
yet.
by they
The
invaded a
Archbishop
small
of Canterbury
farmhouse
made
and made
report of
themselves
the
at home,
decree of the
while
council of
trembling farmer
executors
and his people
concerning
swept
the
the larder
obsequies
clean
of
to
his
furnish
late
a
most
breakfast
illustrious
for them.
Majesty,
They chucked
and
the
finished by
housewife
reading
and her
the
daughters under
signatures
the
of
chin whilst
executors,
receiving
wit,
the food
the
from their
Archbishop of
hands,
Canterbury,
and made
the Lord
coarse
Chancellor
jests
of England,
about them,
William Lord
accompanied
St.
with
John,
insulting
John
epithets
Lord
and
Russell,
bursts of
Edward
horse
Earl of
laughter.
Hertford,
They threw
John
bones and
Viscount
vegetables at
Lisle,
the farmer and his
Cuthbert,
sons,
Bishop
kept
of
them
Durham.
dodging all the
Tom
time,
was not
and
listening.
applauded
An earlier clause
uproariously
of the
when a good
document
hit
was
was
puzzling
made.
him.
They
At this
ended
point
by
he turned and
buttering the
whispered to
head
Lord
of one of
Hertford,
the daughters,
"What
who
day did he
resented some
say
of their
the burial hath
familiarities.
been appointed
When they
for?"
took their leave, they
The
threatened to
16th
come
of the
back
coming
and
month,
burn
my
the
liege.
house over the heads of the
'Tis a
family.
strange
If
folly.
any
Will he
report of their
keep?
doings got to the
Poor
ears
chap,
of
he
the
was still new to
authorities.
the customs of royalty.
About
He was used
noon,
to seeing
after
the
a
forlorn
long
dead
and
of
weary
Offal
tramp,
Court hustled
the
out of
gang
way
came
with
to a
very
halt
different
behind a
sort of
hedge on the
expedition.
outskirts of a
However, the
considerable
Lord Hertford
village.
set his mind
An
at rest
hour
with
was
a word or
allowed
two.
for rest.
A
Then the
secretary
crew
of
scattered
state presented
themselves
an
abroad
order
to
of the
enter the
council
village at
appointing
different
the
points
morrow at
to
11
ply their
for the
various
reception
trades.
of the foreign
Jack
ambassadors,
was sent
and
with
desired
Hugo.
the king's
As they
assent.
wandered hither and thither
Tom
for some
turned an
time,
inquiring
Hugo
look toward
watching for
Hertford, who whispered,
opportunities to do
"Your
a stroke
Majesty
of
will
business,
signify
but finding
consent.
none,
They come
so
to
he
testify
finally
their
said,
royal master's
"I
sense of the
see
heavy
naught to
calamity
steal.
which hath
It is a
visited
paltry
your grace
place,
and the realm of
wherefore
England."
we will beg.
Tom did as he was
We,
bidden.
forsooth,
Another
follow
secretary
thy
began
trade,
to read a
if it's thee.
preamble
But
concerning
I
the
will not
expenses of
beg.
the late king's
Thou
household,
not
which
beg,
had amounted to
exclaimed
£28,000
Hugo, eyeing the king with
during the
surprise.
preceding 6
Prithee,
months.
since
a
when
sum
hast thou
so vast
reformed?
that it made Tom
What dost thou
Canty
mean?
gasp.
Mean?
Gasped again
Hast
when
thou
the
not
fact
begged the
appeared
streets
that
of London all thy life?
£20,000 of this money
Aye?
were still owing
Thou
and
idiot!
unpaid.
Spare thy compliments, thy stock will
End of
last the
footnote.
longer.
And
thy
once
father
more, when
says
it
thou
appeared
hast
that the
begged
king's
all thy
coffers were about
days.
empty,
Mayhap
and
he
his
lied.
1,200 servants
Peradventure,
much
you will
embarrassed
even
for
make
lack
so
of the
bold
wages
as to
due them.
say he
Tom
lied,
spoke
scoffed
out with
Hugo.
lively apprehension.
Him you call
"We
my
be
father?
going to the dogs
Yes,
to explain.
he lied.
'Tis meet and necessary that
Come,
we take a
play
smaller
not thy
house
merry
and
game
set
of
the servants
madman
at
so
large,
far, mate.
sith they be
Use
of
it for
no
thy
value but
amusement,
to
not
make
thy
delay
hurt.
and
I
trouble
tell
one
him
with
this,
offices
he will
that
scorch
harass
thee
the spirit
finely
and
for
shame
it.
the soul. They
Save
miss
thyself the
becoming
trouble.
any but a
I will
doll
tell
that
him.
hath nor brains
I like thy
nor
spirit,
hands
I
to
do in
help
truth,
itself withal.
but I do not
I
admire
remember
thy
me of a small
judgment.
house that
Bone
standeth over
rackings
against
and
the fish
bastings
market
be
by
plenty enow in
Billingsgate.
this life,
A sharp pressure
without going
upon
out of
Tom's
one's way merely to invite them,
and sent
but a
blush to
truce
his
to
face.
these matters.
But no
I
countenance
believe your
there
father.
betrayed any
I
sign
doubt
that this
not he
strange
can lie.
speech had been
I doubt
remarked or
not
given
he
concern.
doth lie upon
A
occasion,
secretary
for
made
the best of
report
us
that
do
for
that.
as much as the
But
late
there is
king
no
had
occasion
provided
here.
in his will
A
for
wise
conferring
man
the
does
ducal
not waste so
degree
good a
upon the
commodity
Earl
as
of
lying
Hertford
for naught.
and raising
But
his
come,
brother Sir
since
Thomas
it is
Seymour
thy
to the
humour
peerage,
to give over
and
begging,
likewise Hertford's
wherewithal
son
shall
to
we
an
busy
earldom,
ourselves with
together with
robbing
similar
kitchens?
aggrandizements
The
to
king
other
said
great
impatiently,
servants of the crown.
"Have done with
The
this
council
folly.
had
You
resolved
weary
to
me."
hold a sitting
Hugo
on the
replied
16th
with
of
temper.
February.
"Now, harkye,
for the
mate.
delivering and
You will
confirming
not
of these
beg,
honors.
you will not
And
rob,
that meantime
so
the
be
late
it.
king
But I will
having
tell you
granted
what you
in
will
writing
do.
a state
You will
suitable
play
to the
decoy
support of
whilst
these
I
dignities,
beg.
the
Refuse,
council,
and you think you
knowing
may
his
venture."
private wishes in that
The king
regard,
was about to
had
reply
thought proper to
contemptuously
grant
when
to
Hugo
Seymour
said, interrupting,
500
"Peace,
pounds
here
land,
comes one with a
and to
kindly
Hertford's
face.
son
Now will I fall
800
down in a
pounds
fit,
lands,
when the
and
stranger runs to me,
300 of the
set
next
you up a
bishop's
wail,
lands,
and
which
fall
should fall
upon your
vacant,
knees, seeming to
his
weep,
present
then
majesty
cry out
being
as
willing.
all the devils of misery were in your belly, and say,
Oh, sir, it is my poor afflicted
Tom
brother,
was about
and
to
we be
blurt out
friendless.
something about the
Oh, God's
propriety of
name,
paying
cast
the late
through your
king's
merciful
debts
eyes
first
one
before
pitiful look
squandering
upon
all
a
this
sick,
money,
forsaken,
but a timely touch
most
upon his
miserable
arm from the
wretch.
thoughtful
Bestow
Hertford
one little
saved
penny
him
out of
this
thy riches
indiscretion,
upon one
wherefore
smitten
he
of
gave
God,
the royal
and
assent
ready to
without spoken
perish.
comment,
And
but
mind
with
you,
much
keep you
needed
on
discomfort.
wailing, and abate
While
not
he
till
sat
we pluck
reflecting
him of
a
his
moment
penny,
over the
else
ease
shall
with
you
which he
rue
was
it.
doing strange and
Then
glittering
immediately
miracles,
Hugo
a
began
happy
to
thought
moan and
shot into
groan
his
and
mind.
roll his
Why
eyes
not
and
make his
reel
mother
and
Duchess
totter
of
about.
Court,
And when the
and give
stranger
her an
was close
estate?
at hand,
But
down
a
he
sorrowful
sprawled
thought
before him
swept it
with a
instantly
shriek
away.
and began to
He was
writhe
only a
and
king
wallow
in
in the
name.
dirt and seeming
These
agony.
grave veterans and great nobles
dear,
were
cried
his
the benevolent
masters.
stranger.
To them
Oh,
his
poor
mother was only
soul,
the
poor
creature
soul,
of a
how
diseased
he
mind.
doth suffer.
They would simply
There,
listen
let
to
me
his
help
logic
thee up.
with
Oh,
unbelieving
noble
ears,
sir,
then
forbear,
send for
and
the
God
doctor.
love you for a
The
princely
dull
gentleman,
work went
but it
tediously
giveth me
on.
cruel pain to
Petitions were
touch me
read,
when I
and
am taken so.
proclamations,
My
patents,
brother
and
there
all
will tell
manner
you,
of
your worship,
wordy,
how I am
repetitious,
racked with
and
anguish
wearisome
when these
papers
fits be
relating
upon
to
me.
the public
A
business.
penny,
And
dear
at
sir, a
last
penny
Tom
to buy a
sighed
little food,
pathetically and
then
murmured to himself,
leave me to my sorrows.
"And what have
a
I
penny?
offended
Thou shalt
that
have
the good
three,
Lord
thou
should take
hapless
me away
creature.
from the
And he
fields and the
fumbled in
free
his
air
pocket
and
with
the nervous
sunshine
haste and got
to
them out,
shut me up
there,
here, poor
and
lad.
make me a king
Take
and
them,
afflict me
and
so."
most welcome. Now
Then his
come
poor
hither, my
muddled
boy,
head nodded
and
a
help me
while,
carry
and
thy
presently
stricken
drooped
brother
to
to
his
yon
shoulder,
house,
and
where
the business
I
of
am
the
not
empire
his
came
brother,
to a standstill
said the king,
for want
interrupting.
of that august
What?
factor,
Not his
the
brother?
ratifying power.
Oh, hear him,
Silence
groaned
ensued
Hugo,
around the
then
slumbering
privately
child,
ground his teeth.
and the sages of
He
the realm
denies
ceased
his
from
own
their
brother, and he
deliberations.
with one foot
During
in
the
grave.
forenoon, Tom had an
Boy,
enjoyable
thou art
hour
indeed
by
hard of
punishing his
heart.
keepers,
If this is
Hertford
thy
and
brother,
St. John,
for
with
shame,
the Lady
and he
Elizabeth
scarce able to
and the
move
little
a
Lady
hand
Jane
or a
Grey,
foot. If
though
he
the
is
spirits
not thy
of the
brother, who
princesses
is he
were
then?
rather subdued by the
A
mighty
beggar and
stroke
a
that had
thief.
fallen
He
upon
has
the
got
royal
your
house.
money, and has
at the end
picked
of
your
the visit,
pocket
his
likewise.
elder
And
sister,
thou wouldst do a
afterwards
healing
the
miracle,
Bloody
lay thy
Mary of
staff over
history,
his shoulders,
chilled
and
him
trust
with a
Providence
solemn
for the
interview,
rest.
which had
But
but
Hugo
one
did not
merit
tarry
in
for
his
the miracle.
eyes.
In
Its
a moment
brevity.
he was up and
He
off
had
like
a
the
few
wind.
moments to
The
himself,
gentleman following
and
after
then
and
a
raising
slim
the
lad
hue
of
and
about
cry
12
lustily
years
as
of
he went.
age was
The
admitted
king,
to his
breathing
presence,
deep gratitude
whose
to heaven
clothing,
for his own
except
release,
his snowy
fled in the
ruff and
opposite
the
direction
laces
and
about
did
his
not
wrists,
slacken his
was
pace
of black,
until he was out of
doublet,
harm's reach.
hose, and all.
He took the first
He
road
bore
that
no
offered, and
badge of
soon put
mourning,
the village
but a
behind
knot of
him.
purple ribbon
He
on
hurried
his
along
shoulder.
as
He
briskly as he
advanced
could
hesitatingly,
during several
with head
hours,
bowed and
keeping a
bare,
nervous watch
and
over
dropped
his shoulder
upon
for
one knee
pursuit.
in front of Tom.
But his fears
Tom
left him
sat
at last,
still and
and a
contemplated
grateful
him
sense
soberly
of
a moment,
security
and then
took
he
the
said,
place. He
"Rise,
recognized
lad,
now
art
that he
thou?
was hungry,
What wouldst
and
have?"
also very tired.
The boy
So
rose
he halted
and
at a
stood
farmhouse,
graceful ease,
but when he
but
was
with
about
an
to
aspect
speak,
of concern
he was
in his
cut
face.
short and driven
He said,
rudely away.
"Oh,
His clothes
a
were
surety
against
thou
him.
must remember me,
He
my
wandered
lord.
on,
I am thy
wounded and
whipping boy."
indignant, and was resolved to put
"My
himself in the
whipping
way
boy?
of like treatment.
The same, your
no
grace.
more.
I am
But
Humphrey,
hunger is pride's
Humphrey Marlowe."
master.
Tom
So as the
perceived that
evening drew
here
near,
was someone
he made
whom
an
his
attempt at
keepers
another
ought
farmhouse,
to have posted
but
him
here
about.
he fared worse
The
than
situation
before,
was delicate.
for he was called
What should
hard
he do?
names and was promised
Pretend
arrest
he
as a
knew
vagrant
this
lad,
except he moved
and
on
then
promptly.
betray by his
The night
every
came on,
utterance that he
chilly
had
and
never heard of him
overcast.
before, and still the
No, that would
footsore
not do.
monarch labored
An idea
slowly
came to
on.
his relief.
He was
Accidents
obliged to
like
keep
this
moving,
might be likely
for
to
every
happen
time he
with some
sat down to
frequency,
rest he was
now
soon
that business
penetrated to the
urgencies
bone
would
with
often
the
call
cold.
Hertford and St. John
All
from
his
his side,
sensations
they
and
being members of
experiences
the
as he
Council of
moved through the
Executors.
solemn gloom
Therefore,
and the
perhaps it
empty
would be well
vastness
to
of the
strike
night
out a plan
were new and
himself
strange
to
to
meet the
him.
requirements of such
At
emergencies.
intervals he heard voices
Yes, that
approach,
would be a
pass
wise
by,
course.
and fade into
He would
silence.
practice on this boy,
And as he
and
saw
see what
nothing
sort of
more of the
success he
bodies
might
they
achieve.
belonged to than
So
a
he
sort of
stroked his
formless
brow
drifting blur,
perplexedly a moment
there was
or
something
two,
spectral
and
and
presently said,
uncanny about it all
"Now,
that made
I
him
seem
shudder.
to remember thee somewhat,
Occasionally he
but
caught
my
the
wit is
twinkle of a
clogged
light.
and dim
All
with
was
suffering.
far away,
Alack,
apparently,
my poor
almost in
master!"
another world.
ejaculated the whipping
If he
boy
heard the
with
tinkle of
feeling,
a sheep's bell,
adding to himself,
it was vague,
in truth,
distant,
'tis as they
indistinct.
said, his mind is
The
gone,
muffled
alas,
blowing
poor
of the
soul.
herds floated to
But
him on the night
misfortune
wind
catch me,
in
how am
vanishing
I forgetting?
cadences.
They
A
said one
mournful
must not
sound.
seem to observe
Now
that
and then
aught is
came
wrong
the
with
complaining
him.
howl of a dog.
'Tis strange how
Viewless
my memory
expanses
doth
of field
wanton
and
with me
forest,
these days,
said
all
Tom, sounds
but
were
mind
remote.
it not,
They
I
made
mend
the
the
little
pace.
king feel
The
that
little
all
clue
life
doth
and
often
activity were
serve to
far
bring me
removed
back
from
again
him,
the things
and that
and
he stood
names which had
solitary,
escaped me,
companionless,
and not they
in the
only,
centre of
forsooth,
a
but
measureless
such as I
solitude.
never heard before, as this
He
lad shall
stumbled
see.
along through the
Give thy
gruesome
business
fascination
speech.
of this new experience,
'Tis
startled
matter of
occasionally by
small
the
weight,
soft
my
rustling
liege,
of the dry
yet
leaves
will I
overhead,
touch upon it,
and
so
like
please your
human
grace.
whispers they
2
seemed
days
to
gone
sound,
by, when your
and
majesty
by and by he
faltered
came
thrice in
suddenly
your
upon the
Greek,
freckled
and
light
the morning
of a tin
lessons
lantern
doth
near
remember
at
it.
hand. He stepped back into the
Yes,
shadows and waited.
methinks I do.
The lantern
It is not
stood
much
by
of a
the open
lie,
door of a
and
barn.
I had meddled with the Greek at
king
all. I
waited
had
some
not faltered
time.
simply
There was no
thrice, but
sound,
40
and
times.
nobody stirring.
Yes,
He
I
got so
do
cold,
recall it
standing
now.
still, and the
Go
hospitable
on.
farm looked so
The
enticing
master, being
that at
wroth
last he
with
resolved
what
to
he
risk
termed such
everything
slovenly
and
and doltish work,
He
did
started
promise
swiftly
that he
and
would
stealthily,
soundly whip
and
me
just
for
as
it,
he was
and
crossing the
whip
threshold he heard
thee,
voices behind
said
him.
Tom. astonished out of his presence of mind.
Within the barn,
Why should he
and
whip
stooped
thee
down.
for faults of mine?
2 farm laborers
Ah,
came
your
in,
grace
bringing the
forgetteth
lantern
again.
with them,
He
and fell
always
to work,
scourgeth
talking
me
meanwhile.
when thou dost
Whilst
fail
they
in thy
moved about
lessons.
with the light, the
True,
king made good
true.
use of his eyes, and
I
took
had
the bearings
forgot.
of what seemed
Thou
to be a
teachest me in
good-sized stall
private.
at the
Then I
further end of the
fail.
place.
He argueth that thy
Proposing
office
to
was
grope
lamely
his way
done,
to it
and,
when he
oh,
should
my
have been
liege,
left
what
to
words
himself.
are these?
He
I,
also
the humblest
noted
of
the
thy
position of a
servants,
pile
presume
of
to
horse
teach
blankets
thee?
midway of the route,
Then
with the
where
intent
is
to
thy
levy
blame?
upon them for
What
the
riddle
service of
is
the
this?
Crown of England
Am I
for
in
one
truth
night.
gone mad, or is
By
it
and
thou?
by the men finished,
Explain,
and went
speak
away,
out.
fastening the door
But,
behind
good
them,
your majesty,
and taking
there's
the
naught
lantern
that
with
needeth
them.
simplifying.
The shivering
None may
king
visit
made
the
for the
sacred
blankets
person of the Prince
with as
of
good
Wales
speed
with
as the
blows,
darkness would
wherefore,
allow,
when he
gathered
faulteth,
them up,
'tis
and then
I
groped
that
his way
takes them,
safely to the stall.
and meet it is,
Of
and
2 of
right,
the
for
blankets
that
he
it
made
is
a bed,
mine office and my
covered himself
livelihood.
with the remaining
Footnote.
2.
He was
The
a
whipping
glad
boy,
monarch now.
James the
though
First and
blankets
Charles
were
the
old
Second
and
had
thin,
whipping boys
and not
when
quite
they were
warm
little
enough,
fellows,
and
to
besides
take their
gave out a
punishment for
pungent,
them
horsey
when they
odor
fell short
that
in
was
their lessons.
almost suffocating.
So
I have
powerful.
ventured to furnish my
Although
small
the king
prince
was
with
hungry
one
and chilly,
for my own
he was
purposes.
also so tired and
End
so
of
drowsy
footnote.
that these
Tom
latter
stared at the
influences
tranquil
soon
boy,
began to get the
observing to
advantage of the
himself,
former,
Lo,
and
it
he
is a
presently
wonderful
dozed
thing,
off
a
into
most
a state
strange
of
and curious
semi-consciousness.
trade. I
Then,
marvel
just
they
as
have
he
not
was on the
hired a
point of
boy to
losing
take my
himself
combings
wholly,
and my
he
dressings for
distinctly
me.
felt something
Would
touch
heaven
him.
they would,
And
they
he
will
was
do
broad
this
awake in
thing.
a
I will
moment,
take my
and
lashings
gasping
in
for
mine
breath.
own person, giving
The
God
cold
thanks
horror
for the
of that
change.
mysterious touch
Then he
in the
said
dark
aloud,
almost made
And
his heart
hast thou
stand
been
still.
beaten, poor friend,
He lay
according to the
motionless
promise?
and listened,
No,
scarcely
good
breathing.
your majesty, my punishment
Nothing
was
stirred.
appointed for this day,
And there was
and
no sound.
peradventure it may be annulled, as
continued to
unbefitting the
listen
season
and
of
wait
mourning.
during
That
what
is come
seemed
upon
a
us.
long time.
I know not,
But still
and so
nothing
have
stirred.
made bold to come hither
And there
and
was no
remind your
sound.
grace about your gracious promise
So
to
he began to
intercede
drop
in my
into a
behalf.
drowse once more at last.
With the master?
And all at once
to
he
save
felt
thee
that
thy
mysterious
whipping?
touch again.
Ah, thou
It
dost
was a
remember.
grisly thing.
My
This
memory
light touch
mendeth,
from
thou
this
seest.
noiseless and
Set thy
invisible
mind at
presence.
ease.
It made
thy
the boy
back
sick
shall
with
go
ghostly
unscathed.
fears.
I will
What
see
should
to it.
he do?
Oh,
That was
thanks,
the
my
question,
good
but he did
Lord,
not
cried
know
the
how
boy,
to answer
dropping
it.
upon his
Should
knee
he
again.
leave these
Mayhap
reasonably
I have
comfortable
ventured
quarters
far
and
enough,
fly from this
and yet,
inscrutable
seeing
horror?
Master Humphrey
But
fly
hesitate,
whither?
Tom
He
encouraged
could
him
not
to
get
go
out of the
on,
barn,
saying he
and the
was
idea of
scurrying
screwing
blindly hither and thither in the
Then
dark
I will
within the
speak it
captivity
out,
of the
for
four
it
walls,
lieth
with
near
this
my heart.
phantom gliding
Since
after
thou
him,
art no
and
more Prince
visiting
of
him
Wales,
with that
but king,
soft,
thou
hideous
canst
touch
order
upon his
matters
cheek
as
or
thou wilt,
shoulder at every
with
turn,
none to say
was
thee nay.
intolerable.
Wherefore it is
But to
not
stay
in
where he
reason that
was
thou
and
wilt
endure
longer
this
vex
living
thyself
death
with
all
dreary
night?
studies,
Was
but
that
wilt
better?
learn thy books and
No.
turn thy mind to
What
things
then
less
was there
irksome.
left to do?
Then
Ah,
am I
there was
ruined,
but one
and
course,
mine orphan
and he
sisters
knew it
with
well.
me. He
Ruined,
must put
prithee
out
his
how.
hand and
My
find that
back
thing.
is my bread.
It was
O
easy
my
to think
gracious
this,
liege.
but it was
If
hard
it
to
go
brace
idle,
himself
I
up to
starve.
try it.
And
Three
thou cease
times
from
he
study,
stretched
mine
his
office
hand
is
a
gone.
little way
Thou'lt
out into
need
the
no
dark
whipping boy.
gingerly,
Do
and
not
snatched
turn
it
me
suddenly
away.
back with a gasp.
Tom
Not
was
because
touched
it
with
had
this
encountered
pathetic
anything,
distress,
but
he
because
said
he had
with a
felt
right
so
royal
sure it
burst of
was just
generosity,
going to.
Discomfort
fourth time
thyself
he
no
groped a
further,
little
lad.
further,
Thine
and his
office shall
hand
be
lightly
permanent
swept
in thee,
against something
and thy line forever.
soft and
Then he
warm.
struck the boy a light
This
blow on the
petrified
shoulder
him
with the
nearly
flat
to
of his
fright.
sword,
His
exclaiming,
mind was in such a
Rise,
state that he could
Humphrey
imagine the
Marlowe,
thing to be nothing else than a
hereditary
corpse,
grand
newly
whipping
dead
boy
and still
to the
warm.
royal house of
He
England.
thought he would rather die
Banish
than touch it
sorrow.
again.
I
But
will
he thought
betake
this
me to my
false
books
thought
again,
because he did not
and
know
study
the
so
immortal
ill
strength of
that
human
they must
curiosity.
injustice treble
In
thy
no long
wage.
time his hand
So
was
mightily
trembling
shall
and
the
groping
business of thine
again
office
against
be
his
augmented.
judgment and without his
The grateful
consent,
Humphrey
but groping
responded
persistently
fervently,
on just the
Thanks,
same.
O most
Encountered a
noble
bunch of
master.
long hair.
This princely
He
lavishness
shuddered,
doth
but
far
followed up
surpass
the
my
hair
most
and
distempered
found what
dreams
seemed
of
to be a
fortune.
warm
Now
rope.
shall I be happy
Followed
all
up
my
the
days,
rope
and
found
all the house of
an
Marlowe
innocent
after me.
calf.
Tom had wit
For the
enough
rope
to
was
perceive
not
that
a
here
rope
was a
at
lad
all,
who could be
but the
useful to calf's
tail.
He encouraged Humphrey to talk.
The king was
and he
cordially
ashamed of
loath.
himself for having
He was
gotten all
delighted
that
to believe
fright
that
and
he was
misery
helping
out of so
in
paltry
Tom's
a
cure,
matter as a
for
slumbering
always, as
calf.
soon as he had
But
finished
need
calling
not
back
have
to
felt
Tom's
so
diseased
about it,
mind,
for it was
the
not the
various
calf that
particulars of his
frightened him, but the
experiences
dreadful
and
non-adventures
something
in the royal
which the
schoolroom
calf
and
stood
elsewhere
for.
about the
And
palace.
any other
He noticed
boy
that
in
Tom
those
was
old
then able to
superstitious times
recall
would have acted and
the
suffered
circumstances
just
quite
as he had
clearly.
done.
At the
The
end of an
king
hour,
was not
Tom
only
found himself
delighted
well
to find
frightened
that
with
the
very
creature was
valuable
able
information
calf,
concerning
but delighted to
personages
have the
and
calf's company,
matters pertaining
for
to
he
the
had
court.
been feeling so
So he
lonesome and
resolved to
friendless
draw
that the company
instruction
and
from this
comradeship
source
of
daily,
even this humble
and to this
animal was
end he
welcome,
would give order to
and he
admit
had been
Humphrey
so
to the royal
buffeted,
closet
so rudely
whenever he
entreated
might
by
come,
his own kind,
provided the
that it
majesty
was a
of
real
England was not
comfort to
engaged
him
with
to
other
feel
people.
that he was at last
Humphrey
in the
had
society
hardly been
of a fellow
dismissed when
creature
my Lord Hertford
that
had
had
at
at
least
least
a
trouble
soft
for
heart
Tom.
and a gentle spirit.
He said that the
Whatever
lords of the
loftier
council, fearing
attributes
that
might be
some
lacking.
overwrought report
So
of the
he
king's
resolved
damaged
to
health
waive rank
might have leaked
and
out
make
and got
friends
abroad,
with the calf.
they deemed it
While
wise and
stroking
best that
its
his
sleek,
majesty
warm
should
back,
begin
for
to
it
die
lay
in
near
public
him
after a
within
day or
easy
two.
reach,
His
It
wholesome
occurred to him that
complexion
this
and
calf
vigorous
might
step,
be utilized in
assisted
more
by a
ways than
carefully
one.
guarded repose of
Whereupon he
manner
rearranged
and
his bed,
ease and
spreading it down
grace of
close to the
demeanor,
calf.
would more
Then he
surely
cuddled himself
quiet the
up to
general
calf's
pulse,
back,
in case
drew the
any
covers
evil
up and
rumors
over
had
himself
gone out,
and his friend,
than any other
and in a
scheme that
minute or
could be
two
devised.
was as warm and comfortable
Then
as he
the
had
Earl
ever been
proceeded
in the
very
downy
delicately
couches
to instruct
of the
Tom
regal
as to the
palace of
observances
Westminster.
proper to the stately
Pleasant
occasion,
thoughts came
under the
at
rather
once.
thin disguise
Life
of
took on a
reminding
cheerfuller
him
seeming.
concerning things
He was
already
free of the
known to him.
bonds of servitude
But to
and
his
crime,
vast
free of the
gratification, it turned out that
companionship
Tom
of
needed
base
very
and
little
brutal
help in this
outlaws.
line.
He was
He had
warm,
been making
he was
use
sheltered,
of Humphrey in
in a
that
word,
direction,
he was
for
happy.
Humphrey had mentioned that
The
within
night
a few
wind was
days
rising.
he was
It
to
swept
begin
by
to
in
dine in
fitful
public,
gusts that
having
made the
gathered
old
it
barn
from the
quake and rattle.
swift-winged
Then
gossip
its
of
forces
the court.
died down at intervals.
Tom kept
and went
these facts
moaning
to
and
himself,
wailing
however.
around corners and
Seeing the
projections.
royal memory so
But it was all
improved, the
music
Earl
to
ventured to
King
apply
now
a few
that he
tests
was
to
snug
it,
and comfortable.
in an apparently
Let it
casual
blow and
way,
rage,
to find
let
out
it
how far
batter
its
and
amendment
bang,
had progressed.
let it moan
The
and
results
wail.
were
He
happy
minded it
here
not.
and there in
He only
spots,
enjoyed it.
spots where
He merely
Humphrey's tracks
snuggled
remained,
closer to his friend,
and on the whole my
in the
lord was
luxury of
greatly
warm
pleased and encouraged.
contentment,
So
and
encouraged
drifted
was he
blissfully
indeed that
out
he
of
spoke up and
consciousness
said in
into
a quiet,
deep and
hopeful
dreamless
voice,
sleep.
"Now
full of
am I
serenity and
persuaded
peace.
that if your
The
majesty
distant
will
dogs
tax your
howled,
memory yet a
the
little
melancholy
farther,
kine
it will
complained,
resolve the
and the
puzzle of the
winds
great
went
seal,
on raging,
a loss which
furious
was
sheets
of
of
moment
rain drove
yesterday,
along the
although
roof.
of none today,
But the
since
majesty of
its term
England
of
slept
service
on,
ended with our late
undisturbed,
lord's life.
and the calf did
May
the
it
same,
please your
it being a
grace to
simple
make the
creature,
trial."
and not easily troubled by
Tom was at
storms,
sea,
or embarrassed
the great
by
seal
sleeping
was
with
a
the king.
something which he was
End
totally
of
unacquainted
chapter
with.
18.
After a moment's hesitation, he looked
Chapter
up innocently
19.
and asked,
The Prince with the
"What
Peasants.
was it like, my lord?"
When the king awoke
Earl
in the early
started
morning,
almost
he found that a wet but
muttering to
thoughtful
himself,
rat had crept
"Alack,
into the
his
place
wits
during
are
the
flowing
night
again.
and made a
It was
cozy
ill
bed for
wisdom to
itself
lead
in
him
his
on to
bosom.
strain them.
Being
Then
disturbed
he
now,
deftly
it
scampered
turned the
away
talk
to other matters.
The boy
with
smiled
the
and
purpose
said,
of sweeping
"Poor
the unlucky
fool,
seal
why
out
so
of Tom's
fearful?
thoughts.
I am as
Purpose
forlorn
which
as thou.
easily succeeded.
'Twould be shame in me
End
to
of
hurt
chapter
the helpless,
14.
who am myself so helpless. Moreover, I owe you thanks
Chapter
for a good
15.
omen. When a king
Tom
has fallen
as
so low
king.
that the very rats do make
The
a
next
bed of
day
him,
the foreign
it surely
ambassadors
meaneth that
came
his
with their
fortunes
gorgeous
be upon
trains,
return, since
and
it is
Tom,
plain he
throned
can
in
no
awful
lower
state,
go.
received them.
He got up and
The
stepped
splendors
out
of the
stall,
scene
and just
delighted
then
his
he heard
eye
the sound
and
of
fired
children's
his
voices.
imagination at
The
first.
barn door
But
opened,
the
and a
audience was
couple of
long
girls
and
came in.
dreary,
As
and
soon
so
as they
were
saw
most of the
him, their
addresses.
talking and laughter ceased,
Wherefore, what
and they
began
stopped
as a
and stood
pleasure
still,
grew
gazing
into
at him with
weariness
strong
and
curiosity.
homesickness by and
They
by.
presently began to
Tom
whisper
said the
together.
words which
Then
Hertford
they
put into
approached
his
nearer
mouth from time
and
to
stopped
time,
again to
and
gaze
tried
and whisper.
hard to acquit himself
By and by they
satisfactorily.
gathered courage
But he was
and
too
began to
new to
discuss
such
him
things,
aloud.
and too
One
ill at
said,
ease to accomplish
"He hath
more
a
than a
comely
tolerable
face."
success.
The other
He looked
added,
sufficiently
"And
like a
pretty
king,
hair,
but he was ill able to
is
feel like
ill-clothed
one.
now,
He was cordially
and how
glad when the
starved he looketh."
ceremony was ended.
They came still nearer.
The larger
sidling
part of his
shyly
day
around
was
and about him,
wasted, as he
examining him
termed it in
minutely
his own
from all
mind,
points,
in
as if
labors
he were
pertaining
some
to his
strange
royal
new kind of
office.
animal.
Even the
But
2
warily
hours
and
devoted to
watchfully
certain
the while,
princely
as if they
pastimes and
half feared he
recreations
might
were
be a
rather a
sort of
burden to
animal
him
that would bite
than
upon
otherwise.
occasion.
They were so
Finally,
fettered
they
by
halted
restrictions
before him,
and ceremonious
holding each other's hands
observances.
for protection,
However, he
and
had a
took a
private
good,
hour with
satisfying
his whipping
stare
boy,
with their innocent
which he
eyes.
counted clear
Then
gain,
one of them
since he
plucked
got
up
both
all her
entertainment
courage
and
inquired with
needful
honest
information out
directness,
of it.
"Who
The
art
third
thou,
day
boy?"
of Tom Canty's kingship
"I am
came
the
and went
king,"
much as the
was
others
the
had
brave
done,
answer.
but there was a lifting
Children
of his
gave a
cloud
little
in one
start,
way.
and their eyes
He
spread
felt less
themselves wide
uncomfortable
open
than
and
at
remained
first.
so during
He
a
was getting a
speechless
little
half-minute.
used to his
Then
circumstances
curiosity broke
and
the silence.
surroundings.
"The
His
king?
change still
What
galled,
king?"
but not all the
king
time.
of England."
He found that the presence and
children looked at
homage
each
of the
other,
great
then at him,
afflicted
then
and
at each other
embarrassed
again,
him less and
wonderingly,
less sharply with every
perplexedly.
hour
And
that
one
drifted
said,
over his head.
"Didst hear him,
But for one
Marjorie?
single dread,
Saith he
he
is
could
the
have
king.
seen the fourth day
Can that
approach
be
without
true?
serious
How
distress.
can it be
The
else but
dining
true,
in public.
prissy?
It was to
Would he
begin
say
that
a
day.
lie? For
There
look
were
you,
greater
prissy,
matters in
and
the
it were not
program,
true,
for
it
on
would
that
be a
day he
lie.
would have to
It
preside
surely
at a
would
council
be.
which would
Now
take his
think on
views and
For
commands
all
concerning
things
the
that be
policy
not
to
true
be
be
pursued
lies. Thou
toward
canst
various
make
foreign
naught else
nations
out of it.
scattered far
It
and
was a
near
good,
over
tight
the great
argument,
globe.
without a leak in it
On that
anywhere,
day, too,
and it left
Hartford
Prissy's half-doubts
would be
not a
formally
leg to
chosen
stand on.
to the grand
She
office
considered
of
a
Lord
moment,
Protector.
and put the king upon
Other
his
things
honor
of note were
with a
appointed
simple
for that
remark,
fourth day also,
"If thou art
but to
truly the
Tom
king,
they were all
then I believe
insignificant
thee.
compared with the
I
ordeal
am
of dining
truly the
all by
king."
himself.
This
With a
settled the
multitude
matter.
of curious
His
eyes
Majesty's
fastened upon
royalty was
him,
accepted without
and a
further
multitude of
question or
mouths
discussion,
whispering
and the two
comments
little
upon
girls
his
began
performance,
at once to inquire
and
into
upon
how
his
he
mistakes,
came to
if
be
he
where
should
he
be
was,
so
and
unlucky
how
as
he
to
came
make
to be
any.
so
Still,
unroyally
nothing
clad,
could stop that
and whither
fourth
he was
day, and so
bound,
it came.
and all about his
It
affairs.
found poor Tom
It
low
was a mighty
spirited and
relief to him to
absent-minded,
pour
and
out
this
his
mood
troubles
continued.
where they would
He
not
could not
be
shake
scoffed
it
at
off.
or doubted.
The ordinary
so he told
duties
his
of the
tale
morning
with
dragged
feeling,
upon his
forgetting
hands
even
and
his
wearied
hunger
him.
for the time.
Once more
and
he
it was
felt the
received
sense
with
of
the deepest
captivity
and tenderest
heavy upon
sympathy by
him.
the gentle little
Late in
maids.
the forenoon
But when
he
he
was
got
in a
down to
large
his latest
audience chamber
experiences and they
conversing with
learned
the
how
Earl of
long he had
Hertford
been
and
without
dully
food,
awaiting
cut
the
him
striking
short
of the
and
hour
hurried him
appointed
away
for
to
a
the
visit of
farmhouse to find a
ceremony
breakfast for
from a
him.
considerable number
The
of great
king was
officials
cheerful
and
and happy
courtiers.
now, and said to
After a
himself,
little while Tom,
"When
who
I am
had
come
wandered
to
to a
mine own
window
again,
and become
I
interested
will
in the
always
life and
honor
movement of
little
the great
children,
highway
remembering
beyond the
how
palace
that these
gates,
trusted
and
me
not
and
idly
believed
interested,
in me
but
in my time
longing
of
with
trouble,
all his heart
whilst
to
they
take
that
part
were
in
older
person in
and
its stir
thought
and
themselves
freedom,
wiser
saw the
mocked
van
at
of a
me
hooting
and
and
held
shouting
me for a
mob
liar.
of disorderly men,
Children's
women, and
mother
children of
received
the
the king
lowest and
kindly and was
poorest
full of
degree
pity
approaching
for his
from up the
forlorn
road.
condition and apparently
I would I
crazed
knew what
intellect
'tis
touched
about,
her
he
womanly
exclaimed,
heart.
with all a boy's
She was a
curiosity
widow
in
and
such
rather
happenings.
poor. Consequently,
Thou art
she had seen
king,
trouble enough
solemnly
to enable her
responded
to
the Earl
feel
with
for
a
the
reverence.
unfortunate.
Have I your
She
grace's
imagined that
leave
the
to
demented
act?
boy had wandered
Oh,
away from his
blithely,
friends or
yes,
keepers,
gladly,
as
yes,
he tried
exclaimed
to
Tom
find out
excitedly,
whence he had
adding
come,
to
in
himself
order
with
that
a
she
lively
might
sense
take
of
measures to
satisfaction.
return him.
In truth, being
But
a king
all
is
her
not all
references
dreariness.
to
It
neighboring
hath its
towns and
compensations
villages,
and conveniences.
and all her
The Earl
inquiries
called a
in the
page
same
and sent him
line
to the
went
captain
for
of the
nothing.
guard with the order,
The boy's
"Let the
face
mob be
and his
halted,
answers,
and
too,
inquiry made
showed that the
concerning the
things she was
occasion of its
talking of
movement
were
by the
not
king's
familiar to
command."
him.
A few
He
seconds
spoke
later, a
earnestly
long
and
rank
simply
of the
about
royal
court
guards,
matters,
cased
and
in
broke down
flashing
more than
steel,
once
filed
when
out at the
speaking of
gates
late
and formed
king,
across
his
the highway in
father.
front of the
But
multitude.
whenever the
A
conversation
messenger
changed
returned
to
to
baser
report that the
topics,
crowd were following
he
a
lost
man,
interest and
a
became
woman,
silent.
and a young girl
The
to
woman was
execution for
mightily
crimes
puzzled,
committed against the
but she
peace
did not
and
give up.
dignity of the realm.
As she proceeded
Death,
with her cooking,
and of
she set
violent
herself to
death,
contriving
for these
devices
poor
to surprise
unfortunates.
the boy into
The thought
betraying his
wrung
real
Tom's
secret.
heartstrings.
She talked about
A spirit
cattle.
of compassion
He
took
showed
control
no
of him,
concern.
to the
Then
exclusion
about
of all
sheep.
other
The same
considerations.
result.
He
So
never
her
thought of the
guess
offended
that he had been
laws,
a shepherd
or
boy
of the
was in
grief
error.
or loss
She talked
which
about
these three
mills
criminals
and
had
about
inflicted
weavers,
upon their
tinkers,
victims. He
smiths,
could think of nothing but the
trades,
scaffold and the
tradesmen of all
grisly
sorts,
fate hanging
and
over the
about
heads of the
bedlam and
condemned.
jails and
His
charitable
concern even made
retreats.
him forget
But no
for the
matter,
moment
she was
that he was
baffled at
but
all
the false
points.
shadow of a king,
Not altogether
not the
either, for
substance.
she argued
And
that
before
she
he
had
knew it,
narrowed
he
the
had
thing
blurted
down
out
to
the command,
domestic service.
"Bring them
But
here!"
she was sure she
Then
was
he
on the
flushed
right track
scarlet,
now.
and a sort of
He
apology
must have
sprung
been
to
a
his
house
lips.
servant.
But observing
So
that
she
his
led up
order
to
had
that.
wrought no sort
The
of
result was
surprise in the
discouraging.
Earl or the waiting
subject of
page, he
sweeping
suppressed
appeared
the
to
words
weary
he was
him.
about to utter.
Fire building
The
failed
page,
to
in the
stir
most
him.
matter-of-course
Scrubbing and
way,
scouring
made a
awoke no
profound obeisance
enthusiasm.
and
Then
retired
the good wife
backwards
touched
out of
with
the
a
room to deliver
perishing
the
hope,
command.
and
Tom
rather as a
experienced a
matter of
glow of
form,
pride
upon the
and a
subject of
renewed
cooking.
sense of the
To her
compensating
surprise and her
advantages of the
vast
kingly
delight,
office.
the king's
He said
face
to himself,
lighted at once.
"Truly it is like
she
what
had
I was
hunted
used
him
to
down
feel
at last, she
when I
thought,
read the
and
old
she was
priest's
right proud,
tales,
too, of the
and did
devious
imagine
shrewdness
mine
and tact
own
which
self
had
a prince,
accomplished it.
giving law
Her
and
tired
command to
tongue
all,
got a chance
saying,
to rest
do
now,
this, do
for
that,
the kings,
whilst none durst
inspired
offer
by
let or
gnawing
hindrance
hunger
to my
and
will."
fragrant smells
Now
that
the
came
doors
from
swung
the
open,
sputtering pots
one
and pans,
high-sounding
turned
title
itself
after
loose,
another was
and
announced,
delivered
the
itself up to
personages
such an
owning them
eloquent
followed,
dissertation
and the
upon
place was
certain
quickly
toothsome
half-filled with
dishes
noble
that
folk and
within 3
finery.
minutes the woman
But
said to
Tom was
herself,
hardly conscious
"Of
of
a
the
truth,
presence
I
of these
was
people,
right.
so
He
wrought
hath
up was
holpen
he,
in
and
a
so
kitchen."
intensely absorbed in that
Then he
other and
broadened
more
his bill
interesting
of
matter,
fare, and
he
discussed
seated
it with
himself
such
absently in
appreciation
his
and
chair of
animation
state,
that the good
and
wife
turned
said
his
to herself,
eyes upon the
"Good
door
lack!
with manifestations
How
of
can he know so many
impatient
dishes,
expectancy,
and so fine ones
seeing
withal?
which the
For
company
these belong
forbore to
only
trouble
upon the
him,
tables of the
and
rich
fell to
and
chatting
great.
a mixture of
Ah,
public
now I
business
see.
and court
Ragged
gossip
outcast
one
as he
with
is,
another.
he must have served
In a
the
little while
palace
the
before
measured
his reason
tread
went
of
astray.
military men was
Yes,
heard
he must
approaching,
have helped in
and
the
the
very
culprits
kitchen of the
entered
king
the presence
himself.
and charge
I
of
will
an
test
under
him.
sheriff,
Full of
and
eagerness
escorted
to
by a
prove her
detail of the
sagacity,
king's guard.
she told the king
The civil
to
officer
mind the
knelt
cooking a
before
moment,
Tom, then
hinting
stood
that he
aside.
might
The
manufacture
3
and
doomed
add a dish or
persons
two if he
knelt
chose.
also, and
Then she
remained
went
so.
out of the room
The
and
guard
gave her
took
children a
position
sign to follow
behind
after.
Tom's chair.
The king muttered,
Tom scanned the
"Another
prisoners
English king
curiously.
had a commission
Something
like
about the
to
dress
this
or appearance
in a
of the man
bygone
had
time.
stirred a vague
It is
memory in
nothing
him.
against my dignity
Methinks
to
I have
undertake an
seen
office
this
which the
man
great
ere now,
Alfred stooped
but
to
the
assume.
when or
But
the
I
where
will try
failed
to
me,
better
which
serve
was
my
Tom's
trust
thought.
than he,
Just
for
then the
he
man
let the
glanced
cakes
meekly
burn.
up and quickly
The
dropped his
intent
face
was good,
again,
but the
not
performance
being able
was
to
not
endure the
answerable
awful
to it.
port of
For this
sovereignty.
king, like
But
the
the
other
one
one,
full
soon
glimpse of
fell
the
into
face
deep
which Tom
thinkings
got was
concerning his
sufficient.
vast
He
affairs,
said to himself,
and the same
"Now is the
calamity
matter clear.
resulted.
This is
The
the
cookery
stranger
got
that plucked
burned.
Gil's wit out of
The
the
woman
Thames
returned in
and
time to
saved his
save the
life.
breakfast from
That
entire
windy,
destruction,
bitter first
and
day
she
of the new
promptly
year.
brought the king
A
out of
brave,
his
good
dreams with
deed.
a brisk and
Pity he
cordial
hath
tongue
been
lashing.
doing baser ones
Then,
and got
seeing
himself
how
in this
troubled
sad
he was
case.
over his
I have not
violated
forgot the
trust,
day,
she
neither the
softened at
hour,
once and was
by
all
reason that
goodness
an
and
hour
gentleness
after,
toward
upon
him.
the stroke of 11,
The boy
I
made
did
a
get a
hearty
hiding
and
by the hand of
satisfying meal,
Gammer
and was
which is
greatly
of so
refreshed
goodly and
gladdened
admired
by it.
severity
It
that
was a
all that
meal
went
which was
before or
distinguished
followed
by this
after it
curious
were but
feature,
fondlings
that
and
rank
caress by
waved on
comparison.
both sides,
Tom now
neither
ordered that the
recipient
woman
of
and the
favour
girl be
was
removed
aware
from the
that it had been
presence for a little
extended.
time,
The
then
goodwife
addressed
had
himself
intended
to
to
the
feed this
undersheriff,
young
saying,
tramp with broken
"Good
victuals
sir,
in a corner,
what is this man's
like any other
offence?"
tramp, or like
The
a dog,
officer knelt and
but she
answered,
was so remorseful
So
for the
please your
scolding she had
majesty,
given him
he hath
that she
taken
did
the
what
life
she
of
could
a
to
subject
atone for
by
it allowing
poison.
him to sit at the family
Tom's
table
compassion
and
for
eat
the
with his
prisoner
betters
and admiration of him as the
ostensible
daring
terms of
rescuer
equality
of a
with
drowning
them.
boy
And the king on his
experienced
side
the
was
most
so
damaging
remorseful for
shock.
having broken his trust
The thing
after
was
the
proven
family had
upon
been so
him?
kind to
Yes.
him, that he
Most
forced
clearly,
himself to
sire.
atone for it by
Tom
humbling
sighed
himself
and
to
said,
the family level, instead of
Take
requiring
him
the
away,
woman
he
and her
hath
children
earned
to
his
stand
death.
and wait
'Tis a
upon
pity,
him
for he
while
was a
he
brave
occupied
heart.
their table in the
I
solitary
mean,
state due
he
to
hath
his
the
birth
look
and
of it.
dignity.
The prisoner
It does us
clasped his
all
hands
good to
together with
unbend
sudden energy
sometimes.
and wrung
This
them
good
despairingly,
woman was made
at the
happy
same
all
time
the day
appealing
long
imploringly
by the
to the
applause which she
king,
got out
and
of
broke
herself
off in terrified
for her
phrases.
magnanimous
Oh,
condescension
my
to
lord, the
tramp.
king, and
the king
thou
was
canst pity
just
the
as
lost. Have
self-complacent over
pity
his
upon me.
gracious
I
humility
am
toward a
innocent,
humble peasant
neither
woman.
hath that wherewith
When
I am
breakfast was
charged
over,
been more
the
than
housewife
but
told the
lamely
king to wash
proved.
up the dishes.
Yet I speak not of
This
that. The
command
judgment
was a
is gone
staggerer
forth
for a
against me,
moment,
and may
and
not
the king
suffer
came near
alteration.
rebelling.
Yet
But then he said
in
to
mine
himself,
extremity I
"Alfred
beg
the
a
Great
boon,
watched
for
the
my
cakes.
doom is more than
Doubtless
I
he
can
would have
bear.
washed the
A
dishes too.
grace, my lord the
Therefore
king.
will I
In thy
essay it."
royal compassion grant
He
me
made
my
a
prayer.
sufficiently poor
Give
job of it, and
commandment
to his
that I be
surprise, too, for
hanged.
the cleaning of wooden
Tom
spoons
was
and trenchers
amazed.
had
This
seemed
was
an
not
easy
the
thing to
outcome he
do.
had looked for.
It was a tedious and
Odds my
troublesome
life, a
piece of
strange
work,
boon.
but he finished
Was
it
it
at
not the
last.
fate intended
He was
thee?
becoming impatient to get away.
Oh,
on his
good,
journey
my
now.
liege, not
However,
so.
he was
It
not
is
to
ordered
use
that I
this
be
thrifty
boiled
dame's society
alive.
so easily.
The
She
hideous
furnished him some
surprise
little
of these
odds and
words
ends of
almost made
employment,
Tom
which he
spring
got
from his
through
chair.
with after
As
a
soon as he could
fair
recover his
fashion
wits, he
and with
cried
some
out,
credit.
Have thy
Then she
wish,
set
poor
him and the
soul,
little girls
and
to
thou hast
paring some
poisoned
winter
100 men,
apples.
thou shouldst
But he
not
was
suffer so
awkward
miserable a
at this
death.
service that she
The prisoner
retired him
bowed
from
his
it
face
and
to the
gave him a
ground
butcher
and
knife
burst
to
into
grind.
passionate expressions of
Afterward,
gratitude,
she kept him
ending with,
carding wool
If
until he
ever
began to
thou
think
shouldst
he had
know
laid the
misfortune,
good King
which God
Alfred about
forfend,
far
may
enough
thy
in the shade
goodness
for
to
the
me this
present
day be
in the
remembered
matter
and
of showy
requited.
menial
Tom
heroisms
turned
that
to the
would
Earl
read
of Hertford and said,
picturesquely in
My
story
lord,
books and
is
histories,
it believable
and so
that
he
there
was
was
half
warrant
minded
for
to
this
resign.
man's ferocious doom?
And when just
"It
after
is the
the
law,
noonday
your
dinner,
grace,
the
for
goodwife gave him
poisoners.
a basket
In
of
Germany,
kittens to
coiners
drown,
be boiled to
he did
death in
resign.
oil,
At least
not cast
he
in
was
of
just
a sudden,
going to
but
resign,
by a
for
rope
he
let
felt that
down
he must
into the
draw the
oil
line
by
somewhere, and it
degrees,
seemed to
and
him that
slowly.
to draw it at kitten
First the
drowning was
feet,
about the
then
right
the
thing.
legs, then
Oh,
when
prithee,
there
no
was
more,
an
my lord, I
interruption,
cannot bear it.
cried
The
Tom,
interruption
covering
was
his
John
eyes with his
Canty,
hands to
with
shut
a
out the
peddler's
picture.
pack on
I
his back.
beseech your good
And
lordship
Hugo.
that order be taken
The
to
king
change
discovered
this
these
law.
rascals
Oh,
approaching
let
the
no
front gate
more
before
poor
they had
creatures
had a
be
chance to
visited
see
with its
him,
tortures.
So he said nothing about
The
drawing
Earl's
the line,
face showed
but took up
profound
his basket of
gratification,
kittens and
for he
stepped
was a man of
quietly out the
merciful
back
and
way
generous
without a word.
impulses, a
He
thing
left
not
the
very
creatures
common
in
with
an
his class in that
outhouse and
fierce
hurried
age.
on
He
into a
said,
narrow lane at the
"These,
rear.
your grace's noble words,
End
have
of
sealed its
chapter
doom.
19.
History will remember it to the honor of your royal house." The under-sheriff
Chapter
was about to
20.
remove his prisoner.
The high
Tom gave
hedge
him a
hid
sign
him
to
from
wait,
the house
and he
now,
said, and so,
Good sir,
under the
I
impulse
would
of a
look
deadly
into this
fright,
matter
he
further.
let out
The
all
man
his
has said
forces
his
and
deed was
sped
but
toward a
lamely
wood in the
proved.
distance.
Tell me what
He
thou
never looked
knowest.
back until he had almost
If the
gained
king's
shelter
grace
of the
please,
forest.
it did appear
Then he
upon the
turned
trial
and
that
descried
this
two
man entered
figures
into
in
a
the
house
distance.
in the hamlet
That
of
was
Islington,
sufficient. He
where
did
one
not
lay
wait to
sick.
scan them critically,
3 witnesses
but
say
hurried
it
on
was at
and
10
never
o'clock
abated
in
his
the
pace
morning,
till he
and
was
2
far
say it
within
was
the
some minutes
twilight
later,
depths of the
the
wood.
sick man being
Then
alone at the
he
time
stopped,
and sleeping.
being persuaded
And
that
presently
he
the
was
man
now
came
tolerably
forth
safe.
again and went
He
his
listened
way.
intently,
The sick man
but the
died within
stillness
the
was
hour,
profound
being
and
torn with
solemn,
spasms and
awful
retchings.
and
Did he
depressing to
see
the
the poison
spirits.
given?
At
At
wide
poison
intervals
found?
his straining
Marry,
ear did
no,
detect
my
sounds.
liege.
Then
But
how
how
doth
so
one one know there was poison given at all, that they seemed not to be Majesty, the doctors testified that none die with such symptoms but by poison.
Departed ones.
Weighty evidence
So
this
the sounds
in that
were
simple
yet
age.
more dreary
Tom
than the silence
recognized
which
its
they
formidable
interrupted.
nature, and said,
It was his purpose.
The doctor
in the
knoweth
beginning
his
to stay
trade,
where he
belike
was
they were
the
right.
rest of the day.
The matter hath an
But
ill
a
look
chill
for this
soon
poor man.
invaded his perspiring
Yet
body,
was not
and he
this
was at
all,
last
your Majesty.
obliged to
There is
resume
more
movement
and
in order
worse.
to get warm.
Many
He
testified
struck
that a
straight
witch,
through the
since
forest,
gone
hoping
from the
to
village,
pierce
none
the
know
road
whither,
presently.
did foretell
He was
and speak
disappointed
it privately
in
in their
He
ears,
travelled
that the
on
sick
and
man
on.
would die by
Further he
poison.
went,
And
denser the
more,
wood
that a
became
stranger
apparently.
would give it,
The
a
gloom
stranger with
began to
brown
thicken
hair
by
and
and
clothed
by,
in a
and the
worn
king
and common
realized
garb,
that the night
and
was
surely
coming
this
on.
prisoner doth
It
answer
made him
woundily
shudder
to the
to
bill.
think of
Please,
spending
your
it
Majesty,
in such
to
an
give this
uncanny
circumstance
place.
that solemn
So he
weight
tried to
which
hurry
is its
faster.
due, seeing it
But he
was
made the less
foretold.
speed, for
This
he
was
could
an
not
argument
now
of
see
tremendous
well enough to
force
choose
in
his
that
steps
superstitious
judiciously.
day. Tom
Consequently,
felt
he
that
kept
the thing
tripping
was
over
settled.
roots.
If evidence was worth
Entangling
anything,
himself
this
in
poor
vines
fellow's
and
guilt was
briars.
proved. Still he
And
offered
how
the prisoner a
glad
chance,
he was
saying,
when at last
If
he
thou
caught
canst
the
say
glimmer
aught in
of a light.
thyself, speak.
He approached it warily,
Not that will
stopping
avail,
often
my
to look
king.
about him and
I am
listen.
innocent, yet
He
cannot
came
I
from an
make it
unglazed
appear.
window opening
I
in
have
a
no
shabby little
friends,
hut,
else might I
heard
show
a
that I
voice
was
now,
not in Islington
and
that
felt
day.
a disposition
So
to run
also
and
might
hide.
I show that
He
at that
changed his
hour they
mind
name
once, for
I
this
was
voice
above
was
a league
praying
away,
evidently.
seeing I was at Wapping
glided
Old
to
Stairs.
one window
Yea,
of the
more,
hut,
my king,
raised
for I
himself
could
on
show
tiptoe,
that whilst they
and
say
stole
I
a
was
glance
taking
within.
life, I
The
was
room was
saving
small.
it. A
Its
drowning
floor was the
boy.
natural
Peace.
earth, beaten
Sheriff,
hard
name
by
the day
use.
the deed was done.
In a corner was a bed
At
of
10 in the
rushes
morning,
and a
or
ragged
some
blanket or
minutes
two.
later,
Near
the
it
first
was a
day of
pail,
New Year,
cup,
most
a
illustrious. Let the
basin,
prisoner
and
go
2 or
free.
3
It's the
pots and
king's
pans.
will.
There was a
Another
short
blush
bench
followed
and a
this
3-legged
unregal
stool
outburst on the hearth.
and covered his
The remains
indecorum
of a
as well as
faggot
he
fire
could
were
by
smoldering.
muttering.
It
Before a
enrages
shrine,
me that
which
a
was
man
lighted
should
by
be
a single
hanged upon
candle,
such
knelt
idle,
an aged
harebrained
man,
evidence.
and on an old wooden
A low
box at his
buzz of
side
admiration
lay an
swept through
open
the
book
assemblage.
and
It
a
was not
human
admiration
skull.
of the decree that had
The
been
man
delivered
was
by
of
Tom
large,
for the
bony
propriety
frame,
or
his
expediency
hair
of
and whiskers
pardoning
were
a
very
convicted
long and
poisoner
snowy
was a
white.
thing which
He
few
was
there
clothed in a
would have
robe
felt
of
justified
sheepskin,
in either
which
admitting
reached
or
from his neck
admiring.
to his heels.
No, the admiration was for the intelligence and
hermit,
spirit
said the
which
king
Tom
to
had
himself.
displayed.
Now
Some
am
of the
I
low-voiced
indeed
remarks were to
fortunate.
this effect.
This
hermit
is no
rose from
mad
his
king.
knees.
He hath
The
his
king
wits
knocked.
sound.
A deep
How
voice
sanely
responded.
he puts his questions.
Enter.
How like his former
But leave
natural
sin
self was this
behind.
abrupt, imperious
The ground
disposal of the
whereon
matter.
thou shalt stand
God be
is
thanked,
holy.
his infirmity is spent.
King
This is
entered
no
and
weakling,
paused.
but a
The
king.
hermit turned
He
a
hath
pair
borne
of
himself
gleaming,
like to his own
unrestful
father.
eyes upon him and
The
said,
air being filled with applause, Tom's
art
ear
thou?
necessarily caught a little of it. The
I
effect
am the
which this
king,
had upon him
came
was to
the
put him
answer with
greatly at his
placid
ease,
simplicity.
and also to charge
"Welcome,
his system with very
king!"
gratifying
cried the hermit
sensation.
with enthusiasm.
However,
Then, bustling
his
about with
juvenile
feverish
curiosity
activity
soon
and
rose
constantly
superior to
saying,
these
"Welcome,
pleasant thoughts
welcome!"
and feelings.
He arranged
He
his
was
bench,
eager to know
seated
what
the
sort of
king
a
on it
deadly
by the
mischief
hearth,
the woman
threw
and the
some
little
faggots
girl
on
could
the
have been
fire,
about.
and finally
so
fell
by
to
his
pacing
command
the
the two
floor
terrified
with
and
nervous
sobbing
stride.
creatures were brought before
Welcome.
him.
Many
What
have
is
sought
it that
sanctuary
these have
here,
done?
but they were
inquired the
not
sheriff.
worthy. and
Please, your
were turned
majesty,
away.
a black
But a
crime
king
is
who
charged
casts
upon
his
them,
crown away
and clearly
despises
proven,
the vain
wherefore the
splendors of
judges
his
have
office,
decreed,
and clothes
according
his
to the
body
law,
in
that they
rags
be
to
hanged.
devote his life to
They
holiness
sold
and
themselves to the
mortification of
devil,
the flesh.
such is their crime.
He is
Tom
worthy.
shuddered. He had
He
been taught to
is
abhor people
welcome.
who did this
Here
wicked
shall
thing.
he abide
Still,
all
he
his
was not
days
going to
till
deny
death
himself
come.
the pleasure of feeding
The
his
king
curiosity
hastened to
for all
interrupt and
that.
explain,
but
so
the
he
hermit
asked,
paid no attention to him.
"Where was this
Did
done,
not even
and
hear
when?"
him, apparently.
"On a
But went right
midnight
on
in
with his
December,
talk,
in
with
a
raised
ruined church,
voice
your
and a
majesty."
growing energy. Tom shuddered
"And thou
again.
shalt be at
Who
peace
was there
here.
present?
None shall
Only
find thou
these
thy
two, your
refuge to
grace,
disquiet thee
and
with supplications to
that
return
other
to that empty and foolish
these
life which
confessed?
God hath moved
Nay,
thee to
not so,
abandon.
sire, they
Thou
do
shalt
deny
pray
it.
Here.
Then,
Thou shalt
prithee,
study
how
the book.
was it known?
Thou shalt meditate
Certain
upon the follies
witnesses
and
did
delusions
see
of
them
this
wending
world,
thither,
and upon the
good your majesty.
sublimities
This
of the
bred the
world to
suspicion,
come.
and
Thou
dire
shalt
effects
feed
have
upon
since
crusts
confirmed and
herbs,
justified
and
it.
scourge
In particular,
thy body with
it
whips
is in
daily
evidence that
to the
through the wicked
purification
power
of thy
so
soul.
obtained,
Thou
they
shalt
did
wear a
invoke
hair
and
shirt
bring about
next to
a
thy
storm
skin.
that
Thou
wasted
shalt
all
drink
the
water
region round
only,
about.
and thou
About
shalt
40
be at
witnesses
peace.
have proved the
Yes,
storm.
wholly
And sooth,
at
one
peace.
might have had 1,000.
whoso
For
comes
all
to
had
seek
reason
thee
to remember
shall
it.
go his
If
way
all
again
had
baffled,
suffered by
shall
it,
not find thee.
Certes,
He
this
shall
is
not
serious
molest
matter.
thee.
Tom turned this dark
The
piece
old
of
man,
scoundrelism
still
over in his
pacing back
mind a
and
while, and
forth,
then
ceased to
asked,
speak aloud,
"Suffered the
and
women
began to
also
mutter.
by the storm?"
The king
Several
seized this
old
opportunity
heads
to
among the
state his
assemblage
case,
nodded their
and he hit it
recognition
with
of
an
the wisdom
eloquence
of this
inspired
question.
by uneasiness
The
and
sheriff,
apprehension.
however, saw nothing
But the
consequential
hermit
in the
went on
inquiry.
muttering and
He
gave no
answered with
heed.
simple directness.
And, still muttering,
Indeed, did she, your
approached the
majesty,
king
and
said
most
impressively,
righteously, as all of our... Her
I will tell you a
habitation was
secret.
swept away,
He
and
bent down
herself
to
and
impart
child
it.
left
He
shelterless.
checked himself and assumed a
Methinks the
listening
power to
attitude.
do herself so
As
ill a turn was dearly
went
bought.
on tiptoe to the
She
window
had been
opening,
cheated,
put
had
his
she
head
paid
out,
but a farthing for
peered
it,
around in the
that she
gloaming,
paid her soul
and came
and her
tiptoeing
child's,
back again,
argueth that she
put his
is
face
mad.
close to the
If
king's,
she
and
is
whispered,
mad, she knoweth not what she doth.
am
Therefore
an
sinneth not.
archangel.
The elderly heads nodded recognition of Tom's
started
wisdom
violently
once more,
and said
and
to
one
himself,
individual murmured,
Would God I
"And
were
the
with the
king
outlaws
be
again.
mad
For
himself,
lo,
according
now
to report,
am I
then
the
it is
prisoner
a
of a
madness of a
madman."
sort that would
His
improve the
apprehensions
sanity
were
of some,
heightened,
and they showed plainly
by
in
the
his
gentle
face.
providence of
In a
God
low,
they could
excited
but
voice,
catch
the
it.
hermit continued, "What
I
age hath the
see,
child?"
feel
asked
my
Tom.
atmosphere.
9 years,
There's
please,
all
your
in
majesty.
face.
By the
None may
law
be in
of
this
England may a
atmosphere
child
not
enter
be thus
into
affected.
covenant and sell
For it is
itself,
the very
my lord?
atmosphere
Asked Tom,
of
turning
heaven.
to a learned judge.
I go thither and
The
return.
law doth
In the
not
twinkling of
permit
an
a
eye,
child to
I
make
was
or
made an
meddle in any
archangel on
weighty
this
matter,
very
good
spot.
my
It
liege,
is 5
holding
years
that
ago,
its callow
by
wit
angel
unfitteth
sent
it
from
to
heaven,
cope with
to
the riper
confer
wit
that
and
awful
evil
dignity.
schemings of them that
Their
are its
presence
elders.
filled this place
the devil
with an
may buy
intolerable
a child
brightness,
if he so
and they
choose,
knelt to
and
me,
the
king.
child agree
Yes,
thereto,
they
but
knelt
not
to
an
me.
Englishman. In
For
this
I
latter
was
case,
greater
the
than
contract
they.
would be null
I have
and
walked
void.
in the courts
It
of
seemeth
heaven,
a rude
and held
unchristian
speech with the
thing and
patriarchs.
ill-contrived.
Touch my
that
hand.
English
Be not
law
afraid.
denieth
Touch it.
privileges to
There,
Englishmen
now
to waste
thou
them on
hast
the
touched
devil,
a hand
cried Tom
which
with
has been
honest
clasped by
This novel view of the
Abraham
matter excited
and
many
Isaac
smiles,
and
was stored
Jacob.
away in many
For
heads to
I
be
have
repeated about
walked
the
in the
court as
golden
evidence of
courts.
Tom's
I have seen the
originality,
deity
as well as
face to
progress
face.
toward mental health. He
The elder
paused to give
culprit
this
had
speech
ceased
effect.
from sobbing,
Then his
and
face
was
suddenly
hanging upon
changed.
Tom's words
He
with an
started
excited
to his
interest,
feet
and then
again,
saying
growing
with
hope.
angry
Tom
energy,
noticed this,
"Yes,
and
I
strongly
am an
inclined his
archangel, a
sympathies toward
mere
her in her
archangel.
perilous and
I
unfriendly
that might have
situation.
been pope.
Presently he
It
asked,
is verily
"How
true.
wrought they
I
to
was
bring
told
the
it from
storm?"
heaven in a dream
By
20
pulling
years
off
ago.
their stockings,
Yes,
sire.
I was to be
This
pope,
astonished Tom,
and I should
and
have
also
been
fired
pope,
his
for
curiosity
heaven had
to
said it,
fever heat.
and the king
He said
dissolved
eagerly,
my religious house.
"It is wonderful.
And I,
Hath
poor
it
obscure
always this dread
unfriended
effect?"
monk, was cast
"Always,
homeless
my
upon the
liege.
world,
At least
robbed
if the
of my
woman doth
mighty
desire it,
destiny.
and utter the needful words,
Here he
either in
began
her
to
mind
mumble
or
again,
with her tongue,
and beat his
Tom turned
forehead
to the
in
woman
futile
and said with
rage,
impetuous
with his
zeal,
fist.
now
Exert
and then
thy power,
articulating
I would see a
venomous
storm.
curse, and now and then a
There was a
pathetic
sudden paling of
wherefore
cheeks
I
in the
am not
superstitious
but an
assemblage,
archangel,
and a general,
I
though
that thought
unexpressed
should have
desire
been
to get out of the
pope.
place, all of
So
which
he
went
went
on
on
for an
upon
hour,
Tom, who was
whilst
dead
the
to
poor
everything
king
but the
sat and
proposed
suffered.
cataclysm.
Then all
Seeing
at
a
once the old
puzzled and
man's frenzy
astonished look
departed,
in the woman's
and he
face, he
became
added
all
excitedly,
gentleness. Never fear,
His
thou
voice
shalt be
softened.
blameless. More,
He came down
thou
out
shalt
of
go
his
free.
clouds and
None
fell
shall
to
touch thee.
prattling along so
Exert thy
simply
power.
and so humanly
Oh, my
that he
lord the
soon
king,
won
I
the
have it
king's
not.
heart
I
completely.
have been falsely
The old
accused.
devotee moved
Thy
the boy
fears
nearer
stay
to the
thee.
fire and
Be of
made
good
him
heart, thou
comfortable.
shalt suffer no
Doctored
harm.
his small
Make a
bruises and
storm. It
abrasions with
mattereth
a
not
deft
how
and
small a
tender
one.
hand,
I require
and then
not
set about
great or
preparing
harmful,
and
but
cooking
indeed
a supper,
prefer the opposite.
chatting pleasantly
Do
all
this,
the
and thy
time,
life is
and
spared.
occasionally
Thou
stroking
shalt
the
go
lad's
out
cheek
free
or
with thy
patting
child,
his head in
bearing the
such a
king's
gently
pardon,
caressing
and
way
safe from
that in
hurt
a
or
little
malice
while
from any in the
all
realm.
fear and
The
repulsion
woman
inspired
prostrated
by the
herself and
archangel
protested
were
with
changed
tears
to
that she had
reverence
no power
and
to do the
affection
miracle,
for the man.
else she would gladly win her
This
child's
happy
life
state of
alone,
things continued
and be
while the
content
two
to
ate the
lose her
supper.
own. Then,
If by obedience
after
to the
a
king's
prayer
command so
before the
precious a
shrine,
grace might be
the hermit
required,
put the boy
Tom
to bed.
urged
In a small
the woman
adjoining
still
room,
adhered to her
tucking
declarations.
him in as
Finally
softly
he
and
said,
lovingly as a
"I
mother
think
might.
the woman
And
hath
so,
said
with a
true,
parting
and
caress,
my mother were in
left
her
him,
place and
and
gifted
sat
with the
down by
devil's
the fire,
functions.
and
She
began
had
to
not
poke
stayed
the
a moment to
brands
call
about
her
in an
storms and lay the
absent,
whole
aimless
land
way.
in ruins. If the
Presently
saving
he
of my
paused,
forfeit life were the
then
price
tapped
she
his
got,
forehead
it
several
is
times
argument
with
that
his
other
fingers,
mothers
as
are
if
made
trying
in
to
like
recall
mold.
some thought
Thou
which had
art free,
escaped
good
from his
wife,
mind.
thou and thy child,
Apparently he
for
was
I do think
unsuccessful.
thee innocent.
Now he
Now
started
thou'st
quickly
not
up
to
and
fear
entered his
being
guest's room
pardoned.
and said,
Pull off
"Thou
thy
art
stockings,
king?
and thou canst
Yes,"
make me a
was the
storm.
response
Thou shalt be
drowsily
rich.
What
The
king?
redeemed creature was loud
England.
in her gratitude
Of
and proceeded
England?
to obey.
Then
whilst
Henry is
Tom
gone?
looked on with eager
Alack, it is
expectancy,
so.
a
I
little
am his
marred by
son.
apprehension. The
A
courtiers,
black
at the same
frown
time,
settled down
manifesting
upon the
decided
hermit's face,
discomfort
and
and
he clenched his
uneasiness.
bony hands with
The
a
woman stripped her
vindictive
own
energy.
feet and her little
He
girls
stood a few
also,
moments,
and
breathing
plainly did her
fast and
best to
swallowing
reward the king's
repeatedly,
generosity
then
with an
said in a
earthquake.
husky voice,
But it was all a failure
"Dost
and a
thou
disappointment.
know it was
Tom sighed
he
and
that
said,
turned us out
"There,
into
good
the
soul,
world
trouble
houseless
thyself
and
no further.
homeless?
Thy power is departed
was
out of thee.
no response.
Go thy way in peace,
The old
and if
man
it
bent
return to
down
thee at any
and
time,
scanned the boy's
forget me not,
reposeful
but
face
fetch me
and
a
listened to his
storm."
placid breathing.
Footnote:
He sleeps.
Character
soundly.
of Hertford.
And the
The
frown
young
vanished
king
away
discovered
and
an
gave
extreme
place to
attachment
to his uncle, who was, in the main, a man of moderation and probity. Hume's History of England, Volume 3, page 324. But if he, the Protector, gave offence by assuming too much state, he deserves great praise on account of the laws passed this session, by which the rigor of former statutes was much mitigated, and some security given to the freedom of the Constitution. All laws were repealed which extended the crime of treason beyond beyond a statute of the 25th of butcher knife in a whetstone. All laws enacted during the late reign extending the crime of felony, all the former laws against Lollardy or heresy, together with the statute of the 6 Articles, none were to be accused for words, but within a month after they were spoken. The mysterious by these repeals several of the most rigorous laws that ever passed in England were annulled, and some dawn, both of civil and religious liberty, began to appear to the people. A repeal also passed of that law, the destruction of all laws, by which the King's proclamation was made of equal force with the statute. Of the knife. Ibid, Volume 3, page 339.
It grows
End of
sharper,
chapter 15.
he said. Yes, it grows sharper.
He took no note of the light of time,
Chapter 16.
but worked tranquilly
The
on,
state
entertaining
dinner.
himself with his thoughts.
The dinner
which
hour
broke out
drew near,
occasionally
yet
in
strangely enough, the
articulate
thought
speech.
brought but slight discomfort to
father
Tom, and
wrought
hardly
us
any
evil.
terror.
He
The morning's
destroyed us,
experiences
and is
had
gone
wonderfully
down
built up
into
his
the eternal
confidence.
fires.
The poor little
Yes,
ash cat was
down
already
into the
more wanted
eternal
to his
fires.
strange
He
garret
escaped
after
us,
4 days'
but
habit
it was
than a
God's
mature
will.
person could
Yes,
have become
it was
in a full
God's
month.
will.
A
We
child's
must not
facility in
repine.
accommodating itself to
He hath not
circumstances was
escaped
never
the
more
fires.
strikingly illustrated.
No, he hath
Let
not
us
escaped
privileged
the fires,
ones
the
hurry to the
consuming,
great banqueting
unpitying,
room and have a glance at
remorseless
matters
fires,
there, whilst
and
Tom is
they
being made
are
ready for the
everlasting.
imposing occasion.
And so
it is
he
a
wrought,
spacious
and still
apartment
wrought,
with gilded pillars
mumbling,
and pilasters,
chuckling a low,
and
rasping
pictured
chuckle
walls
at
and
times,
ceilings.
and at times
At the
breaking
door
again
stand
into
tall
words.
guards,
It was
as
his
rigid as
father
statues,
that did it
dressed
all.
in rich and
I
picturesque
am
costumes,
but an archangel,
and bearing
but
halberds.
for him
In a high
I
gallery
should
which
be
runs all around the
Pope.
place is a band of musicians
stirred.
and a packed company
The
of
hermit
citizens
sprang
of both
noiselessly
sexes
to the
in
bedside
brilliant
and
attire.
went down upon
in
his
the center
knees,
of the room,
bending
upon a
over the
raised
prostrate
platform, is
form
Tom's
with his
table.
knife uplifted.
Now let the
The boy
ancient
stirred again.
chronicler speak.
His eyes came open for
A
an
gentleman
instant,
enters
but there
the
was no
room bearing a
speculation in them.
rod,
They
and
saw
along
nothing.
with him
The next
another
moment
bearing
his
a
tranquil
tablecloth,
breathing showed
which,
that his
after
sleep
they
was
have both
sound
kneeled
once
3
more.
times with the
The
utmost
hermit
veneration,
watched and listened
he
for a
spreads
time,
upon the
keeping his
table,
position and
and
scarcely
after kneeling
breathing.
again, they
Then
both
he
retire.
slowly lowered
They
his
come
arm,
2
and
others,
presently crept
one
away,
with a
saying,
rod again,
"It
the
is
other with a
long
salt
past
cellar, a
midnight.
plate,
It
and
is
bread.
not best that
When
he
they have
should cry
kneeled,
out,
as the
lest
others
by
have done,
accident someone
and
be
placed what
passing.
was brought upon the table,
glided
they
about
too
his
retire
hovel,
with the
gathering a
same
rag
ceremonies
here, a
performed
thong
by the
there,
first.
another
At
one
last
yonder.
come 2
Then
nobles,
he
richly
returned,
clothed,
and
one
by
bearing
careful
a
and gentle
tasting
handling,
knife, who,
he
after
managed to
prostrating
tie the
themselves
king's
3
ankles
times in the
together
most
without
graceful
breaking
manner,
Next he essayed
approached
to
and
tie
rubbed
the
the
wrists.
table with
He
bread
made
and
several
salt
attempts
with
to
as
cross
much
them,
awe
but the
as
boy
if the
always
king
drew
had been
one
present.
hand or the other away,
Footnote,
just as the
Lee
cord was ready
Hunt's
to be
The
applied.
Town, page
But at last,
408,
when the archangel was
quotation
almost ready
from
to
an early
despair,
tourist.
the boy
End of
crossed his
footnote.
hands himself.
So
And
end
the
the
next
solemn
moment they were
preliminaries.
bound.
Now, far
a
down the
bandage
echoing
was passed
corridors,
under
we
the
hear a
sleeper's
bugle
chin and
blast,
brought up
and the
over his head
indistinct
and
cry,
tied fast.
"Place
And
for
so
the
softly,
king!
so
Way
gradually,
for the
and
king's
so
most
deftly
excellent
were the knots
majesty!"
drawn together and
These
compacted
sounds are momently
that the boy
repeated.
slept
They grow
peacefully
nearer
through it
and
all,
nearer, and
without
pleasantly,
stirring.
almost in our faces,
End
the
of
martial
chapter
note
20.
peals, and the cry rings
Chapter
out,
21.
Way for the king!
Hendon
At this
to the
instant the
rescue.
shining pageant appears,
The
and
old man
files in
glided
at the
away,
door with a
stooping
measured
stealthily,
march.
cat-like,
Let the chronicler
and
speak
brought the
again.
low bench.
First
He
come
seated himself upon
gentlemen,
it,
barons,
half his body in the
earls,
dim and
knights of the
flickering light,
garter,
and the other
all
half in
richly
shadow.
dressed and
And so,
bareheaded.
with his craving
Next
eyes
comes the
bent upon the
chancellor,
slumbering
between
boy,
2,
he
one
kept
of
his
which
patient
carries the
vigil
royal
there,
scepter, the
heedless
other
of
the
the
sword
drift
of
of
state
time,
in a
and
red
softly
scabbard,
whetted his knife,
studded with golden fleur de lis,
chuckled,
the point
and in
upwards.
aspect and attitude he
Next
resembled
comes the
nothing
king
so much as a
himself, whom,
grisly,
upon
monstrous
his
spider,
appearing, 12
gloating
trumpets
over some
and many
hapless
drums
insect
salute with a
that lay
great burst
bound
of welcome,
and helpless
whilst
in his
all
bed.
in the galleries rise in their places, crying,
After a long
"God
while,
save the
old
king!"
man, who was still
After
gazing,
him come
yet not
nobles
seeing,
attached to
his
his
mind
person,
having settled
and
into
on
a
his
dreamy
right and left
abstraction,
march his guard of honor,
observed
his
all of a
50
sudden
gentlemen
that the
pensioners,
boy's eyes
with
were
gilt
open,
battle
wide
axes.
open, and staring.
This was all
staring
fine
up
and
in
pleasant.
frozen
Tom's
horror at
pulse
the
beat
knife.
high, and a glad
smile
light
of
was
the
in his
gratified
eye.
devil
He
crept
bore
over the
himself
old
right
man's face,
gracefully,
and he said,
and
without
all the more
changing his
so because he
attitude
was
or
not
his
thinking of
occupation,
how he was doing it, his
"Son
mind being
of
charmed and
Henry
occupied
the
with the
Eighth,
blithe sights and
hast
sounds about
thou
him.
And besides, nobody can be very ungraceful in nicely fitting beautiful clothes after
and
he
at the
has
same
grown a
time
little
forced
used
a
to them.
smothered sound through
Especially
his
if he
closed
is for the
jaws,
moment
which the hermit
unconscious
chose to
of them.
interpret as an affirmative
Tom
answer to
remembered
his
his
question.
instructions and
Then
acknowledged his
pray
greeting with a
again.
slight inclination of
Pray
his
the
plumed head
prayer
and
for the
courteous,
dying.
"I thank ye, my good people."
A shudder shook the boy's
He
frame,
seated
and
himself
his
at
face
table
blenched.
without removing his
Then
cap,
he struggled
and did
again
it
to
without
free
the
himself,
least embarrassment.
turning and twisting
for to
himself
eat with
this way
one's
and
cap
that,
on
tugging
was the one
frantically,
solitary royal
fiercely,
custom upon which the
desperately,
kings and the
but
Cantys
uselessly
met
to
as
burst
upon
his
common
fetters.
ground,
And
neither
all
party
the
having
while
any
the old
advantage over
ogre
the other in
smiled
the
down
matter of
upon
old
him and
familiarity
nodded his
with it.
head,
The
and
pageant broke
placidly
up
whetted
and
his
grouped
knife,
itself picturesquely
mumbling
and
from
remained
time to
there
time,
headed.
"The
Now, to the
moments
sound
are
of gay
precious.
music, the
They
yeomen of
are
the guard
few
entered.
and precious.
The tallest
Pray
and
the
mightiest
prayer
men in
for the
England, they
dying."
being carefully selected
The boy
in this
uttered a
regard.
despairing groan,
But we will
and
let the
ceased
chronicler
from his
tell about
struggles,
it.
panting.
The yeomen of the
The
guard
tears
entered,
came then,
bareheaded,
and trickled
clothed
one
in
after the
scarlet,
other
with
down his
golden
face.
roses upon
But
their
this
backs.
piteous sight
And
wrought
these
no
went
softening
and
effect
came,
upon the
bringing
savage
in
old
each
man.
turn a
The
course
dawn
of
was
dishes,
coming now.
served in
The
plate.
hermit observed it,
These
and
dishes
spoke
were
up
received
sharply
by
with
a
a
gentleman
touch
in
of
the
nervous
same order
apprehension
they
in
were
his
brought,
voice.
and placed
"I
upon
may
the
not
table,
indulge this
while the
ecstasy
taster
longer.
gave to each
The
guard
night
a
is
mouthful
already
to
gone.
eat of the
It
particular
seems
dish
but a
he
moment,
had brought,
only a
for
moment.
fear of any poison.
Would it had
Tom made a
endured
good
year,
dinner, notwithstanding
seed
he
of
was
the
conscious
church's
that hundreds of
spoiler.
eyes followed
Close
each
thy
morsel to his
perishing
mouth and
eyes,
watched him eat
and
it
thou
with an interest
fearest
which
to
could
look
not
upon.
have been more
The rest was
intense
lost
if it had
in
been a
inarticulate
deadly
mutterings.
explosive, and
The
was
old
expected to
man
blow
sunk
him
upon
up
his
and
knees,
scatter
his
him
knife
all
in
about
his
the
hand,
place.
and bent
He was
himself
careful
over
not
the
to
moaning
hurry,
boy.
and equally careful
Hark!
not to do anything
There was a
whatever
sound of
for
voices
himself,
near the cabin.
but wait
The
till the
knife
proper
dropped from the
official
hermit's
knelt
hand.
down and did
He
it
cast
for
a
him.
sheepskin over the
He
boy,
got through
and
without
started
mistake.
up trembling.
A flawless
The sounds
and precious
increased,
triumph.
and presently the voices
When the
became
meal was
rough
over
and
at
angry.
last, and he
Then
marched
came
away in the
blows
midst of his
and
bright
cries for
pageant,
help.
with the
Then
happy
a
noises
clatter
in
of
his
swift
ears
footsteps,
blaring bugles,
retreating.
rolling
Immediately
drums,
came a
and
succession of
thundering
thundering knocks upon the cabin
He
door,
felt
followed
that
by,
if he had
"Hello!
seen the worst of
Open!
dining in
And
public,
dispatch in the
it
name
was
of
an
all the
ordeal which
devils!"
he would be glad to endure
This
several
was the
times a day,
blessedest sound that
if
had
by
ever
that
made
means
music
he
in the
could
king's
buy
ears,
himself free
for it
from
was
some of the more
Miles Hendon's
formidable
voice.
requirements
The
of his
hermit,
royal
grinding
office.
his teeth in
End
impotent
of
rage,
chapter
moved
16.
swiftly out of the bedchamber,
Chapter
closing
17.
the door behind him.
Foo-foo
And straightway
the
the king
first.
heard a talk. to
Miles
this effect,
Hendon
proceeding
hurried
from
along
the
toward
chapel.
the Southwark end
Homage
of the
and
bridge,
greeting,
keeping a
reverend
sharp
sir.
lookout for the
Where
person
is the
he
boy?
saw,
My
and hoping
boy.
and expecting
What
to overtake
boy,
him presently.
friend?
He was
What
disappointed in
boy?
this, however.
Lie me no lies,
In
sir
asking
priest.
questions, he was
Play me
unable
no
to track them
deceptions.
part of the
I
way
am
through
not in the
Southwark.
humour for it.
Then all traces
Near to this
ceased,
place I caught
and
the
he was
scoundrels
perplexed
who
as
I
to how
judged
to
did steal
proceed.
him from me,
Still,
and I
he
made them
continued his
confess.
efforts as best
They
he
said
could
he was
during
at
the
large
rest of the
again,
day.
and they had tracked him
Nightfall
to your
found
door.
him leg-weary,
They showed me his
half-famished,
very
and
footprints.
his desire as
Now
far
palter
from
no more,
accomplishment
for
as
look
ever.
you, holy sir,
So he
and
supped
thou
at the
produce him
Tabard
not.
Inn, and went to
Where
bed,
is the boy?
resolved to make an
Oh,
early
good
start in
sir,
the morning.
peradventure
and
you
give the
mean
town
the
an
ragged
exhaustive
regal
search.
vagrant that tarried
As he
here
lay
the night.
thinking and
If
planning,
such as
he
you take
presently
interest
began
in,
to
such
reason
as
thus.
he, know
The
then
boy
that
would
I have
escape
sent
from
him
the
of an
ruffian,
errand.
his
He
reputed
will be back
father,
anon.
if possible.
How soon?
He
How
go back
soon?
to London and
Come,
seek
waste
his
not the
former
time.
haunts?
Cannot
No,
I
he would
overtake
not
him?
do that.
How
He
soon
would
will he
avoid
be back?
recapture.
Thou
What,
needs
then,
not
would he do?
stir. He will
Never
return
having had
quickly.
a friend in the world
So
or a
be it then.
protector until
I
he
will
met
try
Miles
to wait.
Hendon,
But stop.
he would
You
naturally
sent
try
him
to
of an
find that
errand?
friend again,
You?
provided
Verily,
the
this
effort
is a
did
lie.
not
He would
require
not
him to
go.
go
He
toward
would
London
pull
in
thy old
danger.
beard, and thou
He
didst
would
offer
strike
him
for
such an
Hendon
insolence.
Hall.
Thou
That
hast
is
lied,
what he
friend.
would do.
Thou hast
For he
surely
knew
lied.
Hendon was
He
homeward
would
bound,
not go
and
for
there
thee,
he might
nor for
expect to
any
find
man.
him.
For
Yes,
any
the case was
man,
plain to
no,
Hendon.
haply.
He must lose
But
no more
I
time
am
in
not
Southwark,
a man.
but move at once
What?
through Ghent
Now,
toward
a God's
Monk's
name,
home,
what art thou then?
searching the wood and
It is a
inquiring as he
secret.
went.
Mark,
Let us
thou
return to the
reveal it
vanished
not.
little king now.
I am an
The ruffian
archangel.
whom the waiter at the inn
There
on
was
the
a
bridge
tremendous
saw
ejaculation
about
from
to
Miles
join
Hendon,
the
not
youth and the
altogether
king,
unprofane,
did not
followed
exactly
by,
join them.
"This
but
doth
fell in
well and
close
truly
behind
account
them
for
and
his
followed their
complaisance.
steps.
Right
He
well
said
I knew
nothing.
he would
His
budge
left
nor
arm
hand
was
nor
a
foot
sling,
in the
and he
menial
wore a
service of
large
any
green
mortal.
patch over his left
But,
eye.
Lord, even
He
a
limped
king
slightly
must obey
and
when an
used
archangel
oaken
gives
staff
the
as
word
a
of
support.
command.
The
Let me...
youth led the king a crooked
What noise
course
was
through
that?
Southwark, and
All
by and
this
by
while the
struck
little
into high
king
road
had been
beyond.
yonder,
The king was
alternately
irritated
quaking
now
with
and said he
terror
would stop
and
here.
trembling
It
with
was
hope.
Hendon's place
And
to
all the
come
while,
to him,
too,
not
he had
his
thrown
to go
all
to
the
Hendon.
strength he could
He would
into
not
his
endure
anguished
such insolence.
moanings,
He would
constantly
stop
expecting
where
them
he
to
was.
reach Hendon's
The
ear,
youth said,
but always
"Thou
realizing
tarry
with bitterness
here,
that
and
they
thy
failed,
friend lying
or at
wounded in
least
the wood
made no
yonder?
impression.
So be it
So
then."
this last
The
remark
king's
of
manner
his
changed
servant
at
came
once, and he
as
cried
comes
out,
a reviving
"Wounded?
breath from
And who
fresh
hath
fields
dared
to
to
the
do it?
dying.
But
And he
that is
exerted
apart.
himself
Lead on,
once
lead
more,
on,
and
faster,
with all
sirrah.
his
Art
energy,
shod with
just as
lead?
the hermit was
Wounded is
saying,
he?
"Noise,
Now, though
I
the doer
heard
of it
only
be
the
the
wind."
duke's son, he shall
Maybe it
rue
was.
it.
Yes,
It
doubtless
was some
that was
distance
it.
to the wood, but
I
the
have been
space was
hearing it
speedily
faintly all the...
traversed.
There it
The
is
youth
again!
looked about him,
It is not the
discovered
wind.
a bow
What an
sticking in the
odd
ground,
sound!
with a
Come,
small bit of
we will
rag
hunt it
tied
out.
to it.
then led the way into the forest, watching for similar bows. His tired lungs did their utmost,
They were
and
evidently
hopefully,
guides
too.
to the point he was
But the
aiming
sealed
at.
jaws
By
and
and
the
by,
muffling
an
sheepskin
open
place
sadly
was
crippled
reached,
the effort.
where were the
Then the
charred
poor
remains
fellow's
of a
heart
farmhouse,
sank
and
to
near
hear
them a
Kermit
barn
say,
which was falling to
"It
ruin
came
and
from
decay.
without.
There was no
I
sign
think
of
from
life
the
anywhere,
copse
and utter
yonder.
silence
Come,
prevailed.
I will lead the way."
The youth entered the
king
barn,
heard the two
the
pass
king
out,
following
talking,
eagerly upon his
heard
heels.
their footsteps
No one
die
there.
quickly away.
The
Then
king
he
shot
was
a
alone
surprised
with
and
the boding,
suspicious glance at the
brooding,
youth and
awful
asked,
silence.
"Where is he?"
It seemed an
A mocking
age till he
laugh
heard
was
the
his
steps
answer.
and voices
The
approaching
king was
again,
in a
and
rage
this
in a
time
moment.
he heard
He
an
seized a
added
billet of
sound,
wood and was in the
the
act of
trampling
charging
hoofs,
upon the youth when
apparently.
another mocking
Then
laugh
he
fell
heard
upon
Henry
his
say,
ear. It
"I
was from
will
the
not
lame
wait longer.
ruffian who
I
had been
cannot
following
wait
at a
longer.
distance.
He has
The
lost
king
his way
turned
in
and
this
said
thick wood.
angrily,
Which
"Who art
direction
thou?
took he?
What is thy
Quick,
business
point it
here?"
out to me.
"Leave thy
The-
foolery,"
but
said
wait,
the man, "and
I will
quiet
go with
thyself.
thee.
My disguise is none
good.
so good that
Why,
thou canst
truly thou
pretend
art
thou
better than thy
knowest not
looks.
thy father
Mary,
through
I
it.
do
Thou
think
art
there's
not
not
my
another
father. I
archangel
know
with
thee
so
not.
right a
I am
heart
the
as thine.
king. If
The
thou hast
bride
hid my
will
servant,
take the wee
find him
donkey
for me,
that's for my
or
boy,
thou shalt suffer
or wilt
sorrow
thou
for
fork
what
thy
thou
holy
hast
legs
done."
over this
John
ill-conditioned
Canty
slave of a
replied
mule
in a
that
stern
I have provided
and
for
measured
myself,
voice,
and had
"It
been
is
cheating
plain
him
thou
to
art mad,
the
and I
cost
am
of the
loath to
indifferent
punish
sum
thee.
of a month's
But
usury
if
on a
thou
brass
provoke me, I
farthing,
must.
let to
Thy
a tinker out
prating
of
does
work.
no harm here where there
No,
are no
ride
ears
thy
that
mule
need
and
to
lead
mind
thine
thy
ass.
follies.
I am
Yet
sure
is
on mine
it
own
well
feet
to
and
practice
will
thy
walk.
tongue to wary
Then prithee
speech,
mind
that
the
it
little
may
beast
do
for me,
no hurt.
while I take my
when
life
our
in my
quarters
hands and
change.
make what success
I
I
have
may
done a murder,
toward mounting
and
the
may
big
not
one.
tarry at home.
Then
Neither
followed
shalt
the
thou,
confusion
seeing
of
I need
kicks,
thy service.
cuffs,
My name
tramplings,
is
and
changed
plungings,
for wise
accompanied
reasons.
by a
It is
thunderous
Hobbs,
intermingling of
John
volleyed
Hobbs.
curses,
Thine
and finally
is
a
Jack.
bitter apostrophe
Charge
to
thy
the
memory
mule,
accordingly.
which must
Now
have
then,
broken
speak.
its spirit,
Where is thy
for
mother?
hostilities
Where
seemed
are
to
thy
cease
sisters?
from that
They
moment.
came not to the place
With
appointed.
unutterable
Knowest thou whither
misery,
they went?
The fettered little
King
king
answered
heard the
sullenly,
voices and footsteps
"Trouble me
fade
not
away
with these
and die
riddles.
out.
My mother is
All
dead.
hope
My
forsook
sisters
him
are
now.
in the palace."
For the moment,
The youth
and
nearby
a dull
burst into
despair
a
settled
derisive
down
laugh,
upon his heart.
and the king
My
would have
only
assaulted
friend
him,
is
but
deceived
Canty,
and
or
got
Hobbs,
rid of,
as
he
he
said.
now called himself,
The
prevented
hermit
him
will
and said,
return, and
"Peace, Hugo, vex
finished
him
with
not.
a
His
gasp.
mind is astray,
And at
and
once
thy
fell to
ways
struggling
fret him.
so frantically
Sit
with
thee
his
down,
bonds
Jack,
again,
and quiet
that he shook
thyself.
off the
Thou shalt
smothering
have a
sheepskin.
morsel to eat anon."
And now he heard the door
Hobbs and
open.
Hugo fell to
The
talking
sound
together
chilled
in low
him to the
voices,
marrow.
and the king removed
Already
himself
he
as
seemed
far
to
as he
feel the
could
knife
from
at
their
his throat.
disagreeable company.
Horror made him
He
close his
withdrew into
eyes.
the twilight of
Horror
the
made him
farther end
open
of
them
the barn.
again. And
When
before
he found
him
the earthen
stood
floor bedded a foot
John
deep with
Canty
straw,
and
he
Hugo.
lay down here.
He
drew
would have said,
straw over himself
"Thank
in lieu of
God,"
blankets,
if his
and
jaws
was
had
soon
been
absorbed
free.
in thinkings.
A moment or two
He had
later,
many
his
griefs,
limbs were at
but
liberty,
the minor
and his
ones were
captors,
swept almost
each
into
gripping him by an
forgetfulness by
arm,
the supreme
were
one,
hurrying him with
the
all
loss of his
speed
father.
through the forest.
To the rest of
End
the
of
world, the
chapter
name of
21.
Henry VIII brought a shiver, and suggested an ogre whose nostrils
Chapter
breathed
22.
destruction, and
A
whose
victim
hand
of
dealt
treachery.
scourgings and death.
Once
But to this
more,
boy,
King
the name
Fufu
brought
the
only
First was
sensations
roving
of
with the
pleasure.
tramps
The
and
figure it
outlaws,
invoked
a butt
bore
for
a
their
countenance
coarse
that was all
jests and
gentleness
dull-witted
and affection,
railleries,
he
and
called
sometimes
to
the
mind
victim
a
of
long
small
succession of loving
spitefulnesses at the hands
passages
of
between
Canty
his
and
father
Hugo
and himself,
when the ruffler's
and
back
dwelt
was
fondly
turned.
upon them.
None but
Unstinted
Canty and
tears
Hugo really
attesting
disliked
how
him.
deep and
Some
real
of the
was
others
grief
liked
that
him,
possessed
and
his
all
heart.
admired his pluck
As
and
the
spirit.
afternoon wasted away,
During
the
2 or
lad,
3
wearied
days,
with his
Hugo,
troubles, sank
in whose
gradually
ward and
into
charge
a
the king
tranquil and
was,
healing slumber.
did what he covertly
After a
could
considerable
to
time,
make the boy
he could not
uncomfortable.
tell how long,
And at
his
night,
senses
during the
struggled to a
customary
half
orgies,
consciousness,
he amused
and
the
as he
company
lay
by
with
putting
closed
small
eyes,
indignities
vaguely
upon
wondering
him,
where he
always
was
as if by
and what had been
accident.
happening.
Twice he noted a
upon the
murmurous
king's
sound,
toes, the sullen beating of
and
rain
the king,
upon the
as
roof.
became
A
his
snug
royalty,
sense of comfort
was
stole over him,
contemptuously
which was rudely
unconscious
broken
of it
the
and
next moment
indifferent
by a
to it.
chorus of
But
piping
the third
cackles
time
and coarse
Hugo
laughter.
entertained
It
himself in
startled
that way,
him
the
king felled him to the ground with a
unmuffled
cudgel,
his head to
to
see
the
whence
prodigious
this
delight of the
interruption
tribe.
proceeded.
Hugo,
A grim
consumed
and
with
unsightly
anger and
picture met
shame,
his eye.
sprang up,
Bright
seized
fire
a
was
cudgel,
burning
and
in the
came
middle
at
of
his
the
small
floor at the
adversary
other
in a
end of the
fury.
barn.
Instantly
And around
a ring
it,
was formed
and lit
around the
weirdly up by the
gladiators,
red
and
glare,
the betting and
lolled
cheering
and
began.
sprawled the
But
motleyest
poor
company
Hugo
of
stood
tattered
no chance
gutter
whatever.
scum and ruffians
His
of both
frantic and
sexes
lubberly
he had
apprentice
ever read
work
or
found
dreamed of.
but a poor
There
market
were
for
huge,
itself,
stalwart
when pitted
men,
against
brown
an
with
arm which had
exposure,
been
long
trained by the
haired, and
first
clothed in
masters of
fantastic
Europe in
rags.
single stick,
There were
quarter-staff,
middle-sized youths
and
of
every art
truculent
and trick of
countenance,
swordsmanship.
and similarly clad.
The little king stood
There were
alert
blind
but at graceful
mendicants
ease,
with patched
and
or
coughed and
bandaged
turned
eyes,
aside the thick rain of
crippled
blows
ones
with wooden legs
facility
and
and
crutches.
precision
There
that
was a
set the
villain-looking
motley
peddler
onlookers
with his
wild
pack,
with
a
admiration,
knife grinder,
and
a
every now
tinker,
and then
and a barber
when his
surgeon
practiced
with the
eye
implements of
detected
their
an
trades.
opening, and a
Some of the
lightning
females
swift
were
rap
rapidly
upon
upon Hugo's
girls.
head followed
Some
as a
were
result.
prime,
The
some
storm
were
of
old
cheers and
wrinkled
laughter that
hags,
swept the
and
place
all
was
were
something
loud,
wonderful to
brazen,
hear.
foul-mouthed,
At the end of
and
15
all
minutes,
soiled and
Hugo, all
slatternly.
battered,
There were
bruised,
3
and the target for a
sore-faced
pitiless
babies, there were a
bombardment of
couple of
ridicule,
starveling
slurs
slurs
from
with
the
strings
field.
about their necks,
the
whose
unscathed
office was to
hero of the
lead the
fight was
blind.
seized and borne
The
aloft
night was
upon the
come.
shoulders of the
gang
joyous
had
rabble
just
to
finished
the place of
feasting,
honor
and
beside the
orgy was
ruffler,
beginning,
where
the
with
can of
vast
liquor was
ceremony
passing
he
from
was
mouth to
crowned
mouth.
king
A
of
general
the
cry
gamecocks.
broke forth.
His
A
meaner
song!
title being
A
at the
song
same
from the
time
bat,
solemnly
and Dick
cancelled
Dutton
and
go
annulled,
one!
and a
One of
decree
the
of
blind men
banishment
got
from
up
the gang
and
pronounced
made
against
ready by
any who
casting
should
aside the
thenceforth
patches
utter
that
it.
sheltered his excellent eyes.
All attempts to
and
make
the
the
pathetic
king
placard
serviceable
which
to the
recited
troop
the
had
cause
failed.
of his calamity.
He had stubbornly refused
Dot and
to
Go
act.
One disencumbered
Moreover, he was
himself of
always
his
trying to
timber leg
escape.
and took
He
his
had been
place
thrust
upon
into an
sound and
unwatched
healthy
kitchen
limbs
the first day of
beside
his
his
return.
fellow rascal.
He not only came
Then they
forth
roared out a
empty-handed,
rollicking ditty,
but tried to rouse
and
the
were reinforced by
housemates.
the whole crew.
He was sent
at the end
out
of
with a
each
tinker
stanza
to
in a
help him at
rousing
his work.
chorus.
He would
By the
not
time
work.
the last stanza
Moreover,
was
he
reached,
threatened the tinker
half-drunken
with his own
enthusiasm
soldering
had
iron,
risen to such
and
a
finally
pitch
both
that
Hugo
everybody
and the
joined
tinker
in and
found their
sang it
hands
clear
full
through
with
from
the
the
mere
beginning,
matter of
producing
keeping
a
him from
volume
getting
of
away.
villainous sound.
He delivered
that
the
made
thunders of
rafters
his
quake.
royalty upon the heads of
These
all
were
who
the
hampered his
inspiring
liberties
words.
or tried to force him to
Being
service. He was
Darkmans
sent out
and
in Hugo's
Bows, Mort
charge,
and Ken,
in company with a
the
slatternly
Bean
woman and a
Coves,
diseased
Beans
baby,
awast,
to beg. But the
on
result was not
chaties to
encouraging.
trine by
He declined
Rome
to
coves
plead for the
dine,
mendicants
for
or
his
be a
long
party
lib
to their
at
cause
last.
in any way.
Binged out,
Thus
being
several days
morts
went
and
by,
tour,
and the
and
miseries
tour,
of this tramping
being
life
out
and
of
the
the Rome
weariness
vile
and
bine,
sordidness and
and
meanness
tour
and
the cove
vulgarity
that
of it
cloyed your
became
duds
gradually and
upon the
steadily so
chaties to
intolerable to the
trine.
captive that he
Footnote
began at last to feel
from the
that
English
his
Rogue,
release from
London,
the hermit's knife must
1665.
prove only a temporary
End of
respite
footnote.
from death at best.
Conversation
But at night,
followed,
in his
not in the
dreams,
thieves'
these
dialect of
things
the
were
song,
forgotten,
for that was
and he
only
was on
used
his
in
throne
talk when
and master
unfriendly
again.
ears might be listening.
This, of course,
in the course of
intensified
it,
the
it appeared
sufferings
that
of the
John
awakening,
Hobbs was
so the
not altogether a new
mortifications of
recruit,
each
but had
succeeding
trained in the
morning
gang
were
at some
few that
former
passed
time.
between his
His
return to
later
bondage
history was
and
called
the
for, and
combat
when
with
he said
Hugo,
he had
grew bitter and
accidentally
bitterer
killed a
and
man,
harder and
considerable
harder to bear.
satisfaction was
The
expressed.
morning after
When
that
he added that
combat,
the man was
Hugo
a priest,
got up with
he
a
was
heart
roundly
filled with
applauded
vengeful
and had to
purposes
take a
against the
drink with
king.
everybody.
He had two plans
Old
in
acquaintances
particular.
welcomed him
One
joyously,
was to
and
inflict
new
upon
ones
the
were
lad
proud to
what
shake
would
him
be
by
to
the
his
hand.
proud
He
spirit
was
and
asked why he had
imagined
tarried away
royalty
so many months.
a peculiar
He answered,
humiliation.
London
Failed
is
to
better
accomplish
than
this.
the country,
His
and
other
safer
plan was
these
to put a
late
crime of
years.
some kind
The
upon
laws
the
be
king,
so
and
bitter
then
and so
betray him into
diligently
implacable
enforced, and
clutches
I
of
had
the
not
law.
had that accident,
In
I had
pursuance
stayed
of the
there.
first plan,
I
he
had
proposed
resolved
to
to
put
stay and
climb
never more
upon the
venture
king's leg,
countrywards. But
rightly
the
judging
accident
that
has
that
ended
would
that.
mortify him to the
He
last
inquired
in
how
perfect
many
degree,
persons the gang
and
numbered
as soon
now.
as the climb
The
should operate,
ruffler or
he
chief
met to get
answered,
Canty's help,
5
and
and
forced the king to
20
expose
sturdy
his leg in
budges,
the highway,
bolts, files,
and beg for
clapperdoons, and
alms.
maunders,
Climb was the
counting the
cant
dells
term
and
for a
doxies
sword
and other
artificially
morts.
created.
Footnote.
To make a climb,
Canting
the operator
terms
made a
for
paste
various
or
kinds
poultice of
thieves,
unslaked
beggars,
lime,
and
soap,
vagabonds,
and the
and
rust
their
of
female
old
companions,
iron, and spread it
End
upon
of
a piece of
footnote.
leather, which
Most
was
are
then
here, the
bound
rest are
tightly upon
wandering
the leg.
eastward along the
This would
winter
presently
way.
fret
We
off
follow
the
at
skin
dawn.
and make the
I
flesh
do not
raw
see
and
the wen
angry
among
looking.
the honest
Blood
folk
was
about
then
me.
rubbed
Where
upon
may
the
he
limb,
be?
which, being fully
Poor
dried,
lad, his
took on a
diet is
dark and
brimstone
repulsive
now,
color.
and over
Then
hot
a
for a
bandage
delicate
of soiled
taste.
rags
He was
put
killed
on
in a
a
brawl
cleverly
somewhere about
careless way,
midsummer.
which would allow the
I'm
hideous
sorry
ulcer
to
be
hear
seen
that.
and
The
move
wen
the
was a
compassion
capable
of the
man and
passer-by.
brave.
Footnote,
That was he
from
truly.
the English
Black
Rogue,
Bess, his
London,
dell, is of us yet,
1665.
but absent
End
on
of
the eastward
footnote.
tramp. A
Hugo
fine
got
lass
the help of the
nice
tinker, whom
ways
the
and
king had
orderly
cowed
conduct,
with the soldering
none
iron.
ever seeing
They
her
took
drunk
the boy
above
out
4
on a
days in the
tinkering
7.
tramp, and as soon
She
as they
was
were
ever
out of sight of
strict,
the
I
camp,
remember
they
it well.
threw him down, and
A
the tinker
goodly
held
wench,
him,
and worthy
while
all
Hugo bound the
commendation.
poultice tight
Her mother
and
was more
fast
free and
upon
less
his leg.
particular,
The
a
king
troublesome
raged
and
stormed
ugly-tempered
promised to hang
bettledame,
her to the moment
but
the scepter
furnished
was
with
in
a
his
wit
hand
above
again.
the common.
But they kept a firm
We
grip
lost
upon
her
him
through it.
and enjoyed
Her
his
gift of
impotent strugglings
palmistry and
jeered
other
at
sorts
his
of
threats.
fortune-telling
This
begot for
continued
her
until
at
the
last
poultice
a witch's
began to
name
bite,
and fame.
and in no
The
long
law
time its
roasted her
her to
would have
death
been
at a slow
perfected
fire.
if there
It
had
did
been no
touch me
interruption.
to a sort
But
of
there
tenderness
was.
to see the
About this
gallant
time,
way she met
a
her lot,
slave who had
cursing
made the
and
speech
rivaling
denouncing
all the
England's
crowd that
laws,
gaped and gazed
appeared on the
around
scene
her,
and put an
whilst
end
the
to the
flames
enterprise,
licked
and
upward
stripped
toward
off the
her
poultice
face
and
and
bandage.
catched her thin
The
locks
king
and
wanted to
crackled
borrow
about
his
her old
deliverer's
gray
cudgel
head.
and warm the
Cursing
jackets
them,
of the
said
two
I,
rascals on the spot,
cursing
but the man
them.
said no,
Why, and
it
thou
would bring
wouldst
trouble.
live
The
1,000
matter
years,
till night.
thou'dst never hear
The
so
whole tribe
masterful a
being
cursing.
together then, the
Alack, her
outside
art died
world
with her.
would not
There
venture
be
to
base
interfere
and
or
weakling
interrupt.
imitations
He
left, but
marched
no
the party
true
back to camp
blasphemy.
and reported the affair to
The
the ruffler,
ruffler
who
sighed,
listened, pondered,
listeners sighed in
and then
sympathy.
decided that the king
A
should
general
not be
depression
again
fell upon
detailed
the
today,
company for a moment,
since
for
it was
even
plain he
hardened
was worthy of
outcasts
something
like these
higher
are
and
not
better.
wholly dead to sentiment,
Wherefore,
but are
on the
able
spot,
to feel
he
a fleeting
promoted him
sense
from
of
the
loss and
mendicant
affliction
rank
at wide
and appointed
intervals
him
and
to
under
steal.
peculiarly
Hugo
favoring
was
circumstances,
overjoyed.
as in
He had
cases
already
like
tried
to
to make
this,
the king
for
steal
instance,
and failed,
when
but
genius
there would
and
be no
culture
more
depart
trouble of that
and leave
sort
no
now,
heir.
for of course the king
However,
would
a
not
deep
dream of
drink
defying
all
a
round
distinct
soon
command
restored the
delivered
spirits
directly
of the
from
mourners.
headquarters.
Have
So he
any
planned a
others
raid
of our
for that
friends
very
fared
afternoon,
hardly?
proposing
asked
to
Hobbs.
get the king in the law's
Some,
grip in the course of
yes,
it,
particularly
and to do it,
newcomers,
too, with such
such as
ingenious
small
strategy
husbandmen,
that it should
turned
seem to be
shiftless and hungry
accidental and
upon the world
unintentional.
because their farms
For the
were
king
taken
of the
from them and to
Gamecocks
be
was
changed to
popular
sheep
now,
ranges.
and the gang might not
They
deal
begged
over
and
gently
were
with
whipped
an
at the
unpopular
cart's
member
tail,
who played
naked
so
from the
serious
girdle
a
up,
treachery
till
upon
the blood
him
ran,
as the delivering
then
him
set
over
in the
to the
stocks
common
to be
enemy,
pelted.
to the law.
They begged again,
Very well.
were
All
whipped
in good
again, and
time,
deprived
Hugo
of an ear.
strolled off to
They
a
begged a
neighboring
third
village
time,
with his
poor
prey,
devils. What
and
else
the
could they
two
do?
drifted
And
slowly
were
up and
branded
down
on the
one
cheek
street
with a
after
red-hot
another,
iron,
one watching
then sold
sharply
for
a sure
slaves.
chance to achieve
They
his
ran
evil
away,
purpose,
were hunted
and
down
the
and
other
hanged.
watching as sharply
'Tis
for
a
a chance
brief
to dart
tale,
away
and
and
quickly
get free
told.
of his infamous
Others of us
captivity
have
forever.
fared less hardly.
Both
Stand
threw
forth,
away
yokel,
some tolerably
Burns,
fair-looking
and Hodge.
opportunities,
Show your
for
adornments.
both, in their secret
These
hearts,
stood
were
up
resolved to
and
make
stripped away
absolutely
some of their
sure
rags,
work this
exposing
time,
their backs.
and neither meant to
Crisscrossed
allow
with
his
ropey
fevered
old
desires to
welts
seduce
left
him into
by the
any
lash.
venture that
One
had
turned
much
up his
uncertainty
hair and
about
showed
it.
the place where a left
Hugo's
ear
chance
had once
came
been.
first.
For
Another
another
showed
showed
a
a
woman
brand upon
approached
his
who
shoulder,
carried a
the
fat
letter
package
V,
of some sort
and
in
a
a basket.
mutilated ear.
Hugo's
The
eyes
third
sparkled
said,
with sinful
I
pleasure
am
as he said to
Yokel,
himself,
once a
"Breath of
farmer
life,
and prosperous,
and I can
with
but
loving
put
wife
that
and
upon
kids.
him. 'Tis
Now
good, then,
am I
and
somewhat
God
different
keep
in
thee
estate
king
and
of the
calling,
Gamecocks."
and the
He
wife
waited
and kids are
watched,
gone.
outwardly patient,
Mayhap they
but
are in
inwardly
heaven,
consuming with
mayhap
excitement, till the woman
in
had
the other
passed by,
place.
and the time was
But
ripe,
the
and
kindly
God
God
said
be
in a low
thanked,
voice,
they bide no more
"Tarry
in
here till I
England.
come again."
My
And
good
darting
old
stealthily
blameless
after the
mother
prey.
strove to
The
earn
king's heart
bread
was
by
filled with
nursing
joy
the
he
sick.
could make his
One
escape
of these
now.
died.
Hugo's
The
quest
doctors
only
knew
carried
not
him
how,
far enough
so
away.
my mother was burnt for
But
a
he was to
witch,
have no
whilst
such
my
luck.
babes
Hugo
looked on
crept behind
and
the woman,
wailed English
snatched the
law.
package and came running
Up
back,
all
wrapping
with
it
your
in an old
cups,
piece of
now
blanket
all
which he
together and
carried
with a
on his
cheer.
arm. The
Drink
hue
to
and
the
cry was
merciful
raised in a
English
moment
law
by the
that
woman
delivered
who
her
knew
from the
loss by
English
the lightening
hell.
of her burden.
Thank
although
you,
she had
mates,
not
one
seen
and
the
all.
pilfering
I
done.
begged from
Hugo
house to
thrust the
house,
bundle into the king's
I and
hands
the wife,
without halting,
bearing
saying,
with us the
"Now
hungry
speed
kids.
ye after
But
me
it was
with
crime
rest
to
and
be
cry,
hungry in
Stop
England,
thief.
so they
But
stripped
mind
us
ye
and
lead them
lashed us
astray."
through 3
The next
towns.
moment Hugo turned
Drink
a
ye
corner
all
and
again
darted
to the
down a
merciful
crooked
English
alley,
law.
and in another
For
moment or
its
two
lash
he
drank
lounged into
deep
view
of
again,
my Mary's
looking
blood,
innocent
and its
indifferent,
blessed deliverance
and took up a
came quick.
position behind a
She
post to
lies
watch
there
results.
in the potter's
The
field,
insulted
safe
king
from
threw the
all
bundle on
harms.
the ground,
And the
blanket
kids
fell away from
well,
it just as the woman arrived.
whilst the law
With an
lashed me
augmenting
from
crowd
town
at
to
her
town,
heels.
they starved.
She seized the king's
Drink,
wrist
lads,
with one hand,
only a drop,
snatched
a
up her
drop to
bundle
the
with
poor
the other,
kids
and
that
began to
never
pour
did
out
any
a tirade
creature
of abuse
harm.
upon the boy while he
I
struggled
begged
without
again,
success to free
begged for a
himself from her
crust,
grip.
and got the
Hugo had
stocks
seen
and lost
enough.
an ear.
His enemy was
See,
captured,
here
and the law
bides
would
the
get him
stump.
now.
I
So he
begged
slipped
again,
away,
and here's the
jubilant
stump
and
of the
chuckling,
other to keep me
and
minded
wended
of it.
catwards,
And still I
claiming a
begged again,
judicious
and was
version of the
sold
matter
for
to
a
give to
slave.
the ruffler's
Here on my
crew as
cheek
he
under
strode
this
along.
stain,
The
if I
king
washed it
continued to
off,
struggle in the
you
woman's
might see
strong
the red
grasp, and
S,
now and
the
then cried
branding
out in
iron left
vexation,
there.
"Unhand
A
me, thou
slave.
foolish creature!
Do you understand
It was
that
not
word?
I that
An
bereaved thee of
English
thy paltry
slave.
goods?"
That is
The
he
crowd
that
closed
stands
around,
before ye.
threatening the king
I
and
have
calling
run
him
from my
names.
master,
A brawny
and when I am
blacksmith in
found,
leather
the heavy
apron
curse of
and
heaven
sleeves rolled to
fall
his
on the
elbows
law and the
made a
land
reach
that
for him,
hath
saying
commanded it.
he would trounce
I
him
shall
well for a lesson.
hang.
But just then a
Footnote.
long sword flashed in the
Enslaving.
air and fell with convincing
So young a
force upon the
king
man's
and so
arm.
ignorant a
Flat
peasant
side
were
down.
likely to make
The
mistakes,
fantastic
and
owner
this
of it
is an
remarking
instant
pleasantly
point.
at the same time.
The peasant was suffering
Marry,
from this
good
law by
soul, let us
anticipation.
proceed
The
gently,
king was venting
not
his
with ill
indignation
blood
against
and
the law,
uncharitable
which was
words.
not yet in
This
existence.
is matter
For
for
this
the law's
hideous statute
consideration,
was to have
not
birth
private
in this little
and
king's
unofficial
own
hand
reign.
reign.
However,
Loose thy
we
hold
know
from the
from
boy,
the
good
humanity
wife.
of his character
The
that
blacksmith
it could never
averaged
have
the
been
stalwart
suggested
soldier
by
with a
him.
glance, then
End
went
of
muttering
footnote.
away, rubbing his
A
arm.
ringing voice
The
came
woman
through
released the
murky
boy's
air.
wrist
"Thou shalt
reluctantly.
not!
The
crowd
and
eyed
this
the
day the
stranger
end of that
unlovingly,
law is
but
come.
prudently closed
All
their
turned
mouths.
and saw the
king
fantastic
sprang to
figure
his
of the little
deliverer's
king
side
approaching with
hurriedly,
flushed cheeks
as
and
it emerged
sparkling
into the
eyes,
light and
exclaiming,
was clearly revealed.
"Thou hast lagged
a general
sorely,
explosion
but
of
thou
inquiries
comest in
broke
good
out.
season now, Sir
Who is
Miles.
it? What
Carve
is it?
me this
Who
rabble
art
to
thou,
rags."
mannikin?
End
The boy
of
stood
chapter
unconfused
22.
in the midst of all those surprised
Chapter
and questioning
23.
eyes, and
The
answered
Prince,
with princely dignity,
a prisoner.
I am Edward,
Hendon
King of
forced back a
England.
smile and bent
A
down
wild
and
burst of
whispered in the
laughter
king's
followed,
ear,
partly of derision and
"Softly,
partly
my
of delight
prince.
in the
Wag
excellence of the
thy
joke.
tongue warily.
The king
Nay,
was
suffer it
stung.
not to
He
wag at
said
all.
sharply,
Trust in me.
Ye
All
mannerless
shall go well in
vagrants,
the end."
is this your recognition
Then
of the
he added
royal
to
boon
himself,
I have promised?
"Sir Miles,
He said
bless
more
me.
with
I
angry
totally
voice and
forgot I was a
excited
knight.
gesture, but it
Lord,
was
how
lost in a
marvellous a thing
whirlwind
it
of
is,
laughter
the
and
grip his
mocking
memory doth
exclamations.
take upon his
John
quaint and
Hobbs
crazy
made
fancies.
several attempts to make
An
himself
empty
heard
and
above the
foolish
din,
title is mine,
and
and
at last
yet it is
succeeded,
something
saying,
to have deserved.
Mates,
For
he
I
is
think
my
it is
son,
more honor
a
to be
dreamer,
held worthy
a
to be
fool,
a
and
spinster
stark
knight in
mad.
his kingdom
Mind
of
him not, he
dreams and
thinketh
shadows,
he is the
than to be
king.
held base enough to be an
I
earl
am the
in some
king,
of the
said
real
Edward, turning
kingdoms of
toward
this
him.
world.
As thou shalt
The
know
crowd
to
fell
thy
apart
cost
to
in
admit
good
a
time,
constable.
thou
He
hast
approached
confessed
and
a
was about
murder,
to lay his
thou
hand
shalt
upon the
swing
king's
for it.
shoulder When Hendon
Thou'lt
said,
betray
"Gently,
me,
good friend,
thou,
withhold your
and I
hand.
get my hands
shall
upon
go
thee?
peaceably.
Tut, tut,
I am
said the burly
responsible for
ruffler,
that.
interposing
Lead
in
on,
time to
we
save
will
the
follow."
king, and
The
emphasizing
officer
this
led,
service by
with the
knocking
woman and her
Hobbs down
bundle.
with his fist.
Miles
Hast
and the king
respect for
followed
neither
after,
kings
with the
nor
crowd at their
rufflers?
heels.
And
The
thou
king was
insult my
inclined to
presence so
rebel.
again, I'll hang thee
Hendon
up
said to
myself.
him in a low voice, then he said to his
Reflect,
majesty,
sire.
"Your
Thou
laws
must
are
make
the
no
wholesome
threats
breath
against
of
thy
your
mates,
own
lad,
loyalty.
and thou must
Shall
guard
their
thy
source
tongue from
resist
saying
them,
evil of
yet
them
require
elsewhere.
the branches to
Be
respect
king,
them?
if it please thy
Apparently
mad
one
humour,
of these laws
but
has been
be
broken,
not
and the
harmful
king
in it.
is on his
Sink
throne
the
again.
title
Can
thou
it
hast
ever
uttered.
grieve
'Tis
him to
treason.
remember that when
We
he was
be
seen by
bad
a
men
private person,
in some few
he
trifling
loyally sunk the
ways,
king and the
but
citizen,
none among
and
us is so
submitted to
base
its
as to
authority?
be traitor to his king.
Thou art right. Say
We
no more.
be
Thou
loving
shalt
and
see
loyal
that
hearts
whatsoever
in
the
that
king of
regard.
England requires is
Note
subject
if I
to suffer
speak
under the
truth.
law.
Now,
He will himself
altogether,
suffer while
long
in
live
the
Edward,
station of a
King of
subject.
England.
When
Long
the
live
woman was called
Edward,
upon to
King of
testify before the
England!
justice of the peace,
response came
she
with
swore that
such
the
a
small
thunder
prisoner
gust
at the
from the
bar
motley
was the
crew that
person
the
who
crazy
had committed
building
the theft.
vibrated to the
There
sound.
was none able to
The little
show the
king's
contrary,
face lighted with
so the
pleasure
king
for
stood
an instant,
convicted,
and he
the
slightly
bundle was
inclined
now
his head and
unrolled,
said with
and when
grave
the contents
simplicity,
proved to be a plump little
"I
dressed
thank
pig,
you, my good
the
judge."
people looked troubled, whilst
This
Hendon
unexpected
turned
result
pale,
threw the
and
company
his
into
body was
convulsions
filled
of
with an electric
merriment.
shiver of dismay.
When something like
But the
quiet
king
was presently
remained
come again,
unmoved,
the ruffler
protected by
said
his
firmly,
ignorance.
but with an
The
accent
judge
of good nature,
meditated during an
"Drop
hour's
it, boy.
pause,
'Tis
and
not
turned to the woman
wise
with a
nor
question.
well. Humour thy
What
fancy
dost
if
thou
thou must
hold
but
this
choose
property
some
to be
other
worth?"
title.
The
The
woman
tinker
curtsied and
shrieked out a
replied,
suggestion.
3
shillings
shillings
and
and
the
8 pence, your
first
worship.
king
I
of
could
the
not
moon
abate
calves.
a penny and set
The
forth
title
the value
took at
honestly.
once. Every throat
The justice
responded,
glanced
and a
around
roaring shout
uncomfortably
went
upon
up
the
of,
crowd, then
"Long
nodded to
live
the
Fufu
constable
the
and said,
First, King of the Moon
"Clear the
calves!"
court and close the
Followed by
doors.
hootings,
It was done.
catcalls, and peals
None
of
remained
laughter.
but the 2 officials,
Hail him
the
forth and
accused,
crown
the
him!
accuser, and Miles
Robe
Hendon.
him! Scepter
This latter
him!
was
Throne
rigid
him!
and colourless.
These
on
and
his
20
forehead
other
big
cries
drops
broke
of
out at
cold
once,
sweat gathered,
and almost before the poor little
blended
victim
together
could
and
draw a
trickled down
breath,
his face.
he was crowned with a
The
tin
judge
basin,
turned to the woman again
robed
and
in a
said
tattered
in a
blanket,
compassionate voice,
throned upon a barrel,
"'Tis a
and sceptered
poor,
with the
ignorant
tinker's
lad,
soldering iron."
and mayhap
Then
was driven
all
hard
flung
by
themselves
hunger,
upon their
for
knees
these
about
be
him and
grievous
sent up a
times for
chorus
the
of
unfortunate.
ironical wailings
Mark
and
you, he
mocking
hath not an
supplication,
evil face,
whilst they
but when
swabbed their
hunger
eyes with their
driveth,
soiled and ragged
good
sleeves
woman,
and aprons.
dost know
Be
that
gracious
when
to
one
us, O
seals a
sweet
thing above
king.
the value of 13
Trample
pence
not
halfpenny,
upon thy
the
beseeching
law
worms,
saith
O
he
noble
shall
majesty.
hang for it?
Pity thy
The little king
slaves,
started
and
wide-eyed
comfort them with a
consternation,
royal kick.
but controlled himself
Cheer
and
us
held his
and
peace.
warm us with
But
thy
not so
gracious
the woman.
rays,
She
O
sprang
flaming
to her
sun
feet,
of
shaking with
sovereignty.
fright, and cried out,
Sanctify the
"Oh,
ground
good
with
lack,
the touch of
what
thy
have I
foot,
done?
that we may
God have
eat
mercy,
the
I would
dirt
not
and
hang
be
the poor thing
ennobled.
for the whole world.
Deign to
Ah,
spit
save
upon
me
us, O
from this,
sire,
your worship.
that our
What shall I
children's
do?
children
What
may
can
tell
I
of thy
do?"
princely
The
condescension,
justice
and
maintained
be
his
proud and
judicial
happy
composure and
forever.
simply said,
But the humorous
"Doubtless
tinker made
it is
the hit
allowable
of the
to
evening
revise
and
the
carried
value,
off the
since
honours.
it is not
Kneeling,
yet written
he
upon the
pretended to
record.
kiss the king's
Then,
foot,
in
and was
God's name,
indignantly
call the
spurned.
pig 8 pence,
Whereupon he
and
went
heaven
about
bless the
begging
day
for a
that
rag
freed my
to paste
conscience
over
of
the
this
place
awesome
upon his
thing.
face, which had been
Miles
touched by the
Hendon
foot, forgot
saying
all
it must be
decorum and
his
reserve
delight,
from contact
and
with the
surprised
vulgar
the king
air,
and wounded
and that
his
he should
dignity
make his
by
fortune by
throwing his
going on
arms
the highway
around
and
him
exposing
and
it to
hugging
view
him.
at the rate of
The
100
woman
shillings
made
a
her
sight.
grateful adieu
He made
and
himself
started
so
away with her
killingly
pig,
funny
and
that
when
he
the
was the
constable
envy and
opened the door for
admiration of
her,
the whole
he followed
mangy
her out
rabble.
into the narrow hall.
Tears of shame
The justice
and
proceeded to write in his
stood in the
record
little
book.
monarch's
Hendon,
eyes,
always
and the
alert,
thought in his
he would
heart
like
was,
to know why the officer
had I
followed the
offered
woman
them
out.
a deep
So
wrong,
he slipped
they
softly
could
into the
not
dusky
be
hall
more
and
cruel.
listened.
Yet
He heard a
have
conversation
I
to
proffered
this
naught but
effect.
to do them kindness.
It is a fat
and it
pig,
is thus
and
they
promises
use me
good
for it.
eating.
I will buy
End
it
of
thee.
chapter 17.
Here is the 8 pence.
8 pence indeed! Thou'll do no such thing. It cost me 3 shillings and 8 pence.
18.
Good honest
The
coin of the
Prince
last
with
reign,
the
that old
Tramps.
Harry that's just dead ne'er touched
troop
nor
of
tampered with.
vagabonds
A
turned
fig for
out
thy
at early
8 pence.
dawn and set
Stands
forward
the
on their
wind
march.
in that quarter?
There was a
Thou
lowering
wast under
sky
oath,
overhead,
and so
sloppy
swore
ground
falsely
underfoot,
when thou
and
saidst
a
the
winter
value
chill
was but
in the
8
air.
pence.
All
Come straightway
gaiety
back
was
with
gone
me before
from
his
the
worship,
company.
and answer
Some
for the
were
crime,
sullen
and then
silent.
the lad will
Some
hang.
were irritable
There,
and petulant.
there, dear heart, say
None
no
were
more. I am
gentle-humored.
content.
All
Give
were
me the
thirsty.
8 pence, and hold thy
The
peace
ruffler
about the
put
matter.
Jack in Hugo's
The woman
charge
went off crying.
with some brief
Hendon slipped
instructions,
back into the
and
courtroom,
commanded John
and the
Canty to
constable
keep away from
presently
him,
followed
and
after
after
hiding
hiding his prize. He also warned Hugo not to be too rough. The justice wrote a while longer.
After a while,
then
the
read
weather
king
grew
a
milder,
wise and
and
kindly
clouds
lecture
lifted somewhat.
and sentenced
The
him
troops
to a
ceased
short
to shiver,
imprisonment in the
and their
common
spirits
jail,
began to
be
improve.
followed by a public
They
flogging.
grew more and more cheerful,
astounded king
and finally
opened his
began
mouth
to
and was
chafe each
probably
other
going
and
to
insult
order
the
the
good
passengers
judge to be
along the
beheaded
highway.
on the spot.
This showed that
But
they
he
were
called a warning
awakening
sign
to
from
an
Hendon,
appreciation of
and
life and
succeeded
its
in
enjoyments
poising
once
once
more.
again before he
The
lost
dread in
anything
which
out
their
of it.
sort was held
Hendon
was
took him
apparent
by
in the
the
fact
hand
that everybody
now,
gave
made
them the
reverence
road
to the justice,
and took their
and the
ribald
two
insolences
departed in the wake
meekly
of the constable
without venturing
toward
to
the
talk
jail.
back. They
The moment the
snatched
street was
linens
reached,
from the hedges,
the inflamed
occasionally,
monarch
in full
halted,
view of the
snatched away
owners,
his hand,
who
and
made no
exclaimed,
protest, but
"Idiot!
only seemed
Dost
grateful
imagine
that they
I will
did
enter
not
a
take
common
the hedges
jail
too.
alive?"
By and by
Henry
they
bent down
invaded a
and said
small
somewhat
farmhouse
sharply,
and made themselves
"Will
at home,
you
while the
trust
trembling
in
farmer
me?
and his people
Peace,
swept the larder
and
clean to
forbear
furnish
to
a
worsen
breakfast
our
for them.
chances with
They
dangerous
chucked the
speech.
housewife and
What
her daughters
God
under the
wills
chin whilst
will
receiving
happen.
the food from
Thou
their
canst
hands,
not hurry
and
it.
made coarse
Thou canst
jests
not
about
alter
them,
it.
accompanied
Therefore
with
wait
insulting
and be
epithets
patient.
and
'Twill be
bursts of
time
coarse
enow to
laughter.
rail or
They
rejoice.
threw bones and
What is to
vegetables at the
happen
farmer
has
and his
happened.
sons, kept them
Footnote,
dodging all the time,
death
and
for
applauded
trifling
uproariously when a
larcenies.
good hit was
When
made.
Connecticut and New
They
Haven
ended by
were
buttering
framing
the
their
head
first
of one of the
codes,
daughters,
larceny
who
above
resented
the
some
value
of their
of 12 pence
familiarities.
was a capital
When they
crime
took
in
their
England,
leave,
as
they
it had
threatened
been
to come
since
back
the time
and
of Henry
burn the
I.
house over the heads of the
Dr.
family.
J. Hammond
If any
Trumbull's
report of
Blue
their
Laws,
doing
True
got to
and
the
False,
ears of the
page
authorities.
13. The
About
curious old
noon,
book
after
called
a
The
long
English
and weary
Rogue
tramp,
makes the limit
the gang
13
came to a
pence
halt
halfpenny.
behind a
Death
hedge on the
being the portion
outskirts
of
of
a
any who
considerable
steal a
village.
thing. An
Quote,
hour was allowed
above
for
the
rest.
value of
Then the
13
crew
pence
scattered
halfpenny,
themselves
unquote.
abroad to enter the village
End
at different
footnote.
points to ply their
End
various
of chapter
trades.
23.
Jack was sent with Hugo. They wandered hither and thither for some time, Hugo watching for
chapter
opportunities to
24,
do a stroke
the
of
escape.
business, but finding none. So
The
he
short
finally
winter
said,
day was nearly
"I
ended.
see
The
naught
streets
to
were
steal.
deserted, save
It is
for
a
a
paltry
few random
place,
stragglers,
wherefore
and
we will
these
beg
hurried straight along
We,
with the
forsooth,
intent look of people
follow
who
thy
were
trade
only
if
anxious
it's
to
thee.
accomplish
But
their
I will
errands
not
as
beg.
quickly as possible,
Thou'lt not
and then
beg,
snugly house
exclaimed
themselves from the
Hugo,
rising
eyeing
wind
the king
and the
with
gathering
surprise.
twilight.
Prithee,
They
since
looked
when
neither
hast
to
thou
the right
reformed?
nor the left.
What dost
They
thou
paid
mean?
no attention to
Mean?
our party.
Hast
They
thou
did
not
even
begged the
seem
streets
to
of
see
London
them.
all thy life?
Edward VI
I?
wondered if the
Thou
spectacle of the
idiot!
king on his way to
Spare
jail
thy
had ever
compliments, thy
encountered
stock
such
will
marvelous
last longer.
indifference before.
Thy father says
By and
thou
by
hast
the
begged
constable
all thy
arrived at a
days.
deserted
Mayhap he
market
lied.
square and proceeded
Peradventure,
to
you'll
cross
even
it.
make so
When he
bold
had
as to
reached
say
the middle of
he
it,
lied,
Hendon
scoffed
laid his
Hugo.
hand upon his arm and
Him
said in
you
a low
call
voice,
my father?
"Bide a moment, good
Yes,
sir.
he lied.
There is none in hearing, and I
Come,
would say
play
a word
not
to
thy
thee.
merry game of madman.
My
so
duty
far,
forbids
mate.
it, sir.
Use it
Prithee,
for
hinder
thy
me not,
amusement,
and the
not
night
thy
comes
hurt.
on.
And I tell him this,
Stay,
he will
nevertheless, for
scorch
the
thee
matter
finely
concerns
for
thee
it.
nearly.
Save
Turn
thyself
me
the
back a
trouble.
moment,
I
and
will
seem
tell
not to
him.
see. Let
I
this
like thy
poor
spirit,
lad
I do
escape.
in truth, but I
This
do not
to
admire
me,
thy
sir?
judgment. I arrest
Bone
thee,
rackings
rackings
and
and
be not
bastings
too
be
hasty.
plenty enow in this
See
life,
thou be careful
without
and
going
commit
out
no
of one's
foolish
way
error.
to
Then
invite
he shut
them.
his voice down to a
But a
whisper and
truce
said
to
in the
these
man's ear,
matters. I believe your
pig
father.
thou
I
hast
doubt
purchased
not
for
he can
8
lie.
pence
I doubt
may
not he
cost
doth
thee
lie
thy
upon
neck,
occasion,
man.
for the best of us do that.
Poor constable,
but there is
taken
no
by
occasion
surprise,
here.
was speechless
The
at
wise
first,
man does
then
not
found
waste
his
so
tongue
good a
and fell to
commodity as
blustering
lying
and
for naught.
threatening.
But come,
Camden was tranquil
sith
and
it is
waited
thy
with patience
humour
till
to
his
give
breath
over
was
begging,
spent, and
wherewithal
said,
shall we busy ourselves?
I have a
With
liking to
robbing
thee, friend,
kitchens?
and would
The
not
king said
willingly see
impatiently,
thee come to harm.
Have done with this
Observe,
folly. You
I
weary
heard
me.
it all, every
Hugo
word.
replied with
I
temper.
will prove
Now
it to
harkye,
thee.
mate.
Then
You
he
will not
repeated the
beg, you
conversation
will
which
not
the
rob.
officer and the
So be
woman
it.
had had
But I will
together
tell
in
you
the
what you
hall,
will do.
word for word,
You will play
and ended
decoy
with,
whilst I beg.
"There, have I set it
Refuse, and
forth
you think
correctly?
you may venture."
Should not I be able to
The king
set
was
it
about
forth
to
correctly
reply
before the judge if
contemptuously when
occasion
Hugo
required?
said, interrupting,
The man
"Peace,
was
here
dumb with
comes one
fear
with
and
a kindly
distress
face.
for a moment.
Now will I
Then
fall
he
down
rallied
in a
and
fit.
said with
When the
forced
stranger
lightness,
runs to me, set you
"'Tis
up a
making a
wail,
mighty
and
matter
fall upon
indeed
your
out of a
knees,
jest.
seeming to weep.
I
Then
but
cry out
plagued
as
the
all the
woman
devils
for
of
mine
misery were in your
amusement.
belly, and say,
Can't
Oh,
use a
sir, it
woman's
is my
pig
poor
for
afflicted brother,
amusement?"
and we be
The man
friendless.
answered
Oh,
sharply,
God's name
"Naught
cast
else,
through your
good sir,
merciful
I tell
eyes
thee,
one
'twas but
bitter
a
look
jest.
upon a sick,
I do
forsaken, and
begin to
most
believe thee,"
miserable
said
wretch.
Hendon, with a
Bestow one
perplexing
little
mixture
penny
of
out of thy
mockery and
riches upon one
half-conviction in his
smitten of
tone.
God, and
But
ready
tarry
to
thou
perish.
here a moment, whilst
And
I
mind
run
you,
and
keep
ask his
you
worship.
on wailing,
For
and
nathless
abate
he
not
being
till
a
we
man
bilk him of
experienced
his
in
penny,
law,
else
in jests
shall you
in
rue it.
he was moving away,
Then
still
immediately
talking, the
Hugo fellow began to moan and groan,
spat out an oath or
roll
two,
his
then cried
eyes,
out,
and
Hold,
reel
hold,
and
good
totter
sir.
about. And when the
Prithee,
stranger was close
wait
upon
a
him,
little.
down he
The
sprawled
judge,
before him,
why, man,
with a
he
shriek,
hath
and
no more
began to
sympathy with the
writhe
jest
and
than
wallow in the
hath
dirt in seeming
a
agony.
dead corpse.
Oh, dear,
Come,
oh, dear,
and we
cried the
will speak
benevolent
further.
stranger.
Oh,
Odds
poor
body,
soul,
I
poor
seem to
soul,
be
how
an
he
evil
doth
case,
suffer.
and all
There,
for an
let me
innocent
help
and
thee up.
thoughtless pleasantry.
Oh, noble
I
sir,
am a man of
forbear,
family,
and God
and
love
my
you for a
wife
princely
and little
gentleman.
ones, but it giveth
List
me
reason,
cruel pain
good
to
your
touch
worship.
me when I am
What
taken
wouldst
so
thou
of my brother there will tell you,
Only
your worship,
that thou be
how I
blind
am
and
racked
dumb
with
and
anguish when
paralytic,
these
whilst
fits
one
be
may
upon me.
count 100,000,
A penny, dear
counting
sir,
slowly,
a penny
said
to buy a
Hendon,
little
with the
food,
expression of a
then
man who
leave me
asks
to
for
my
a reasonable
sorrows.
favour, and
A penny?
that a very
Thou shalt have
little
3, thou hapless
It is
creature.
my destruction,
Fumbled
said
in
the
his
constable
pocket with
despairingly.
nervous haste and got them out. There,
Be
poor
reasonable,
lad,
good sir.
take them,
Only
and
look
most
at this
welcome
matter
on
Now
all
come
its sides,
hither, my boy,
and see
and
how
help me
mere
carry
a
thy
jest it
stricken
is,
brother to
how
yon house
manifest modestly.
I am not his brother.
Plainly it is so,
said the King,
and even
interrupting.
if one granted it were not
his
just,
brother?
it is a fault so
hear
small
him,
that
groaned
even the
Hugo,
grimmest
then
penalty
privately
it
ground
could
his
call
teeth.
forth would
He
be but a
denies his
rebuke
own
and
brother, and he
warning
with
from the
one
judge's
foot in
lips.
the grave.
Boy,
Hendon
thou art
replied
indeed
with a
hard of heart.
solemnity which
If this
chilled
is thy
the air
brother,
about
for
him.
shame, and he's scarce
This
able to move a
jest
hand
of
or a
thine
foot.
hath
If
a
he is
name
not thy
in
brother,
law.
who is he then?
What
a
it
beggar
is?
and a thief. He
I
has got
knew
your
it
money
not.
and has picked
Peradventure
your
I
pocket
have been
likewise.
unwise.
Thou wouldst
I
do a
never
healing
dreamed
miracle.
it an
Lay
aim.
thy staff
Ah,
over his
sweet
shoulders
heaven, I
and
thought
trust
it was
Providence for the
original.
rest. But
Yes,
Hugo
it
did
hath
not
a
tarry
name.
for the miracle.
In the law,
In a
this
moment he
crime
was
is
up and
called
off like the wind.
non
The
compos
gentleman
mentis
following
lex
after and raising
talionis,
the hue and
sic
cry
transit
lustily as he
gloria
went.
mundi.
The king, breathing
Oh, my
deep gratitude
God.
to heaven for
And
his
the
own
penalty
release,
is
fled in
death.
the opposite direction.
God
and
be
did not
merciful to
slacken
me,
his
a
pace
sinner.
until he was out of
By
harm's reach.
advantage taken
He
of
took the
one in
first
fault,
road that
in
offered
dire
and soon
peril
put the
and
village
at thy
behind
mercy.
him. He
Thou
hurried
hast
along
seized
as
goods
briskly as
worth
he could
above
during
13
several
pence
hours,
halfpenny,
keeping
paying
a
but a
nervous
trifle
watch
for
over
the
his shoulder
same.
for pursuit.
And this,
But his
in
fears
the eye
left
of
him
the
at
law,
last,
is
and a
constructive
grateful sense of
barratry,
security took their
misprision
place.
of treason,
He recognized now that
malfeasance
he
in
was
office,
hungry and
ad
also very
hominem
tired.
expurgatis
So he halted
in
at a
statu
farmhouse,
quo.
but when he
And
was
the
about to
penalty is
speak,
death
he
by
was
the
cut short
halter,
and driven
without
rudely
ransom,
away.
commutation,
His
or
clothes were
benefit of
against him.
clergy.
He wandered
Bear
on,
me up,
wounded
bear
and
me
indignant,
up,
and
sweet
was
sir, my
resolved to
legs
put
do
himself
fail
in the
me.
way of like
Be thou
treatment
merciful,
no more.
spare me this
But
doom,
hunger is
and I
pride's
will turn
master.
my back and see
So as the
naught
evening
that shall
drew near,
happen.
He
Good.
made an attempt at
Now
another
thou art
farmhouse,
wise and
but
reasonable.
here he
And
fared
thou
worse
wilt
than
restore the
before.
pig?
For he was
I will,
called
I will
hard names and
indeed,
was promised
nor
arrest as a
ever
vagrant
touch
except he
another,
moved on
though
promptly.
heaven send it and
The
an
night
archangel
came on,
fetch it.
chilly and
Go,
overcast,
I am
and
blind
still
for
the
thy sake, I
footsore
see
monarch
nothing.
labored slowly
I will
on.
say thou
He
didst
was
break
obliged to
in
keep
and
moving,
wrest the
for
prisoner
every
from my
time he
hands
sat
by
down to
force.
rest, he was
It
soon
is but a
penetrated to
crazy
the bone with
ancient
the
door.
cold.
I will batter
All
it
his
down myself
sensations
twixt
and
midnight and the
experiences
morning.
as he moved through
Do
the
it,
solemn
good soul,
gloom and the
no
empty
harm will come of
vastness
it.
of the night
The judge
were
hath
new
a
and
loving
strange
charity
to
for
him.
this poor lad,
At
and
intervals
will
he
shed
heard
no
voices
tears
approach,
and break
pass
no
by,
jailer's
and fade
bones
into
for his
silence.
escape.
And as he saw
End of
nothing more of
chapter
the bodies they
24.
belonged to than a sort of
Chapter
formless drifting
25.
blur, there was something
Hendon
spectral
Hall.
and uncanny about it
As
all
soon
that
as
made him
Hendon and the
shudder.
king were out of sight of the
Occasionally he
constable,
caught the
his
twinkle of a
majesty was
light,
instructed to
always
hurry to
far
a certain
away,
place
apparently,
outside the town
almost in
and
another
wait there,
world.
whilst
If he
Hendon
heard
should
the
go
tinkle
to
of a
the
sheep's
inn
bell,
and settle his
it was
account.
vague, distant,
Half an hour
and
later the two
indistinct.
friends were blithely
The
jogging
muffled
eastward
blowing
on
of the
Hendon's
herd
sorry
soared to him on
steeds.
the night wind,
The king
in
was
vanishing
warm and
cadences,
comfortable now,
a
for he had
mournful
cast his
sound.
rags and clothed
Now and
himself
then
in the
came
second
the
hand
complaining
suit
howl of a
which Hendon
dog
had bought
over
on
viewless
London Bridge.
expanses of field
Hendon
and forest.
wished to guard against
All
over-fatiguing the
sounds were
boy.
remote.
He judged
They
that
made the
hard
little king
journeys,
feel that
irregular
all life and
meals,
activity were
and
far
illiberal
removed from
measures
him,
of sleep
and that he stood
would be
solitary,
bad for his crazed mind.
companionless, in the
Whilst
center of
rest,
a measureless
regularity,
solitude.
and moderate
He
exercise
stumbled
would be
along
pretty
through
sure
the
to
gruesome
hasten its cure.
fascination of this
He
new
longed to
experience,
see the
startled
stricken intellect
occasionally by
made
the
well
soft
again
rustling
and
of
its
the dry
diseased
leaves
visions
overhead.
driven out of the
So
tormented
like
little
human
head.
whispers they
Therefore
seemed
he
to
resolved
sound,
to move
and
by
by and
easy
by he came
stages
suddenly
toward
upon
the
the freckled
home
light
whence he
of
had
a
so
tin
long
lantern
been
near at
banished.
hand.
Instead of
He
obeying
stepped
the
back into
impulse
the
of his
shadows and
impatience
waited.
and hurrying along
The
night and
lantern
day.
stood by the open door
When
of
he
the
and the
barn.
king had journeyed about
king
10
waited
miles,
some
they
time.
reached a considerable
There was no
village
sound,
and halted there
and
for the
nobody
night
stirring.
at a good inn.
He got so
The
cold,
former
standing
relations were
still, and
resumed.
the hospitable
Hendon
farm
stood
looked
behind
so
the king's
enticing
chair while
that
he
at last
dined
he resolved
and
to
waited
risk
upon him,
everything and enter.
undressed him when he was ready
He
for
started
bed,
swiftly and
then
stealthily,
took the
and
floor
just
for
as he
his
was
own
crossing the
quarters,
threshold, he heard
and
voices
slept
behind
athwart
him.
the door,
He darted
rolled up
behind
in
a blanket
blanket.
within the barn.
The next
and
day
stooped
and the
down.
day after,
Two
they
farm
jogged
laborers
lazily
came in,
along,
bringing the
talking
lantern
over the
with them,
adventures they
and
had
fell to
met
work,
since their
talking
separation,
meanwhile.
and
Whilst
mightily
they moved
enjoying
about
each
with the
other's
light,
narratives.
The king made good use
Hendon
of his eyes,
detailed
and took
all
the
his
bearings of
wide
what seemed to be a
wanderings in search of the
good-sized
king,
stall,
and
but
described
described how the
further end of the place,
archangel had led him a fool's journey
way
all
to it
over the
when he
forest
should be left
and
to
taken him
himself.
back to the hut.
He also
Finally,
noted the position
when he
of a
found
pile
he
of
could
horse
not get rid
blankets
of him.
midway of the route.
Then he
with
said the
intent
old man
to
went
levy
into the
upon them for
bedchamber and
service of the
came
Crown of
staggering
England
back
for one
looking
night.
broken-hearted,
By and by
saying
the men
he had
finished
expected
and
to
went
find
away,
that the boy
fastening
had
the door
returned and
behind
lain
them
down and there to
taking the
rest.
lantern with
But it
them.
was not so.
The shivering
Hendon
king
had
made for the
waited at
blankets
the hut
with
all
as good
day.
speed as the
Hope
darkness
of the
would
king's
allow,
return died
gathered
out
them
then,
up,
and
he
he
groped
departed
his way
upon the
safely
quest
to the
again.
stall.
And
Of
old
two of the
Sanctum
blankets he made a
Sanctorum
bed,
was
then
truly
covered
sorry
himself
your
with the
highness came
remaining
not
two.
back, said Hendon.
He was a
I
glad
saw it in his
monarch
face.
now, though the blankets were old
I will
and
never
thin
doubt that,
and
said
not
the
quite
king,
warm enough.
And then told his
besides,
own story,
gave
after
out a
which
pungent,
Hendon was
horsey
sorry he
odor
had not
that
destroyed
was
the
almost
archangel.
suffocatingly powerful.
During the last day of the trip,
Although the king was
Hendon's
hungry and
spirits were
chilly,
soaring.
he was also
His tongue
so
ran
tired and
constantly.
so drowsy.
He talked about his
These
old
latter
father and his
influences
brother
soon
Arthur,
began to get
and
the
told of
advantage
many
of the
things
former,
which illustrated
and
their
he
high and
presently
generous
dozed off into a
characters.
state of
He went into
semi-consciousness.
loving frenzies over
Then,
his
just
Edith,
as he was on the
and
point
was
of
so
losing himself
glad-hearted
wholly,
that he was
he
even able to
distinctly
say
felt
some
something
gentle
touch
and
him.
brotherly
He
things
was
about
broad
Hugh.
awake in a moment. and he dwelt a deal on the coming meeting at Hendon Hall. What a surprise it would be to everybody, and what an outburst of thanksgiving and delight there would be. It was a fair region, dotted with cottages and orchards, and the road led through broad pasture lands whose receding expanses, marked with gentle elevations and depressions, suggested the swelling and subsiding undulations of the sea. In the afternoon, the returning prodigal made constant deflections from his course to see if by ascending some hillock he might not pierce the distance and catch a glimpse of his home. At last he was successful and cried out excitedly, "There is the village, my prince, and there is the hall close by. You may see the towers from here, and that wood there, that is my father's park. Ah, now thou know what state and grandeur be, a house with 70 rooms, think of that, and 27 servants, with this brave lodging for such as we, and visiting him with that soft, come, let us speed, my impatience will not brook further delay."
Was intolerable.
All possible hurry was made. Still it was after 3 o'clock before the village was reached.
Was that better?
The travelers scampered through it,
what then was there left to do?
All the time. Here is the church, covered with the same ivy, none gone, none added. Yonder is the inn, the old Red Lion, and yonder is the marketplace. Here is the maypole, and here the pump. Nothing is 3 times, nothing but the people at any rate. 10 years make a change in people. Some of these I seem to know, but none know me. So his chat ran on. The end of the village was soon reached, then the travelers struck into a crooked, narrow road, walled in with tall hedges, and hurried briskly along it for a half-mile, then passed into a vast flower garden near an imposing gateway. His mind was in such a state that he could imagine the thing to be nothing else than a corpse, newly dead and still warm. He thought he would rather "Welcome to Hendon Hall, my king," exclaimed Miles, because he did not know the immortal strength of human curiosity. My father and my brother and the Lady Edith will be so mad with joy that they will have eyes and tongues for none but me in the first transports just the same, and so thou'lt seem but coldly welcomed. But mind it not, 'twill soon seem otherwise. For when I say thou art my ward, and tell them how costly is my love for thee, thou'lt see them take thee to their breasts for Miles Hendon's sake, and make their house and hearts thy home for ever after. The next moment Hendon sprang to the ground before the great door, helped the king down, then took him by the hand and rushed within. For it was steps brought him to a spacious apartment. He entered, seated the king with more hurry than ceremony, and then ran toward a young man who sat at a writing table in front of a generous fire of logs.
Just as he had
"Embrace me, Hugh," he cried, "the king was not and say thou'rt glad I am come again, and call our father, for home is not home till I shall touch his hand and see his face and hear his voice once more."
This humble animal
But
was
Hugh only drew back after betraying a momentary surprise, and bent a grave stare upon the intruder, a stare which indicated somewhat of offended dignity at first, then changed, in response to some inward thought or purpose, to an expression of marveling curiosity.
So he
Mixed
resolved
with
to
a
waive
real or
rank
assumed
and make
compassion.
friends with the
Presently
cat.
he said in a mild
While
voice,
stroking its sleek
"Thy
warm back,
wits
for it
seem
lay
touched,
near him
poor
within his
stranger.
reach.
Doubtless thou hast suffered privations and rude buffetings at the world's hands. Thy looks and dress betoken it. Whom dost thou take me to be? Take thee? Prithee, for whom else than whom thou art? I take thee to be Hugh Hendon, said Miles sharply. The other continued in the same soft tone, and whom dost thou imagine thyself to be? Imagination hath naught to do with it. Dost thou pretend thou knowest me not for thy brother Miles Hendon? An expression of pleased surprise flitted across Hugh's face, and he exclaimed, "What? Thou art not jesting? Can the dead come to life? God be praised if it be so. Our poor lost boy restored to our arms after all these cruel years. Ah, it seems too good to be true. It is too good to be true. I charge thee, have pity. Do not trifle with me. Quick, come to the light. Let me scan thee well." He seized Miles by the arm, dragged him to the window, and began to devour him from head to foot with his eyes, turning him this way and that, and stepping briskly around him and about him to prove him from all points of view, whilst the returned prodigal, all aglow with gladness, smiled, laughed, and kept nodding his head and saying, "Go on, brother, go on, and fear not. Thou'lt find nor limb nor feature that cannot bide the test."
Scour and scan me to thy content, my good old Hugh. I am indeed thy old Miles, thy same old Miles, thy lost brother. Is not so? Ah, 'tis a great day. I said 'twas a great day. Give me thy hand. Give me thy cheek. Lord, I am like to die of very joy.
Prince with the peasants.
He was about to throw himself upon his
When
brother.
the king awoke
but Hugh
in the
put
early
up his
morning,
hand in descent,
he found that a
then
wet
dropped his
but
chin
thoughtful
mournfully
rat
upon his
had
breast,
crept into
saying
the
with
place
emotion,
during the night
and
made a
God
cozy
of
bed
his
for itself
mercy,
in
give
his
me
bosom.
strength to bear
Being
this
disturbed
grievous
now, it scampered
disappointment.
away.
The
boy
boy,
smiled and
amazed,
said,
could not
"Poor
speak
fool,
for a moment.
why so
Then he
fearful?
found his tongue and
I
cried
am
out,
as forlorn as thou.
"What disappointment?
'Twould be
Am I
shame
not
in
thy
me to
brother?"
hurt the helpless, who
Hugh
am
shook
myself
his head
so
sadly
helpless.
and said,
Moreover, I owe you
pray
thanks
heaven
for a good
it
omen.
may
When a
prove
king
so,
has fallen
and
so
that
low
other
the
eyes
very
may
rats
find
do
the
make a bed of him,
resemblances that are
it
hid from
surely
mine.
meaneth that his
Alack, I
fortunes
fear
be
me
upon
the
the
letter
turn,
spoke
since it
but
is plain he
truly.
can no lower go.
What letter?
He got up and
One
stepped
that
out
came
of the
from
stall,
overseas
and just
some
then he
6
heard
or
the sound
7
of
years
children's
ago.
voices.
It said
The
my
barn
brother
door
died
opened
in
and a couple
battle.
of little girls came in.
It was a
As soon
lie.
as they saw him,
Call
their
thy
talking
father,
and
he will know
laughter
me.
ceased, and they stopped
One
and stood
may
still,
not
gazing
call
at
the
him with
dead
strong curiosity.
dead.
They presently began
Miles'
to whisper
voice was
together.
subdued and his
Then
lips
they approached
trembled.
nearer
My
and
father
stopped again to gaze
dead.
and whisper.
Oh,
By
this
and
is
by
heavy
they gathered
news.
courage
Half
and
my
began
new
to
joy is
discuss him
withered
aloud.
now. Prithee,
One
let me
said,
see my brother
"He hath
Arthur.
a
He will
comely
know
face."
me. He will know
The other
me and
added,
console me.
"And pretty hair."
He also
but
is
is
dead.
ill-clothed now.
God be merciful
how
to me, a
stark he
stricken
looketh.
man.
They
Gone,
came still nearer,
both gone.
sidling shyly
The worthy
around and
taken
about
and the
him,
worthless
examining
spared
him
in
minutely
me.
from all points,
Ah,
as
I
if he were
crave
some
your
strange
mercy.
new kind of
Do
animal.
not say Lady
but
Edith
warily and watchfully
is
the
dead.
while, as if
No,
they half
she
feared he
lives.
might be a sort of
Then
animal
God
that
be
would bite
praised, my
upon
joy is
occasion.
whole again.
Finally
Speed
they
thee, brother,
halted before
let her
him,
come to me.
holding
And she
each
say
other's
I am
hands
not
for
myself,
protection,
but she
and
will
took a
not.
good satisfying stare
No,
with
she
their
will know
innocent
me.
eyes.
I were a
Then one
fool
of
to
them
doubt
plucked
it.
up all
Bring
her
her,
courage
bring
and
the old
inquired with
servants.
honest
They too will
directness,
know me.
Who art thou,
All
boy?
are gone but 5.
"I am
Peter,
the king," was
Halsey,
the grave
David,
answer.
Bernard,
Children
and
gave a
Margaret.
little start,
So
and their
saying,
eyes
Hugh
spread
left the
themselves
room.
wide open
Miles
and
stood
remained so
musing a
during
while, then
speechless half
began
minute.
to walk the floor,
Then
muttering,
curiosity broke
The
the silence.
5 arch villains have
king?
survived the
What
2
king?
and 20 leal.
The
and
king of
honest,
England.
But 'tis an odd
The children
thing.
looked at each other.
He
then
continued
at him,
walking
then
back
at
and
each
forth,
other
muttering
again,
to himself.
wonderingly,
He had
perplexedly.
forgotten the king
Then one
entirely.
said,
By and by
Dost
his
hear
majesty
him,
said
Marjorie?
gravely and with a
He
touch
saith
of
he is
genuine
the king.
compassion, though
Can
the
that
words
be
themselves
true?
were capable
How
of
can
being
it
interpreted
be else but
ironically.
true, prissy?
Mind not thy
Will he
mischance,
say a
good
lie?
man. There
For
be
look you,
others in
prissy,
the world whose
and it were
identity
not
is
true,
denied
it
and whose
would be a
claims are
lie.
derided.
It surely would
Thou
be.
hast
Now
company.
think on't. For all
Ah,
things that
my
be
king,
not true be
cried
lies.
Hampden,
Thou
colouring
canst
slightly.
make naught
Do
else
not
out
thou
of it.
condemn me.
It
Wait,
was a good
and thou
tight
shalt
argument,
see.
without a
I
link
am
in
no
it anywhere,
impostor.
and
She
it
will
left
say it.
Prissy's half-doubt
You shall
not
hear
a
it
leg
from
to
the
stand
sweetest
on.
lips in England.
She considered a
I,
moment,
an
then put the
impostor?
king upon his
Why,
honor
I know
with a
this
simple
old
remark.
hall, these pictures
If
of my
thou art
ancestors,
truly the
and
king,
all these things
then
that
I
are about
believe
us,
thee.
as a
I
child
am
knoweth
truly
its
the
own
king.
nursery.
This
Here
settled
was
the
I
matter.
born and bred, my
His
lord.
Majesty's
I
royalty
speak the
was
truth.
accepted without
I
further
would not
question or
deceive thee.
discussion,
And should
and the
none
two
else
little girls
believe,
began
I
at
pray
once
thee
to
do
inquire
not
into
thou
how
doubt
he
me.
came to be
I could
where
not
he
bear
was,
it.
and how he came
I do
to be
not
so
doubt thee,
said the
unroyally
king with a
clad,
childlike
and whither
simplicity
he
and
was
faith.
bound, and all
I
about
thank
his
thee out
affairs.
of my heart,
It was a
exclaimed
mighty
Hendon,
relief to him
with a
to pour
fervency
out his
which showed
troubles,
that he was
where they
touched.
would
The
not be
king
scoffed
added,
at
with the
or
same
doubted.
gentle
So
simplicity,
he told his tale
Dost
with
thou
feeling,
doubt me?
forgetting even his hunger for the time.
A guilty
and it
confusion
was
seized
received
upon
with the
Hendon,
deepest
and he was
tenderest
grateful that
sympathy
the
by
door
gentle
opened to
little
admit
maids.
Hugh at that
But
moment,
when he
and
got down
saved
to
him
his
the
latest
necessity of replying.
experiences, and they
A
learned how
beautiful
long he had
lady,
been
richly
without food,
clothed,
they cut him
followed
short
Hugh, and
and
after
hurried
her
him away
came
to the
several
farmhouse to
liveried
find a
servants.
breakfast for him.
The lady walked slowly,
The king
with
was
her head
cheerful
bowed,
and happy now,
her
and
eyes
said to
fixed upon the
himself,
floor.
"When I
The
am
face
come
was
to mine own
unspeakably
again,
sad.
I will always
Miles
honor
Hendon
little
sprang
children,
forward, crying,
remembering how
"Oh,
that
my
these trusted
Edith,
me
my
and
darling!"
believed in
But
me
Hugh
in my
waved him
time of
back
trouble,
gravely and said
whilst
to the
they
lady,
that were older
"Look
and
upon
thought thought themselves wiser,
Do you know
mocked
him?
at me, and
At the
held
sound
me
of
for a
Miles's
liar.
voice, the woman had
The
started
children's mother
slightly,
received the
and her
king
cheeks had
kindly and
flushed.
was full of pity.
She was trembling
for his
now.
forlorn condition.
She stood
and
still
apparently
during an
crazed
impressive
intellect touched
pause
her
of several
womanly
moments.
heart.
Then
She was a
slowly
widow
lifted
and
up
rather
her head
poor.
and looked into
Consequently,
Hendon's eyes with
she
a
had seen
stony
trouble
and
enough to
frightened
enable her
gaze.
to feel for
The
the
blood sank
unfortunate.
out of her face.
She
drop
imagined
by
that the
drop,
demented
till nothing
boy had
remained but
wandered
the
away
grey
from his
pallor of
friends, the
death.
keepers.
Then she
So
said in a
tried
voice
to
as
find
dead
out
as the
whence
face,
he had come, in
"I
order that she
know
might take
him
measures
not,"
to return him,
and
but
turned
all
with a
her
moan and a
references
stifled sob
to
and
neighboring
tottered out of the
towns
room.
and villages,
Miles
and all
Hendon
her
sank into a
inquiries
chair and
in the
covered his
same
face with
line
his hands.
went for nothing.
After a
The
pause,
boy's
his brother
face
said to the
and his
servants,
answers, too,
"You have
showed
observed
that
him?
the things she
Do
was
you
talking
know
of
him?"
were
They
not
shook their
familiar to
heads.
him.
Then the
He
master
spoke
said,
earnestly and
"The
simply
servants
about
know you
court
not,
matters,
sir. I
and
fear
broke
there is
down
some
more than
mistake.
once
You have
when
seen
speaking of the late
that my
king,
wife
his
knew you
father.
not."
but whenever the
Thy
conversation
wife,
changed to
in
baser
an instant,
topics,
Hugh was
he
pinned to
lost
the wall
interest and
with an
became
iron
silent.
grip about his
The
throat.
woman was mightily
Oh, thou
puzzled.
fox-hearted
She
slave,
did
I
not
see
give
it
up.
all.
As she
Thou'st
proceeded
writ the
with her
lying
cooking,
letter
she set
thyself,
herself to
and my
contriving
stolen
devices to
bride and
surprise the
goods
boy
are
into
its
betraying
fruit.
his real secret.
There now, get
She
thee
talked
gone,
about
lest I
cattle.
shame
He
mine
showed no
honourable
concern.
soldiership
Then
with the
about
slaying
sheep,
of so
the same
pitiful a
result.
mannikin.
So her
Hugh,
guess
red-faced
that
and
he had
almost
been a shepherd
suffocated,
boy
reeled
was
to
in
the
error.
nearest chair
She talked
and
about
commanded
mills
the servants to
and about
seize and bind the
weavers,
murderous
tinkers,
stranger.
smiths,
They hesitated,
trades,
and one of them said,
tradesmen of all
He is
sorts,
armed, Sir
and
Hugh,
about
and we
bedlam
are
and
weaponless.
jails and
Armed?
charitable retreats.
What of it? And
But
ye
no
so
matter,
many?
she was
Upon him, I
baffled at
say.
all points.
But Miles warned them
Not
to be
altogether
careful what
either,
they did,
for
and
she
added,
argued that she
Ye
had
know me
narrowed
of
the
old.
thing down
I have
to
not
domestic
changed.
service.
Come on, and it like
Yes,
you.
she was sure she
This
was on the right
reminder
track
did not
now.
hearten the
He
servants
must
much.
have been a
They
house
still held
servant.
back.
So
Then
she
go,
let
ye
up the
paltry
matter.
cowards, and
But the
arm
result
yourselves
was
and guard the doors,
discouraging.
whilst I send
The
one to
subject
fetch
of
the
sweeping
watch, said
appeared to
Hugh.
weary him.
He turned at the
Threshold
threshold and
and
said to
failed to
Miles,
stir him.
You'll find it to
Scrubbing
your
and
advantage to
scouring
offend
awoke no
not with
enthusiasm.
useless endeavours at
This
escape.
good wife touched with a
Escape?
perishing hope,
Spare
and
thyself
rather as a
discomfort,
matter of form,
and that is
on the
all that
subject of
troubles thee.
cooking.
For Miles
To her
Hendon
surprise
is
and her
master of
vast
Hendon
delight,
Hall and
the
all
king's
its
face
belongings.
lighted at
He
once.
will remain,
Ah,
doubt
she
it
had
not.
hunted him down at last,
End
she
of
thought,
chapter
and she
25.
was right proud, too, of the devious shrewdness and tact which had accomplished it. Her tired tongue got a chance
Chapter
to rest
26.
now, for the
Disowned.
king, inspired by
The
gnawing
king sat
hunger and the
musing a few
fragrant
moments,
smells
then
that
looked
came
up
from
and
the
said,
sputtering pots
"'Tis
and pans,
strange, most
turned
strange.
itself
I
loose
cannot
and
account
delivered
for it."
itself up to such an
No,
eloquent
it is not
dissertation
strange, my
upon certain
liege.
toothsome
I know
dishes
him, and
that
this
within 3
conduct
minutes
is
the
but
woman said to
natural.
herself,
He was
"Of
a rascal
truth, I
from
was
his
right.
birth.
He hath hope
Oh,
in
I
the
spake not of
kitchen."
him, Sir
Then
Miles.
he broadened his
Not
bill
of
of
him,
fare,
then
and
of what?
discussed it with
What
such
is it that is
appreciation and
strange?
animation that the good
That
wife
the
said to
king
herself,
is not missed.
"Good lack! How can
How?
he know so many
Which?
dishes?
I
and so
doubt I
fine ones
do not
withal?
understand.
For these belong only upon
Indeed,
the tables of the rich
Doth
and
it not
great.
strike you as being
Ah, now
passing
I see.
strange that the
Ragged
land is not
outcast as
filled
he
with
is,
couriers
he must
and
have served in the
proclamations
palace before
describing
his
my
reason
person
went astray.
and making search
Yes, he
for
must
me?
have helped in the
Is
very
it no
kitchen of
matter
the king
for
himself.
commotion and
I will
distress
test him.
that the
Full
head
of
of the
eagerness
state is
to prove
gone,
her sagacity,
that I am
she
vanished
told
away
the
and
king
lost?
to mind the cooking a moment,
Most true, my
hinting
king,
that
I
he
had
might
forgot.
manufacture and
Then
add a
handed
dish or
aside
two
and
if he
muttered to
chose.
himself,
Then she went out
Poor
of the room and
ruined
gave her
mind,
children a
still
sign to
busy
follow
with its
after.
pathetic
The
dream.
king muttered,
But I have a plan
"Another
that shall write
English
us
king
both.
had a commission
I will write a
like to
paper
this
in 3
in
tongues,
a bygone
Latin,
time.
Greek,
It is
and
nothing
English,
against my dignity
and
to
thou
undertake
shalt
an
haste
office
away
which the
with
great
it to
Alfred
London in
stooped
the
to
morning.
assume.
Give it to none
but
but
I
my
will try
uncle,
to
the
better
Lord
serve
Hertford.
my trust than he.
When he shall
for
see
he
it,
let the
he
cakes
will know
burn.
and say I wrote it.
The intent was
then
good,
he will
but
send
the
for me.
performance was not
Might
answerable
it not
to
be
it.
best,
For
my
this
prince,
king,
that we
like
wait
the other one,
here
soon fell
until
into
I
deep
prove
thinkings
myself
concerning
and make
his
my
vast
rights
affairs,
secure to my
and the
domains?
same calamity
I should
resulted.
be so much the
cookery
better
got
able
burned.
then to the king.
The woman
interrupted
returned
him
in time to
furiously.
save the breakfast
Peace!
from entire destruction.
What are thy
and
paltry
she promptly
domains,
brought
thy
the king out
trivial
of his
interests,
dreams with a brisk and
contrasted
cordial
with matters
tongue
which
lashing.
concern the weal of the
Then,
nation
seeing
and
how
the
troubled he
integrity of the
was
throne?
over his violated
And he
trust,
added in a
she
gentle
softened
voice,
at once
as
and
if
was
he
all
were
goodness
sorry
and
for his
gentleness
severity.
toward him.
Obey
The
and
boy
have
made
no
a hearty
fear.
and
I will write
satisfying
thee.
meal,
I will
and
make
was
thee
greatly
whole. Yes,
refreshed
more
and
than
gladdened
whole.
by it.
I shall
It was
remember.
a meal
and
which was
requite.
distinguished by this curious
So saying,
feature
he took the
that
pen and
rank
set
was
himself to work.
waved on both
Hendon
sides.
contemplated him
Yet
lovingly
neither
a while,
recipient of
then
the
said to
favor was
himself,
aware that it
"And
had
it
been
were
extended.
dark, I should think it
The
was
good
the king
wife
that
had
spoke.
intended to feed
There's no
this young
denying
tramp
it.
with
When
broken
humours
victuals
upon
in a
him,
corner,
he doth thunder
like
and
any other
lighten
tramp,
like your
or
true king.
like a dog.
Now
But she
where
was
got
so
he that
remorseful
trick?
for the scolding
See
she
him
had given
scribble
him
and scratch
that
away
she did what she
contentedly at
could
his
to atone
meaningless
for it by
potholes,
allowing him to sit at
fancying
the
them
family
to be
table
Latin and
and
Greek,
eat with his
and
betters
except my
on
wit shall serve
ostensible
me with a
terms of
lucky
equality
device for
with them,
diverting him
and
from
the king
his
on his
purpose.
side was so
I shall be
remorseful
forced
for
to
having
pretend to
broken his
post away
trust
tomorrow
after
on
the
this
family had
wild
been so
errand
kind to him
he hath
that
invented
he
for
forced
me.
himself to atone
The
for
next
it by
moment
humbling
Sir
himself
Miles'
to the
thoughts
family
had gone
level
back to the
instead of
recent
requiring
episode.
the woman and her
So
children to
absorbed
stand
was
and
he
wait
in his
upon
musings
him
that
while
when the
he
king
occupied
presently
their
handed him the
table
paper
in a
which he had been
solitary
writing,
state due to
he
his
received it
birth
and pocketed it
dignity.
without being conscious
It
of the
does
act.
us all good
How
to
marvelous
unbend
strange she
sometimes.
acted, he
This
muttered.
good woman
I
was
think
made
she knew
happy
me,
all the
and
day
I think
long
she did
by
not
the
know me.
applause which she got out
These
of
opinions
herself
do
for her
conflict. I
magnanimous
perceive it plainly.
condescension to a tramp.
I cannot
And the
reconcile
king was
them,
just
neither
as
can I by
self-complacent
argument
over his
dismiss
gracious
either of the
humility
two,
toward
or
the
even
humble
persuade
peasant
one to
woman.
outweigh the other.
When breakfast
The
was
matter
over,
standeth
the
simply
housewife
thus.
told the king
She
to wash
must
up the
have known
dishes.
my face,
This
my
command
figure,
was
my
a
voice,
staggerer
for
for
how
a
could it
moment,
be
and
otherwise?
the king came near
Yet
rebelling,
she said
but
she
then
knew
he
me
said
not,
to himself,
and that is proof
Alfred the
perfect,
Great
for
watched
she
the
cannot
cakes.
lie.
Doubtless he would
But
have
stop, I
washed the
think I
dishes
begin to
too.
see.
Therefore
Peradventure
will
he hath
I essay
influenced
it.
her,
commanded
He made
her,
a sufficiently
compelled
poor
her
job
to
of it,
lie.
and to his surprise,
That is
too,
the
for the
solution.
cleaning of wooden
The riddle
spoons
is
and
unriddled.
trenchers
She
had
seemed
seemed an
dead
easy
with
thing to
fear.
do.
Yes,
It
she was
a
under his
tedious and
compulsion.
troublesome
I
piece
will
of work,
seek her.
but he
I will
finished
find
it at
her.
last.
Now that he is
He was
away,
becoming
she will
impatient to
speak
get
her
away
true
on his
mind.
journey now.
She will
However,
remember
he
the
was
old
not
times
to
when we
lose
were
this
little
thrifty
playfellows
dame
together,
society so
and this will
easily.
soften
She
her heart.
furnished him
and
some
she
little
will no
odds and
more
ends of
betray me,
employment,
but
which
will
he got
confess
through
me.
with after a
There is no
fair
treacherous
fashion
blood in
and with
her.
some
No,
credit.
she was always
Then she
honest
set
and
him and
true.
the little girls to
She has
paring
loved
some
me
winter
in
apples,
those old days.
but he
This
was
is
so
my
awkward
security.
at this service
For whom
that she
one has
retired
loved,
him from
one
it
cannot
and gave
betray.
him a butcher knife
He
to
stepped
grind.
eagerly toward the door.
Afterward,
At that
she
moment
kept
it
him
opened,
carding
and
wool
Lady
until he
Edith
began to
entered.
think he had
She was
laid
very
the good
pale,
King
but
Alfred
she walked
about
with a
far
firm
enough
step,
in the shade
and
for
her
the
carriage
present,
was full
in
of
the
grace
matter
and
of
gentle
showy
dignity.
menial
Her
heroisms
face
that
was
would
as
read
sad as
picturesquely in
Miles
story
sprang
books and
forward with a
histories,
happy
and so
confidence
he
to
was
meet her,
half-minded to
but she
resign.
checked him with a hardly
And
perceptible
when just
gesture.
after the
He
noonday
stopped where
dinner
he
the good
was.
wife gave him a
She
basket
seated
of kittens
herself
to
and
drown,
asked him to do likewise.
he did resign.
Thus
At least
simply did
he
she
was
take
just
the sense
going
of
to
old
resign,
comradeship
for he
out
felt
of
that
him
he must draw the
and
line
transform
somewhere,
him
and
into
it
a
seemed to him
stranger
that
and
to
a
draw
guest.
at a kitten
The
drowning was about
surprise
the
of
right
it,
thing.
the bewildering
When there was an
unexpectedness
interruption,
of it, made him begin
the
to question
interruption
for
was
a
John
moment if
Canty,
he was the
with a
person he was
peddler's
pretending
pack
to
on
be
his
after
back.
all.
And Hugo.
Lady Edith said,
The king discovered
Sir,
these rascals
I
approaching
have
the
come
front
to
gate
warn
before
you.
they had had a chance to
The
see
mad
him. So he
cannot
said
be
nothing about
persuaded
drawing
out
the
of their
line,
delusions,
but took up his
perchance.
basket of kittens
But
and
doubtless
stepped
they
quietly
may
out
be
the back
persuaded
way
to
without
avoid
a word.
perils.
He left
I
the
think
creatures
this
in
dream
an
of
outhouse
yours
and
hath the
hurried
seeming
on
of honest
into a
truth
narrow
to
lane
you,
at the
and
rear.
therefore is not criminal.
End of chapter
But do
19.
not tarry here with it, for he is dangerous. She looked steadily
Chapter
into
20.
Miles' face a moment,
The
then
high
added
hedge
impressively,
hid him
"It
from
is
the
the more
house now,
dangerous for
and
that
so,
you
under the
are
impulse
much
of a
like
deadly
what
fright,
our lost
he
lad
let out
must
all
have
his
grown to be
forces and
if he
sped
had
toward
lived.
a wood in the distance.
Heavens,
He
madam,
never
but
looked
I
back
am
until he had
he.
almost gained the
I
shelter of the
truly
forest.
think you think
Then
it,
he
sir.
turned
I
and
question
descried
not your
two
honesty in
figures
that.
the distance.
I but warn
That
you
was
that is
sufficient.
all.
He did
My
not
husband
wait to
is
scan them
master in this
critically,
region,
but hurried
his
on
power
and
hath
never
hardly
abated
any
his
limit.
pace till he
The
was
people
far
prosper
within
or
the
starve
twilight
as he
depths
wills.
of the wood.
If you resembled
Then
not the
he
man
stopped.
whom you profess to
Being
be, my
persuaded
husband
that he
might
was
bid
now
you pleasure
tolerably
yourself
safe,
with your dream in
he
peace.
listened intently,
But trust me, I know him
but the
well.
stillness was
I know what he will
profound
do.
and solemn,
He will say to all that
awful
you are
even,
but a mad
and depressing
impostor,
to the
and
spirits.
straightway all will
At
echo
wide
him.
intervals his
She bent
straining
upon
ear
Miles
to
that
detect
same
sounds,
steady look once more,
but they
and
were so
added,
remote and hollow
you
and
were
mysterious
Miles
that
Hendon,
they seemed not
and
to
he
be
knew
real
it,
sounds,
and
but
all the
only the
region knew it.
moaning
Consider
and
what I am
complaining
saying.
ghosts
Weigh it
of
well.
departed ones.
You would stand in the same
the
peril.
sounds were yet
Your
more
punishment would
dreary
be
than
no
the
less
silence
sure.
which they
He would
interrupted.
deny you and denounce
It
you,
was his purpose
and
in
none
the
would be
beginning
bold
to
enough
stay where he
to
was
give you
the
countenance.
rest of the day. Most
But a
truly, I
chill
believe,
sense set
invaded
Miles
his
bitterly.
perspiring body.
The power that
and he
can
was at
command
last
one
obliged to
lifelong
resume
friend to
movement in
betray
order
and
to get
disown
warmer
another,
and
he
be
struck
obeyed.
straight through the
May
forest,
well
hoping
look
to
to
be
pierce
obeyed in
to a
quarters where
road
bread and
presently,
life are on
but
the
he was
stake,
disappointed
and
in
no
this.
cobweb
He
ties of
travelled
loyalty
on
and honor
The
are
further
concerned.
he went, the denser
A
the
faint
wood
tinge
became,
appeared for a
apparently.
moment in the lady's
The gloom
cheek,
began
and she
to
dropped her
thicken by
eyes to
and
the
by,
floor,
and the
but
king
her voice betrayed no
realized
emotion
that the
when
night
she
was
proceeded.
coming on.
I have
It
warned
made
you.
him shudder to
I must
think
still
of
warn
spending
you
it
to
in
go
such an
hence.
uncanny place.
This man will
So
destroy
he tried
you
to
else.
hurry faster.
He is a tyrant who
but he
knows
only
no
made
pity.
the less speed,
I,
for
who
he could
am
not
his
now
fettered
see
slave,
well
know
enough to
this.
choose his steps
Poor
judiciously.
Miles and Arthur and
Consequently,
my
he
dear
kept
guardian,
tripping
Sir
over
Richard,
roots,
are free of him,
entangling
and
himself
at
in
rest.
vines and briars.
Better that you were with
And
them
how
than
glad
that
he
you
was
bide
when at
here in the
last
clutches
he
of this
caught the glimmer
miscreant.
of a light.
Your
He approached
pretensions
it
are a
warily,
menace to his title and
stopping often
possessions.
to look
You
about
have
him and
assaulted him
listen.
in his own house.
He came from
You are
an
ruined
unglazed
if you
window
stay.
opening in a shabby
Go,
little
do not
hut.
hesitate.
He
If you
heard a
lack money,
voice
take this
now,
purse, I
and
beg of
felt
you,
a
and
disposition
the
to
servants
run
to
and
let you
hide.
pass. Oh, be
But he changed
warned,
his
poor
mind at
soul, and
once,
escape
for this
while you
voice
may.
was praying
Miles
evidently.
declined the purse with a
glided
gesture
to
and rose
one
up and stood
window of
before
the
her.
hut, raised
Grant me
himself
one
on
thing,
tiptoe,
he said.
and stole
Let
a
your
glance
eyes
within.
rest upon me,
The room was
so
small.
that I may see
its
if
floor
they
was
be
the natural
steady.
earth, beaten
There.
hard by use.
Now answer
In a
me.
corner was a bed of rushes and
I,
a ragged blanket
Miles
or two.
Hendon?
Near it was a pail,
No.
a cup, a basin,
I know
and
you
2 or 3
not.
pots and pans. There was
Swear
a
it.
short bench and a
The
3-legged
answer
stool.
was low,
On the
but
hearth,
distinct.
the remains of a faggot fire were
swear.
smoldering. Before
Oh,
a shrine,
this
which was
passes
lighted by a
belief.
single candle, knelt
Fly!
an aged man.
Why will you waste
and
the
on an
precious
old
time?
wooden box
Fly
at
and
his
save
side
yourself.
lay an open
At
book
that moment the
and a
officers
human
burst into
skull.
the room and a violent struggle
The man
began.
was of
But
large,
Hendon was soon
bony
overpowered
frame,
and dragged
his
away.
hair and whiskers
The
were
king was
very
taken
long and
also,
snowy white.
and both were
He
bound
was clothed in a
and
robe
led to
of
prison.
sheepskin, which
End
reached
of
from
chapter
his neck to
26.
his heels.
Chapter 27. In Prison.
Said the king to himself.
The cells were all
Now
crowded,
am I indeed
so the two
fortunate.
friends were chained in a large
The
room
hermit rose
where
from his
persons
knees.
charged with trifling
The king
offenses
knocked.
were commonly
Deep
kept.
voice responded.
They had company, for there were some
Enter,
20 manacled
but
and
leave
fettered
sin
prisoners
behind,
here, of both
for
sexes,
the ground
and of
whereon
varying
thou
ages,
shalt
an
stand
obscene
is
and
holy.
noisy gang.
The king entered and
chafed
paused.
bitterly over the
The hermit
stupendous
turned a
indignity
pair of
thus put
gleaming,
upon his royalty,
unrestful
but
eyes
Hendon
upon
was
him and
moody
said,
and taciturn.
Who
He was pretty thoroughly
art thou?
bewildered. He had come home,
I
a
am the
jubilant
king,
prodigal, expecting
came
to
the
find
answer
everybody
with
wild
placid
with joy
simplicity.
over his return.
Welcome,
And instead,
king,
he got the cold
cried the
shoulder
hermit with
and
enthusiasm.
Then,
The promise
bustling
and the
about with
fulfillment
feverish
differed so
activity
widely
and
that
constant
the
effect was
saying,
stunning.
"Welcome,
He could
welcome!"
not decide
He
whether it
arranged
was
his
most
bench,
tragic or
seated the
most
king on it
grotesque.
by the hearth.
He felt much
threw
as a
some
man
faggots
might
on the fire,
who danced
and finally
blithely
fell
out
to
to
pacing
enjoy
the
a
floor
rainbow
with
and
nervous
got struck
stride.
by lightning.
Welcome.
But
Many
gradually
have
his
sought
confused
sanctuary
and
here,
tormenting
but they were
thoughts settled
not
down into
worthy,
some sort of
and were
order.
turned away.
Then his mind
But a
centered
king
itself
who
upon
casts his
Edith.
crown away
He turned
and
her
despises the
conduct
vain
over
splendors
and
of his
examined it in
office
all
and
lights.
clothes his
But he
body
could
in
not
rags
make anything
to devote his life to
satisfactory out of it.
holiness and
Did she
mortification
know
of the
him,
flesh,
or didn't
he
she know him?
is worthy.
It was a perplexing
He
puzzle.
is welcome.
It occupied him a long
Here
time.
shall he abide
But
all
he
his
ended
days
finally
till
with the
death
conviction
come.
that she did know
The king
him,
hastened to
and had
interrupt and explain,
repudiated
but the
him
hermit
for
paid no
interested
attention to him,
reasons.
did not
He
even
wanted
hear
to
him,
load her
apparently,
name
but
with
went
curses
right on
now,
with his talk,
but this
with
name
a
had
raised
so long
voice
been
and a
sacred
growing
to him
energy.
that he found he
And
could
thou
not
shalt
bring
be
his
at
tongue to
peace here.
profane it.
None shall
Wrapped
find
in
out
prison
thy
blankets
refuge to
of a
disquiet
soiled
thee
and
with
tattered
supplications to
condition.
return to
Hendon
that
and the king
empty
cast a
and
troubled
foolish
night.
life
For a
which
bride,
God
the
hath
jailer had
moved thee to
furnished
abandon.
liquor to some of the
Thou shalt
prisoners,
pray here.
singing of
Thou shalt
ribald
study the
songs,
book.
fighting,
Thou
shouting,
shalt meditate
and
upon the
carousing
follies
was the
and
natural
delusions of
consequence.
this world, and
Last,
upon the
a while
sublimities
after midnight,
of the world to
a man
come.
attacked a woman and nearly
Thou shalt
killed her
feed
by
upon
beating her
crusts
over
and
the head with
herbs,
his
and
manacles
scourge
before the
thy
jailer could
body
come
with
to the
whips
rescue.
daily
The jailer
to the
restored
purification
peace
of
by
thy
giving
soul.
the man a sound
Thou
clubbing
shalt
about
wear
the
a
head and
hair
shoulders.
shirt next to
Then
thy
the
skin.
carousing ceased.
Thou shalt drink
And
water
after that,
only,
all had
and
an
thou
opportunity
shalt
to
be at
sleep, who
peace.
did not mind
Yes,
the annoyance of the
wholly
moanings
at
and groanings
peace.
of the two
For
wounded
whoso
people.
comes to seek thee
During the
shall
ensuing
go his
week,
way
the
again
days and
baffled.
nights were of
He
a
shall not
monotonous
find thee.
sameness as
He
to
shall not
events.
molest
Men
thee.
whose faces Hendon remembered
The old
more or less
man,
distinctly
still pacing
came
back
by
and
day
forth,
to
ceased to
gaze
speak
at the
aloud,
impostor
and began to
and
mutter.
repudiate and insult
The
him.
king
And
seized
by
this
night the
opportunity to
carousing
state
and
his
brawling
case,
went on
and
with
he did it with
symmetrical
an eloquence
regularity.
inspired by
However, there
uneasiness
was a
and
change of
apprehension.
incident at last.
But the hermit
The
went
jailer
on
brought in an
muttering and
old
gave
man
no
and said
heed.
to him,
The villain is in
still
this
muttering,
room. Cast thy old
approached the
eyes
king and
about
said
and see if
impressively,
thou canst say which is he. I will
Then
tell
he
you a
glanced
secret.
up and experienced a
He
pleasant
bent down to
sensation for the
impart
first
it,
time since he had
but
been
checked
in the jail.
himself and assumed a
He said to
listening
himself,
attitude.
"This is Blake
After a moment or two,
Andrews,
he
a
went on
servant
tiptoe
all
to the
his
window
life
opening,
in my father's
put
family,
his head out,
a good, honest soul,
peered around
with
in
a
the
great
gloaming,
heart in his breast.
and came
That
tiptoeing
is,
back again.
formerly.
But
But
his
none
face
are
close
true
to the
now.
king's and
All
whispered,
are liars. This man will
I
know me,
am
and will deny
an
me too, like the
archangel.
rest." The old man gazed around the
king
room,
started
glanced at each
violently
face
and
in
said to
turn, and
himself,
finally said,
Would God I were
I
with the
see
outlaws
none
again,
here but
for lo,
paltry
now
knaves,
am I the
scums
prisoner of a
of the streets.
madman.
Which is
His
he?
apprehensions were heightened,
The jailer
and they
laughed.
showed plainly
Here,
in his
he
face.
said,
Scan
in a
this
well-excited
big animal
voice,
and
the
grant
hermit
me an
continued,
opinion.
The old man
see you
approached and
feel
looked
my
Hendon over,
atmosphere.
long and
There's
earnestly,
awe in your
then
face.
shook his head and said,
None may be in this
Marry,
atmosphere and
this
not be
is
thus
no
affected,
Hendon,
for it is
nor
the very
ever was.
atmosphere of heaven.
Right.
I
My
go
old eyes
thither
are
and
sound
return.
yet.
In the
When
twinkling
I
of an
were
eye.
Sir Hugh, I would
was
take
made
the
an
shabby
archangel
Carl
on
and
this
The
very
jailer
spot.
finished by
It is
lifting
5
himself
years
a
ago,
tiptoe
by
with an
angels
imaginary
sent
halter,
from heaven,
at the same
to
time
confer
making a
that
gurgling
awful
noise in his
dignity.
throat suggesting of
Their
suffocation.
presence
The
filled
old man
this place
said
with an
vindictively,
intolerable
Let him
brightness,
bless
and
God,
they
and
knelt
he
to
fare
me,
no
king.
worse.
Yes,
When I
they
had the
knelt
handling
to
of the villain,
me.
he should
For
roast,
I
or
was
I
greater
am
than
no
they.
true man.
I have
The
walked
jailer
in
laughed,
the
a
courts of
pleasant
heaven,
hyena laugh,
and
and
held
said,
speech with the patriarchs.
Give him a piece of
Touch
thy
my
mind,
hand.
old
Be
man.
not
They
afraid,
all
touch
do
it.
Thou'lt
There,
good
now
diversion."
thou hast touched a
Then he
hand
sauntered toward
which has
his
been
anteroom and
clasped
disappeared.
by
The old man dropped
Abraham
upon his knees
and
and
Isaac and Jacob,
be thanked
for
thou
I
art
have
come
walked
again, my
in the
master.
golden
I
court.
believed thou
I have
wert
seen
dead
the
these
deity
7
face
years,
to
and
face.
lo, here thou art alive.
He paused
I
to
knew
give this
thee the
speech
moment I
effect.
saw thee.
Then his
and
face
main
suddenly
hard
changed,
work it
and he
was to
started
keep a
to his
stony
feet again,
countenance,
saying with
and seemed
angry
to see
energy,
none here but
Yes,
supping
I
knaves
am
and
an
robbers in the
archangel,
streets.
a mere
I am old and
archangel.
poor, so
I
well.
that might have been
Say the
Pope.
word, and I will
It
go
is
forth and
verily
proclaim the
true.
truth, though
I
I
was
be
told it
strangled
from
for
heaven
it.
in a dream
"No,"
20 years
said
ago.
Henry,
Yes, I was to be Pope, and I should have been Pope, for heaven had said it. And the king dissolved my religious house, and I, poor obscure unfriended monk, was cast homeless upon the world, robbed of my mighty destiny.
To abuse the former, and always smuggled in a few delicacies to help out the prison bill of fare. He also furnished the current news. Now and then reserved venomous curse, and now and then a pathetic. Without them, his
Wherefore I am naught but an archangel, I that thought should have been Pope.
Andrews was obliged to confine himself to brief visits in order to avoid suspicion. But he managed to impart a fair degree of information each time, information delivered in a low tone for Hendon's benefit, and interlarded with insulting epithets delivered in a louder voice for the benefit of other hearers. So, little by little, the story of the family came out. Arthur had been dead 6 years. His loss, with the absence of news from Hendon, impaired the father's health. He believed he was going to die, and he wished to see Hugh and Edith chatting pleasantly before he passed away. And occasionally Edith begged hard for delay, hoping for Miles' return. Then the letter came which brought the news of Miles' death. The shock prostrated Sir Richard. He believed his end was very near, and he and Hugh insisted upon the marriage. Edith begged for and obtained things continued while the two ate the supper, and finally a third. After marriage then took place by the deathbed of Sir Richard. It had not proved a happy one. It was whispered about the country that shortly after the nuptials, the bride found among her husband's papers several rough and incomplete drafts of a fatal letter, and had accused him of precipitating the marriage, and Sir Richard's death too, by a wicked forgery, and tapped his forehead several times with his fingers, and the servants were to be sent on all hands. And since the father's death, Sir Hugh had thrown off all soft disguises and become a pitiless master toward all who in any way depended upon him and his domains for bread. There was a bit of Andrew's gossip which the king listened to with a lively interest.
Then Henry is gone.
The king is mad.
It is so.
But
I
in
am
charity
his son.
forbear to say I mentioned it, for 'tis death to speak of it, they say.
Face,
And his Majesty's gloomy hands with a vindictive
The king
energy.
is not mad, good man,
and thou
breathing
find
fast
it to
and
thy
swallowing
advantage to busy
repeatedly,
thyself with
then
matters
said in a
that
husky
nearer
voice,
concern thee.
Dost thou know it was he that turned us out into the world houseless and homeless?
Hendon gave
No
him a sign,
response.
and he did not
The
pursue
old
his
man
question,
bent down
but went on
and
with
scanned
his
the
budget.
boy's reposeful
The
face
late king
and
is
listened
to be
his
buried
placid
at Windsor
breathing.
in a day or two, the 16th of the
Sleeps.
month, and the new
Sleeps
king will be
soundly.
crowned at
And the
Westminster the
frown
20th.
vanished away and gave
Methinks
place to
they
an
must
expression of
needs
evil
find him first,
satisfaction.
muttered his Majesty.
A smile
and added
flitted across
confidently,
the dreaming
but they
boy's
will look to
features.
that,
The
and
hermit
so
muttered,
also shall I.
"In the name
Hark,
of
but the old man got no further.
turned
A
away.
warning sign from Hendon
went
checked
stealthily
his
about
remark.
the place,
He
seeking
resumed
here
the
and
thread
there
of
for
his
something.
gossip. Sir
Now and
Hugh
then
goeth
halting to
to the
listen.
coronation,
Now and then
and with
jerking
grand
his head
hopes
around and
he
casting a
confidently
glance
looketh
toward the bed.
to come back
And
appear,
always
for he
muttering,
is high in favour
always
with the Lord
mumbling to
Protector.
himself.
What Lord Protector?
At last he
asked
found
his
what he
Majesty.
seemed to want.
His
A
Grace the
rusty
Duke
old
of Somerset.
butcher knife and a
What
whetstone.
Duke of Somerset?
Then he crept
Marry,
to his
there
place
is
by
but
the
one,
fire, sat
Seymour,
himself
Earl of
down and
Hertford.
began to wet
King
the
asked
knife
sharply.
softly
Since
on the
when is
stone.
he a Duke
Still
and
muttering
Lord
and
Protector?
mumbling,
Since
which
the
echoed
last
him.
of January.
The winds
And prithee, who
sighed
made him
around
so?
the lonely place.
Himself
The mysterious
and the
voices
great
of the
council
night
with
floated
help
by
of the
out
king.
of the distances.
His Majesty
The
started
shining eyes
violently.
of venturesome
The king!
mice and
cried.
rats peered
What
out
king,
at the
good
old
sir?
man from cracks
What
and
king
coverts.
indeed?
But
God
he
mercy,
went
what
on with
aileth
his
the
work,
boy?
rapt,
Sith we have
absorbed,
but one, 'tis
and
not
noted
difficult
the
to
nightly
answer.
things.
His most sacred Majesty
Long
King Edward the
intervals he
Sixth,
drew
whom
his
God
thumb along
preserve,
the edge of the
yea,
knife,
and a dear and gracious
nodded
little
his
urchin is
face
he too,
with
and whether he be mad or no,
grows
and they say he
sharper,
mendeth daily,
he said.
his praises
Yes,
are all
it
on men's
grows
lips,
sharper.
and all bless him likewise,
took no
and
note of
offer
the light of
prayers that he
time,
may be
but
spared
worked
to reign
tranquilly
long
on,
in England,
entertaining
for he
himself
began
with his
humanely
thoughts, which
with
broke
saving
out
the old Duke of
occasionally in
Norfolk's life,
articulate
and
speech.
now is he bent
His
on
father
destroying the
wrought us
cruelest of the
evil.
laws
He
that harry and
destroyed
oppress
us,
the people.
and is gone down
This
into
news
the
struck
eternal
his Majesty
fires.
dumb with
Yes,
amazement,
down
and plunged
into
him
the
into so
eternal
deep and
fires.
dismal a
He
reverie
escaped us,
that he
but
heard no
it
more
was
of the old
God's
man's
will.
gossip.
Yes,
He
it
wondered
was
if the
God's
little
will.
urchin
We
was the
must
beggar
not
boy
repine.
whom he left dressed in
But
his
he
own
hath
garments
not
in the
escaped
palace.
the fires.
It did not seem
No,
possible
he
that
hath
this could
not
be,
escaped
for
the
surely
fires,
his
the
manners and speech
consuming,
would betray him if he
unpitying,
pretended to be the Prince of Wales.
remorseless
Then
fires,
he would be
and
driven
they
out and
are
search made for the true
everlasting.
prince.
And
Could
so
it be
he
that the
wrought,
court had
and
set up
still
some
wrought,
sprig of the nobility
mumbling,
in his place?
chuckling a low,
No,
rasping
for his
chuckle at
uncle would
times,
not allow
and
that.
at times
He was
breaking
all
again into
powerful and
words,
could
"It was
would
his
crush such a
father
movement.
that
Of course,
did it all.
the boy's
I
musings
am
profited
but an
nothing.
archangel.
The more he
But
tried
for
to
him,
unriddle the mystery,
I
the more
should
perplexed he
be
became.
Pope.
The more his head ached,
king
the worse he
stirred.
slept.
The hermit
His
sprang
impatience to get
noiselessly
to
to
London
the
grew
bedside,
hourly,
and went down
his
upon his
captivity
knees,
became almost
bending over the
unendurable.
prostrate
Hendon's
form, with
arts
his
all
knife
failed with the
uplifted.
king.
He
The
could
boy
not
stirred
be
again,
comforted. His
but a
eyes
couple
came
of women
open for
who
an
were
instant,
chained near
but
him
there was no
succeeded better.
speculation in them. They
Under
saw
their gentle
nothing.
ministrations
The
he
next
found
moment his
peace and
tranquil
learned a
breathing
degree
showed
of
that his
patience.
sleep was
He
sound
was
once
very
more,
grateful,
and came to
the
love
hermit
them
watched
dearly
and
and to
listened
delight
for a
in the
time,
sweet and
keeping his
soothing
position
influence of
and
their
scarcely
presence.
breathing.
He asked
Then
them
he
why they
slowly
were in
lowered
prison,
his arm,
and when they
and
said
presently
they were
crept away,
Baptists,
saying,
he smiled and
"It is
inquired,
long past
"Is that a
midnight.
crime to be shut up
It is
for
not
in a
best
prison?
that he should
Now
cry
I
out, lest
grieve,
by accident
for I shall
someone
lose
be
you.
passing."
They will not keep you
He
long
glided
for such
about
a
his
little
hovel,
thing.
gathering a
They
rag
did not
here,
answer,
a thong
and something
there,
in their faces
another
made him
one
uneasy.
yonder.
He said
Then he
eagerly,
returned.
"You
and
do
by
not
careful
speak.
and
Be
gentle
good to me,
handling,
and tell me
he
there will be
managed to
no other
tie the
punishment.
king's ankles
Prithee
together
tell me
without
there is
waking
no
him.
fear of that."
Next he
They
essayed to
tried
tie
to
the
change
wrists,
the topic,
He
but
made
his fears
several
were
attempts
aroused,
to
and he
cross
pursued
them,
it.
but the
Will
boy
they
always
scourge
drew
thee?
one hand
No,
or the other
they
away,
would not be so
just as
cruel.
the cord
Say
was
they
ready
would
to be
not.
applied.
Come, they will
At
not,
last,
will
when
they?
the archangel was almost
The women
ready to
betrayed
despair,
confusion and
the boy
distress,
crossed his
but there was
hands
no
himself,
avoiding an answer,
and
so
the
one
next
of them
moment
said
they
in a
were
voice
bound.
choked with emotion,
Now a
"Oh,
bandage
thou
was passed
break our
under the
hearts, thou
sleeper's
gentle
chin and
spirit.
brought up
God
over
will
his
help
head
us to
and
bear
tied
our...
fast.
It is a
And so
confession,"
softly,
the
so
king broke in.
gradually,
"Then they
and
will
so
scourge
deftly
thee,
were
the
the knots
stony-hearted
drawn
wretches.
together and
But oh,
compacted,
thou must
that
not
the
weep.
boy
I cannot
slept
bear it.
peacefully through
Keep
it
up thy
all,
courage.
without
I shall
stirring.
come to my own in time to
End
save
of
thee from this
chapter
bitter
20.
thing, and I will do it."
Chapter
When the king
21.
awoke in the morning, the women were gone.
Hendon to the
"They are
rescue.
saved," he said joyfully, then
The
added
old man
despondently,
glided
"But
away,
woe is me,
stooping
for they were
stealthily,
my
cat-like,
comforters."
and brought the low
Each of them
bench.
had left a
He
shred of
seated
ribbon
himself
pinned to
upon
his
it,
clothing,
half his
in
body
token
in
of
the dim
remembrance.
and flickering light.
He said he
and
would
the other
keep
half
these
in
things
shadows,
always, and that
and
soon
so
he
with
would
his
seek out
craving
these dear
eyes
good
bent
friends
upon
of
the
his and
slumbering
take
boy,
them under his
he kept
protection.
his patient vigil
Just then
there,
the jailer came in
heedless
with
of
the
the
drift
drifted
of nuts
mud,
and commanded
and
that the
softly
prisoners
whetted
be
his
conducted
knife,
to the jail yard.
mumbled and
The king was
chuckled,
overjoyed,
and in
It would be a
aspect
blessed
and
thing to see the
attitude he
blue
resembled
sky
nothing
and
so
breathe the
much
fresh
as a
air once
grisly
more.
monstrous
He
spider,
fretted and chafed at the
gloating
slowness
over
of the
some
officers,
hapless
but his
insect
turn came
that
at
lay
last, and he was
bound
released from his
and
staple
helpless
and
in his web.
ordered to follow the other prisoners with Hendon.
After a long
The court,
while,
or
the
quadrangle,
old man,
was stone
who was still
paved
gazing
and open to the
yet
sky.
not seeing, his
The
mind
prisoners
having
entered it
settled
through a
into
massive
dreamy
archway of
abstraction,
masonry, and were placed in
observed
file,
on a
standing with their
sudden
backs against
that
the
the
wall.
boy's eyes were
A
open,
rope was stretched
wide
in front
open,
of them,
and staring,
they were also guarded
staring
by
up
their
in
officers.
frozen horror
It was
at
a
the
chill
knife.
and lowering
The
morning,
smile of a
and a
gratified
light snow
devil
which had
crept
fallen
over the
during
old
the
man's
night
face,
whitened
and
the
he
great
said,
empty
without
space
changing his
and
attitude
added
or
to
his
the general
occupation,
dismalness of its aspect.
"Son
Now
of
and then a wintry
Henry
wind
the
shivered
Eighth,
through the place and sent the
hast
snow
thou
eddying hither and
prayed?"
thither. In the center of the
boy
court
struggled
stood two
helplessly in
women
his
chained to
bonds,
posts,
and at the same
A
time
glance
forced
showed
a
the king
smothered
that
sound
these
through
were
his
good
closed
friends.
jaws, which
He
the hermit
shuddered
chose
and
to
said to
interpret
himself,
as an affirmative answer
"Alack,
to his question.
They are not gone free
Then
as I
pray
thought.
again.
To think that such as
Pray
these
the
should
prayer
move
for the
lash
dying.
in England. Aye, there's the
shudder
shame of
shook
it.
the
Not
boy's
in
frame, and
heathenness,
his face
but
blenched.
Christian England.
Then he struggled
They
again
will
to
be
free himself,
scourged,
turning and
I,
twisting
whom they
himself
have
this
comforted
way and
and
that,
kindly entreated,
tugging
must
frantically,
look on and see the great
fiercely,
wrong done.
desperately,
It is strange,
but
so
uselessly,
strange,
to
that I,
burst
the
his
very source
fetters.
of power in this
And
broad
all the
realm,
while the
am
old
helpless
ogre
to
smiled
protect them.
down upon him
Let these
and nodded
miscreants
his
look well
head
to themselves,
and
for there is a day
placidly
coming
whetted
when
his
I
knife,
will require of them a
mumbling
heavy
from
reckoning
time
for
to
this
time,
work. For
"The
every blow
moments
they
are
strike now, they
precious.
shall feel
They
100
are few
then."
and precious.
A great
Pray
gate
the
swung open,
prayer
and a
for
crowd
the
of citizens
dying. Poured in. They flocked around the two women and hid them from the king's view. A clergyman entered and passed through the crowd, and he also was hidden. The king now heard talking back and forth, as if questions were being asked and answered, but he could not make out what was said. The dawn was coming. There was a deal of bustle and preparation, and much
spoke up
passing and
sharply
repassing
with
of
a touch of
officials
nervous apprehension
through that part
in
of
his
the
voice.
crowd that stood on
I
the further
may
side
not
of the
indulge
women.
this
And
ecstasy
whilst this
longer.
proceeded, a deep
The night
hush
is already
gradually
gone.
fell upon the people.
It seems but a
Now,
moment,
by
only
command,
a
the
moment.
masses parted and fell
What it
aside,
had endured
and the king
a
saw
year.
a spectacle that
See
froze
the
the marrow in
church's
his
spoiler.
bones.
Close thy
Faggots had
perishing
been piled
eyes,
about the
and
two
thou
women,
fearest
and
to
a
look
kneeling
upon.
man was
The rest
lighting
was
them.
lost in
The
inarticulate
women bowed their
mutterings.
heads and
The
covered
old
their
man
faces
sunk
with their
upon his
hands.
knees, his
The
knife
yellow
in his
flames
hand,
began to
and
climb
bent himself
upward
over
among
the
the
moaning
moaning
and
and
crackling
crackling faggots, and
Hark!
wreaths of blue
There
smoke
was a sound
to
of voices
stream
near
away
the
on the
cabin.
wind.
The knife dropped from the hermit's hands and began to sheepskin overboard. Just then, two young girls came flying through the great gate, uttering piercing screams, and voices became rough and angry. Then came blows, torn away by cries for help. Then a clatter of swift footsteps, retreating, saying she would die with her mother. A thundering knocks upon the cabin door, followed by "Ho! Open and dispatch in the name of all the devils!" And with her gown on fire. This was the blessedest sound that had ever made music in the king's ears, for it was Miles Hendon's voice. She struggled all the while to grinding his teeth and saying she would be alone in the world, swiftly out of the bedchamber to die with her mother. Door behind him. Both the girls and straightway the king heard and fought for freedom, but suddenly this tumult was drowned under
homage and greeting, reverend sir. Where is the boy? My boy? What boy, friend? What boy? Lie me no lies, sir priest. Play me no deceptions. I am not in the humor for it. Near to this place I caught the scoundrels who I judged did steal him from me, and I made them confess. They said he was at large again, and they had tracked him to your door. They showed me his very footprints. Now palter no more, for look you, holy sir, and thou produce him not. Where is the boy? Oh, good sir, peradventure you mean the ragged regal vagrant that tarried here the night. If such as you take interest in such as he, know then that I have sent him on an errand. He will be back anon. How soon? How soon? Come, waste not the time. Cannot I overtake him? How soon will he be back? Thou needst not stir, he will return quickly. So be it then. I will try to wait. But stop, you sent him of an errand? You? Verily, this is a lie. He would not go. He would pull thy old beard, and thou didst offer him such an insolence. Thou hast lied, friend. Thou hast surely lied. He would not go for thee, nor for any man. For any man, no, happily. But I am not a man. What? Now, in God's name, what art thou then? Stealing a horse. It is a secret. Said the proof. Mark, thou reveal it not. Had imagined that he was safe from the halter, but no. There was a tremendous ejaculation, for he was arraigned for killing a deer in the King's Park, followed by "This doth well and truly account for his complaisance. Right well I knew he would budge nor hand nor foot in the menial service of any mortal. But, Lord, even a king must obey when an archangel gives the word of command. Let me." What noise was that? All this while the little king had been yonder, alternately quaking with terror and trembling with hope, and all the while, too, he had thrown all the strength he could into his anguished moanings, constantly expecting them to reach Hendon's ear, but always realizing their lives that they failed, or at least made no impression. So this last remark of his servant came as comes a reviving breath from fresh fields to the dying, and he exerted himself once more, and with all his energy, just as the hermit was saying, "Boys, I heard only the wind." Maybe it was. Yes, doubtless that was it. I have been hearing it faintly all the... There it is again! It is not the wind. What an odd sound! Come, we will hunt it out. Now the king's joy was nearly insupportable. His tired lungs did their utmost, and hopefully too. Was now but the sealed jaws and the muffling sheepskin sadly pay a fine of 5,000 pounds. Then the poor fellow's heart on both cheeks to hear the hermit say, "It came from without. These be honorable cops yonder. Come, I will lead the way." The king heard the two pass out, stubs of what had once been his footsteps die quickly away. The king's eyes burned with passion with a boding, brooding, awful silence. It seemed an age till he heard the steps and voices approaching again. And this time he heard an added sound, the trampling of hoofs, apparently. The laws that have then he heard Hendon say, "I will not wait longer. I cannot wait longer. He has lost his way in this thick wood. Which direction took he? Quick, point it out to me." And so learn mercy. "I will go with thee." From many descriptions of larceny, truly thou art better than thy looks. Mary, I do think there is not another archangel with so right a heart as thine. Was a hanging matter. Wilt take the wee donkey that's for my boy, or wilt thou fork thy holy legs over this ill-conditioned slave of a mule that I have provided for myself, and had been cheated into, had he cost but William Prynne some of the month's misery on a brass farthing, let to a tinker out of work, to lose both his ears. No, ride thy mule and lead thine ass. I am sure on my own feet, and will walk. Imprisonment for life. Then prithee mind the little beast for me, while I take my life in my hands and make what success I may toward mounting the big one. Then followed a confusion of kicks, cuffs, tramplings, and plungings, accompanied by a thunderous intermingling of volleyed curses.
and finally a bitter
seditious libeler,
apostrophe to the
and
mule,
to remain in
which
prison
must
for
have
life.
broken its
The
spirit,
severity of
for
this sentence was
hostilities
equaled
seemed
by
to
the
cease
savage
from that
rigor of
moment.
its execution.
With unutterable
Pages
misery, the
11 and
fettered
12.
little king heard
End
the
of
voices and
chapter
footsteps
27.
fade away and die out. All hope forsook him now,
Chapter 28.
for the moment, and a dull
The
despair
sacrifice.
settled down upon his heart.
Meantime, Miles was growing
deceived
sufficiently
and got
tired
rid
of
he
confinement
said.
and inaction.
The hermit will
but
return,
now his trial
and
came on to
he
his
finished
great
with a gasp,
gratification,
and at
he
once
thought
fell
he
to
could
struggling
welcome
so
any
frantically
sentence
with his
provided a
bonds
further
again
imprisonment
that he
should
shook
not be
off
part
the
of it.
smothering
But
sheepskin.
he was mistaken about
But now
that.
he heard the
He
door
was in a
open.
fine fury
The
when
sound
he found
chilled
himself
him to the
described as
marrow.
a sturdy
Already he seemed to
vagabond
feel the knife
and
at his
sentenced
throat.
to sit 2
Horror made
hours
him
in the
close his
pillory for
eyes.
bearing that
Horror
character
made him
and for
open them
assaulting the
again,
master of
and
Hendon
before
Hall.
him stood
His pretensions
John
as to
Canty and
brothership with his
Hugo.
prosecutor and
He would have
rightful
said,
heirship
"Thank
to the Hendon
God,"
honors and
if his
estates
jaws had been
were
free.
left
A
contemptuously
moment or two
unnoticed
later his
as being
limbs were
not
at
even worth
liberty, and his
examination.
captors, each
He
gripping him
raged
by
and
an arm,
threatened on
were
his way to
hurrying him
punishment,
with all
but it did
speed
no
through
good.
the forest.
He was snatched
End of
roughly
chapter
along by the
21.
officers and got an occasional cuff besides for his
Chapter
unreverent
22.
conduct.
A
The
victim
king
of
could
treachery.
not pierce through the rabble that swarmed
Once more,
behind,
King
so
Fufu
he
the
was
First
obliged
was
to follow
roving
in
with
the
the
rear,
tramps and
remote from
outlaws,
his good
a
friend
butt
and
for their
servant.
coarse
The
jests
king had
and
been nearly
dull-witted
condemned to
railleries,
the stocks
and
himself
sometimes
for
the
being
victim
in
of
such
small
bad company,
spitefulnesses at the
but had
hands
been
of
let
Canty
off
and
with a
Hugo
lecture and a
when
warning
Ruffler's
in
back was
consideration
turned.
of his youth.
None but
When the
Canty
crowd
and
at last
Hugo really
halted,
disliked
he
him.
flitted
Some of the
feverishly
others
from
liked
point
him,
to point
and
around
all
its
admired
outer
his
rim,
pluck and spirit.
hunting a place to
During
get
2
through,
or 3
and at
days,
last, after a deal
Hugo,
of
in
difficulty
whose
and
ward
delay,
and charge the
succeeded.
king was,
There sat
did
his
what
poor
he
henchman
covertly
in the
could
degrading
to make the
stocks,
boy
the
uncomfortable.
sport and
And
butt
at
of
night,
a dirty
during the
mob,
customary
he,
orgies,
the
he
body
amused the
servant
company
of
by
the
putting
King of
small
England.
indignities
Edward
upon
had
him,
heard the
always as
sentence
if by
pronounced,
accident.
but he had not
Twice he
realized
stepped
the
upon
half
the
that it
king's
meant.
toes.
His anger
accidentally.
began to
And
rise
the king,
as the sense
as
of this
became
new
his
indignity
royalty,
which had
was
been put upon him
contemptuously
sank home.
unconscious of it and
It jumped to
indifferent
summer
to it.
heat the next
But the
moment
third
when he
time
saw an
Hugo
egg
entertained
sail through
himself
the
in
air
that
and
way, the
crush
king
itself
felled him
against
to the ground with
Hendon's
a
cheek,
cudgel, and to the
heard
prodigious
crowd
delight
roar
of the
its
tribe.
enjoyment of the episode.
Hugo, consumed
He
with
sprang
anger
across
and
the open
shame,
circle and
sprang up,
confronted the
seized
officer
the
in
cudgel,
charge,
and
crying,
came at his
For
small
shame!
adversary in a
This is
fury.
my servant. Set
Instantly
him
a
free.
ring was formed
I am
around
the...
the gladiators,
Oh, peace!
and the betting
exclaimed
and cheering
Hendon in a
began.
panic. Thou
But
destroy
poor Hugo
thyself.
stood no chance
Mind him not,
whatever.
officer. He
His
is mad.
frantic and
Give
lubberly
thyself no
prentice
trouble
work
as to the
found
matter
but
of
the
minding
poor
him,
market
good
for
man.
itself
I
when
have
pitted
small
against an
mind to
arm which
mind
had been
him,
trained by
but
the
as to
first
teaching him
masters of
somewhat
Europe
to
in
that,
single
I
stick,
am well inclined.
quarterstaff,
He turned
and
to
every art
subordinate
and
and
trick
said,
of swordsmanship.
Give the little
The
fool
little
a
king
taste or
stood
two of
alert
the
but
lash to mend
graceful
his
ease,
manners.
and coughed
Half a
and turned
dozen
aside
will
the thick
better
rain of
serve
blows,
his
and
turn,
the facility and
suggested
precision
Sir
which set
Hugh,
the
who
motley
had ridden up a
onlookers
moment
wild
before
with
to take a
admiration,
passing
and
glance at
every
the
now and
proceedings.
then, when his
The king
practiced
was
eye
seized.
detected an
He did
opening,
not even
and a
struggle,
lightning
so
swift
paralyzed
rap
was
upon
he with the
Hugo's
mere
head
thought
followed
of
as
the
a result,
monstrous outrage
the
that
storm
was
of
proposed
cheers
to be
and laughter
inflicted
that
upon
swept
his
the
sacred
place was
person.
something wonderful to hear.
History was already
At the end of
defiled with
15
the record
minutes,
of the
Hugo,
scourging
all
of an English
battered,
king with
bruised,
whips.
and the target
It was
for a
an
pitiless
intolerable
bombardment of
affliction that he
ridicule,
must furnish
slunk
a
from the
duplicate of that
field,
shameful
and the
page.
unscathed hero
He
of the
was in
fight
the
was
toils.
seized and borne
There was
aloft
no
upon the
help for
shoulders
him.
of the joyous
He
rabble
must
to the
either
place of
take
honor
this
beside the
punishment or
ruffler,
beg for its
where with
remission.
vast ceremony he
Hard
was crowned
conditions.
king of the
He would
gamecocks.
take the stripes.
His meaner
The
title
king might
being
do
at the
that,
same
but the
time
king
solemnly
could not
cancelled and
beg.
annulled. But
And a
meantime
decree of
Miles'
banishment
banishment from the
resolving the
gang
difficulty.
pronounced against
Let
any
the
who
child
should
go,
thenceforth
said he.
utter it.
Ye heartless
All
dogs,
attempts to
do
make
you-
the
do you
king
not see how
serviceable to
young
the
and
troop
frail
had
he is?
failed.
Let him
He
go.
had
I will
stubbornly
take his
refused to
lashes.
act.
Marry, a
Moreover,
good
he was
thought,
always trying
and
to
thanks
escape.
for it.
He had
said
been
Sir
thrust
Hugh,
into an
his
unwatched
face
kitchen
lighting
the
with
first day of
sardonic
his return.
satisfaction.
He not only
Let the
came
little
forth
beggar go,
empty-handed,
and give this
but
fellow
tried
a
to rouse
dozen in
the
his place, an
housemates.
honest
He was
dozen,
sent out
well
with the
laid
tinker
on.
to help him at
The
his
king
work.
was in the act of
He would
entering a
not
fierce
tinker's
work.
protest, but
Moreover,
Sir
he
Hugh
threatened the
silenced
tinker
him
with
with
his
a
own
broken
soldering iron.
Yes,
And finally,
speak up,
both
do,
Hugo
and
the
free
tinker
thy mind.
found their hands
Only
full
mark ye,
with
that
the
for
mere
each
matter
word
of
you
keeping
utter
him
he
from
shall
getting
get 6
away.
strokes the more.
He delivered the thunders of
Hendon
his
was
royalty
removed
upon
from
the
the
heads of
stocks, and
all
his
who
back
hampered
lay
his
bare.
liberties or
And
tried
whilst
to
the
force
lash
him
was
to
applied,
service.
the poor little
He
king
was
turned
sent
away
out
his
in
face
Hugo's charge,
and allowed
in
unroyal
company with a
tears to
slatternly
channel his
woman and a
cheeks
diseased
unchecked.
baby, to beg. But
But
his
his good
halt was
heart,
not
he said to
encouraging.
himself,
He
this
declined to
loyal
plead
deed
for the
shall never
mendicants
perish
or
out of my
be a
memory.
party to
I
their
will
cause in
not
any
forget
way.
it, and neither
Thus
shall
several
they.
days went by,
He added with
and the
passion.
miseries of this
Whilst
tramping
he
life,
used
and the
his
weariness
appreciation
and
of Hendon's
sordidness and
magnanimous
meanness and
conduct grew to
vulgarity
greater
of
and
it
still greater
became
dimensions in his
gradually and
mind,
steadily so
and so
intolerable
also
to
did
his
his
captives
gratefulness
that he
for it.
began at last to
Presently
feel
he said to
that his
himself,
release from the
"Who
hermit's
saves
knife
his prince
must
from
prove
wounds
only a
impossible
temporary
death?
respite from
And
death
this he
at
did
best.
for me.
But at
Performs
night,
high
in his
service,
dreams, these
but
things
it
were
is little,
forgotten,
it is
and he was
nothing.
on his throne
Oh,
and
less
master
than
again.
nothing.
This, of course, intensified the sufferings of the awakening, so the mortifications of each succeeding morning of the few that passed between his return to bondage and the combat with Hugo grew bitterer and bitterer, with his redeeming the boy by taking his stripes the morning after that compelled the respect Hugo got up with a heart filled with vengeful purposes against the king. He had two plans in particular. One was to inflict upon the lad what would be to his proud spirit and his imagined stillness that pervaded the place peculiar humiliation. Found himself once he failed to accomplish this, his other plan was to put a crime of some kind upon the king and then betray him into implacable clutches of the law. The king came in pursuance of the first plan. He proposed to put a crime upon the king's leg, rightly judging that that would mortify him to the last and perfect degree, and as soon as the crime should operate, but a king can confirm thy nobility, force the king to expose his leg in the highway from the ground, and beg for alms. Climb was the cant term for a sore artificially created. To make a climb, the operator made a paste or poultice of unslaked lime, soap, and the rust of old iron, and spread it upon a piece of leather, which was then bound tightly upon the leg. This would presently fret off the skin and make the flesh raw and angry-looking. Blood was then rubbed upon the limb, which, being fully dried, took on a dark and splendor of color. Then a bandage of soiled rags was put on in a cleverly careless way, which would allow the hideous ulcer to be seen and move the compassion of the passer-by. Footnote, from the English Road, London, 1665. End of footnote. Hugo got the help of the tinker, whom the king had cowed with a soldering iron. They took the boy out on a tinkering tramp, and as soon as they were out of sight of the camp, they threw him down, and the tinker held him while Hugo bound the poultice tight and fast upon his leg. The king raged and stormed and promised to hang the two the moment the scepter was in his hand again, but they kept a firm grip upon him, real one enjoyed his impotent strugglings and jeering and interested power. This continued until the poultice began to bite, and in no long time its work would have been perfected if there had been no interruption. But there was, for about this time, the slave who had made the speech denouncing England's laws appeared on the scene and put an end to the enterprise and stripped off the poultice and bandage. The king wanted to borrow his deliverer's cudgel and warm the jackets of the two rascals on the spot, but the man said no, it would bring trouble, near the matter till night. The whole tribe being together, then the outside world was promptly knocked down and kicked out, without any words. He marched the party back to camp and reported the affair to the ruffler, who listened, pondered, and then decided that the king should not be again detailed to beg, since it was plain he was worthy of something higher and better. When Hendon's term on the spot, he promoted him from the mendicant rank to quit the region and come back no more. Hugo was overjoyed. He had already tried to make the king steal and failed, but there would be no more trouble of that sort now, for of course the king would not dream of defying a distinct command delivered directly from headquarters. Hendon was soon planned a raid for that very afternoon, proposing to get the king in the law's grip in the course of it, and to do it, too, with such ingenious strategy that it should seem to be accidental and unintentional, for the king of the Gamecocks was popular now, and the gang might not deal over gently with an unpopular member who played so serious a treachery upon him as the delivering him over to the common enemy, the law. Very well. All in good time Hugo strolled off to the neighboring village with his prey, and the two drifted slowly up and down one street after another. He remembered what old Andrews had said about the young king's for a sure chance to achieve generous championship of the wrong, and the other watching as sharply for a chance to dart away and get free of his infamous captivity forever. Ah, yes. Both threw away some tolerably fair-looking opportunities, for both, in their secret hearts, were resolved to make absolutely sure work this time. It was a bridge that neither meant to allow his fevered desires to seduce him into any venture that had much uncertainty to inventing shifts and expedients. Hugo's chance came first, no doubt, for at last a woman approached who carried a fat package of some sort in a basket. Maybe his father's old friend Sir Humphrey Marlowe with sinful pleasure, as he said to himself, head lieutenant of the late king's kitchen, put that upon him something. 'Tis good, then, and God keep thee king of the Gamecocks. Now that he had something to turn his energies to, a distinctly defined object to accomplish, till the woman had passed by, humiliation and oppression which had settled down upon his spirits lifted, and blew away, and he raised his head and looked about him.
He was
The
surprised.
king's
to
heart
see
was
how
filled
far
with joy.
he could make his escape.
The village
now.
was
If
away
Hugo's
behind
quest
him.
only carried him
The
far
king was
enough
jogging
away.
along in his wake,
But
with
he
his
was to
head
have no
bowed.
such luck.
He, too,
Hugo
was deep in
crept
plans
behind the
and
woman,
thinkings.
snatched the package, and
A
came
sorrowful,
running back,
misgiving
wrapping it in
clouded
an old
Hendon's
piece of
newborn
blanket which he had
cheerfulness.
carried on his arm.
Would the boy
The hue
be
and
willing
cry
to
was
go
raised
again
in a
to a
moment
city
by the
where,
woman, who
during
knew
all
her
his
loss
brief
by the
life,
lightening
he had
of her
never known
burden,
anything
although she
but
had not seen the
ill-usage and
pilfering done.
pinching want.
Hugo thrust the
question
bundle
must
into the
be
king's
asked,
hands
but
without
could not
halting,
be
saying,
avoided.
"Now
So
speed ye
Hendon
after
reined
me
up
with the
and
rest,
called
and
out,
cry, Stop thief!
I had
But mind ye
forgotten
lead
to
them
inquire
astray."
whither we are bound.
The next moment
Thy
Hugo
commands,
turned
my
the corner and
liege.
darted down a crooked alley.
To London.
And in another moment or two he
Hendon
lounged
moved
into
on
view again,
mightily
looking
contented
innocent
with
and
the answer,
indifferent,
but
and
astounded
took up
at
a
it,
position
too.
behind a post
The
to
whole
watch
journey
results.
was made without an
The
adventure
insulted
of
king
importance,
threw the bundle on the
but
ground,
ended with
and the
one.
blanket fell away
About
from
10
it
o'clock
just as
on
the
the
woman
night of the
arrived,
19th
with
of
an
February,
augmenting crowd
they
at her
stepped
heels.
upon London
She
Bridge,
seized the
in
king's
the midst
wrists
of a
with one
writhing,
hand,
struggling
snatched up her
jam of
bundle with the
howling
other,
and
and
hurrying
began to
people,
pour out a
whose
tirade of
beer
abuse
jolly
upon the boy while he
faces stood out
struggled
strongly
without
in the
success to
glare
free
from
himself
manifold
from her grip.
torches. And at that
Hugo
instant,
had seen enough.
the decaying
His
head
enemy
of
was
some
captured,
former
and the
duke
law would
or
get
other
him now.
grandee,
Tumbled
so he
down
slipped
between
away,
them,
jubilant
striking
and
Hendon
chuckling,
on the elbow, and then
wended
bounding
campwards,
off among the
framing
framing
a
a
judicious
judicious version of the matter to
so
give
evanescent
to the
and
ruffler's crew
unstable
as
are
he strode
men's
along.
works in this world.
The king
The
continued
late
to
good
struggle
king
in the
is but
woman's
3
strong
weeks dead and
grasp,
3
and
days
now
in
and
his
then
grave,
cried out in
and already the
vexation,
adornments which he
"Unhand
took
me,
such
thou
pains to
foolish
select
creature!
from prominent
It was
people
not
for
I
his
that
noble
bereaved thee
bridge
of
are
thy
fallen."
paltry goods."
A citizen
crowd
stumbled
closed
over that
around,
head and
threatening the
drove
king
his
and
own
calling
head
him
into the
names.
back of somebody
A
in
brawny
front of him,
blacksmith
who
in
turned and
leather
knocked down
apron
the
and
first person
sleeves
that
rolled
came
to his
handy,
elbows, made a
and was
reach for
promptly
him,
laid
saying
out
he
himself
would
by that
trounce
person's
him
friend.
well for a
It was
lesson.
the right,
But just then a
time
long
for
sword
a free
flashed
fight,
in the air,
for
and
the
fell with
festivities of the
convincing
morrow,
force upon the
Coronation
man's arm,
Day,
flat
were
side
already
down.
beginning.
The fantastic
Everybody was
owner
full
of
of
it
strong
remarking
drink and
pleasantly at the same
patriotism.
time,
Within 5 minutes,
"Marry,
the free
good
fight
souls,
was
let us
occupying a
proceed
good deal of
gently,
ground,
not
within
with
10 or
ill
12,
blood
and
and
covered an acre
uncharitable
or so,
words,
and was
this
become a
is
riot.
matter for the
By this
law's
time, Hendon and the
consideration,
king
not
were
private
hopelessly separated
and
from
unofficial
each other,
handling.
and lost in the rush
Loose
and
thy
turmoil
hold
of
from the boy,
roaring
good
masses
wife."
of humanity.
The blacksmith averaged
And
the
so we
stalwart
leave
soldier
them.
with a glance,
End
then went
of chapter
muttering away,
29.
rubbing his arm. The woman
Chapter
released the
30.
boy's wrist reluctantly.
Tom's Progress.
The crowd eyed the stranger unlovingly.
Whilst the true king
but
wandered
prudently
about the
closed their
land,
mouths.
poorly clad,
The king sprang to
poorly
his
fed,
deliverer's
cuffed and
side,
derided
with
by
flushed
tramps
cheeks
one
and
while,
sparkling eyes,
herding with
exclaiming,
thieves and
"Thou
murderers
hast
in
lagged
jail
sorely,
another, and
but
called
thou comest in
idiots
good
and
season now,
impostor
Sir
by all
Miles.
impartially.
Carve me this
The
rabble
mock
to
king,
rags."
Tom Canty,
End
enjoyed a
of
quite
chapter
different
22.
experience.
When we saw him
Chapter
last,
23.
royalty was just beginning to
Prince,
have a bright side for him.
prisoner.
This bright side went
Hendon
on
forced
brightening
back
more
a
and
smile
more every
and
day.
bent down
In a
and
very
whispered in
little
the king's
while,
ear,
it was become
"Softly,
almost all
softly, my
sunshine
prince.
and
Wag
delightfulness.
thy tongue warily.
He lost his
Nay,
fears,
suffer it not to
his
wag at all.
misgivings faded
Trust
out and
in me.
died.
All
His
shall go well
embarrassments
in the end."
departed and gave
Then he
place to
added
an
to himself,
easy and confident
"Sir
bearing.
Miles, bless
He
me,
worked the
I had
whipping
totally
boy
forgot I was
mind
a
to
knight.
ever-increasing
Lord, how
profit.
marvellous a thing
He
it is,
ordered
the
my
grip
Lady
his memory
Elizabeth
doth
and
take
my
upon
Lady
his
Jane
quaint
Grey
and
into
crazy
his
fancies.
presence when he wanted
An
to
empty
play
and
or
foolish
talk,
title is
and
mine,
dismissed
and yet
them
it is
when he was
something
done
to
with
have
them,
deserved
with
it.
the air of
For
one
I think it
familiarly
is more
accustomed
honour
to
to
such
be held
performances.
worthy to be a
It's no
spectre
longer
knight in
confused
his
him to
kingdom
have
of
these
dreams
lofty
and shadows,
personages kiss his
and to be
hand
held
at
base
parting.
enough to be an earl
He came
in
to
some of the
enjoy
real
being
kingdoms of
conducted
this
to bed in
world.
state at
The
night,
crowd fell
and
apart
dressed
to
with
admit a
intricate
constable
and solemn
who approached
ceremony
and
in the
was
morning.
about to lay his hand
It
upon
came
the
to
king's
be
shoulder.
a proud pleasure
and
to
Hendon
march
said,
to dinner
"Gently,
attended
good
by a
friend,
glittering
withhold
procession
your
of
hand.
officers of
He
state
shall go
and
peaceably.
gentlemen at arms.
I am responsible
insomuch,
for that.
indeed,
Lead
that
on,
he
we will
doubled his
follow."
guard of
The
gentlemen at
officer
arms
led, with
and
the
made
woman
them
and her
100.
bundle.
He liked
Miles
to hear
and
the
the king
bugle
followed
sounding
after,
down the
with the
long
crowd at their
corridors and the
heels.
distant voices
The king was
responding,
inclined to rebel,
"Way for the
King said to him in a low
even
voice,
learned to enjoy
"If,
sitting in
sire,
throned state
your
and
laws
council,
are the
and
wholesome
seeming to be
breath of your
something
own
more than the
royalty,
Lord Protector's
shall their
mouthpiece.
source resist
He
them,
liked to
yet
receive great
require their
ambassadors
branches to
and their
respect
gorgeous
them?"
trains.
Apparently
and
one
listen
of
to
these
the
laws has
affectionate
been
messages
broken.
they brought
When the
from
king is on
illustrious
his throne
monarchs who
again,
called him
can it ever
brother.
grieve him
Oh,
to remember that
happy
when
Tom
he was
Canty,
seemingly a
late
private
of
person,
Offal Court.
he loyally sunk
He
the
enjoyed
king
his
in a
splendid
citizen
clothes and ordered
submitted
more.
to its authority?
He found his 400 servants
Thou
too
art
few
right,
for
say no
his
more.
proper
Thou shalt
grandeur,
see
and
that
troubled them.
whatsoever the King of England
The
requires
adulation
a
and
subject to
salami
suffer
and
under the law,
courtiers came to
he
be
will
sweet
himself
music
suffer
to his
while he
ears.
holdeth the station
He
of a
remained
subject.
kind and gentle, and a
When the
sturdy
woman
and
was called
determined
upon to
champion of
testify
all that
before
were
the
oppressed,
justice of the
and
peace,
he made
she
tireless
swore that
war
the small
upon
prisoner at the
unjust
bar
laws.
was the person who
Yet,
had committed
upon
the theft.
occasion, being
There was
offended,
none able to show
he
the
could turn
contrary.
upon an earl
So
or
the
even
king
a
stood
duke and
convicted.
give him a
The
look
bundle
that
was
would
now
make him
unrolled,
tremble.
and when the contents
Once, when his
proved to be
royal
a plump
sister,
little
the
dressed
grimly
pig, the
holy
judge
Lady
looked
Mary,
troubled, whilst
set herself
Hendon
to reason
turned
with
pale,
him against the
and his
wisdom
body
of his
was
course
thrilled
in
with an
pardoning
electric
so many
shiver of
people who
dismay.
would otherwise be
But
jailed
the
or
king
hanged
remained
or burned,
unmoved,
and
protected
reminded
by his
him that
ignorance.
their august
The
late
judge
father's
meditated
prisons
during
had
an
sometimes
ominous
contained
pause,
as high
then
as
turned to the woman with a
60,000
question.
convicts at one time.
What
and
dost
that
thou
during his
hold this
admirable
property to be
reign,
worth?
He had delivered
The woman courtesied
72,000
and replied,
thieves and robbers over
3
to death
shillings
by
and
the
8 pence, your
executioner.
worship.
I could not abate a penny and set forth the value honestly." The boy was filled with generous indignation, and commanded her to go to her closet and beseech God to take
"Clear
away
the
the
court
stone
and
that
close
was
the
in her
doors."
breast, and give her a human heart.
None remained but the two
Did
officials,
Tom Canty
the
never
accused,
feel
the
troubled
accuser,
about
and
the
Miles
poor little
Hendon.
rightful prince who
This
had treated him
latter
so
was
kindly
rigid
and flown
and
out with
colorless,
such hot
and on his
zeal to
forehead big
avenge
drops
him
of
upon the
cold sweat
insolent
gathered,
sentinel at the palace
broke,
gate?
and blended together and
Yes,
trickled down
his
his
first
face.
royal days and
The
nights
judge
were
turned
pretty
to the
well
woman again
sprinkled
and
with
said in
painful
a
thoughts about
compassionate
the lost
voice,
prince, and with sincere
"'Tis a
longings for his
poor,
return and
ignorant
happy
lad,
restoration
and mayhap
to his
was
native
driven
rights
hard
and
by
splendors.
hunger. For these
But
be
as
grievous
time
times
wore
for
on
the
and the prince
unfortunate.
did not come,
Mark you, he
Tom's
hath not
mind
an evil
became
face,
more and more
but when
occupied
hunger
with his new
driveth,
and enchanting
good woman,
experiences, and by
dost
little
know
and
that
little
when
the
one
vanished
steals a
monarch
thing
faded
above the
almost
value
out
of
of his
13
thoughts.
pence halfpenny,
And finally,
the
when
law
he did
saith
intrude
he shall
upon them
hang
in
for
intervals,
it.
he was become an
The little
unwelcome
king started
spectre,
wide-eyed with
for he made Tom
consternation,
feel guilty
but
and
controlled
ashamed.
himself and held his peace.
Tom's
But not
poor
so the
mother
woman.
and sisters
She sprang
sprang
to
to
her
her same
feet,
road out
shaking
of
with
his mind.
fright, and cried out,
At first
"Oh,
he pined
good
for
lack,
them,
what have I
sorrowed for
done?
them,
God of mercy, I
longed
would
to
not
see
hang
them,
the poor thing for
but
the whole
later,
world.
the thought
Ah,
of their
save
coming
me
some
from
day in
this,
their
your
rags
worship.
and dirt,
What shall I
and
do?
betraying
What
him
can
with
I
their
do?"
kisses, and
The
pulling him
justice
down from
maintained
his
his
lofty
judicial
place and
composure,
dragging
and
him
simply
back
said,
to penury and
"Doubtless
degradation
it
and
is
the
allowable to
made him
revise the
shudder,
value, since
at
it is
last
not
they
yet
ceased
written
to
upon the
trouble his
record."
thoughts almost
Then,
wholly.
in
And he
God's
was
name,
content,
call
even
the big
glad,
8 pence,
for whenever
and
their
heaven bless
mournful
the
and
day that
accusing
freed my
faces did
conscience of
rise
this
before
awesome
him now,
thing.
they made him feel
Miles
more
Hendon
despicable
forgot
than the
all
worms
decorum
that
in his
crawl.
delight, and surprised the
At
king
midnight
and
of
wounded
the
his
19th of
dignity
February,
by throwing his
Tom
arms around
Canty
him
was sinking
and
to
hugging
sleep
him.
in his rich bed
The
in the
woman
palace,
made her grateful
guarded by
adieu
his
and
loyal
started away
vassals
with her
and
pig.
surrounded by the
And when the
pomps of
constable
royalty,
opened the door for
a
her,
happy boy,
he followed her out
for
into the
tomorrow
narrow
was the
hall.
day appointed
The
for
justice
his solemn
proceeded to
crowning
write in
as
his record
King
book.
of England.
Hendon, always
At
alert,
that same
thought
hour,
he would like
Edward,
to
the
know
true
why
king,
the officer
hungry
followed
and
the woman out,
thirsty,
soiled and
slipped softly
draggled,
into the dusky
worn
hall
with
and
travel,
listened.
and clothed in rags.
He heard
and
a
tried
conversation to
his
this
share
effect.
of the results of the riot.
"It is a fact,
was wedged
Peg,
in
and
among a
promises
crowd
good
of people
eating.
who were watching.
I
with
will buy
deep
it of
interest.
thee.
Certain
Here is
hurrying
the
gangs
8
of workmen who
8 pence
streamed in and
indeed.
out of
Thou
Westminster
do no
Abbey,
such thing.
busy
It
as
cost me
ants.
3 shillings
They
and
were
8 pence.
making the last
Good honest coin of the last
preparations
reign,
for
that
the
old
royal
Harry that's
coronation.
just dead, ne'er touched nor
End of
tampered with.
chapter
A
30.
fig for thy 8 pence. Stands the wind in that quarter?
Chapter
Thou wast under
31.
oath, and
The
so swore
recognition
falsely when
procession.
thou saidst the value was
When
but
Tom
8 pence.
Canty awoke the
Come
next
straightway
morning,
back
the
with
air
me
was
before his
heavy with
worship,
the
and
thunder
answer
of
for the
murmur.
crime,
All
and then the lad
distances
will
were
hang.
charged with it.
There,
It was music
there,
to
dear
him,
heart, say no
for it
more.
meant that the
I am
English
content.
world was
Give
out
me
in
the
its
8
strength
pence and
to give
hold thy
loyal
peace about
welcome
the
to
matter.
great day.
The woman
Presently,
went off
Tom
crying,
found himself
and
once
slipped
more
back
the
into the
chief
courtroom,
figure in a
and the
wonderful
constable
floating
presently
pageant
followed
on the
after
Thames,
hiding his prize
for
in
by
some
ancient
convenient
custom,
place.
the
The
recognition
justice
procession
rode a
through
while
London
longer, then
start
read
from
the
the
king a
Tower,
wise
and he
and
was
kindly
bound thither.
lecture, and
When
when he
sentenced
arrived
him to
there,
a short
the sides of
imprisonment in
the
the
common
venerable
jail
fortress seemed to be
suddenly
followed
rent
by a
in
public
1,000
flogging.
places.
The
And
astounded
from every
king
rent
opened his
leapt a
mouth
red
and was
tongue of
probably
flame,
going to order
and
the
a
good
white
judge
gush
to
of
be
smoke.
beheaded on the
A
spot.
deafening
But he caught a
explosion
warning
followed,
sign from
which
Hendon,
drowned the
and
shoutings
succeeded
of
in
the
closing his
multitude,
mouth again
and made the
before he
ground
lost
tremble.
anything out of it.
The flame jets,
Hendon took
the
him by
smoke,
the
and
hand
explosions
now,
were
made
repeated
reference to the
over and
justice,
over again,
and the two
with
departed in the
marvelous
wake of the
celerity,
constable
so that in
toward
a
the
few
jail.
moments the old
The
tower
moment the street
disappeared
was
in the
reached,
vast fog of its
inflamed
own
monarch
smoke,
halted,
all
snatched
but the
away
very
his hand,
top
and
of the tall
exclaimed,
pile called the
"Idiot!
White Tower.
Dost imagine
This,
I
with
will
its
enter a
banners,
common
stood
jail
out
alive?"
above the dense bank of
Hendon
vapor
bent
as a
down and
mountain
said
peak
somewhat
projects
sharply,
above a cloud rack.
"Will you trust
Tom Canty,
in me?
splendidly arrayed,
Peace,
mounted a
and
prancing
forbear
war
to worsen
steed
our
whose
chances
rich
with
trappings
dangerous
almost
speech.
reached to the ground.
What God
His
wills
uncle, the Lord
will happen.
Protector Somerset,
Thou canst not
similarly
hurry
mounted,
it.
took
Thou
place
canst
in
not
his rear.
alter it.
The king's
Therefore
guard
wait and be
formed in
patient.
single ranks
'Twill
on
be
either
time
side,
enough to rail or
clad in
rejoice.
burnished armor.
What is to
After the
happen has
thereafter followed a seemingly interminable procession of resplendent nobles attended by their vassals.
When Connecticut and New
After
Haven
these
were
came the
framing
Lord
their
Mayor
first
and the
codes,
aldermanic
larceny
body,
above the value of
crimson
12
velvet
pence was a
robes
capital
and
crime in
gold
England,
chains across
as it
their
had been
breasts.
since the time of
And
Henry
after
I.
these, the officers and
Dr.
members
J.
of all the
Hammond
guilds
Trumbull's
of London,
Blue Laws,
in
True
rich
and
raiment,
False,
and
page
bearing the
13.
showy banners of
The
several
curious old book
coronations.
called The English
Also in the
Robe
procession,
makes
as
the
a
limit
special guard of
13
honor
pence
through the
halfpenny,
city, was
death
the
being the
ancient
portion
and
of
honorable
any who
artillery
steal a
company,
thing,
an organization
quote,
already
above the value
300
of
years old at
13
the
pence
time,
halfpenny,
and the only
unquote.
military body in
End
England
footnote.
possessing the privilege, which it still
End of
possesses
chapter
in our day,
23.
of holding itself independent of the commands of Parliament. It was a brilliant spectacle, and was
Chapter
hailed with
24,
acclamations
The
all
Escape.
along the line as it took its
The
stately
short
way
winter
through
day
the
was
packed
nearly ended.
multitudes of
The
citizens.
streets were deserted,
The
save
chronicler
for a
says,
few random
"The
stragglers,
king,
and
as he
these
entered
hurried
the
straight
city,
along
was
with
received
the
by the
intent
people
look
with
of people who
prayers,
were only
welcomings,
anxious to accomplish
cries,
their
and
errands
tender
as quickly
words,
as possible,
and all
and
signs
then
which argue
snugly
an
house
earnest
themselves
love
from
of
the
subjects
rising wind and the
toward their
gathering
sovereign.
twilight.
And
they
the
looked
king,
neither
by
to the
holding up
right
his
nor
glad
the left.
countenance to such
They
as
paid
stood
no
afar
attention
off,
to our party,
and most
they did
tender
not even
language to
seem
those
to
that
see
stood
them.
nigh his grace,
Edward the
showed
Sixth
himself
wondered
no
if the
less
spectacle
thankful
of a
to
king on
receive
his
the
way to
people's
jail
goodwill
had ever
than they
encountered
to
such
offer it.
marvelous
To
indifference
all
before.
that wished him well,
By
he
and by
gave
the
thanks.
constable arrived
To
at a
such as
deserted
bade
market
God
square
save
and
his
proceeded
grace,
to
he
cross
said
it.
in return,
When
God
he had reached
save
the
you
middle
all,
of it, Hendon
and
laid his
added
hand
that
upon his
he
arm and
thanked
said in a
them
low
with
voice,
all his heart.
"Bide a moment, good
Wonderfully
sir.
transported
There is
were
none
the
in
people
hearing,
with the
and
loving
I would
answers
say a
and
word to
gestures
thee."
of their king.
"My duty forbids it,
French
sir.
Church
Prithee,
Street,
hinder
the
me
fair
not,
child
when
in
the night
costly
comes
apparel
on.
stood on a stage
Stay,
to welcome
nevertheless,
his
for the
majesty
matter
to the
concerns
city.
thee nearly.
The last verse
Turn
of
thy
his
back a
greeting was
moment,
in
and
these
seem not to
words:
see.
"Welcome,
Let this
O
poor
king,
lad
as
escape."
much as hearts can think.
This
Welcome
to me,
again,
sir?
as much as
I
tongue
arrest
can
thee
tell.
in... Nay, be
Welcome
not
to
too
joyous
hasty.
tongues and
See
hearts
thou
that
be
will
careful
not
and
shrink.
commit no foolish
God
error.
thee preserve, we
Then he
pray,
shut his voice
and
down
wish
to a
thee
whisper
ever
and
well."
said in the man's
The
ear,
people burst forth in
"The
a glad
pig
shout,
thou hast
repeating with
purchased
one
for
voice what the
8
child had said.
may cost
Tom Canty
thee thy
gazed abroad
neck,
over the
man."
surging sea of eager faces,
Poor constable,
and his
taken
heart
by
swelled with
surprise, was
exultation,
speechless at
and he
first,
felt that
then
the one
found his
thing
tongue
worth
and fell
living
to
for in
blustering
this
and
world was to
threatening.
be a king
But Hendon
and
was
the
tranquil
nation's
and
idol.
waited with patience
Presently
until his
he
breath
caught
was
sight
spent,
at a
and
distance
said,
of a couple of his
"I
ragged,
have a
offal
liking
court
to thee,
comrades,
friend,
one of them
and
the
would
Lord
not
High
willingly see
Admiral
thee
in
come
his
to
late
harm.
mimic court,
Observe,
the other the first
I heard
Lord
it
of the
all, every
bedchamber
word.
in the same
I
pretentious
will
fiction,
prove it to thee."
and his pride
Then
swelled
he
higher
repeated
than
the
ever.
conversation which the
Oh, if
officer
they could
and
only
the woman had
recognize him
had
now,
together in the
what
hall,
unspeakable
word for
glory it
word,
would be
and
if
ended
they could
with,
recognize
"There,
him,
have
and
I set it
realize
forth
that the
correctly?
derided mock
Should
king
not
of the
I be able to
slums
set
and
it
back
forth
alleys
correctly before the
was
judge
become a
if
real
occasion
king,
required?"
with
The
illustrious
man was
dukes and
dumb with
princes
fear
for
and
his humble
distress for a
menials,
moment,
and the
then he
English
rallied
world
and
at his
said with
feet.
forced
But he
lightness,
had to deny himself
"'Tis
and choke
making a
down his
mighty
desire,
matter
for
indeed
such
out of
a
a jest.
recognition might
I
cost
but
more than it would
plagued
come
the
to.
woman for
So
mine
he turned
amusement."
away his head and left the two
Kept
soiled
you the
lads to
woman's
go
pig
on with their
for
shoutings
amusement?
and glad
The man
adulations,
answered sharply,
unsuspicious of whom
"Naught
it was
else,
they were
good sir,
lavishing
I tell thee
thereupon.
'twas but a jest."
Every now and
"I
then
do
rose the
begin
cry,
to believe
"A
thee," said
largesse,
Hendon,
a
with
largesse,"
a perplexing
and
mixture
Tom
of
responded
mockery
by
and half
scattering a
conviction in
handful
his
of
tone.
bright new coins
"But
abroad
tarry
for the
thou here a
multitude
moment
to
whilst I
scramble
run
for.
and ask his
The
worship,
chronicler
for
says,
nathless he
"At
being
the
a
upper
man
end
experienced
of
in
Grace
law,
Church
in
Street,
jests,
before
he
the
was
sign
moving
of the
away,
eagle,
still talking,
the city had
constable
erected a
hesitated,
gorgeous
fidgeted,
arch,
spat out an oath or
beneath
two, then
which was
cried
a
out,
stage,
"Hold,
which
hold,
stretched
good
from
sir.
one side of the street to
Prithee,
the other.
wait a
This
little.
was a historical
The judge,
pageant,
why, man,
representing
he
the
hath
king's
no more
immediate
sympathy with the
progenitors.
jest than
There
hath
sat Elizabeth
the
of
dead
York,
corpse.
in the midst
Come,
of an immense
and
white
we will
rose,
speak further.
whose petals
Odds
formed
body,
elaborate
I seem to be in
furbelows
evil
around her.
case,
By her
and
side
all for
was
an innocent
Henry
and
the
thoughtless
Seventh,
pleasantry.
issuing out of a vast
I am a
red
man
rose,
of family, and
disposed in
my
the same
wife
manner.
and little ones.
The hands of the royal
listen,
pair were locked
good your
together,
worship,
and the
what
wedding
wouldst
ring
thou of
ostentatiously
me?
displayed.
Only
From the
that
red
thou
and
be
white
blind
roses
and
proceeded
dumb
a
and
stem,
paralytic,
which
whilst
reached
one
up
may
to a
count
second
100,000,
stage occupied by
counting
Henry
slowly,
VIII,
said
issuing
Hendon,
from a
with the
red and
expression
white
of a man
rose,
who
with
asks
the
for a
effigy
reasonable
of the
favour,
new
and
king's mother,
that a
Jane
very
Seymour,
little one.
represented by his side.
"It is my
One
destruction,"
branch
said the
sprang
constable
from this
despairingly.
pair, which mounted to a third
be
stage,
reasonable,
where
good
sat
sir.
the effigy
Only
of Edward
look
the
at this
Sixth
matter
himself,
on all its
enthroned
sides,
in royal
and see
majesty,
how mere
and the
jest
whole
it is,
pageant was
how
framed with wreaths of
manifestly
roses,
and how
red
plainly
and white.
it is so.
This
And even if
quaint
one
and
granted
gaudy
it were
spectacle
not a
so
jest, it
wrought
is
upon the
a fault
rejoicing
so
people
small
that
that
their
e'en the
acclamations
premised
utterly smothered the
penalty
small voice
it
of the
could
child,
call forth
whose
would be
business
but
it
a
was to
rebuke
explain
and
the thing
a
in
warning
Ulysses'
from the
rhyme.
judge's lips.
But Tom Canty was not sorry,
Hendon
for
replied
this
with a
loyal
solemnity
uproar was
which
sweeter
chilled
music
the
to
air
him than
about
any
him.
poetry, no matter
This
what its
jest
quality
of
might be.
thine hath a
Whithersoever
name
Tom
in law.
turned his happy
Wot
young
you
face,
what
the
it
people
is?
recognized the
I
exactness of his
knew it
effigy
not.
likeness to
Peradventure I
himself,
have
the
been
flesh and blood
unwise.
counterpart,
I never dreamed
and
it a
new
name.
whirlwinds of applause
Ah,
burst
sweet
forth.
heaven, I thought it
The
was
great
original.
pageant moved on, and
Yes,
still
it hath a
on,
name. under one
In the
triumphal
law,
arch
this
after
crime is
another,
called
and passed a
non
bewildering
compos mentis
succession of
lex
spectacular
talionis
and
sic
symbolical
transit
tableaux,
gloria mundi.
each of which
Oh,
typified
my God!
virtue
And
or
the
talent
penalty
or
is
merit
death.
of the little kings.
God be merciful to
Throughout
me,
the
a
whole
sinner.
of Cheapside, from
By
every
advantage
penthouse
taken
and
of one
window,
in fault,
hung
in
banners
dire
and
peril,
streamers,
and at thy
and
mercy
the richest
thou
carpets,
hast
stuffs,
seized
and
goods
cloth
worth
of
above
gold
13
tapestry the
pence halfpenny,
streets,
paying
specimens
but a
of the
trifle
great
for the
wealth
same.
of the stores
And
within,
this, in
and the
the eye of the
splendor of
law,
this
is
thoroughfare was
constructive
equaled in the
barratry,
other streets, and in
misprision of
some
treason,
even surpassed.
malfeasance in office,
And all
ad
these
hominem
wonders and these marvels are to
expurgatis
welcome
in
me.
statu quo,
Me,
and the
murmured
penalty
Tom
is
Canty.
death by the halter,
Mocking's
without
cheeks were
ransom,
flushed with
commutation,
excitement.
or
His
benefit
eyes
of
were
clergy.
flashing. His
Bear me
senses
up,
swam
bear
in a
me up,
delirium of
sweet
pleasure.
sir, my legs
At
do
this
fail
point,
me.
just as he was
Be
raising
thou
his
merciful,
hands to
spare
claim
me
another
this
rich
doom,
largesse,
and I
he
will
caught
turn
sight
my
of a
back and
pale,
see naught
astounded
that shall
face,
happen.
which was
Good.
strained forward
Now
out of the
thou'rt
second rank
wise
of the
and
crowd,
reasonable.
its
And thou'lt
intent
restore
eyes
the
riveted
pig.
upon him.
I
A
will
sickening
indeed,
consternation
nor
swept
ever
through
touch
him.
another,
He
though
recognized his
heaven
mother.
send it and an
And up
archangel
flew
fetch
his
it.
hand, palm
Go,
outward
I am
before his
blind
eyes.
for thy sake,
That
I
old
see
involuntary
nothing.
gesture
I
born
will
of a
say thou
forgotten
didst
episode,
break in and wrest the
perpetuated
prisoner
by
from
habit.
my hands
In
by
an
force.
instant more,
It is
she
but a
had
crazy
torn her way
ancient
out of the
door.
press and
I will
past the
batter
guards,
it down
and was
myself
at his
twixt
side.
midnight and the
She
morning.
embraced his legs,
Do
she
it,
covered
good
it with
soul.
kisses.
No
She
harm
cried,
will come
"Oh,
of
my
it.
child,
The judge
my
hath a
darling,"
loving charity
lifting
for this
toward him
poor
a
lad,
face that was
and will
transfigured
shed
with
no
joy and
tears
love.
and break no
The same
jailer's
instant an
bones for
officer
his
of the king's
escape.
guard snatched her away with
End
a
of
curse
chapter
and sent her
24.
reeling back whence she came with a vigorous
25.
impulse from his strong arm.
Hendon
The words,
Hall.
"I do not know you, woman,"
As soon as
were
Hendon
falling
and the
from
king
Tom
were out of
Canty's
sight of
lips
the
when this
constable,
piteous
his
thing
majesty
occurred.
was instructed to
But it
hurry to a
smote him to
certain
the
place
heart to see
outside the
her
town
treated so,
and wait there,
and as she
whilst
turned for a
Hendon
last
should go
glimpse of
to
him,
the inn
whilst
and
the
settle
crowd was
his
swallowing
account.
her from his sight.
Half an hour later,
She
the
seemed
two
so
friends were
wounded,
blithely
so
jogging
broken-hearted,
eastward on
that a
Hendon's
shame
sorry
fell upon
steeds.
him which
The
consumed
king
his
was
pride to
warm and
ashes,
comfortable now,
and withered
for he
his
had
stolen
cast his
royalty.
rags and clothed
His
himself in a
grandeurs
second-hand
were
suit,
stricken
which
valueless.
Hendon had
They
bought
seemed
on
to fall
London
away
Bridge.
from him like rotten
Hendon
rags.
wished to guard against
The procession
overfatiguing
moved
the
on,
boy.
and still on.
He judged that
through
hard journeys,
ever-augmenting
irregular
splendors,
meals,
and ever-augmenting
illiberal
tempests
measures of sleep
welcome. But to
would be
Tom
bad for
Canty,
his crazed
they were
mind,
as if they had not
whilst
been.
rest,
He neither
regularity,
saw nor
and
heard.
moderate exercise
Royalty
would
had
be
lost
pretty
its
sure
grace
to
and
hasten
sweetness.
its cure.
Its pomps
He
were
longed
become
to
a
see the
reproach.
stricken intellect made
Remorse
well
was
again
eating his
and its
heart out.
diseased
He
visions
said,
driven out of the
"Would
tormented
God I
little
were
head.
free of my
Therefore he
captivity."
resolved to move by
He had
easy
unconsciously
stages
dropped
toward the
back
home
into the
whence he
phraseology
had
of the
so
first
long
days
been
of his
banished.
compulsory
Instead
greatness.
of obeying the
shining
impulse of his
pageant
impatience
still
and
went
hurrying along
winding
night
like
and
a
day.
radiant and interminable
When he and the
serpent
king
down
had
the
journeyed
crooked
about
lanes
10
of the grand
miles,
old
they
city,
reached a
and
considerable
through the
village
huzzaing
and halted
hosts.
there for the night.
But
at a
still
good
the king
inn.
rode with
The
bowed
former
head and
relations
vacant
were
eyes,
resumed.
seeing only his
Hendon
mother's
stood
face
behind the
and
king's
that wounded
chair
look
while
in
he
it.
dined,
"Largesse,
and waited upon
largesse!"
him, undressed
The
him
cry
when he was
fell
ready for
upon an
bed,
unheeding
then took
ear.
the floor for
"Long
his own
live Edward of
quarters,
England!"
and slept
It
athwart the
seemed as
door,
if the earth shook
rolled
with
up
an
in a
explosion.
blanket.
But there was
The
no
next
response
day
from the
and the
king.
day after,
He heard it
they
only
jogged
as one
lazily
hears the
along,
thunder of the
talking
surf
over
when
the
it is
adventures
blown
they
to
had
the
met
ear
since their
out of great
separation,
distance.
and mightily
For it was
enjoying
smothered
each
under
other's
another
narratives.
sound which was still nearer,
Hendon detailed
his
all
own
his
breast,
wide
and
wanderings in
his
search of the
accusing
king,
conscience.
and described how
Voice
the
which kept
archangel had
repeating
led
those
him a
shameful
fool's
words.
journey all
"I
over
do
the
not
forest,
know you, woman."
and taken him back
The
to the
words
hut.
smote upon the
Finally,
king's soul
when he
as
found
the
he could
strokes
not
of a
get rid of
funeral
him.
bell smite
Then
upon
he
the
said
soul
the
of a
old man
surviving
went
friend,
into the
and
bedchamber and
reminding
came
him of
staggering
secret
back
treachery
looking
suffered at
broken
his
hearted,
hands
and saying
by
he had
him
expected
that
to
is
find
gone.
that the boy had returned
New
and lain
glories
down
were
in there to
unfolded
rest.
at every
But
turning,
it was not
new
so.
wonders,
Hendon
new
had
marvels
waited at
sprung
the
into
hut
view.
all day.
The pent
Hope of
clamors
the
of
king's
waiting
return
batteries
died
were
out then,
released.
and he
New
departed
raptures
upon the quest
poured from
again.
the throats of the waiting
And
multitude.
old Sanctum
But the king
Sanctorum
gave no
was
sign,
truly
and the
sorry your
accusing
highness
voice that
came
went
not back,
moaning
said
through
Hendon.
his comfortless
I saw it
breast
in his
was
face.
all the sound he heard.
Mary, I will never
By and
doubt
by,
that, said
the
the
gladness
king,
in the
and then
faces of
told
the
his own
populace
story,
changed a
after
little,
which Hendon
and
was
became
sorry he
touched
had
with
not
a
destroyed
something
the
like
archangel.
solicitude or anxiety.
During the last day of
and
the trip,
abatement in a
Hendon's
volume of
spirits were
applause was
soaring.
observable, too.
His tongue ran
The Lord
constantly.
Protector was quick to
He
notice
talked
these
about his
things.
old
He
father
was
and
as
his
quick to
brother
detect the
Arthur,
cause.
and told of
He
many
spurred
things
the
which
king
illustrated
aside,
their high
bent
and
low in the
generous
saddle,
characters.
uncovered, and said,
He went into loving
"My
frenzies
liege,
over
it
his
is an
Edith,
ill time
and was
for
so
dreaming.
glad-hearted that he was
The
even
people
able to
observe
say
thy
some gentle
downcast
and
head,
brotherly things
thy
about
clouded
you.
mien, and
They
they take
dwelt
it
a
for an
deal
omen.
on the coming
Be
meeting at
advised.
Hendon Hall.
Unveil the
What a
sun of
surprise
royalty
it would
and let
be
it
to
shine
everybody,
upon these
and what an
bellowing
outburst
vapors
of
and disperse
thanksgiving and
them.
delight there would
Lift
be.
up thy face
It
and
was a
smile
fair
upon the
region,
people.
dotted with cottages
sang
and
the orchard, and the road led through broad pasture lands whose receding expanses, marked with gentle elevations and depressions, his smile had no swelling and subsiding undulations of the sea. In the afternoon, the returning prodigal made constant deflections from his course to see if by ascending some hillock he might not pierce the distance and catch a glimpse of his home. At last he was successful and cried out excitedly, "There is the village, my prince, and there is the hall close by. You may see the towers from here, and that wood there, that is my father's park. Ah, now thou'lt know what state and grandeur be, a house with 70 rooms, think of that, and 27 servants. A brave lodging for such as we, is it not so? Come, let us speed. My impatience will not brook further delay. All possible hurry was made. Still, it was after 3 o'clock before the village was reached. Mother. The travelers scampered through it, groaned Hendon's tongue going all the time. Here is the church, covered with the same pregnant, none gone, none added. He is gone mad again. The old Red Lion, and yonder is the marketplace. Here is the maypole, and here the pump. Nothing is altered. Nothing but the people, at any rate. 10 years make a change in people. Some of these I seem to know, let us go back know me. So his chat ran on. The end of the village was soon reached. Then the travelers struck into a crooked, narrow road, walled in with tall hedges, and hurried briskly along it for a half-mile. Then passed into a vast flower garden through an imposing gateway, whose huge stone pillars bore sculptured armorial devices. A noble mansion was before them. Welcome to Hendon Hall, my king, exclaimed Miles. Ah,
Yes,
'tis a
London
great
and
day.
Westminster have been
My
astir
father and
ever
my
since
brother
the
and the
warning
Lady
guns
Edith
boomed
will
at
be
3
so
o'clock,
mad with joy
and already
that they will have
crowds of
eyes and tongues for
untitled
none
rich
but
folk
me in the
who
first
have bought the
transports of the
privilege of
meeting,
trying
and
to
so
find
thou
sitting
seem
room
but
in the
coldly
galleries,
welcomed.
are
But
flocking
mind it
in
not,
at
'twill
the
soon
entrances
seem
reserved for their
otherwise.
sort.
For when I say thou
The
art my
hours
ward,
drag along
and tell them how
tediously
costly is my love
All
for thee,
stir
thou'lt
has
see
ceased
them
for some
take
time,
thee to their
for
breasts
every
for
gallery
Miles
has
Hendon's
long
sake,
ago been
and
packed.
make their house
We
and
may
hearts
sit
thy
now
home
and
for ever
look and
after.
think at our leisure.
The next moment
We have
Hendon
glimpses
sprang to the
here
ground
and
before
there
the
and
great
yonder
door,
through the
helped
dim
the king
cathedral
down,
twilight,
then took him
of
by the hand
portions
and
of
rushed
many
within.
galleries and
A few
balconies
steps brought him to a
wedged
spacious
full with
apartment.
people.
He
The other
entered,
portions of
seated
these
the king
galleries
with
and
more
balconies
hurry
being
than
cut off
ceremony,
from sight
then
by
ran toward a
intervening
young man who
pillars
sat at a
and
writing table in
architectural
front of a generous
projections.
fire of logs.
We have in view the whole
Embrace
of
me,
the great
Hugh,
North
he cried,
transept,
and say thou'rt
empty,
glad I am
and
come
waiting
again,
for England's
and call our
privileged
Father,
ones.
for home is
We
not
see
home,
only the
till
ample
I shall
area
touch
or
his
platform
hand,
carpeted
and see
with
his
rich
face, and
stuffs
hear his voice
whereon
once
the
more.
throne stands.
But Hugh
The throne
only drew
occupies
back
the
after
center of the
betraying a
platform,
momentary surprise,
and is raised
and bent a
above it
grave
upon
stare
an
upon the
elevation of
intruder,
4
a
steps.
stare which indicated
Within the
somewhat
seat
of
of the
offended
throne is
dignity
enclosed
at
a
first,
rough,
then
flat
changed,
rock,
in response
the
to some
stone of
inward
stone,
thought or purpose,
which
to
many
an expression of
generations of
marveling
Scottish kings
curiosity,
sat on to be
mixed
crowned.
with a real
And
or
so it
assumed
in time
compassion.
became holy
Presently
enough
he
to
said in
answer
a
a
mild
like
voice,
purpose for English
Thy
monarchs.
wits seem
Both the
touched,
throne
poor
and its
stranger,
footstool are covered
and
with
doubtless
cloth
thou
gold.
hast suffered privations
Stillness
and rude
reigns,
buffetings
the
at the
torches
world's
blink
hands.
dully,
Thy looks
time
and
drags
dress
heavily,
betoken
but
it.
at last the
Whom
lagging
dost
twilight
thou
asserts
take me to
itself.
be?
The torches are
Take thee,
extinguished,
prithee,
and a
for
mellow
whom
radiance
else than
suffuses
whom
the
thou
great
art?
spaces.
I take thee to be
All
Hugh
features of the
Hendon,
noble
said
building
Miles
are
sharply.
distinct now,
The
but
other
soft
continued
and
in the
dreamy,
same soft
for the
tone,
sun is lightly
and
veiled
whom
with
dost thou
clouds.
imagine
At
thyself
7
to be?
o'clock the first
Imagination
break in the
hath
drowsy
naught to do with it.
monotony occurs,
Dost
for
thou
on the
pretend
stroke
thou
of this
knowest me
hour the
not
first
for thy
Pyrrhus
brother
enters
Miles
the
Hendon?
transept,
An
clothed
expression
like
of pleased
Solomon for
surprise flitted
splendor,
across Hugh's
and
face,
is
and he
conducted to
exclaimed,
her appointed place
What?
by an official clad
Thou
in
art
satins
not
and
jesting?
velvets,
Can the
whilst
dead
a
come to
duplicate
life?
of him
God be
gathers up
praised
the
if it be
lady's
so.
long train,
Our poor
follows
lost
after,
boy
and
restored
when
to
the
our
lady is
arms
seated,
after all these
arranges
cruel
the
years.
train across her
Ah, it
lap
seems
for
too
her.
good to be true.
He then
It
places
is
her
too good to
footstool
be
according
true.
to her
I
desire,
charge
after
thee,
which she
have
puts her
pity.
coronet
Do not trifle
where it
with
will be
me.
convenient to
Quick,
her hand
come to the
when
light.
the
Let
time
me
for the
scan thee well.
simultaneous coroneting
He
of the
seized
nobles
Miles
shall
by the
arrive.
arm,
By
dragged
this
him to the
time
window,
peeresses
and began
are
to
flowing
devour
in
him
a
from head to
glittering
foot with his
stream,
eyes,
and the
turning him
satin-clad
this way and
officials are
that, and
flitting
stepping
and
briskly
glinting
around him
everywhere,
and
seeking
about
them
him
and
to
making
prove
them
him from
comfortable.
all points
The
of
scene
view,
is
whilst the
animated
returned
enough now.
prodigal, all
There
aglow
is
with
stir
gladness,
and life,
smiled,
shifting
laughed,
colour
and kept
everywhere.
nodding his head and
After a
saying,
time,
Go on, brother,
quiet
go on,
reigns
and
again,
fear not.
for
Thou'lt
the
find
peeresses are
nor
all
limb
come,
nor
and
feature
are
that
all in
cannot
their
ply the
places.
test.
A solid
Scour
acre
and scan
for
me to
such
thy
a matter,
content, my
of
good
human
old
flowers,
Hugh. I am
resplendent
indeed thy
in
old
variegated
Miles,
colours, and
thy same
frosted
old
like a
Miles,
Milky
thy
Way
lost
with
brother.
diamonds.
Is't not so?
There are all ages
'tis
here.
a great day.
Brown,
I said 'twas a
wrinkled,
great day.
white-haired dowagers
Give me
who are
thy
able to go
hand.
back
Give
and
me thy
still
cheek.
back
Lord,
down
I
the
am
stream
like
of
to
time,
die of very
and recall
joy.
the crowning of Richard
He was about to
III,
throw himself
and
upon
the
his
troublous
brother,
days
but
of
Hugh
that
put up
old
his hand in
forgotten
dissent,
age.
then dropped
And
his
there
chin
are
mournfully
handsome
upon his
middle-aged
breast, saying
dames
with
and
emotion,
lovely and gracious young
God of
matrons,
his mercy,
and
give me
gentle and
strength
beautiful
to
young
bear this
girls
grievous
with
disappointment.
eyes and fresh
Miles,
complexions,
amazed,
who
could
may
not
possibly
speak
put
for a
on their
moment.
jeweled
Then he
coronets
found his tongue
awkwardly
and cried out,
when the great time
"What
comes.
disappointment?
For the matter
Am I
will
not
be
thy
new to
brother?"
them, and their excitement
shook
will
his
be
head
a
sadly
sore
and said,
hindrance.
"I
Still,
pray
this may
heaven
not
it
happen,
may
for
prove
the
so,
hair of
and
all
that
these
other
ladies has
eyes
been
may
arranged
find
with
the
a special
resemblances
view
that
to
are
the
hid
swift
from mine.
and successful
Alack, I
lodging
fear
of
me
the
the
crown
letter
in its
spoke
place
but
when the
too
signal
truly."
comes. We
What
have
letter?
seen that this massed
"One
array
that
of
came from
peeresses is
overseas
sown
some
thick
6
with
or 7
diamonds,
years ago.
and
It
we
said
also
my
see
brother
that it is
died
a
in
marvelous
battle."
spectacle.
It was
But
a
now
lie.
we are about
Call
to be
thy father, he will
astonished
know
in
me.
earnest. About
One
9,
may
the
not
clouds
call
suddenly
the
break
dead
away, and a shaft of
dead.
sunshine cleaves the
Miles'
mellow
voice was
atmosphere,
subdued and his
and
lips
drifts
trembled.
slowly
My
along the ranks of
father
ladies.
dead?
And every rank
Oh,
it touches
this is heavy
flames
news.
into dazzling
Half my new
splendor
joy
of
is withered
many-colored
now.
fires,
Prithee, let me see
and
my
we
brother
tingle to our
Arthur. He
fingertips
will know
with the
me.
electric
He will
thrill
know me and
that is
console
shot
me.
through us by the surprise
He
and
also
the beauty
is
of the
dead.
spectacle.
God
Presently,
be
a
merciful
special
to me, a
envoy
stricken
from some
man.
distant corner
Gone,
of the Orient,
both
marching
gone.
with the general
The
body
worthy
of foreign
taken and the
ambassadors,
worthless spared in
crosses
me.
this bar of sunshine,
Ah, I
and we
crave
catch our
your
breath.
mercy.
The
Do not
glory
say
that
Lady
screams
Edith
and flashes
is
and
dead.
palpitates about
No,
him
she
is
lives.
so overpowering.
Then God
for
be
he is
praised, my
crusted
joy
from
is
head
whole
to
again.
heel with gems,
Speed thee, brother,
and
let
his
her come to
slightest
me. And
movement
she say, I
showers
am
a
not
dancing
myself, but
radiance
she will
all
not.
around
No,
him.
no, she
Let
will
us
know
change
me.
the tense
I were
for
a fool to
convenience.
doubt it.
The time
Bring her,
drifted
bring the
along,
old
1
servants.
hour,
They too
2
will know me.
hours, 2 hours
All
and a
are
half.
gone but 5.
Then the deep
Peter,
booming of artillery
Halsey,
told that
David,
the king and his grand
Bernard, and
procession
Margaret.
had arrived at last.
So saying, Hugh
the
left
waiting
the room.
multitude rejoiced.
Miles stood musing a
All
while,
knew
then
that a further
began to
delay
walk
must
the floor,
follow,
muttering,
for the king must
the
be
5
prepared
arch
and robed
villains
for
have
the solemn
survived the
ceremony.
22
But this
Leo,
delay would be
and
pleasantly
honest,
occupied
but
by
'tis
the
an odd
assembling of the
thing.
peers of the
He
realm
continued
in their
walking
stately
back and
robes.
forth, muttering to himself.
These were
He had
conducted
forgotten the king
ceremoniously
entirely.
to their seats.
By and by
and
His
their
Majesty
coronets
said
placed
gravely, and with a
conveniently
touch
at
of
hand.
genuine compassion,
And meanwhile,
though
the
the words
multitude in
themselves
the
were
galleries
capable
were
of being
alive with
interpreted
interest,
ironically,
for most of
mind
them
not
were
thy
beholding
mischance,
for the
good
first
man.
time
There be others in the
dukes,
world whose
earls,
identity
and
is
barons,
denied, and whose
whose
claims
names
are
had been
derided.
historical for
Thou
500
hast company.
years. When all
Ah,
were finally
my
seated,
king,
the
cried
spectacle
Hendon,
from the
colouring
galleries
slightly,
and all
do not thou
points of
condemn me.
vantage was
Wait,
complete.
and thou shalt see.
A
I
gorgeous
am no
one to look
impostor.
upon and
She
to
will say it.
remember.
You shall hear
Now
it from
the
the sweetest
robed
lips
and
in
mitred
England.
great heads
I,
of the
an
church
impostor?
and their attendants
Why, I
filed
know
in
this
upon the
old hall,
platform
these pictures
and
of my
took their appointed
ancestors,
places.
and all these things that
These
are
were
about
followed
us,
by the
as a
Lord
child
Protector and
knoweth
other
its
great
own
officials.
nursery.
And these
Here
again
was I
by a
born and bred, my
steel-clad
lord.
detachment
I
of
speak
the
the
guard.
truth. I would
There
not
was a
deceive
waiting
thee,
pause,
and should none
then,
else
at a
believe,
signal,
I pray thee,
a
do not
triumphant
thou
peal
doubt
of
me.
music
I
burst
could not
forth,
bear it.
and Tom Canty,
I do not doubt
clothed
thee,
in a
said the
long
king,
robe
with
of
a childlike
childlike
simplicity
simplicity
and
and
faith.
appeared at a door.
I thank
and
thee
stepped
out of
upon
my
the
heart,
platform.
exclaimed
The
Hendon.
entire
with a
multitude
fervency
rose,
which showed
and the
that he was
ceremony of
touched.
the
The king
recognition
added
ensued.
with the same gentle
Then
simplicity,
a noble anthem
Dost thou
swept the
doubt
abbey with
me?
its rich waves of sound.
A guilty confusion
thus
seized upon
heralded and
Hendon,
welcomed,
and he was
Tom
grateful that the
Canty
door
was
opened to
conducted to
admit
the
Hugh
throne.
at that moment,
The
and
ancient
saved him the
ceremonies
necessity
went
of
on
applying.
with
A
impressive
beautiful
solemnity,
lady, richly
whilst the
clothed,
audience followed
gazed.
Hugh,
and
as
after
they
her
drew
came
nearer
several
and nearer to
liveried
completion,
servants. The
Tom
lady walked
Canty
slowly,
grew
with her
pale,
head bowed,
and still
and her
paler,
eyes fixed upon
and
the
a
floor.
deep and
The
steadily
face was
deepening woe
unspeakably
and
sad.
despondency settled
Miles
down
Hendon
upon his
sprang
spirits
forward, crying,
and upon his
"Oh, my
remorseful heart.
Edith, my darling!"
At last
But Hugh
the
waved
final
him back
act was at
gravely
hand.
and said to the
The
lady,
Archbishop of
"Look upon
Canterbury
him.
lifted up the
Do you
crown of
know
England
him?"
from its cushion
At
and
the sound
held
of
it out
Miles'
over
voice,
the trembling
the woman
mock
had started
king's head,
slightly,
and
and
her
the same
cheeks
instant
instant a
she
rainbow
was trembling
radiance
now.
flashed along
She
the
stood
spacious
still during an
transept,
impressive
for
pause
with
of several
one
moments,
impulse
then
every
slowly
individual in
lifted
the
up her
great
head and
concourse
looked
of
into
nobles
Hendon's eyes
lifted
with
a
a stony
coronet
and frightened
poised
gaze.
it over his
The
or
blood
her
sank
head,
out of her
and
face,
paused
drop by
in that
drop, till
attitude.
nothing remained but
A
the
deep
grey
hush
pallor of
pervaded
death.
the abbey.
Then she
At
said
this
in a voice
impressive
as
moment,
dead as the face,
a startling apparition
"I
intruded
know
upon the scene.
him not,"
An apparition
and
observed
turned
by
with a
none in
moan
the
and a
absorbed
stifled sob
multitude,
and tottered out of
until
the
it
room.
suddenly appeared.
Miles
moving up the
Hendon
great
sank into a
central
chair and
aisle.
covered his face with his
It was
hands.
a boy,
After a
bareheaded,
pause, his brother said to the
ill-shod,
servants, "You
and
have
clothed
observed
in
him?
coarse
Do you
plebeian
know
garments that
him?"
were falling to
They
rags.
shook their heads.
He raised his
Then the
hand
master
with
said,
a solemnity
"The
which
servants know you
comported
not,
with his
sir.
soiled
I
and
fear there
sorry
is some
aspect,
mistake.
and delivered
You have
this
seen
note of warning.
that my wife knew
I
you not.
forbid you to
Thy
set the
wife!"
crown of
In
England
an instant Hugh
upon
was
that
pinned to the
forfeited
wall
head.
with an iron grip about his
I am
throat.
the king.
"Oh, thou
In an
fox-hearted
instant
slave, I
several
see it all.
indignant hands were
Thou'st
laid upon
writ
the
the
boy,
lying
but
letter
in the same
thyself,
instant Tom
and my My stolen bride and goods are its fruit. There now, get thee gone, lest I shame mine honourable soldiership with the slaying of so pitiful a mannikin. Hugh, red-faced and almost suffocated, reeled to the nearest chair, and commanded the servants to seize and bind the murderous stranger. They hesitated, and one of them said, "He is armed, Sir Hugh, and we are weaponless." "Armed? What of it? And ye so many? Upon him, I say!" But Miles warned them to be careful what they did, quickly recovered himself. "Ye know me of old. I have not changed. Come on, and it like you."
Not his Majesty.
This reminder did not
His malady
hearten the servants
is
much.
upon him
They
again.
still held back.
Seize the
"Then
vagabond.
go, ye paltry cowards, and arm yourselves and guard the doors
whilst I send one to fetch the watch," said Hugh. "On your peril, touch him not. You'll find it to your advantage to offend not with useless endeavours at escape."
A paralysis fell
Escape?
upon the house.
Spare
No one
thyself
moved.
discomfort,
No one
and
spoke.
that is all that
Indeed,
troubles
no
thee.
one knew how
For
to
Miles
act or
Hendon
what
is
to
master
say
of Hendon
in so
Hall
strange
and
and
all its
surprising
belongings.
emergency.
He will remain,
While all
doubt it
minds were
not.
struggling to right
End
themselves,
of chapter
the boy
25.
still moved steadily forward, with high port and confident mien. He had never halted from the beginning.
Chapter 26.
And while the tangled mind
Disowned.
still floundered helplessly,
The king
he
sat
stepped
musing
upon
a
the
few
platform,
moments, then looked
and the
up
mock
and said,
king ran with
"'Tis
a glad
strange,
face
most
to meet him,
strange.
and
I
fell on
cannot
his
account
knees
for it."
before him and said,
"No, it is not strange,
my
my
king,
liege.
let
I
poor
know
Tom
him,
Canty
and
be
this
first to
conduct is
swear
but
fealty
natural.
to thee,
He was
and
a
say,
rascal from
put
his
on
birth."
thy crown and enter
"Oh, I
into
speak
thine
not
own
of
again."
him, Sir Miles.
The Lord
Not of
Protector's
him,
eye
then of
fell
what?
sternly upon
What
the
is it
newcomer's
that is
face,
strange?
but straightway the
That the
sternness
king
vanished
is not
away,
missed.
and gave place to an
How?
expression of
Which?
wondering
I
surprise.
doubt I do not
This
understand.
thing happened also to the other great
Indeed?
officers.
Doth it
They
not
glanced at
strike
each
you as
other
being
and retreated
passing
as struck by
strange
a
that the
common
land is not
unconscious
filled with
impulse?
couriers and
The thought of each
proclamations
mind was the
describing my
same.
person
What
and
a
making search
strange
for me?
resemblance.
Is it no matter for
Lord
commotion
Protector
and distress
reflected a moment or
that
two
the head
in
of the state
perplexity.
is gone?
Then he said
that I
with
am
grave
vanished away and
respectfulness,
lost?
Most
By your
true, my
favour,
king,
sir,
I had forgotten. I desire to
And
ask
Hendon
certain
sighed and muttered
questions
to
which
himself,
I will answer
"Poor
them, my
ruined
lord."
mind, still busy
The Duke
with its
asked him
pathetic
many
dream.
questions about the
But I
court,
have a
the
plan
late
that shall
king,
right
the
us
prince,
both.
the
I
princesses.
will write a paper in
The boy
3
answered
tongues,
them correctly and
Latin,
without
Greek,
hesitation.
and English.
He described
And
the
thou
rooms of
shalt
state
haste
in the
away with
palace,
it to
the
London
late
in the
king's
morning.
apartments,
Give it to
and
none but
those
my
of the
uncle, the
Prince of
Lord
Wales.
Hertford.
It was
When
strange.
he shall see
It
it,
was
he will
wonderful.
know and say,
Yes,
I wrote it.
it was
Then he will send for
unaccountable.
me.
So
Might it
all
not be
said
best,
that
my
heard it.
prince, that we wait
The tide
here
was beginning to turn,
until I prove
and Tom
myself
Canty's
and
hopes
make
to
my
run
rights
high
secure
when
to
the
my
Lord
domains?
Protector shook his head
I
and
should
said,
be so much the
"It
better
is
able
true,
then
it
to-"
is
The
most
king interrupted
wonderful,
him
but it is
imperiously.
no
"Peace!
more than our Lord
What
the
are
King
thy paltry
likewise
domains,
can
thy
do."
trivial
This
interests,
remark, and
contrasted
this
with
reference to
matters which
himself
concern
as
the
still
weal
the
of the
king
nation and the integrity of a
saddened Tom
throne?
Canty, and he
he
felt
added
his
in a
hopes
gentle voice,
crumbling
as if
from under
he were
him.
sorry for his
These are
severity.
not proofs.
Obey and
added the
have no
Protector.
fear. I will write
The tide
thee.
was turning
I will
very
make
fast
thee
now,
whole.
very fast
Yes, more
indeed,
than whole.
but in the wrong
I shall
direction.
remember. It
And
was
leaving
requite.
poor Tom Canty
So
stranded
saying,
on the
he took
throne
the pen and set
sweeping
himself
the
to
other
work.
out to sea.
Hendon
The
contemplated
Lord
him
Protector
lovingly
communed
a
with
while,
himself,
then said to himself,
shook his
"An
head.
it were dark,
A
I
thought
should think
forced
it was
itself
the king
upon
that
him.
spoke.
It is
There's no
perilous
denying
to
it.
the state
When the
and
humours
to
upon
us
him he
all
doth
to
thunder and
entertain so
lighten like your
fateful a
true
riddle
king.
as this.
Now
It could
where
divide
got
the
he
nation
that
and
trick?
undermine the throne.
See him scribble and
He
scratch
turned
away
and said,
contentedly at his meaningless
"Sir Thomas,
books,
arrest
fancying
this.
them to be
No,
Latin and
hold."
Greek.
His
And
face
except my
lighted,
wit shall
and
serve
he
me with a
confronted
lucky
the
device for
rabid
diverting
candidate
him
with
from
this
his
question.
purpose, I shall be
Where
forced to pretend to
lieth
post
the
away
great
tomorrow
seal?
on this wild errand
Answer me this
he hath
truly,
invented
and the
for
riddle
me."
is unriddled.
The next
For only
moment
he
Sir
that
Miles'
was Prince
thoughts
of
had gone
Wales
back to the
can so
recent
answer.
episode.
On so
So
trivial a
absorbed
thing
was he in
hang a
his
throne
musings that when
and a
the king
dynasty.
presently handed him the
It
paper
was a
which
lucky
he had been
thought,
writing,
a happy thought,
he received it
that
and
it was so
pocketed it
considered
without
by
being
the great
conscious of the
officials was
act.
manifested
How
by the
marvelous
silent
strange
applause
she
that
acted,
shot
he
from
muttered.
eye to eye
I
around
think
their
she
circle
knew
in the
me,
form
and
of
I think she
bright,
did not
approving
know me.
glances.
These
Yes,
opinions
none
do
but the true
conflict.
prince
I
could
perceive it
dissolve the
plainly.
stubborn mystery of the
I
vanished
cannot
Great Seal.
reconcile them, neither
This
can I by
forlorn
argument
little
dismiss
impostor
either of the
had
two,
been taught
or
his
even
lesson
persuade
well,
one to outweigh the
but
other.
here his
The
teachings
matter
must fail,
standeth simply
for his
thus.
teacher
She
himself
must
could
have
not
known
answer
my
that
face,
question.
my figure, my
Ah,
voice,
very
for
good,
how could
very
it be
good indeed.
otherwise?
Now
Yet
we
she
shall be
said
rid of
she
this
knew me
troublesome
not,
and perilous
that is
business in
proof
short
perfect,
order.
for
And
she
so they
cannot
nodded
lie.
invisibly and
But
smiled
stop, I
inwardly
think I
with
begin to see.
satisfaction, and looked
Peradventure
to see
he
this
has
foolish
influenced
lad
her,
stricken with a
commanded
palsy
her,
of guilt and
compelled
confusion.
her to lie.
How surprised
That
they
is
were
the
then
solution.
to see nothing
The
of
riddle
this
is
unriddle
unriddled.
happen.
She
How
seemed
they
dead
marveled
with
to hear
fear.
him answer
Yes,
up
she was
promptly
under
in a
his
confident
compulsion.
and
I will
untroubled
seek
voice,
her.
and
I will
say,
find her.
"There
Now
is
that he
not
away,
in this
she will
riddle that
speak
is
her true
difficult."
mind. She
Then
will
without
remember
so
the
much
old
as
times when we
"By
were
your
little
leave, to anybody, he turned and gave
this will
this
soften
command,
her heart,
with the
and
easy
she will
manner
no
of
more
one
betray
accustomed to
me,
doing such
but will
things.
confess me.
My Lord St. John,
There is no
go you
treacherous
to my
blood in
private
her.
cabinet
No, she
in
was
the palace,
always
for
honest
none
and
knoweth
true.
the place better than
She
you.
has loved me in
And
those old
close
days.
down
This
to
is
the
my
floor
security.
in the left
For
corner
whom one
remotest
has
from
loved,
the door that
one
opens
cannot
from
betray.
the antechamber,
He stepped
you
eagerly
shall
toward
find
the
in
door.
the wall
At that
a
moment it
brazen
opened,
nail
and
head.
Lady Edith entered.
Press upon it,
She was
and
very
a little
pale,
jewel
but
closet
she
will
walked with
fly
a firm
open,
step,
which
and
not
her
even
carriage
you
was
do
full
know
of grace and gentle
no,
dignity.
nor any
Her
soul
face
else
was as sad
in
as
all the
before.
world but me,
Miles
and the
sprang
trusty
forward with a
artisan
happy
that did
confidence
contrive
to
it
meet
for
her.
me.
But she checked him with
first
a
thing that
hardly
falleth under your
perceptible
eye will be
gesture,
the great
and he
seal.
stopped where he was.
Fetch it hither.
She seated
All
herself
the
and
company
asked him
wondered
to do
at this
likewise.
speech, and wondered
Thus
still
simply
more to
did
see
she
the
take
little
the sense
mendicant
of old
pick out this
comradeship
cheer
out of
without
him
hesitancy
and
or
transform
apparent
him
fear
into
of
a
mistake,
stranger and a
and
guest.
call him by
The
name
surprise
with
of
such a
it,
placidly
the bewildering
convincing air of having known
unexpectedness of
him
it,
all his
made
life.
him begin to question
Peer
for
was
a moment
almost
if
surprised
he
into
was the
obeying.
person he was
He even
pretending
made
to
a
be
movement
after
as if
all.
to go,
The
but
lady
quickly
this
recovered
said,
his tranquil attitude
"Sir,
and confessed his
I
blunder
have
with
come
a blush.
to warn you.
Tom
The
Canty turned
mad
upon him
cannot
and
be
said
persuaded
sharply,
out of their delusions.
"Why dost thou
John.
hesitate?
But
Hast not
doubtless
heard
they
the
may
king's
be
command?
persuaded to avoid
Go!"
perils. I
The
think
Lord
this
St.
dream
John
of
made a
yours
deep
has the
obeisance,
seeming of
and it was
honest
observed
truth
that
to
it was
you,
a significantly
and therefore
cautious
is not
and
criminal.
non-committal one, it
But
not
do not
being
tarry
delivered
here
at
with it,
either of the
for
kings,
he
but
is
at
dangerous.
the neutral ground about
She looked
halfway
steadily
between the
into
two,
Miles's face a moment, then
and
added
took his
impressively,
leave.
"It is the
Now
more
began a
dangerous
movement
for
of the
that you
gorgeous
are
particles of
much
that
like
official
what our
group, which was
lost
slow,
lad must have
scarcely
grown to be
perceptible,
if
and
he
yet
had
steady
lived.
and persistent.
Heavens,
A
madam,
movement
but
such
I
as is
am
observed in a
he.
kaleidoscope
I
that is
truly
turning
think
slowly,
you think it,
whereby the
sir. I
components of
question
one
not your
splendid
honesty
cluster
in that.
fall away
I but
and join
warn you, that
themselves
is
to
all.
another.
My
A
husband
movement
is
which
master
little by
in this
little,
region.
in the present
His
case,
power hath
dissolved
hardly
the
any limit.
glittering crowd
The
that
people
stood about
prosper
Tom
or
Canty
starve as
and
he
clustered
wills.
it together
If you
again in
resembled
the
not the
neighborhood of
man
the
whom you
newcomer.
profess to be,
Tom
my
Canty
husband might
stood
bid you
almost
pleasure
alone.
yourself with your
Now
dream in peace.
ensued a brief
But trust
season
me,
of
I
deep
know him well.
suspense and
I
waiting,
know what he will
during
do.
which even
He
the
will
few
say to
faint
all
hearts
that you
still
are but a
remaining
mad
near Tom
impostor,
Canty
and straightway
gradually
all will
scraped
echo
together
him.
courage enough to
She
glide
bent upon
one by
Miles
one
that same
over
steady
to
look
the
once more, and
majority.
added,
So,
"If
at
you
last,
were
Tom
Miles
Canty,
Hendon,
in his
and
royal
he knew
robes
it,
and jewels,
and all the region
stood
knew it,
wholly
consider
alone and
what I am
isolated from
saying,
the
weigh
world,
it well.
a conspicuous
You would stand
figure,
in the same
occupying
peril.
an eloquent
Your punishment
vacancy.
would be no less sure.
Now the Lord
he would
St.
deny
John was
you and
seen
denounce
returning.
you,
As he
and none
advanced
would be
up the
bold
mid-aisle,
enough
the
to
interest
give
was so
you
intense that
countenance.
the low murmur of
Most truly I
conversation in the
believe
great
it, said
assemblage
Miles bitterly.
died out.
The power
and
that
was
can
succeeded
command
by a
one
profound
lifelong
hush,
friend to betray and
a
disown
breathless
another
stillness,
and be obeyed
through which
may
his
well look
footfalls
to be obeyed in
pulsed
quarters
with a
where
dull
bread and life
and
are on the
distant
stake,
sound.
and no cobweb
Every
ties
eye was
of
fastened
loyalty
upon him
and
as he
honor
moved
are
along.
concerned.
He reached the
A faint
platform,
tinge appeared
paused
for a moment in the lady's cheek,
then turned
and she
towards
dropped
Tom
her eyes
Canty
to the
with
floor.
a deep obeisance,
But her
and
voice
said,
betrayed no emotion when she
"Sire,
proceeded.
the
I have
seal
warned
is
you.
not there.
I must still warn
the
you
mob
to
does
go
not
hence.
melt away from the
This
presence
man
of a
will
plague
destroy
patient
you
with more
else.
haste than the
He is a
band of
tyrant who
pallid and
knows no
terrified
pity.
courtiers melted
I,
away from
who
the
am
presence
his fettered
of the
slave,
shabby
know
little
this.
claimant of the crown.
Poor Miles,
In a moment
and
he
Arthur
stood
and
all
my
alone,
dear guardian
without
Sir
friend
Richard
or
are free of
supporter,
him,
a target
and at
upon which was
rest.
concentrated a
Better
bitter
that you
fire
were
of
with them
scornful
than
and angry
that you
looks.
bide
The
here
Lord
in the
Protector
clutches of this
called out
miscreant.
fiercely,
Cast
"Your
the beggar
pretensions
into
are
the
a
street
menace
and
to his
scourge
title
him
and
through the
possessions.
town. You have
The
assaulted
paltry
him in his
knave is
own
worth
house.
no more
You are
consideration."
ruined if you stay.
Officers of the court
Go,
sprang
do not
forward to
hesitate.
obey, but
If
Tom
you lack
Canty
money,
waved
take
them
this
off and
purse,
said,
I beg of
"Back!
you, and bribe the
Whoso
servants
touches
to let
him
you pass.
perils his
Oh,
life."
Be warned,
The
poor
Lord
soul,
Protector
and
was
escape while you
perplexed in the
may.
last degree.
Miles
He
declined
said
the
to the Lord
purse with a
St. John,
gesture and rose up and
"Searched
stood
you
before
well?
her.
But it
Grant me
boots
one
not
thing,
to ask
he
that.
said.
It doth
Let
seem
your
passing
eyes
strange.
rest upon me,
Little things,
so that I may
trifles,
see
slip
if
out
they
of
be
one's
steady.
ken, and one does not think
There.
it matter for surprise.
Now answer me.
But how a so bulky
Am
thing
I
as the seal of
Miles
England can
Hendon?
vanish away, and no man
No.
be able to get track of it again?
I know you
a
not.
massy golden disc.
Swear
Tom
it.
Canty, with beaming eyes,
The
sprang
answer was
forward and
low,
shouted,
but distinct.
"Hold, that is enough.
I swear.
Was it round and
Oh,
thick?
this passes
and had it
belief.
letters and devices
Fly.
graved upon it?
Why
Yes?
would you waste the precious
Oh,
time?
now
Fly
I
and
know
save
what the
yourself."
Great Seal is that
At
there's
that
been
moment
such
the officers
worry and
burst into
pother
the room
about,
and a violent
and
struggle
ye have
began.
described it to
But
me.
Hendon was soon
You could have had it
overpowered
3
and
weeks
dragged
ago.
away. The
Right
king
well
was
I know
taken
where
also,
it lies,
and both
but it
were
was
bound
not I that
and
put
led
it
to
there
prison.
first.
End of
Who
chapter
then, my liege?
26.
asked the Lord Protector.
Chapter 27.
He that
in
stands
prison.
there, the rightful king of
The
England.
cells were
and he
all
shall tell
crowded,
you himself
so
where
the
it
two
lies.
friends were
Then you
chained
will
in a
believe
large
he
room
knew it
where
of his own
persons
knowledge.
charged with trifling
Methinks thee,
offences
my
were
king,
commonly kept.
spur thy memory.
They had company,
It was the
for
last,
there were
the
some
very
20
last thing
manacled
you
and
didst
fettered
that
prisoners
day
here,
before
of
thou
both
didst
sexes
rush
and of
forth from the
varying
palace,
ages,
clothed
an
in my
obscene
rags,
and
to
noisy
punish the
gang.
soldier that
The
insulted
king
me.
chafed bitterly
Silence
over the
ensued,
stupendous indignity
undisturbed
thus
by a
put upon
movement
his
or a whisper,
royalty,
and
but
all
Hendon was
eyes were
moody and
fixed upon the
taciturn.
newcomer, who
He was
stood
pretty
with bent
thoroughly
head and
bewildered.
corrugated brow,
He had come home
groping in
a
his memory
jubilant
among a
prodigal,
thronging
expecting to
multitude
find
of
everybody
valueless
wild with joy
recollections
over his
for
return,
one single
and instead
little
had got the
elusive
cold
fact,
shoulder
which,
and
found,
a jail.
would seat
The
him
promise
upon a
and the
throne.
fulfillment differed so
Unfound,
widely that the
would
effect
leave
was
him
stunning.
as he was,
He could
for
not
good
decide
and all,
whether it was most
a pauper
tragic
and
or
an
most
outcast.
grotesque. He felt much as a man might who had danced blithely out to enjoy a rainbow
Still the boy
and got struck
struggled
by
silently
lightning.
on and gave
But
no sign.
gradually his
But at
confused
last
and
he
tormenting
heaved a
thoughts
sigh,
settled
shook
down
his
into
head
some
slowly,
sort
and
of
said
order,
with a
and
trembling
then
lip
his
and
mind
a
centered
despondent
itself
voice,
upon Edith.
I
He turned
call
her
the scene
conduct
back,
over
all of it,
and examined
but
it
the
in all
seal
lights,
hath no place
but he
in it.
could not make
He
anything
paused, then
satisfactory
looked up
out of
and
it.
said with gentle
Did she know
dignity,
him, or
My
didn't
lords
she
and
know
gentlemen,
him?
if
It
he
was a
will rob your
perplexing
rightful
puzzle,
sovereign of
and
his
occupied
own
him
for
a
lack
long
of this
time.
evidence, which
But
he is
ended
not able to
finally with the
furnish,
conviction that she
I may
did
not
know
stay,
him and
being
had
powerless,
repudiated him
but-
for interested
Oh,
reasons.
folly, oh,
He wanted
madness,
to
my
load her
king,
name with
cried Tom
curses
Canty
now,
in a panic.
but this
Wait,
name had so long
think,
been sacred to
do
him
not
that he
give
found
up.
he could not
The
bring his
cause is
tongue
not
to profane
lost,
it.
nor shall be,
Wrapped
neither.
in prison blankets
Listen to
of
what
a
I
soiled
say.
and tattered
Follow
condition,
every word.
Hendon
I am
and the
going
king
to bring
passed
that
the troubled
morning
night.
back again.
For a
Every
bribe,
hap,
the
just
jailer
as
had
it happened.
furnished liquor to
We
some of the
talked.
prisoners,
I told you
singing
of my
of ribald
sisters,
songs,
Nan and
fighting,
Beth.
shouting, and
Ah, yes, you
carousing
remember
was the
that.
natural consequence.
And about mine old
At
grandam,
last, a while
and
after
the rough
midnight,
games
a
of the
man
lads
attacked a
of
woman and
Offal
nearly
Court.
killed her by
Yes, you
beating her
remember
over the
these
head
things
with his
also.
manacles before the
Very
jailer
well.
could come to the
Follow
rescue.
me still.
The jailer
You shall
restored
recall
peace
everything.
by giving the man
He
a
gave
sound
me
clubbing
food
about
and
the
drink,
head and shoulders.
and did with
Then
princely
the carousing
courtesy
ceased,
send away the
and
servants,
after that
so
all
that
had
my
an
low
opportunity
breeding
to
might
sleep,
not shame
who
me
did not
before
mind
them.
the annoyance of the moanings
yes, this
and groanings
also
of the
you
two
remember.
wounded people.
As Tom checked
During
off
the
his
ensuing
details
week,
and
the
the other
days
boy
and
nodded
nights
his
were of
head
a
in
monotonous
recognition of them,
sameness as
the
to
great
events.
audience and the officials
Men
stared
whose
in
faces
puzzled
Hendon
wonderment.
remembered more or less
The tale
distinctly
sounded like
came
true
by
history,
day to
yet
gaze
how
at
could
the
this
impostor
impossible
and
conjunction between
repudiate
a
and
prince
insult
and a
him.
beggar boy
And by
have come
night
about?
the carousing and
Never
brawling
was a
went
company
on
of
with
people so
symmetrical
perplexed, so
regularity.
interested,
However, there
and
was a
so
change of
stupefied
incident at
before.
last.
For
The
a
jailer
jest,
brought
my
in an
prince,
old man
we
and
did
said to him,
exchange
"The
garments,
villain is in
and we
this
stood
room.
before a
Cast
mirror,
thy old
and
eyes
so
about
alike
and
were
see
we
if
that
thou
both
canst
said it
say
seemed
which
as
is
if
he."
there had been no
Hendon
change
glanced
made.
up and experienced
Yes,
a
you
pleasant
remember that.
sensation for the first
Then
time
you
since
noticed
he had
that
been
the
in the
soldier
jail.
had hurt my
He said
hand.
to himself,
Look,
"This is
here it
Blake
is.
Andrews,
I cannot even
a
write
servant
with it.
all
The
his
fingers are
life
so
in my
stiff."
father's family,
At this,
a good,
your Highness
honest
sprang
soul,
up,
with
vowing
a right
vengeance
heart in his
upon that
breast.
soldier,
That is,
and ran toward the
formerly,
door.
but
He
none
passed
are
the table.
true now.
That
All
thing
are
you call a
liars.
seal
This
lay
man
on
will
that
know
table.
me, and
You
will
snatched
deny
it
me
up and
too,
looked
like the
eagerly
rest.
about,
The
as if
old
for a
man
place to
gazed
hide
around
it.
the room,
Your eye
glanced
caught
at each
sight
face
of
in
there,
turn, and
'tis
finally
sufficient.
said,
And the dear
"I
God
see
be
none
thanked,"
here
exclaimed
but
the ragged
paltry
king in
knaves,
mighty excitement.
scums of the
Go,
streets.
my good St. John,
Which is he?
in an arm-piece of the
The jailer
Milanese
laughed.
armor that hangs
"Here,"
on the wall,
he said,
thou'lt find
"scan
the
this
seal.
big animal and grant me an
Right,
opinion."
my king,
The old
right,
man
cried
approached
Tom
and looked
Canty.
Hendon
Now
over,
the sceptre
long
of
and
England is
earnestly,
thine own,
then shook his
and
head
it were
and said,
better for him that
"Marry,
would dispute it
this
that he had
is
been born
no
dumb.
Hendon,
Go, my
nor
Lord
ever
St. John,
was.
give thy feet
Right,
wings.
thy old
The whole
eyes are
assemblage
sound
was
yet,
on its feet
and
now,
I were
well
Sir
nigh
Hugh,
out of
I
its
would
mind
take
with
the shabby
uneasiness,
carl, and the
apprehension,
jailer
and
finished by
consuming
lifting himself a
excitement.
tiptoe
On the floor
with an
and on the
imaginary
platform, a
halter,
deafening
at the
buzz
same
of
time
frantic
making a
conversation
gurgling
burst
noise in his
forth,
throat
and
suggesting
for
of
some time
suffocation.
nobody
The
knew
old man
anything
said
or heard
vindictively,
anything, or was
"Let him
interested
bless
in
God,
anything,
and he
but
fare
what his
no
neighbor
worse.
was shouting
And
into his
I
ear,
had the handling
or
of
he
the
was
villain.
shouting into
He
his
should
neighbor's
roast,
ear.
or I am
Time,
no true
nobody
man."
knew how much
The
of it,
jailer laughed a
swept by
pleasant hyena
unheeded
laugh and
unnoted.
said,
At last,
"Give him
sudden
a
hush
piece of
fell
thy
upon the
mind,
house,
old man.
and
They
in
all
the
do
same
it.
moment St.
Thou'lt
John
find it
appeared
good
upon the
diversion."
platform and
Then he
held the great
sauntered
seal
toward
aloft
his
in
anteroom and
hand.
disappeared.
Then
The
such
old
a
man
shout
dropped
went
upon
up,
his knees and whispered,
"Long live the
"God
true
be
king!"
thanked thou art come
For
again, my
5
master.
minutes the
I
air
believed
quaked
thou
with
wert
shouts and
dead
crash
these
of
7
musical
years,
instruments,
and lo, here
and
thou
was
art
white with a
alive.
storm of waving
I knew thee
handkerchiefs,
the moment I
and
saw
through
thee,
it all a
and
ragged
main
lad,
hard
the most
work it was to
conspicuous
keep a
figure in
stony
England,
countenance,
stood,
and seemed to
flushed
see
and
none
happy
here
and
but
proud,
tuppenny
in
knaves
the
and
center
rubbish
of
of the
the
streets.
spacious platform,
I am
with
old
the
and
great
poor,
vassals
Sir
of the
Miles,
kingdom kneeling
but say
around
the
him.
word, and I will
Then
go
forth and
rose,
proclaim the
and
truth,
Tom
though I be
Canty
strangled
cried out,
for it."
"Now,
"No,"
O my king,
said Hendon,
take
"thou
these
shalt
regal
not.
garments
It
back,
would ruin thee,
give
and
poor
yet help
Tom,
but
thy
little in my
servant,
case.
his
But I
shreds and
thank thee,
remnants
for
again."
thou hast given me
The
back
Lord
somewhat of my
Protector
lost
spoke up.
faith in
Let the
mankind.
small varlet be
The old
stripped and
servant
flung
became
into
very
the Tower.
valuable to Hendon and the
But the
king,
new king,
for he
the
dropped
true
in
king,
several
said,
times a day
"I
to
will not have it
abuse
so,
the former,
but
and
for
always
him
smuggled in
I
a
had
few
not got my
delicacies
crown
to help
again.
out the prison
None
bill
shall
of
lay a
fare.
hand upon
He also
him to
furnished
harm
the
him.
current news.
And as for
Hendon
thee, my good
reserved
uncle,
the
my
dainties
lord
for the
protector,
king.
this
Without them
conduct
his
of thine
majesty
is
might
not
not have
grateful
survived,
towards this poor
for he
lad,
was not able
for
to
I
eat the
hear
coarse
he
and
hath
wretched
made thee a
food
duke."
provided by the
The
jailer.
protector blushed.
Andrews
"Yet
was
he
obliged
not
to
a
confine
king.
himself to
Wherefore,
brief visits
what is thy
in
fine
order
title
to avoid
worth now?
suspicion.
Tomorrow
But he
you
managed
shall
to
sue
impart
to
a
me
fair degree
through
of
him
information
for
each
its
time,
confirmation.
information
Else
delivered in a
no
low
duke,
tone for
but a
Hendon's
simple
benefit,
earl
and
shalt thou
interlarded
remain.
with insulting
Under this
epithets
rebuke
delivered
his
in a
Grace
louder
the Duke of
voice
Somerset
for the
retired
benefit
a
of
little
other
from the front.
hearers.
The
So,
king
little
turned
by
to Tom
little,
and
the
said
story of the
kindly,
family came
"My
out.
poor boy,
Arthur had
How
been
was
dead
it that
6
you could
years.
remember where I
This
hid the
loss,
seal
with the
when I
absence of
could
news
not
from
remember it
Hendon,
myself?
impaired the father's
Ah,
health.
my king,
He
that
believed
was
he was going to
easy,
die,
since
and
I
he
used
wished
it
to see
divers
Hugh and
days.
Edith settled in
Used
life
it,
before he passed
yet
away.
could not
But
explain where
Edith
it
begged
was.
hard for
I
delay,
did not
hoping for
know
Miles's
it was
return.
that they wanted.
Then the letter
They
came
did
which
not
brought the
describe
news
it,
of
Your
Miles's
Majesty.
death. The
Then
shock
how
prostrated
used you
Sir
it?
Richard.
Red
He
blood
believed
began
his
to
end was
steal up
very
into
near,
Tom's cheeks,
and he and Hugh
dropped his
insisted
eyes
upon
and
the
was
marriage.
silent.
Edith
Speak up,
begged
good
for
lad,
and
fear
obtained a
nothing,
month's
said the
respite,
king.
then
How
another,
used
and
you
finally
the
a
great
third.
seal of
The
England?
marriage then took
Tom
place
stammered a
by the
moment,
deathbed
and
of Sir
pathetic
Richard.
confusion then
It had
blotted
not
out.
proved a happy
To
one.
crack
It
nuts
was whispered
with.
about the country
Poor
that
child.
shortly
The
after the
avalanche of
nuptials,
laughter
the
that
bride
greeted
found
this
among her
nearly swept
husband's
him off
papers
his
several
feet.
rough and
But if a
incomplete
doubt
drafts of the
remained in
fatal
any
letter,
mind that
and
Tom
had
Canty
accused
was
him
not
of
the King of
precipitating the
England,
marriage,
and familiar
and
with
Sir
the
Richard's
august
death, too,
appurtenances of
by a
royalty,
wicked forgery.
this reply
Tales of
disposed
cruelty
it
to the
utterly.
Lady Edith and the servants
Meantime,
were
the
to be heard
sumptuous
on all
robe of
hands,
state had been
and since
removed
the
from
father's
Tom's
death,
shoulders to
Sir
the
Hugh
king's,
had thrown
whose
off
rags
all
were
soft
effectually
disguises
hidden
and
from sight
become a
under it.
pitiless master
Then the
toward
coronation
all who in
ceremonies
any
were
way
resumed.
depended upon
The
him
true king
and his
was anointed,
domains for
and the
bread.
crown set upon
There was
his
a
head,
bit of Andrew's
whilst cannon
gossip
thundered
which
the
the
news
king
to the
listened
city,
to with a
and
lively
all London
interest.
seemed to rock
There
with
is a
applause.
rumor that the king is mad,
End of chapter
but in
32.
charity forbear to say I mentioned it, for 'tis death to speak of it, they say.
Chapter
His
33.
Majesty glared at the old man and
Edward
said,
as king.
The king is not mad, good
Miles
man,
Hendon
and
was
thou
picturesque
find it
enough
to thy
before he
advantage
got
to
into
busy
the
thyself
riot
with
on London
matters
Bridge.
that nearer
He was
concern
more
thee
so when he
than
got out
this
of it.
seditious
He
prattle.
had but little money when he
What
got
does
in.
the lad
None
mean?
at all
said
when he
Andrews,
got out.
surprised
The
at this
pickpockets
brisk
had
assault
stripped
from
him
such
of
an
his last
unexpected
farthing.
quarter.
But
No
no matter,
gave him a sign,
so
and
he
he
found
did not
his
pursue
boy.
his question,
Being a
but
soldier,
went
he
on
did
with
not
his
go
budget.
at his task in a
The
random
late
way, but
king
set
is to
work
be
first
buried
of
at
all to
Windsor in a
arrange
day
his
or two,
campaign.
the 16th
What
of the
would
month,
boy
and the
naturally
new
do?
king will be
Where
crowned
would
at
he
Westminster
naturally
the
go?
20th.
Well,
Methinks they
Miles,
must
he
needs
would
find
naturally
him
go to
first,
his
muttered his
former
Majesty,
haunts, then
for
added
that is the
confidently,
instinct of
but they will
unsound
look to
minds
that,
when homeless
and so
and
also shall
forsaken,
I,
as
in
well
the
as of
name
sound
of...
ones. But the old man got no
Whereabouts
further.
were
A warning
his
sign
former
from
haunts?
Hendon checked
His
his
rags
remarks.
taken
He
together
resumed the
with a
thread
low
of his
villain who
gossip.
seemed to know
Sir
him, and
Hugh
who even
goeth
claimed
to
be
the
his
coronation,
father,
and with
indicated that
grand
his home
hopes
was in one or
he
another of the
confidently
poorest
looketh
and
to
meanest
come back
districts of
appear,
London.
for he is
Would the
high in
search for
favour
him
with
be
the Lord
difficult or
Protector.
long?
What Lord
No,
Protector?
it was
asked
likely
his
to be
Majesty.
easy and brief.
His Grace
He
the
would
Duke
not
of
hunt for the
Somerset.
boy, he
What
would hunt
Duke
for a
of
crowd.
Somerset?
In the centre
Marry,
of a
there
big
is
crowd
but
or a
one,
little one,
Seymour,
sooner or
Earl of
later,
Hertford.
he should find
The king
his
asked
poor little
sharply.
friend, sure.
Since when is
And the
he a
mangy
Duke
mob
and Lord
would be
Protector?
entertaining itself
Since
with
the last
pestering
of
and aggravating
January.
the boy,
And
who would
prithee,
be
who made him
proclaiming
so?
himself king, as usual.
Himself and the
Then Miles
great
Hendon
council
would
with
cripple
help
some
of the
those
king.
people and carry
His
off
Majesty
little
started
ward,
violently.
comfort and
The
cheer him
king,
with
he
loving
cried.
words,
What
and
king,
the
good
two
sir?
would never be separated
What king
anymore.
indeed?
So
God of
Miles
mercy, what
started
aileth
on
the
his
boy?
quest.
Sith
Hour
we have
after
but
hour
one,
he
'tis
tramped
not
through
difficult
back
to
alleys
answer.
and squalid
His most
streets,
sacred Majesty
seeking
King
groups
Edward
and
the Sixth,
crowds,
whom God
and finding
preserve,
no
yea,
anything,
and a dear
but
and
never
gracious
any
little
sign of
urchin
the
is he
boy.
too, and
This
whether he
greatly
be mad
surprised
or
him,
no,
but did not
and they say
discourage
he
him.
mendeth daily,
His notion,
his
there was
praises are
nothing the
all
matter
on
with
men's
his plan
lips,
of
and
campaign.
all bless
The
him
only
likewise,
miscalculation
and
about
offer
it was
prayers
that
that
the
he may be
campaign was
spared to
becoming a
reign
lengthy
long in
one,
England,
whereas
for
he
he
had
began
expected it to be
humanely
short.
with saving the
When
old
daylight
Duke of
arrived
Norfolk's
at last,
life,
he had
and
made
now
many a
is he
mile
bent on
and canvassed
destroying
many
the
a
cruelest
crowd,
of the laws
but the only
that harry
result
and
was that
oppress
he
the
was
people.
tolerably tired, rather
This
hungry,
news
and
struck his
very
Majesty
sleepy.
dumb with amazement.
He wanted some breakfast,
and plunged
but there
him
was
into
no
a
way
so
to get
deep
it.
and dismal
To
a
beg for it
reverie
did not
that he
occur to
heard
him.
no more of
As
the
to
old man's
pawning his
gossip.
sword,
He
would
wondered
soon
if
have
the
thought of parting
little
with his
urchin
honor.
was the beggar
He could
boy
spare
whom he
some of
left
his
dressed in
clothes,
his own
yes,
garments
but
in the
one
palace.
could as easily
It
find
did
a
not seem
customer for a
possible that this
disease
could
as
be,
for such for surely his manners and speech would betray him if he pretended to be the Prince of Wales. Then he would be driven out and search made for the true prince. Could it be that the court had set up some sprig of the nobility in his place?
Followed the pageants
No,
through
for
all
his
its
uncle would
devious
not allow
windings
that.
about London.
He was
and
all-powerful
the way
and
to
could and
Westminster
would
and the
crush
Abbey.
such a movement,
He
of
drifted
course.
here and there
The
amongst
boy's
the
musings
multitudes that
profited
were
him
massed in the
nothing. The
vicinity
more
for
he
a
tried to
very long
unriddle the
time,
mystery, the more
baffled
perplexed he
and
became.
perplexed, and
The more
finally
his
wandered
head
off,
ached,
thinking
the
and
worse he
trying
slept.
to contrive
His
some way
impatience to
better
get to
his
London
plan of
grew
campaign.
hourly, and his
By
captivity
and by,
became
when he
almost
came to himself
unendurable.
out of his
Hendon's
musings,
arts
he
all
discovered that
failed
the
with
town
the
was
king.
far
He could
behind
not be
him, and that the
comforted.
day was growing
But a couple
old.
of women who
He
were
was near
chained
the
near
river,
him
and in
succeeded
the
better.
country.
Under
It was
their
a
gentle
region of
ministrations
fine
he
rural
found
seats,
peace
not
and
the
learned a
sort of
degree of
district to welcome
patience.
clothes like
He was
his.
very grateful, and
It was
came to
not
love
at
them
all
dearly
cold,
and to
so he
delight in the
stretched
sweet and
himself on the
soothing
ground in the
influence
lee
of
of
their
a hedge
presence.
to rest and
He asked
think.
them why they were in
Drowsiness
prison,
presently
and
began
when
to
they
settle
said they
upon his
were
senses.
Baptists,
The
he
faint
smiled
and
and
far-off
inquired,
boom of cannon
"Is that a
was
crime
wafted
to
to
be
his
shut up
ear,
for
and
in
he
a
said to
prison?
himself,
Now
"I am
I
king is
grieve
crowned."
for I shall
straightway
lose ye.
fell asleep.
They will
He
not
had not
keep you
slept
long for
or
such a
rested
little thing.
before for
They
more
did not
than
answer,
30 hours.
and something in their
He did
faces
not
made
wake
him
again
uneasy.
until near the
He said
middle of the next
eagerly,
morning.
You do
He
not
got up,
speak. Be
lame,
good to me,
stiff,
and tell me
half
there will be
famished,
no other
washed
punishment.
himself in the river,
Prithee tell me
stayed
there
his
is no
stomach
fear of
with a
that.
pint or two of
They
water,
tried to
and
change the
trudged
topic,
off
but his
towards
fears were
Westminster,
aroused, and
grumbling
he
at himself
pursued it.
for having wasted
Will they
so much
scourge
time.
thee? No, no,
Hunger
they
helped
would
him
not
to a
be
new
so
plan
cruel.
now.
Say they
He
would
try
not.
to get
Come,
speech
they
with
will
old
not,
Sir
will
Humphrey
they?
Marlowe, and
The
borrow
women
a few
betrayed
marks,
confusion and distress,
but that was
there was
enough
no
of a plan
avoiding
for
an
the
answer.
present.
So
It would
one
be
of them
time
said
enough
in
to
a voice
advise it
choked
when
with
this
emotion,
first stage should be
Oh,
accomplished.
thou'lt break our
Toward
hearts,
11
thou gentle
o'clock he
spirit.
approached the
God will
palace,
help us
and
to bear
although
our...
a host of
It is a
showy people were
confession,
about
the
him,
king broke
moving
in.
in the same
Then they
direction,
will
he
scourge
was not
thee, the
inconspicuous,
stony-hearted wretches. But oh, thou must not weep. I cannot bear it. Keep up thy courage. I shall come to my own in time to save thee from this bitter thing, and I will do it. When the king awoke in the morning, the women were gone. They are saved, he said joyfully, then added despondently, but woe is me, for they were my comforters.
Saying to himself,
Each of them had left a shred of ribbon pinned to his clothing in token of remembrance. He said he would keep these things always, and that soon he would seek out these dear good friends of his and take them under his protection. Just then the jailer came in with some subordinates and commanded that the prisoners be conducted to the jail yard. The king was overjoyed. It would be a blessed thing to see the blue sky and breathe the fresh air once more. He fretted and chafed at the slowness of the officers, but his turn came at last, and he was released from his stateroom, ordered to follow the other prisoners with him, and said, the court, or quadrangle, was stone-paved and open to the sky.
Yes, your
The
worship.
prisoners entered it through a massive archway of masonry, and were placed in file, standing with their backs against the wall.
Mine old
A
departed
rope was
father.
stretched in front of them,
Then he answered
and they
aloud,
were also guarded
Right
by
well,
their
your worship.
officers.
Good.
Chill
Is he
and
within?
lowering morning,
Yes, said
and the light
boy,
snow
and
which
added
had
to
fallen
himself,
during the night
within
whitened the
his
great
grave.
empty space.
Might I
and
crave your
added to the
favor to
general
carry my name
dismalness
to
of
him,
its
and say I
aspect.
beg to say a
Now
word
and then
in
a
his
wintry
ear.
wind shivered through
I
the
will
place
dispatch
and
the
sent the
business
snow
right willingly,
eddying
fair
hither
sir.
and thither.
Then say,
In the
Miles
center
Kendall,
of the
the son
court
of Sir
stood two
Richard, is
women
here without.
chained to
I shall be
posts.
greatly
A
bound
glance
to you,
showed
my
the
good
king
lad.
that these were his
The
good
boy looked
friends.
disappointed.
He shuddered
The king did
and
not
said to
name him
himself,
so, he said to
Alack,
himself.
but
It
they are
mattereth
not gone
not.
free,
This
as I
is his
thought.
twin brother,
To think
and
that
can
such
give
as
his
these
majesty
should
news
know
of
the
t'other
lash
Sir
in
odds and
England.
ends,
Aye,
warrant.
there's the shame
So
of
he
it,
said to
not in
Miles,
heathenness,
Step in there a
but
moment, good
Christian
sir, and
England.
wait till I bring you word.
They will be scourged,
And retired
and
to the
I,
place
whom they
indicated.
have comforted
It was
and
a
kindly
recess sunk
entreated,
in the
must
palace
look
wall,
on and
with
see
a
the great
stone bench
wrong
in it,
done.
a
It
shelter
is
for
strange,
sentinels
so
in bad
strange,
weather.
that
He
I,
had
the very
hardly
source
seated
of power in
himself
this
when
broad
some
realm,
halberdiers
am
in charge of
helpless
an
to
officer
protect them.
passed by.
But let these
The
miscreants
officer
look
saw
well
him,
to themselves,
halted his
for
men,
there is a day
and
coming
commanded
when I
Hendon
will
to come
require
forth.
of them a heavy
He
reckoning
obeyed,
for
and
this
was
work.
promptly
For
arrested as
every
a
blow they
suspicious
strike
character
now, they
prowling
shall
within the
feel
precincts of the
100
palace.
then.
Things
A great
began to look
gate
ugly.
swung open, and a
Poor
crowd of
Miles
citizens
was going to
poured in.
explain, but the
They
officer
flocked
roughly
around the two
silenced him
women and
ordered
hid them
his
from
men
the
to
king's
disarm
view.
him and search
A
him.
clergyman entered and
God
passed
of
through
his
the
mercy
crowd,
grant that they
and he
find
also
somewhat
was
said
hidden.
poor Miles.
The king now
I
heard
have
talks
searching
know
back
and
and forth,
failed, as if
yet
questions
is
were
my
being
need
asked and
greater than
answered,
theirs.
but he could not make
Nothing
out
was
what was
found
said.
but a document.
Next, there
The
was a
officer
deal of
tore it
bustle
open,
and
Hendon
preparation,
smiled when
and
he
much passing
recognized
and
the
repassing
pothooks
of
made by
officials
his lost
through
little
that part
friend
of the
that
crowd
black
that
day
stood
at
on the
Hendon
further
Hall.
side of the women.
The officer's face
And
grew
whilst this
dark as he
proceeded, a
read the
deep
English
hush
paragraph,
gradually fell
and
upon the
Miles
people.
blanched to the opposite
Now, by
colours
command, the
listened.
masses parted and fell
Another
aside,
new claimant
and
to the
king
crown,
saw a spectacle
cried the
that
officer.
froze the marrow
Verily,
in his
they
bones.
breed like rabbits
The
today.
faggots had
Seize the
been
rascal,
piled
men,
about the
and
two
see
women,
you keep him
and
fast,
the kneeling
whilst
man
I
was
convey
lighting
this
them.
precious paper
The
within
women
and send it
bowed
to
their
the king.
heads and covered their faces
hurried
with their
away, leaving
hands.
the prisoner in the
The
grip
yellow
of the
flames
halberdiers.
began to climb
Now
upward
is
among
my
the
evil
snapping
luck
and
ended
crackling
at last,
faggots,
muttered
and
Hendon,
wreaths of blue
for
smoke
I shall
to
dangle
stream
at a
away on
rope's
the
end
wind.
for a certainty,
The
by
clergyman
reason
lifted
of
his
that
hands and
little
began
writing.
the prayer. Just
And what will
then
become
two
of
young
my
girls
poor
came
lad?
flying through the great
Ah,
gate,
only
uttering
the good
piercing
God
screams, and
knoweth.
threw themselves upon the
By
women
and
at the
by he
stake.
saw the officer coming
Instantly
again
they
in
were
a
torn
great
away by
hurry,
the
so he
officers, and
plucked
one
his
of them was
courage
kept in a
together,
tight grip,
proposing
but
to
the
meet
other
his
broke
trouble
loose,
as
saying
became a
she
man.
would die with her
The
mother,
officer ordered the
and
men to
before
loose
she
the
could be
prisoner
stopped
and
she
return
had
his
flung
sword
her
to him.
arms about
Then
her
bowed
mother's
mother's neck again.
and said,
She was torn away
"Please,
once
you, sir,
more,
to
and
follow
with her
me."
gown on fire.
Hendon followed,
2 or
saying
3
to
men
himself,
held her, and the
"And I
burning
were not
portion of her
travelling
gown
to
was
death
snatched
in
off and
judgment,
thrown
and so
flaming
must
aside.
needs economize
She
in
struggled all
sin.
the while to
I
free
would
herself,
throttle this
and
knave
saying
for
she
his
would be
mock
alone in the
courtesy.
world now, and
The
begging
two
to be allowed to
traversed
die
the
with her
populous
mother.
court, and arrived
Both
at
the
the
girls
grand
screamed
entrance of the
continually
palace,
and
where
fought
the
for
officer,
freedom,
with
but
another
suddenly this
bow,
tumult was
delivered
drowned
Hendon into
under
the
a
hands
volley
of
of
a courteous
heart-piercing
official,
shrieks of
who
mortal
received him
agony.
with profound
The king
respect,
glanced from
and
the
led him
frantic girls
forward
to the
through a
stake,
great
then
hall,
turned away and
lined on
leaned his
both
ashen
sides with
face
rows
against the
of
wall and
splendid
looked no more.
flunkeys, He said, "That which I have seen in that one little moment will never go out from my memory, but will abide there, and I shall see it all the days, and dream of it all the nights till I die. Would God I had been blind!"
Hendon was watching the king. He said to himself with satisfaction, "His disorder mendeth, he hath changed, and groweth gentler." If he had followed his wont, he would have stormed at these varlets and said he was king, and commanded that the women be turned loose unscathed. Soon his delusion will pass away and be forgotten, and his poor mind will be whole again. God speed the day. That same day several prisoners were brought in to remain overnight, who were being conveyed under guard to various places in the kingdom to undergo punishment for crimes committed. The king conversed with these. He had made it a point from the beginning to instruct himself for the kingly office by questioning prisoners whenever the opportunity offered, and the tale of their woes wrung his heart. One of them was a poor half-witted woman who had stolen a yard or two of cloth from a weaver. She was to be hanged for it. Another was a man who had been accused of stealing a horse. He said the proof had failed, and he had imagined that he was safe from the halter.
The kingdom
But
of dreams
no,
and shadows
he was
on his
hardly
throne.
free before he was arraigned for killing a deer in the king's park. This was proved against him, and now he was on his way to the gallows. There was a tradesman's apprentice whose case particularly distressed the king. This youth said he found a hawk
surely it is not a dream.
escaped from its owner, and he took it home with him, imagining himself entitled to it. But the court convicted him of stealing it and sentenced him to death. The king was furious over these inhumanities, and wanted Hendon to break jail and fly with him to Westminster so that he could mount his throne and hold out his sceptre in mercy over these unfortunate people and save their lives.
A rough hand was laid upon him, and a voice exclaimed,
"These woeful tales
"Up,
have
thou
brought his
mannerless
malady upon
clown!
him again.
Would sit in the
Alack,
presence of the
but for his
king?"
evil hap, he would have been well in a little time. Among these prisoners was an old lawyer,
"Touch
a
him
man
not.
with a strong
It is
face
his
and
right."
a dauntless mien. 3 years past he had written a pamphlet against the Lord Chancellor,
"Learn ye
accusing
all,
him of
ladies,
injustice,
lords,
and
and
had been
gentlemen,
punished for it
that
by the
this
loss
is
of
my
his
trusty
ears
and
degradation
well-beloved
from
servant,
the bar,
Miles
and in
Hendon,
addition had been
who
fined
interposed his
£3,000
good sword and saved his prince from bodily harm and possible
Lately
death,
he had
and
repeated
for
his
this
offense,
he is a
and in
knight by the
consequence was
king's
now under
voice.
sentence to lose
Also
what
learn that
remained
for
of
a
his
higher
ears,
service,
pay a fine
in
of
that he saved
£5,000,
his sovereign
be
stripes
branded
and
on
shame,
both cheeks,
taking
and
these
remain in
upon
prison for
himself,
life.
he is a peer of
These
England,
be
Earl of
honourable
Kent,
scars,
and shall
he
have
said,
gold and
turned
lands
back
meet
his
for the
grey
dignity.
hair and showed
More,
the
the
mutilated
privilege
stubs
which
of
he
what
hath
had once
just
been his
exercised
ears.
is his by
The
royal
king's
grant,
eyes
for
burned
we
with
have
passion,
ordained
he
that the
said,
chiefs of his
"None
line
believe
shall
in
have
me,
and hold the right
neither
to sit
wilt
in the
thou.
presence of the majesty
But
of England
no matter.
henceforth, age
Within the
after
compass
age,
of a month
so long as the
thou
crown
shalt
shall
be
endure.
free.
Molest
And more,
him not.
the laws that have
Two
dishonored
persons
thee and
who,
shamed
through
the
delay,
English
had
name
only arrived
shall
from
be
the
swept
country
from the
during this
statute
morning,
books,
and had now
the
been
world
in this
is
room
made
only
wrong.
5 minutes,
Kings
stood listening
go
to
to
these
school
words and
to
looking
their
at the
own
king,
laws at
then at the
times,
scarecrow,
and so
then at the
learn
king
mercy.
again, in a sort of torpid bewilderment.
From many descriptions
These
of
were
larceny,
Sir
the law
Hugh
expressly
and
took
the
away
Lady
the
Edith,
benefit of
but the
clergy.
new earl
To
did
steal a
not see
horse
them.
or a hawk,
He was still
or
staring
wearing
at the
cloth from
monarch
the
in a
weaver, was
dazed
a hanging
way,
matter,
and muttering,
so it was to
"Oh,
kill a
body
deer
o'
from the
me,
king's forest,
this
or
my
to
pauper,
export sheep
this my
from the
lunatic.
kingdom.
This is he
Dr.
whom
J.
I would
Hammond
show
Trumbull's
what grandeur
Blue Laws,
was
True
in my
and
house
False,
of 70
page
rooms
13.
and 27 servants.
William Prynne,
This
a
is he who
learned
had
barrister,
never
was
known
sentenced
aught but
long
rags
after
for raiment,
Edward VI's
kicks for
time
comfort, and
to lose both
offal
his
for
ears
diet.
in the pillory,
This is he
to
whom
degradation
I
from the
adopted
bar,
and would make
a fine of
respectable.
£3,000,
God, I had
and
a bag
imprisonment
to
for
hide my
life.
head in.
3 years
Then his
afterwards he
manners
gave
suddenly
new
came
offence
back
to
to
Laud
him, and
by
he dropped
publishing a
upon his
pamphlet
knees,
against the
with his
hierarchy.
hands between
He
the
was
kings,
again
and
prosecuted
swore
and was
allegiance,
sentenced to
and did
lose
homage
what
for his
remained of
lands
his
and
ears,
titles.
to
Then
pay a
he
fine of
rose and stood
£5,000,
respectfully
to be
aside,
branded on
marked
both his
still
cheeks
for
with
all
the letter
eyes,
S.
and much
L.
envy, too.
for seditious
Now the king
libeler,
discovered
and
Sir
to remain in
Hugh,
prison
and
for
spoke out
life.
with wrathful
The
voice
severity of
and
this sentence was
kindling eye.
equalled by the savage
Strip
rigor
this
of its
robber of his
execution.
false show and stolen
Ibid,
estates,
pages
and
11
put him under lock and
12.
key till I have need of
End
him.
of chapter
The late Sir
27.
Hugh was led away. There was a stir at the other end of the room now.
Chapter
The assemblage
28.
fell apart, and Tom Canty,
The
quaintly
sacrifice.
but richly clothed, marched down.
Meantime, Miles
between
was
these
growing
living
sufficiently
walls,
tired of
preceded by an
confinement
usher.
and inaction.
He
But
knelt
now
before
his
the king,
trial
who
came
said,
on to his
"I
great
have learned the story
gratification,
of these
and
past
he
few
thought he
weeks,
could welcome
and am
any
well
sentence
pleased with
provided
thee.
a further
Thou hast
imprisonment should
governed the
not be
realm
part
with
of it.
right royal
But he was
gentleness
mistaken
and
about
mercy.
that.
Thou hast
He was in a
found thy
fine
mother
fury
and thy
when he
sisters
found
again?
himself described as
Good,
a
they shall be
sturdy
cared for,
vagabond,
and thy father shall
sentenced
hang,
to sit 2
if thou
hours in
desire
the
it,
pillory
and
for
the law
bearing that
consent.
character and for
Know
assaulting the
all
master of
ye
Hendon
that hear
Hall.
my voice,
His
that from this
pretensions
day
as to
they
brothership
that
with
abide
his
in the shelter of
prosecutor
Christ's
and
hospital,
rightful
and
heirship to
share
the
the
Hendon
king's
honours
bounty,
and estates
shall have their
were
minds
left
and hearts fed,
contemptuously
as well as their
unnoticed,
baser
as
parts.
being not even
And
worth
this boy shall
examination.
dwell there, and
He
hold the
raged
chief
and
place
threatened
in its
on his way
honourable
to
body of
punishment,
governors
but it did
during
no
life.
good.
And
He
for
was
that he hath
snatched
been a
roughly
king,
along
it
by
is
the
meet that
officers,
other than
and
common
got an
observance
occasional
shall
cuff
be his
besides
due.
for his
Wherefore,
unreverent
note
conduct.
this his dress of state.
The king could
for by
not
it he
pierce
shall
through
be
the
known,
rabble that swarmed
and none shall
behind,
copy it.
so he was
And
obliged to
wheresoever
follow in
he
the
shall
rear,
come,
remote from
and
his
shall
good
remind the
friend
people
and
that he
servant.
hath been royal
The king
in
had
his
been
time,
nearly condemned
and none
to the
shall deny
stocks
him his
himself
due
for
of
being in
reverence
such
or
bad
fail to give
company,
him
but
salutation.
had been let off
He
with
hath
a
the
lecture and a
throne's
warning
protection.
in
He hath the
consideration of
crown's
his
support.
youth.
He
When
shall
the
be
crowd
known
at
and
last
called by
halted,
the honourable
he flitted
title
feverishly
of
from
the
point to
King's
point
Ward.
around its outer rim,
The proud
hunting
and
a
happy
place
Tom
to get
Canty
through, and
rose
at
and
last,
kissed the
after a
king's
deal of
hand,
difficulty
and
and
was
delay,
conducted from the
succeeded.
presence.
There
He did not
sat his
waste any
poor
time, but
henchman
flew
in the
to his
degrading
mother to tell
stocks,
her and Nan
the
and
sport
Bet
and butt
all
of a
about
dirty
it,
mob.
and get them to
He,
help him
the
enjoy
body
the great
servant
news.
of the King of England.
Footnote.
Edward had
Christ's
heard the sentence
Hospital,
pronounced,
or Blue
but
Coat
he had not
School,
realized
the
the half
noblest
that it meant.
institution in the world.
His anger began to
The
rise
ground
as
on
the
which
sense
the
of this
priory
new
of the great
indignity
friars
which had
stood
been
was
put upon
conferred
him
by Henry
sank home.
VIII on the
It
corporation
jumped
of
to
London,
summer
who
heat the
caused
next
the
moment when
institution
he
there
saw an
of a
egg
home
sail
for
through
poor
the
boys
air
and
and
girls.
crush itself against
Subsequently,
Hendon's cheek,
Edward VI
and
caused
heard the
the
crowd
old
roar
priory
its
to be
enjoyment
properly
of the
repaired,
episode.
and founded
He
within
sprang
it
across
that
the
noble
open circle and
establishment called
confronted the
Blue Coat
officer in
School,
charge,
or
crying,
Christ's Hospital,
"For shame!
for the
This is my
education
servant!
and
Set him
maintenance of
free!
orphans
I am the—"
and the
"Oh,
children of
peace!"
indigent
exclaimed
persons.
Hendon in a
Edward
panic.
would not
"Thou
let him,
destroy
Bishop
thyself.
Ridley,
Mind him
depart
not,
till the
officer,
letter
he
was
is
written
mad.
to the
Give
Lord
thyself
Mayor,
no
and
trouble
then
as
charged
to the
him
matter of
deliver it
minding him,
himself,
good man.
and
I
signified
have
a special
small
request
mind
and
to mind
commandment
him,
that
but
no
as
time
to
might be
teaching him
lost in
somewhat,
proposing
to
what was
that I
convenient,
am well
and
inclined.
apprising him of
He
the
turned to his
proceedings.
subordinate and
The
said,
work was
"Give
zealously
the little
undertaken,
fool a taste or
Ridley
two of the
himself
lash to
engaging
mend
in it.
his
The
manners.
result was
Half
the
a
founding
dozen
of
will
Christ's
better
Hospital for
serve his
education
turn,"
of children.
suggested Sir
The
Hugh,
king
who
endowed
had ridden
several
up
other
a moment
charities at the
before
same
to take a
time.
passing
Lord
glance at the
God, said
proceedings.
he, I
The
yield thee
king was
most
seized.
hearty thanks
He
that
did
thou
not
hast
even
given me
struggle,
life
so
thus
paralyzed
long
was he
to
with
finish
the mere
this work
thought
to
of
the
the
glory of
monstrous
thy name.
outrage that was proposed
That
to be
innocent
inflicted
and
upon
most
his
exemplary
sacred person.
life was drawing rapidly
History
to its
was
close.
already defiled
In a few
with the record
days
of
he
the
rendered up
scourging
his
of an
spirit
English
to
king
his
with
Creator,
whips.
praying
It was an
God to defend
intolerable
the realm
reflection
from
that he must
papistry.
furnish a duplicate
J.
of that
Heneage
shameful
Jesse's
page.
London
He was
is
in the
celebrated
toils.
characters
There
and
was no
places.
help for him.
In the great
He must
hall
either
hangs a
take
large
this
picture
punishment
of
or
King
beg
Edward
for
VI
its
seated
remission.
on his throne,
Hard
in a scarlet
conditions.
and ermined
He
robe,
would take
holding
the
the scepter in
stripes.
his left
The
hand,
king might do
and
that,
presenting
but
with
the
the
king
other
could
the
not
charter
beg.
to the kneeling Lord
But
Mayor.
meantime Miles
By
Hendon
his
was
side
resolving the
stands
difficulty.
Chancellor,
"Let the
holding
child
seal,
go," said he.
and next to him
"Ye
are other
heartless
officers
dogs,
of
do
state.
you not see how
Bishop
young and
Ridley
frail
kneels
he is?
before him
Let him
with
go. I will
uplifted
take
hand,
his
as if
lashes.
supplicating
Marry, a
blessing
good
on
thought,
him,
and
whilst
thanks
the
for it,"
aldermen,
said
etc.,
Sir
with the
Hugh,
Lord
his
Mayor,
face
kneel
lighting
on
with
both
sardonic
sides,
satisfaction.
occupying the middle
"Let the
ground
little
of the
beggar
picture.
go, and give
And
this
lastly,
fellow a
in front
dozen in
are
his
a double
place, an
row of
honest
boys on one
dozen,
side
well laid
and
on."
girls on the other.
The king was
From
in
the
the act of
master and
entering a
matron
fierce
down to the
protest,
boy
but
and
Sir
girl
Hugh
who stepped
silenced him
forward
with a
from their
potent remark.
respective rows.
"Yes,
and
speak
kneeled
up,
with
do,
raised
and
hands
free
before
thy
the king.
mind. Only mark ye, that for
Tim's
each word you utter he shall
Curiosities
get
of
6
London,
strokes the more."
Page 98.
Hendon was removed
Christ's
from the stocks and
Hospital
his
was
back
ancient
laid bare,
custom,
and
possesses
whilst the
the
lash was
privilege of
applied, the
addressing
poor
the
little king
sovereign
turned
on
away
the
his
occasion
face
of his or
and
her
allowed
coming into the
unroyal
city
tears to
to
channel
partake
his
of the
cheeks
hospitality
unchecked.
of the corporation of London.
"Ah, brave good heart,"
Good.
he said to himself.
The dining
"This
hall,
loyal
with its
deed
lobby
shall
and
never
organ
perish out of
gallery occupies the entire story, which is
and neither shall they.
187 feet
He added
long,
with passion.
51 feet wide,
Whilst he
and
mused, his
47
appreciation
feet
of
high.
Hendon's
It is
magnanimous
lit by
conduct
9
grew to
large
greater and
windows
still greater
filled with
dimensions in
stained
his
glass
mind,
on the south
and
side,
so also
and
did
is
his
next to
gratefulness
Westminster
for it.
Hall, the noblest
Presently he
room
said
in the
to himself,
metropolis.
"Who
Here the
saves
boys,
his
now
prince
about
from
800
wounds
in
and
number,
possible
dine,
death?
and this
he
here
did for
are
me
held the
performs
suppings
high
in public,
service,
to which visitors
but
are
it is
admitted by
little,
tickets
it is
issued
nothing,
by the treasurer
oh, less
and by
than
the
nothing,
governors of Christ's
went his
Hospital.
weight against the act
The
of
tables
him
are
who
laid with
saves his
cheese in
prince
wooden
from
bowls,
shame.
beer in wooden piggins
Hendon made
poured
no
from leathern
outcry
jacks,
under the scourge,
and bread
but
brought
bore
in
the
large
heavy
baskets.
blows with soldierly
The official
fortitude.
company enter. the
This,
Lord
together
Mayor
with
or
his
President,
redeeming the boy
takes his
by
seat in
taking
a
his
state
stripes
chair
for
made
him,
of oak from
compelled
St.
the respect
Catherine's
of
Church by
even
the
that
Tower.
forlorn and
A hymn
degraded
is
mob
sung,
that was
accompanied by
gathered
the
there,
organ, a
and his
Grecian or
jibes
head boy
and hootings
reads
died
the
away,
prayers from the
and
pulpit,
no sound
silence being
remained but the
enforced
sound
by
of
3
the
drops
falling
of a wooden
blows.
hammer.
The stillness that
After
pervaded
prayer,
the place when
supper
Hendon found
commences,
himself once
and the
more in the
visitors walk
stocks
between
was
the
in
tables.
strong
At
contrast
its
with the
close,
insulting
the
clamour which had prevailed there so little a while before.
Piggins, and
the king came
and
softly to Hendon's side and whispered into
the
the
governor's being curiously
Kings
formal.
cannot ennoble
This
thee,
spectacle
thou
was witnessed
good,
by Queen
great
Victoria
soul,
and Prince
for
Albert
one
in
who is higher than
1845.
kings hath done
Among
that
the
for
more
thee.
eminent blue
But a
coat
king
boys
can
are Joshua
confirm
Barnes,
thy nobility
editor
to
of
men.
Anacreon and Euripides.
He picked up the
Jeremiah
scourge from the
Markland,
ground,
the eminent
touched
critic,
Hendon's
particularly
bleeding
in Greek
soldiers lightly
literature.
with it, and whispered,
Camden, the
Edward
antiquary,
of England
Bishop
dubs
Stillingfleet,
thee
Samuel
Earl.
Richardson, the novelist,
Hendon
Thomas
was
Mitchell,
touched.
the translator
The
of
water welled to his eyes, yet at
Thomas
the same
Barnes,
time the grisly
many
humour of
years
the
editor of the
situation and
London
circumstances
Times,
so undermined
Coleridge,
his gravity
Charles Lamb,
that it was
and
all
Leigh
he
Hunt.
could do to keep
No
some
boy is
sign of
admitted
his
before
inward
he is
mirth
7
from
years
showing
old, or
outside.
after he is
To
9,
be suddenly
and no
hoisted,
boy can
naked
remain in
and
the school
gory,
after
from
he
the
is
common
15.
stocks to the
King's
alpine
boys and
altitude
Grecians
and
alone
splendour of an
excepted.
earldom,
There are
seemed
about
to him
500
the last
governors,
possibility
at
in
the
the
head
line
of
of
whom
the
are the sovereign
grotesque.
and the Prince
He
of
said to
Wales.
himself,
The qualification
now
for a governor
am
is
I
payment
finally
of
tinselled
500
indeed.
pounds.
The spectre knight
Ibid.
of the kingdom of
End
dreams
of
and
footnote.
shadows is
End
become a
of
spectre
chapter
earl.
33.
A dizzy flight
Conclusion.
for a callow wing.
Justice
and this go
and
on, I shall
retribution.
presently be hung like
When
a
the
very
mysteries
maypole
were all
with
cleared up,
fantastic
it
gods
came out
and
by
make-believe
confession of
honours
Hugh Hendon that
that I
his
shall
wife had
value them,
repudiated
all
Miles by
valueless
his
as they
command
are,
that day
for
at
the
Hendon
love that
Hall,
doth bestow
a command
them.
assisted and
Better
supported
these
by
poor
the
mock
perfectly
dignities of
trustworthy
mine
promise
that come
that if she did not
unasked
deny that
from
he
a
was
clean
Miles
hand
Hendon
and a right
and stand
spirit
firmly to it,
than real
he would
ones
have her
bought by
life.
servility from
Whereupon
grudging
she
and
said,
interested
"Take it."
power.
She did not value
The
it.
dreaded Sir
and she
Hugh
would
wheeled
not
his horse
repudiate
about, and
Miles.
as he spurred
Then
away,
the husband
the
said
living
he would
wall
spare her
divided
life,
silently
but
to
have
let him
Miles
pass,
assassinated.
and as silently
This
closed
was
the
different
together
matter.
again.
So
And
she
so
gave her
remained.
word and kept it.
Nobody went so far as
Hugh
to
was
venture
not
a
prosecuted
remark
for
in
his
favour of
threats
the
or
prisoner,
for stealing his
or
brother's
in
estates
compliment
and
to
title,
him,
because
but
the
no
wife
matter.
and brother would not
The absence
testify
of
against
abuse
him,
was a sufficient
and the
homage in
former
itself.
would not have been
A
allowed
late
to do
comer
it,
who was not
even if she
posted
had
as
wanted
to
to.
the present
Hugh
circumstances,
deserted
and who
his
delivered a
wife and
sneer
went
at
over to the
the
continent,
impostor,
where he presently
and was in
died.
the act of following
And
it
by
with a
and by
dead
the
cat,
Earl of Kent
was
married
promptly
his
knocked
relict.
down and kicked
There were
out
grand
without any
times and
words,
rejoicings
and
in
then the
Hendon
deep
village
quiet
when the couple
resumed
paid
sway
their
once
first
more.
visit to the hall.
End of chapter
Tom
28.
Canty's father was never heard of again.
Chapter
The king
29.
sought out the farmer who had
To
been
London.
branded and sold as a slave.
When
and
Hendon's
reclaimed
term
him
of
from
service
his
in the
evil
stocks
life
was
with the
finished,
Rufflers
he was
gang
released and
and
ordered
put
to
him
quit
in
the
the way
region
of a
and come
comfortable
back no more.
livelihood.
His
He also
sword was
took that
restored
old
to him,
lawyer
and
out
also
of
his
prison
mule
and
and his
remitted
donkey.
his fine.
He mounted
He
and
provided
rode off,
good homes
followed
for
by
the
the
daughters
king.
of the two
The crowd
Baptist
opened
women
with
whom he
quiet
saw burned at the
respectfulness to let
stake,
them pass,
and roundly
then
punished the official
dispersing
who
when they
laid
were
the
gone.
undeserved stripes upon
Hendon was
Miles
soon
Hendon's
absorbed in
back.
thought.
He
There were
saved from
questions
the
of high
gallows the boy
import to
who
be
had
answered.
captured the stray
What should he
falcon,
do?
and also the
Whither
woman
should he
who
go?
had stolen a remnant of
Powerful
cloth
help
from a
must be
weaver.
found somewhere,
But he
or
was
he
too late
must
to save the
relinquish his
man
inheritance
who
and
had been
remain
convicted
under
of
the
killing a
imputation
deer
of being
in
an
the royal
impostor
forest.
besides.
He showed
Where
favor
could
to
he
the
hope to
justice who
find
had
this
pitied him
powerful
when he
help?
was supposed to have
Where
stolen a
indeed?
pig, and
It
he
was a
had the
knotty
gratification
question.
of seeing him
By
grow
and
in
by
the
a
public
thought
esteem
occurred to him
and
which
become a
pointed to a
great and honored
possibility.
man.
The slenderest
As
of
long as
slender
the king lived,
possibilities,
he was
certainly,
fond
but
of
still
telling the
worth
story of his
considering,
adventures,
for lack of any
all
other that
through
promised anything
from
at
the
all.
hour that the sentinel
He
cuffed
remembered
him
what
away from
old
the palace
Andrews
gate
had said about
till
the
the
young
final
king's
midnight,
goodness
when he
and his
deftly
generous
mixed himself
championship
into
of
a
the
gang
wronged and
hurrying
unfortunate.
workmen,
Why
and
not
so
go
slipped
and
into
try
the
to get
abbey
speech of
and
him
climbed up
and
and
beg
hid
for
himself
justice?
in the
Ah,
confessor's
yes,
tomb,
but could
and
so
then slept
fantastic
so
a
long
pauper
the
get
next day
admission to
that
the
he came
august
within
presence
one
of a
missing
monarch?
the coronation altogether.
Never mind, let that
He
matter
said that
take
the
care of
frequent
itself.
rehearsing of
It
the
was a
precious
bridge that
lesson
would not
kept him
need to be
strong in
crossed
his
till he
purpose
should
to
come
make his
to it.
teachings yield
He was an
benefits
old
to his people,
campaigner, and used
so,
to inventing
whilst his
shifts
life
and
was spared, he
expedients.
should continue
No
to tell
doubt
the
he
story,
would be able to find a
and
way.
thus keep its sorrowful
Yes, he would
spectacles
strike for the
fresh in his
capital.
memory.
Maybe his
and the
father's old
springs of
friend Sir
pity
Humphrey
replenished
Marlowe
in
would
his
help him.
heart.
Good old Sir
Miles
Humphrey,
Hendon and
head
Tom
lieutenant
Canty
of the
were
late
favorites
King's
of the
kitchen,
king, all all
through his
stables or
brief
something,
reign.
and his
Miles could
sincere
never remember
mourners
just
when
what
he
or
died.
which. The
Now
great
that
Earl
he
of
had
Kent
something to
had
turn
too
his
much
energies
sense to
to,
abuse his
a
peculiar
distinctly
privilege,
defined object,
but he
to accomplish
exercised it twice
the fog
after
of
the instance
humiliation
we
and
have seen
depression
of it
which had
before
settled
he
down
was
upon
called
his
from the
spirits
world.
lifted
Once
and
at
blew
the
away.
accession of Queen
And he
Mary,
raised his
and
head and
once
looked
at
about
the
him.
accession of
He
Queen
was
Elizabeth.
surprised to see how
A
far he had
descendant
come.
of his
The village
exercised
was
it at the
away
accession
behind
of
him.
James I.
The king was
Before
jogging
this
along
one,
in his
son
wake
chose
with
to
his
use
head
the
bowed,
privilege
near a
for he
quarter
too
of a
was
century
deep in
had
plans
elapsed,
and thinkings.
and the privilege
A
of
sorrowful,
the Kents
misgiving
had faded
clouded
out of
Hendon's
most people's
newborn
memories.
cheerfulness.
So, when
Would
the
the
Kent
boy
of that
be willing
day
to go
appeared
again
before
to a
Charles
city
I
where,
and his
during
court,
all
and
his
sat
brief
down in the
life, he
sovereign's
had never
presence
known
to
anything but
assert and
ill usage
perpetuate
and
the right of his
pinching
house,
want?
there was a
The
fine
question
stir
must be
indeed.
asked. It
But
could
the
not
matter
be
was soon
avoided.
explained,
So
and the
Hendon
right
reined up and
confirmed.
called out,
The last Earl of the
I
line
had
fell in
forgotten
wars
to
of
inquire
Cromwell
whither we
fighting
are
for the
bound.
king.
Thy
Our
commands, my
privilege
liege.
ended with him.
To London.
Tom Canty lived to be
Hendon
a very
moved
old
on again,
man, mightily
handsome,
contented with the
white-haired
answer,
old
but
fellow,
astounded at it,
of
too.
grave and benignant
The whole
aspect.
journey was made
As long
without
as
an
he
adventure
lasted,
of
he was
importance.
honored. but
and
it
he
ended
was also
with one.
reverenced
About
for
10
his
o'clock
striking
on the
and
night of the
peculiar
19th
costume
of
kept the
February,
people
he
reminded
stepped
that
upon
in
London
his
Bridge
time he
in the
hath
midst of
been
a
royal.
writhing, struggling
So
jam
wherever
of
he
howling
appeared,
and
the
hurraying
hurraying
people,
making way
whose
for
beer
him,
jolly
and whispering
faces
one to
stood
another,
out strongly in the
"Doff thy
glare
hat,
from
it is
manifold
the King's
torches.
ward."
And at that
And so
instant
they
the
saluted
decaying
and
head
doff
of
his
some
kindly
former
smile in
duke
return.
or other
And they
grandee
valued it,
tumbled
too,
down between
for
them,
his was an
striking
honourable
Hendon on
history.
the elbow and then
Yes,
bounding off
King
among
Edward
the hurrying
VI
confusion
lived
of feet.
only a few
So
years,
evanescent
poor boy,
and
but he
unstable
lived
are
them
men's
worthily
works in this
more
world.
than once,
The late
when
good
some
king
great
is but 3 weeks
dignitary,
dead and
some
3
gilded
days in his
vassal of
grave,
the crown,
and already the
made
adornments
argument
which he
against
took
his
such
leniency,
pains to
and
select
urged
from
that
some
prominent
law
people,
which
for
he
he
was
noble
bent upon
bridge
amending,
falling, was gentle
a
enough for his
citizen
purpose,
stumbled over that
and
head
wrought
and
no
drove his
suffering
own
or
head into the
oppression
back
which
of somebody in
anyone
front of
need
him,
mightily
who
mind.
turned and knocked down
The
the
young
first
king
person that
turned the
came handy,
mournful eloquence
and was
of his
promptly
great
laid out
compassionate
himself by that
eyes upon
person's
him,
friend.
and answered,
It was the right
"What
time
dost
for
thou
a
know
free
of
fight,
suffering
for the
and
festivities
oppression?
of the morrow,
I
Coronation Day,
and my
were
people
already
know,
beginning.
but not
Everybody was
thou."
full of strong drink
The
and
reign of
patriotism.
Edward VI was
Within
a
5
singularly
minutes the free
merciful one
fight
for
was
those
occupying
harsh
a good
times.
deal of ground.
Now that we are
Within
taking
10 or
leave of
12
him,
it covered an
let us
acre
try
or
to
so,
keep this
and was
in our
become a
minds,
riot.
to
By
his
this
credit.
time Hendon and the king were hopelessly
End
separated
of
from each other
conclusion.
and lost in the rush and
End
turmoil
of
of
The
the
Prince and the
roaring
Pauper
masses of humanity.
by Mark Twain.
And so we leave them. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30. Tom's Progress. Whilst the true king wandered about the land, poorly clad, poorly fed, cuffed and derided by tramps one while, herding with thieves and murderers in a jail another, and called idiot and impostor by all impartially, the mock king, Tom Canty, enjoyed a quite different experience. When we saw him last, royalty was just beginning to have a bright side for him. This bright side went on brightening more and more every day. In a very little while it was become almost all sunshine and delightfulness. He lost his fears, his misgivings faded out and died, his embarrassments departed and gave place to an easy and confident bearing. He worked the whipping-boy mind to ever-increasing profit. He ordered my Lady Elizabeth and my Lady Jane Grey into his presence when he wanted to play or talk, and dismissed them when he was done with them, with the air of one familiarly accustomed to such performances. It no longer confused him to have these lofty personages kiss his hand at parting. He came to enjoy being conducted to bed in state, at night, and dressed with intricate and solemn ceremony in the morning. It came to be a proud pleasure to march to dinner attended by a glittering procession of officers of state and gentlemen at arms, insomuch, indeed, that he doubled his guard of gentlemen at arms, and made them 100. He liked to hear the bugles sounding down the long corridors, and the distant voices responding, "Way for the King!" He even learned to enjoy sitting in throned state in council, and seeming to be something more than the Lord Protector's mouthpiece. He liked to receive great ambassadors and their gorgeous trains, and listen to the affectionate messages they brought from illustrious monarchs who called him brother. Oh, happy Tom Canty, late of Offal Court! He enjoyed his splendid clothes, and ordered more. He found his 400 servants too few for his proper grandeur, and trebled them. The adulation and salaming courtiers came to be sweet music to his ears. He remained kind and gentle, and a sturdy and determined champion of all that were oppressed, and he made tireless war upon unjust laws. Yet, upon occasion, being offended, he could turn upon an earl, or even a duke, and give him a look that would make him tremble. Once when his royal sister, the grimly holy Lady Mary, set herself to reason with him against the wisdom of his course in pardoning so many people who would otherwise be jailed or hanged or burned, and reminded him that their august late father's prisons had sometimes contained as high as 60,000 convicts at one time, and that during his admirable reign he had delivered 72,000 thieves and robbers over to death by the executioner. [Footnote: Hume's England. End of footnote. The boy was filled with generous indignation, and commanded her to go to her closet and beseech God to take away the stone that was in her breast, and give her a human heart. Did Tom Canty never feel troubled about the poor little rightful prince who had treated him so kindly and flown out with such hot zeal to avenge him upon the insolent sentinel at the palace gate? Yes, his first royal days and nights were pretty well sprinkled with painful thoughts about the lost prince, and with sincere longings for his return and happy restoration to his native rights and splendors. But as time wore on and the prince did not come,
Tom's mind became more and more occupied with his new and enchanting experiences, and by little and little the vanished monarch faded almost out of his thoughts; and finally, when he did intrude upon them at intervals, he was become an unwelcome spectre, for he made Tom feel guilty and ashamed. Tom's poor mother and sisters traveled the same road out of his mind. At first he pined for them, sorrowed for them, longed to see them; but later the thought of their coming some day in their rags and dirt, and betraying him with their kisses, and pulling him down from his lofty place, and dragging him back to penury and degradation and the slums, made him shudder. At last they ceased to trouble his thoughts, almost wholly, and he was content, even glad, for whenever their mournful and accusing faces did rise before him now, they made him feel more despicable than the worms that crawl. At midnight of the 19th of February, Tom Canty was sinking to sleep in his rich bed in the palace, guarded by his loyal vassals and surrounded by the pomps of royalty, a happy boy; for tomorrow was the day appointed for his solemn crowning as King of England. At that same hour Edward, the true king, hungry and thirsty, soiled and draggled, worn with travel and clothed in rags and shreds, his share of the results of the riot, was wedged in among a crowd of people who were watching, with deep interest, certain hurrying gangs of workmen who streamed in and out of Westminster Abbey, busy as ants. They were making the last preparations for the royal coronation. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31. The Recognition Procession. When Tom Canty awoke the next morning, the air was heavy with a thunderous murmur. All the distances were charged with it. It was music to him, for it meant that the English world was out in its strength to give loyal welcome to the great day. Presently Tom found himself once more the chief figure in a wonderful floating pageant on the Thames, for by ancient custom the recognition procession through London must start from the Tower, and he was bound thither. When he arrived there, the sides of the venerable fortress seemed suddenly rent in 1,000 places, and from every rent leapt a red tongue of flame and a white gush of smoke. A deafening explosion followed, which drowned the shoutings of the multitude, and made the ground tremble. The flame jets, the smoke, and the explosions were repeated, over and over again, with marvelous celerity, so that in a few moments the old tower disappeared in the vast fog of its own smoke, all but the very top of the tall pile called the White Tower. This, with its banners, stood out above the dense bank of vapor as a mountain peak projects above a cloud rack. Tom Canty, splendidly arrayed, mounted a prancing war steed whose rich trappings almost reached to the ground. His uncle, the Lord Protector Somerset, similarly mounted, took place in his rear. The King's Guard formed in single ranks on either side, clad in burnished armor. After the Protector followed a seemingly interminable procession of resplendent nobles attended by their vassals. After these came the Lord Mayor and the aldermanic body, in crimson velvet robes and with their gold chains across their breasts; and after these the officers and members of all the guilds of London, in rich raiment and bearing the showy banners of several coronations. Also in the procession, as a special guard of honor through the city, was the Ancient and Honorable Artillery Company, an organization already 300 years old at the time, and the only military body in England possessing the privilege, which it still possesses in our day, of holding itself independent of the commands of Parliament. It was a brilliant spectacle, and was hailed with acclamations all along the line, as it took its stately way through the packed multitudes of citizens. The chronicler says: "The King, as he entered the city, was received by the people with prayers, welcomings, cries, and tender words, and all signs which argue an earnest love of subjects toward their sovereign. And the King, by holding up his glad countenance to such as stood afar off, and most tender language to those that stood nigh his grace, showed himself no less thankful to receive the people's good will than they to offer it. To all that wished him well he gave thanks. To such as bade God save his grace, he said in return, God save you all, and added that he thanked them with all his heart. Wonderfully transported were the people with the loving answers and gestures of their king." In French Church Street, a fair child in costly apparel stood on a stage to welcome his Majesty to the city. The last verse of his greeting was in these words:
Welcome, O King, as much as hearts can think, welcome again as much as tongue can tell. Welcome to joyous tongues and hearts that will not shrink. God thee preserve, we pray, and wish thee ever well." The people burst forth in a glad shout, repeating with one voice what the child had said. Tom Canty gazed abroad over the surging sea of eager faces, and his heart swelled with exultation, and he felt that the one thing worth living for in this world was to be a king and a nation's idol. Presently he caught sight, at a distance, of a couple of his ragged Offal Court comrades, one of them the Lord High Admiral in his late mimic court, the other the First Lord of the Bedchamber in the same pretentious fiction, and his pride swelled higher than ever. Oh, if they could only recognize him now, what unspeakable glory it would be if they could recognize him and realize that the derided mock king of the slums and back alleys was become a real king, with illustrious dukes and princes for his humble menials, and the English world at his feet. But he had to deny himself and choke down his desire, for such a recognition might cost more than it would come to. So he turned away his head and left the two soiled lads to go on with their shoutings and glad adulations, unsuspicious of whom it was they were lavishing them upon. Every now and then rose the cry, "A largess! A largess!" and Tom responded by scattering a handful of bright new coins abroad for the multitude to scramble for. The chronicler says, "At the upper end of Grace Church Street, before the sign of the Eagle, the city had erected a gorgeous arch, beneath which was a stage, which stretched from one side of the street to the other. This was a historical pageant, representing the king's immediate progenitors. There sat Elizabeth of York, in the midst of an immense white rose, whose petals formed elaborate furbelows around her. By her side was Henry the Seventh, issuing out of a vast red rose, disposed in the same manner. The hands of the royal pair were locked together, and the wedding ring ostentatiously displayed. From the red and white roses proceeded a stem, which reached up to a second stage occupied by Henry the Eighth, issuing from a red and white rose, with the effigy of the new king's mother, Jane Seymour, represented by his side. One branch sprang from this pair, which mounted to a third stage, where sat the effigy of Edward the Sixth himself, enthroned in royal majesty, and the whole pageant was framed with wreaths of roses, red and white." This quaint and gaudy spectacle so wrought upon the rejoicing people that their acclamations utterly smothered the small voice of the child, whose business it was to explain the thing in eulogistic rhymes. But Tom Canty was not sorry, for this loyal uproar was sweeter music to him than any poetry, no matter what its quality might be. Whithersoever Tom turned his happy young face, the people recognized the exactness of his effigy's likeness to himself, the flesh and blood counterpart, and new whirlwinds of applause burst forth. The great pageant moved on, and still on, under one triumphal arch after another, and past a bewildering succession of spectacular and symbolical tableaux, each of which typified and exalted some virtue or talent or merit of the little king's. Throughout the whole of Cheapside, from every penthouse and window, hung banners and streamers, and the richest carpets, stuffs, and cloth of gold tapestried the streets, specimens of the great wealth of the stores within, and the splendor of this thoroughfare was equaled in the other streets, and in some even surpassed. "And all these wonders and these marvels are to welcome me," murmured Tom Canty. The mock king's cheeks were flushed with excitement, his eyes were flashing, his senses swam in a delirium of pleasure. At this point, just as he was raising his hand to fling another rich largesse, he caught sight of a pale, astounded face which was strained forward out of the second rank of the crowd, its intense eyes riveted upon him. A sickening consternation struck through him. He recognized his mother. And up flew his hand, palm outward, before his eyes, that old involuntary gesture born of a forgotten episode and perpetuated by habit. In an instant more she had torn her way out of the press and past the guards, and was at his side. She embraced his leg, she covered it with kisses, she cried, "Oh, my child, my darling!" lifting toward him a face that was transfigured with joy and love. The same instant an officer of the King's Guard snatched her away with a curse, and sent her reeling back whence she came, with a vigorous impulse from his strong arm. The words, "I do not know you, woman," were falling from Tom Canty's lips when this piteous thing occurred, but it smote him to the heart to see her treated so, and as she turned for a last glimpse of him, whilst the crowd was swallowing her from his sight,
She seemed so wounded, so broken-hearted, that a shame fell upon him which consumed his pride to ashes and withered his stolen royalty. His grandeurs were stricken valueless; they seemed to fall away from him like rotten rags. The procession moved on, and still on, through ever augmenting splendors and ever augmenting tempests of welcome, but to Tom Canty they were as if they had not been. He neither saw nor heard. Royalty had lost its grace and sweetness; its pomps were become a reproach. Remorse was eating his heart out. He said, "Would God I were free of my captivity!" He had unconsciously dropped back into the phraseology of the first days of his compulsory greatness. The shining pageant still went winding like a radiant and interminable serpent down the crooked lanes of the quaint old city, and through the huzzaing hosts; but still the King rode with bowed head and vacant eyes, seeing only his mother's face and that wounded look in it. "Largesse! Largesse!" The cry fell upon an unheeding ear. "Long live Edward of England!" It seemed as if the earth shook with the explosion, but there was no response from the King. He heard it only as one hears the thunder of the surf when it is blown to the ear out of great distance; for it was smothered under another sound which was still nearer his own breast, in his accusing conscience a voice which kept repeating those shameful words, "I do not know you, woman." The words smote upon the King's soul as the strokes of a funeral bell smite upon the soul of a surviving friend when they remind him of secret treacheries suffered at his hands by him that is gone. New glories were unfolded at every turning, new wonders, new marvels sprung into view. The pent clamors of waiting batteries were released, new raptures poured from the throats of the waiting multitudes, but the King gave no sign, and the accusing voice that went moaning through his comfortless breast was all the sound he heard. By and by the gladness in the faces of the populace changed a little, and became touched with a something like solicitude or anxiety. An abatement in the volume of applause was observable, too. The Lord Protector was quick to notice these things; he was as quick to detect the cause. He spurred to the King's side, bent low in his saddle, uncovered, and said, "My liege, it is an ill time for dreaming. The people observe thy downcast head, thy clouded mien, and they take it for an omen. Be advised. Unveil the sun of royalty, and let it shine upon these boding vapors, and disperse them. Lift up thy face, and smile upon the people." So saying, the Duke scattered a handful of coins to right and left, then retired to his place. The mock King did mechanically as he had been bidden. His smile had no heart in it, but few eyes were near enough or sharp enough to detect that. The noddings of his plumed head as he saluted his subjects were full of grace and graciousness. The largesse which he delivered from his hand was royally liberal. So the people's anxiety vanished, and the acclamations burst forth again in as mighty a volume as before. Still, once more, a little before the progress was ended, the Duke was obliged to ride forward and make remonstrance. He whispered, "O dread sovereign, shake off these fatal humours; the eyes of the world are upon thee." Then he added with sharp annoyance, "Perdition catch that crazy pauper! 'Twas she that hath disturbed your highness." The gorgeous figure turned a lustreless eye upon the Duke, and said in a dead voice, "She was my mother." "My God!" groaned the Protector, as he reined his horse backward to his post, "the omen was pregnant with prophecy. He is gone mad again." Chapter 32. Coronation Day. Let us go backward a few hours, and place ourselves in Westminster Abbey at 4 o'clock in the morning of this memorable Coronation Day. We are not without company, for although it is still night, we find the torch-lighted galleries already filling up with people who are well content to sit still and wait 7 or 8 hours till the time shall come for them to see what they may not hope to see twice in their lives, the coronation of a king. Yes, London and Westminster have been astir ever since the warning guns boomed at 3 o'clock, and already crowds of untitled rich folk who have bought the privilege of trying to find sitting room in the galleries are flocking in at the entrances reserved for their sort. The hours drag along tediously enough. All stir has ceased for some time, for every gallery has long ago been packed. We may sit now and look and think at our leisure.
We have glimpses, here and there and yonder, through the dim cathedral twilight, of portions of many galleries and balconies, wedged full with people, the other portions of these galleries and balconies being cut off from sight by intervening pillars and architectural projections. We have in view the whole of the great north transept, empty and waiting for England's privileged ones. We see only the ample area or platform carpeted with rich stuffs whereon the throne stands. The throne occupies the center of the platform, and is raised above it upon an elevation of 4 steps. Within the seat of the throne is enclosed a rough, flat rock, the Stone of Scone, which many generations of Scottish kings sat on to be crowned, and so it in time became holy enough to answer a like purpose for English monarchs. Both the throne and its footstool are covered with cloth of gold. Stillness reigns, the torches blink dully, the time drags heavily. But at last the lagging twilight asserts itself, the torches are extinguished, and a mellow radiance suffuses the great spaces. All features of the noble building are distinct now, but soft and dreamy, for the sun is lightly veiled with clouds. At 7 o'clock the first break in the drowsy monotony occurs, for on the stroke of this hour the first peeress enters the transept, clothed like Solomon for splendor, and is conducted to her appointed place by an official clad in satins and velvets, whilst a duplicate of him gathers up the lady's long train, follows after, and when the lady is seated, arranges the train across her lap for her. He then places her footstool according to her desire, after which he puts her coronet where it will be convenient to her hand when the time for the simultaneous coroneting of the nobles shall arrive. By this time the peeresses are flowing in a glittering stream, and the satin-clad officials are flitting and glinting everywhere, seating them and making them comfortable. The scene is animated enough now. There is stir and life and shifting color everywhere. After a time, quiet reigns again, for the peeresses are all come, and are all in their places. A solid acre, or such a matter, of human flowers, resplendent in variegated colors, and frosted like a Milky Way with diamonds. There are all ages here, brown, wrinkled, white-haired dowagers who are able to go back and still back down the stream of time and recall the crowning of Richard III, and the troublous days of that old forgotten age. And there are handsome middle-aged dames, and lovely and gracious young matrons, and gentle and beautiful young girls, with beaming eyes and fresh complexions, who may possibly put on their jewelled coronets awkwardly when the great time comes, for the matter will be new to them, and their excitement will be a sore hindrance. Still, this may not happen, for the hair of all these ladies has been arranged with a special view to the swift and successful lodging of the crown in its place when the signal comes. We have seen that this massed array of peeresses is sown thick with diamonds, and we also see that it is a marvellous spectacle. But now we are about to be astonished in earnest. About 9 the clouds suddenly break away, and a shaft of sunshine cleaves the mellow atmosphere, and drifts slowly along the ranks of ladies, and every rank it touches flames into dazzling splendor of many-colored fires, and we tingle to our finger-tips with the electric thrill that is shot through us by the surprise and the beauty of the spectacle. Presently a special envoy from some distant corner of the Orient, marching with the general body of foreign ambassadors, crosses this bar of sunshine, and we catch our breath. The glory that streams and flashes and palpitates about him is so overpowering, for he is crusted from head to heel with gems, and his slightest movement showers a dancing radiance all around him. Let us change the tense for convenience. The time drifted along, 1 hour, 2 hours, 2 hours and a half. Then the deep booming of artillery told that the King and his grand procession had arrived at last, so the waiting multitude rejoiced. All knew that a further delay must follow, for the King must be prepared and robed for the solemn ceremony. But this delay would be pleasantly occupied by the assembling of the peers of the realm in their stately robes. These were conducted ceremoniously to their seats, and their coronets placed conveniently at hand, and meanwhile the multitude in the galleries were alive with interest, for most of them were beholding for the first time dukes, earls, and barons whose names had been historical for 500 years. When all were finally seated, the spectacle from the galleries and all coigns of vantage was complete, a gorgeous one to look upon and to remember. Now the robed and mitred great heads of the church and their attendants filed in upon the platform and took their appointed places. These were followed by the Lord Protector and other great officials, and these again by a steel-clad detachment of the guard. There was a waiting pause, then, at a signal, a triumphant peal of music burst forth, and Tom Canty, clothed in a long robe of cloth of gold, appeared at a door and stepped upon the platform. The entire multitude rose, and the ceremony of the recognition ensued. Then a noble anthem swept the Abbey with its rich waves of sound, and thus heralded and welcomed, Tom Canty was conducted to the throne. The ancient ceremonies went on with impressive solemnity whilst the audience gazed, and as they drew nearer and nearer to completion, Tom Canty grew pale, and still paler, and a deep and steadily deepening woe and despondency settled down upon his spirits and upon his remorseful heart. At last the final act was at hand. The Archbishop of Canterbury lifted up the crown of England from its cushion and held it out over the trembling mock-king's head. In the same instant a rainbow radiance flashed along the spacious transept, for with one impulse every individual in the great concourse of nobles lifted a coronet and poised it over his or her head, and paused in that attitude. A deep hush pervaded the Abbey. At this impressive moment a startling apparition intruded upon the scene, an apparition observed by none in the absorbed multitude until it suddenly appeared, moving up the great central aisle. It was a boy, bareheaded, ill-shod, and clothed in coarse plebeian garments that were falling to rags. He raised his hand with a solemnity which ill comported with his soiled and sorry aspect, and delivered this note of warning: "I forbid you to set the crown of England upon that forfeited head. I am the King." In an instant several indignant hands were laid upon the boy, but in the same instant Tom Canty, in his regal vestments, made a swift step forward and cried out in a ringing voice, "Loose him and forbear! He is the King!" A sort of panic of astonishment swept the assemblage, and they partly rose in their places and stared in a bewildered way at one another and at the chief figures in this scene, like persons who wondered whether they were awake and in their senses, or asleep and dreaming. The Lord Protector was as amazed as the rest, but quickly recovered himself, and exclaimed in a voice of authority, "Mind not his Majesty, his malady is upon him again. Seize the vagabond." He would have been obeyed, but the mock-king stamped his foot and cried out, "On your peril! Touch him not! He is the King!" The hands were withheld, a paralysis fell upon the house. No one moved, no one spoke. Indeed, no one knew how to act or what to say, in so strange and surprising an emergency. While all minds were struggling to right themselves, the boy still moved steadily forward, with high port and confident mien. He had never halted from the beginning, and while the tangled mind still floundered helplessly, he stepped upon the platform, and the mock-king ran with a glad face to meet him, and fell on his knees before him and said, "Oh, my lord the King, let poor Tom Canty be first to swear fealty to thee, and say, Put on thy crown and enter into thine own again." The Lord Protector's eye fell sternly upon the newcomer's face, but straightway the sternness vanished away, and gave place to an expression of wondering surprise. This thing happened also to the other great officers. They glanced at each other and retreated a step by a common and unconscious impulse. The thought in each mind was the same: "What a strange resemblance!" The Lord Protector reflected a moment or two, in perplexity. Then he said with grave respectfulness, "By your favour, sir, I desire to ask certain questions which—" "I will answer them, my lord." The Duke asked him many questions about the court, the late King, the prince, the princesses. The boy answered them correctly and without hesitation. He described the rooms of state in the palace, the late King's apartments, and those of the Prince of Wales.
It was strange, it was wonderful, yes, it was unaccountable. So all said that heard it. The tide was beginning to turn, and Tom Canty's hopes to run high, when the Lord Protector shook his head and said, "It is true, it is most wonderful, but it is no more than our lord the King likewise can do." This remark, and this reference to himself as still the King, saddened Tom Canty, and he felt his hopes crumbling from under him. "These are not proofs," added the Protector. The tide was turning very fast now, very fast indeed, but in the wrong direction. It was leaving poor Tom Canty stranded on the throne, and sweeping the other out to sea. The Lord Protector communed with himself, shook his head. The thought forced itself upon him, "It is perilous to the state and to us all to entertain so fateful a riddle as this. It could divide the nation and undermine the throne." He turned and said, "Sir Thomas, arrest this no, hold." His face lighted, and he confronted the ragged candidate with this question: "Where lieth the Great Seal? Answer me this truly, and the riddle is unriddled; for only he that was Prince of Wales can so answer. On so trivial a thing hang a throne and a dynasty." It was a lucky thought, a happy thought. That it was so considered by the great officials was manifested by the silent applause that shot from eye to eye around their circle in the form of bright approving glances. Yes, none but the true prince could dissolve the stubborn mystery of the vanished Great Seal. This forlorn little impostor had been taught his lesson well, but here his teachings must fail, for his teacher himself could not answer that question. Ah, very good indeed. Now we shall be rid of this troublesome and perilous business in short order. And so they nodded invisibly, and smiled inwardly with satisfaction, and looked to see this foolish lad stricken with a palsy of guilty confusion. How surprised they were, then, to see nothing of the sort happen! How they marvelled to hear him answer up promptly, in a confident and untroubled voice, and say, "There is naught in this riddle that is difficult." Then, without so much as a "by your leave" to anybody, he turned and gave this command, with the easy manner of one accustomed to doing such things: "My Lord St. John, go you to my private cabinet in the palace, for none knoweth the place better than you, and close down to the floor, in the left corner remotest from the door that opens from the antechamber, you shall find in the wall a brazen nail head. Press upon it, and a little jewel closet will fly open, which not even you do know of, no, nor any soul else, in all the world but me and the trusty artisan that did contrive it for me. The first thing that falleth under your eye will be the Great Seal. Fetch it hither." All the company wondered at this speech, and wondered still more to see the little mendicant pick out this peer without hesitancy or apparent fear of mistake, and call him by name with such a placidly convincing air of having known him all his life. The peer was almost surprised into obeying. He even made a movement as if to go, but quickly recovered his tranquil attitude, and confessed his blunder with a blush. Tom Canty turned upon him and said sharply, "Why dost thou hesitate? Hast not heard the King's command? Go!" The Lord St. John made a deep obeisance, and it was observed that it was a significantly cautious and non-committal one, it not being delivered at either of the kings, but at the neutral ground about half-way between the two, and took his leave. Now began a movement of the gorgeous particles of that official group which was slow, scarcely perceptible, and yet steady and persistent; a movement such as is observed in a kaleidoscope that is turned slowly, whereby the components of one splendid cluster fall away and join themselves to another; a movement which little by little, in the present case, dissolved the glittering crowd that stood about Tom Canty, and clustered it together again in the neighborhood of the newcomer. Tom Canty stood almost alone. Now ensued a brief season of deep suspense and waiting, during which even the few faint hearts still remaining near Tom Canty gradually scraped together courage enough to glide, one by one, over to the majority. So, at last, Tom Canty, in his royal robes and jewels, stood wholly alone and isolated from the world, a conspicuous figure, occupying an eloquent vacancy. Now the Lord St. John was seen returning. As he advanced up the mid aisle the interest was so intense that the low murmur of conversation in the great assemblage died out, and was succeeded by a profound hush.
a breathless stillness, through which his footfalls pulsed with a dull and distant sound. Every eye was fastened upon him as he moved along. He reached the platform, paused a moment, then turned towards Tom Canty with a deep obeisance, and said, "Sire, the seal is not there." A mob does not melt away from the presence of a plague patient with more haste than the band of pallid and terrified courtiers melted away from the presence of the shabby little claimant of the crown. In a moment he stood all alone, without friend or supporter, a target upon which was concentrated a bitter fire of scornful and angry looks. The Lord Protector called out fiercely, "Cast the beggar into the street, and scourge him through the town! The paltry knave is worth no more consideration." Officers of the court sprang forward to obey, but Tom Canty waved them off and said, "Back! Whoso touches him perils his life." The Lord Protector was perplexed in the last degree. He said to the Lord St. John, "Searched you well? But it boots not to ask that. It doth seem passing strange. Little things, trifles, slip out of one's ken, and one does not think it matter for surprise. But how a so bulky thing as the seal of England can vanish away, and no man be able to get track of it again, a massy golden disk—" Tom Canty, with beaming eyes, sprang forward and shouted, "Hold, that is enough! Was it round and thick, and had it letters and devices graved upon it? Yes? Oh, now I know what this great seal is that there's been such worry and pother about. And ye had described it to me, ye could have had it 3 weeks ago. Right well I know where it lies, but it was not I that put it there first." "Who then, my liege?" asked the Lord Protector. "He that stands there, the rightful King of England, and he shall tell you himself where it lies. Then you will believe he knew it of his own knowledge. Bethink thee, my king, spur thy memory. It was the very last thing you didst that day before thou didst rush forth from the palace, clothed in my rags, to punish the soldier that insulted me." A silence ensued, undisturbed by a movement or a whisper, and all eyes were fixed upon the newcomer, who stood, with bent head and corrugated brow, groping in his memory among a thronging multitude of valueless recollections for one single little elusive fact, which, found, would seat him upon a throne, unfound, would leave him as he was, for good and all, a pauper and an outcast. Moment after moment passed, the moments built themselves into minutes, still the boy struggled silently on, and gave no sign. But at last he heaved a sigh, shook his head slowly, and said with a trembling lip and in a despondent voice, "I call the scene back, all of it, but the seal hath no place in it." He paused, then looked up, and said with gentle dignity, "My lords and gentlemen, if ye will rob your rightful sovereign of his own for lack of this evidence, which he is not able to furnish, I may not stay ye, being powerless, but—" "Oh, folly! Oh, madness, my king!" cried Tom Canty in a panic. "Wait! Think! Do not give up! The cause is not lost, nor shall be, neither. List to what I say. Follow every word. I am going to bring that morning back again, every hap just as it happened. We talked. I told you of my sisters, Nan and Bet. Ah, yes, you remember that. And about mine old grandam, and the rough games of the lads of Offal Court. Yes, you remember these things also. Very well, follow me still. You shall recall everything. You gave me food and drink, and did with princely courtesy send away the servants, so that my low breeding might not shame me before them. Ah, yes, this also you remember." As Tom checked off his details, and the other boy nodded his head in recognition of them, the great audience and the officials stared in puzzled wonderment. The tale sounded like true history, yet how could this impossible conjunction between a prince and a beggar boy have come about? Never was a company of people so perplexed, so interested, and so stupefied before. "For a jest, my prince, we did exchange garments. Then we stood before a mirror, and so alike were we that both said it seemed as if there had been no change made. Yes, you remember that. Then you noticed that the soldier had hurt my hand. Look, here it is. I cannot even write with it, the fingers are so stiff. At this your highness sprang up, vowing vengeance upon that soldier, and ran toward the door. You passed a table. That thing you call the seal lay on that table.
You snatched it up and looked eagerly about, as if for a place to hide it. Your eye caught sight of There, 'tis sufficient, and the dear God be thanked!" exclaimed the ragged claimant, in a mighty excitement. "Go, my good St. John. In an arm-piece of the Milanese armour that hangs on the wall thou'lt find the seal." "Right, my king, right!" cried Tom Canty. "Now the sceptre of England is thine own, and it were better for him that would dispute it that he had been born dumb. Go, my Lord St. John, give thy feet wings." The whole assemblage was on its feet now, and well nigh out of its mind with uneasiness, apprehension, and consuming excitement. On the floor and on the platform a deafening buzz of frantic conversation burst forth, and for some time nobody knew anything, or heard anything, or was interested in anything but what his neighbour was shouting into his ear, or he was shouting into his neighbour's ear. Time, nobody knew how much of it, swept by unheeded and unnoted. At last a sudden hush fell upon the house, and in the same moment St. John appeared upon the platform and held the Great Seal aloft in his hand. Then such a shout went up, "Long live the true King!" For 5 minutes the air quaked with shouts and the crash of musical instruments, and was white with a storm of waving handkerchiefs; and through it all a ragged lad, the most conspicuous figure in England, stood, flushed and happy and proud, in the centre of the spacious platform, with the great vassals of the kingdom kneeling around him. Then all rose, and Tom Canty cried out, "Now, O my king, take these regal garments back, and give poor Tom, thy servant, his shreds and remnants again." The Lord Protector spoke up, "Let the small varlet be stripped and flung into the Tower." But the new king, the true king, said, "I will not have it so. But for him I had not got my crown again. None shall lay a hand upon him to harm him. And as for thee, my good uncle, my Lord Protector, this conduct of thine is not grateful towards this poor lad, for I hear he hath made thee a duke." The Protector blushed. "Yet he was not a king. Wherefore, what is thy fine title worth now? Tomorrow you shall sue to me, through him, for its confirmation; else no duke, but a simple earl, shalt thou remain." Under this rebuke his Grace the Duke of Somerset retired a little from the front for the moment. The King turned to Tom and said kindly, "My poor boy, how was it that you could remember where I hid the seal, when I could not remember it myself?" "Ah, my king, that was easy, since I used it divers days." "Used it, yet could not explain where it was?" "I did not know it was that they wanted. They did not describe it, your majesty." "Then how used you it?" The red blood began to steal up into Tom's cheeks, and he dropped his eyes and was silent. "Speak up, good lad, and fear nothing," said the King. "How used you the Great Seal of England?" Tom stammered a moment, in a pathetic confusion, then got it out, "To crack nuts with." Poor child, the avalanche of laughter that greeted this nearly swept him off his feet. But if a doubt remained in any mind that Tom Canty was not the King of England, and familiar with the august appurtenances of royalty, this reply disposed of it utterly. Meantime the sumptuous robe of state had been removed from Tom's shoulders to the King's, whose rags were effectually hidden from sight under it. Then the coronation ceremonies were resumed. The true King was anointed, and the crown set upon his head, whilst cannon thundered the news to the city, and all London seemed to rock with applause. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33. Edward as King. Miles Hendon was picturesque enough before he got into the riot on London Bridge. He was more so when he got out of it. He had but little money when he got in, none at all when he got out. The pickpockets had stripped him of his last farthing. But no matter, so he found his boy. Being a soldier, he did not go at his task in a random way, but set to work, first of all, to arrange his campaign. What would the boy naturally do? Where would he naturally go? Well, argued Miles, he would naturally go to his former haunts, for that is the instinct of unsound minds, when homeless and forsaken, as well as of sound ones. Whereabouts were his former haunts? His rags, taken together with a low villain who seemed to know him and who even claimed to be his father, indicated that his home was in one or another of the poorest and meanest districts of London. Would the search for him be difficult or long? No, it was likely to be easy and brief.
He would not hunt for the boy, he would hunt for a crowd. In the center of a big crowd, or a little one, sooner or later he should find his poor little friend, sure. And the mangy mob would be entertaining itself with pestering and aggravating the boy, who would be proclaiming himself king, as usual. Then Miles Hendon would cripple some of those people, and carry off his little ward, and comfort and cheer him with loving words, and the two would never be separated any more. So Miles started on his quest. Hour after hour he tramped through back alleys and squalid streets, seeking groups and crowds, and finding no end of them, but never any sign of the boy. This greatly surprised him, but did not discourage him. To his notion there was nothing the matter with his plan of campaign. The only miscalculation about it was that the campaign was becoming a lengthy one, whereas he had expected it to be short. When daylight arrived at last, he had made many a mile, and canvassed many a crowd, but the only result was that he was tolerably tired, rather hungry, and very sleepy. He wanted some breakfast, but there was no way to get it. To beg for it did not occur to him. As to pawning his sword, he would as soon have thought of parting with his honor. He could spare some of his clothes, yes, but one could as easily find a customer for a disease as for such clothes. At noon he was still tramping, among the rabble which followed after the royal procession now, for he argued that this regal display would attract his little lunatic powerfully. He followed the pageant through all its devious windings about London, and all the way to Westminster and the Abbey. He drifted here and there amongst the multitudes that were massed in the vicinity for a weary long time, baffled and perplexed, and finally wandered off, thinking and trying to contrive some way to better his plan of campaign. By and by, when he came to himself out of his musings, he discovered that the town was far behind him, and that the day was growing old. He was near the river, and in the country. It was a region of fine rural seats, not the sort of district to welcome clothes like his. It was not at all cold, so he stretched himself on the ground in the lee of a hedge to rest and think. Drowsiness presently began to settle upon his senses. The faint and far-off boom of cannon was wafted to his ear, and he said to himself, "The new king is crowned," and straightway fell asleep. He had not slept or rested before for more than 30 hours. He did not wake again until near the middle of the next morning. He got up, lame, stiff, and half famished, washed himself in the river, stayed his stomach with a pint or two of water, and trudged off towards Westminster, grumbling at himself for having wasted so much time. Hunger helped him to a new plan now. He would try to get speech with old Sir Humphrey Marlow, and borrow a few marks, but that was enough of a plan for the present. It would be time enough to enlarge it when this first stage should be accomplished. Toward 11 o'clock he approached the palace, and although a host of showy people were about him, moving in the same direction, he was not inconspicuous. His costume took care of that. He watched these people's faces narrowly, hoping to find a charitable one whose possessor might be willing to carry his name to the old lieutenant. As to trying to get into the palace himself, that was simply out of the question. Presently our whipping boy passed him, then wheeled about and scanned his figure well, saying to himself, "And that is not the very vagabond his majesty is in such a worry about. Then I am an ass, though I belike I was that before. He answereth the description to a rag. That God should make two such would be to cheapen miracles by wasteful repetition. I would I could contrive an excuse to speak with him." Miles Hendon saved him the trouble, for he turned about, then, as a man generally will when somebody mesmerizes him by gazing hard at him from behind, and observing a strong interest in the boy's eyes, he stepped toward him and said, "You have just come out from the palace. Do you belong there?" "Yes, your worship." "Know you Sir Humphrey Marlow?" The boy started, and said to himself, "Lord, mine old departed father!" Then he answered aloud, "Right well, your worship." "Good. Is he within?" "Yes," said the boy, and added to himself, "within his grave." "Might I crave your favor to carry my name to him, and say I beg to say a word in his ear?" "I will dispatch the business right willingly, fair sir." "Then say Miles Hendon, son of Sir Richard, is here without. I shall be greatly bounden to you, my good lad." The boy looked disappointed. "The king did not name him so," he said to himself, "but it mattereth not. This is his twin brother, and can give his majesty news of t'other Sir Odds and Ends, I warrant." So he said to Miles, "Step in there a moment, good sir, and wait till I bring you word."
Hendon retired to the place indicated. It was a recess sunk in the palace wall, with a stone bench in it, a shelter for sentinels in bad weather. He had hardly seated himself when some halberdiers, in charge of an officer, passed by. The officer saw him, halted his men, and commanded Hendon to come forth. He obeyed, and was promptly arrested as a suspicious character prowling within the precincts of the palace. Things began to look ugly. Poor Miles was going to explain, but the officer roughly silenced him, and ordered his men to disarm him and search him. "God of his mercy grant that they find somewhat," said poor Miles. "I have searched enow, and failed, yet is my need greater than theirs." Nothing was found but a document. The officer tore it open, and Hendon smiled when he recognized the pothooks made by his lost little friend that black day at Hendon Hall. The officer's face grew dark as he read the English paragraph, and Miles blanched to the opposite color as he listened. "Another new claimant to the crown!" cried the officer. "Verily they breed like rabbits to-day. Seize the rascal, men, and see ye keep him fast whilst I convey this precious paper within and send it to the King." He hurried away, leaving the prisoner in the grip of the halberdiers. "Now is my evil luck ended at last," muttered Hendon, "for I shall dangle at a rope's end for a certainty, by reason of that bit of writing. And what will become of my poor lad? Ah, only the good God knoweth." By and by he saw the officer coming again, in a great hurry, so he plucked his courage together, proposing to meet his trouble as became a man. The officer ordered the men to loose the prisoner and return his sword to him, then bowed respectfully and said, "Please you, sir, to follow me." Hendon followed, saying to himself, "An I were not travelling to death and judgment, and so must needs economize in sin, I would throttle this knave for his mock courtesy." The two traversed a populous court, and arrived at the grand entrance of the palace, where the officer, with another bow, delivered Hendon into the hands of a gorgeous official, who received him with profound respect, and led him forward through a great hall, lined on both sides with rows of splendid flunkeys, who made reverential obeisance as the two passed along, but fell into death throes of silent laughter at our stately scarecrow the moment his back was turned; and up a broad staircase among flocks of fine folk, and finally conducted him into a vast room, clove a passage for him through the assembled nobility of England, then made a bow, reminded him to take his hat off, and left him standing in the middle of the room, a mark for all eyes, for plenty of indignant frowns, and for a sufficiency of amused and derisive smiles. Miles Hendon was entirely bewildered. There sat the young King, under a canopy of state, 5 steps away, with his head bent down and aside, speaking with a sort of human bird of paradise, a duke, maybe. Hendon observed to himself that it was hard enough to be sentenced to death in the full vigor of life, without having this peculiarly public humiliation added. He wished the King would hurry about it. Some of the gaudy people near by were becoming pretty offensive. At this moment the King raised his head slightly, and Hendon caught a good view of his face. The sight nearly took his breath away. He stood gazing at the fair young face like one transfixed, then presently ejaculated, "Lo, the lord of the kingdom of dreams and shadows on his throne!" He muttered some broken sentences, still gazing and marvelling, then turned his eyes around and about, scanning the gorgeous throng and the splendid saloon, murmuring, "But these are real! Verily these are real! Surely it is not a dream!" He stared at the King again, and thought, "Is it a dream, or is he the veritable sovereign of England, and not the friendless poor Tom o' Bedlam I took him for? Who shall solve me this riddle?" A sudden idea flashed in his eye as he strode to the wall, gathered up a chair, brought it back, planted it on the floor, and sat down in it. A buzz of indignation broke out, a rough hand was laid upon him, and a voice exclaimed, "Up, thou mannerless clown! Wouldst sit in the presence of the King?" The disturbance attracted his Majesty's attention, who stretched forth his hand and cried out, "Touch him not! It is his right!" The throng fell back, stupefied. The King went on, "Learn ye all, ladies, lords, and gentlemen, that this is my trusty and well-beloved servant, Miles Hendon, who interposed his good sword and saved his prince from bodily harm and possible death, and for this he is a knight by the King's voice. Also learn that for a higher service, in that he saved his sovereign stripes and shame, taking these upon himself, he is a peer of England, Earl of Kent, and shall have gold and lands meet for the dignity.
More, the privilege which he hath just exercised is his by royal grant, for we have ordained that the chiefs of his line shall have and hold the right to sit in the presence of the majesty of England henceforth, age after age, so long as the crown shall endure. Molest him not." Two persons, who, through delay, had only arrived from the country during this morning, and had now been in this room only 5 minutes, stood listening to these words and looking at the King, then at the Scarecrow, then at the King again, in a sort of torpid bewilderment. These were Sir Hugh and the Lady Edith, but the new Earl did not see them. He was still staring at the monarch in a dazed way, and muttering, "Oh, body o' me, this my pauper, this my lunatic, this is he whom I would show what grandeur was, in my house of 70 rooms and 27 servants. This is he who had never known aught but rags for raiment, kicks for comfort, and offal for diet. This is he whom I adopted and would make respectable. Would God I had a bag to hide my head in." Then his manners suddenly came back to him, and he dropped upon his knees, with his hands between the King's, and swore allegiance, and did homage for his lands and titles. Then he rose and stood respectfully aside, a mark still for all eyes, and much envy too. Now the King discovered Sir Hugh, and spoke out with wrathful voice and kindling eye, "Strip this robber of his false show and stolen estates, and put him under lock and key till I have need of him." The late Sir Hugh was led away. There was a stir at the other end of the room now. The assemblage fell apart, and Tom Canty, quaintly but richly clothed, marched down between these living walls, preceded by an usher. He knelt before the King, who said, "I have learned the story of these past few weeks, and am well pleased with thee. Thou hast governed the realm with right royal gentleness and mercy. Thou hast found thy mother and thy sisters again? Good, they shall be cared for, and thy father shall hang, if thou desire it, and the law consent. Know, all ye that hear my voice, that from this day they that abide in the shelter of Christ's Hospital, and share the King's bounty, shall have their minds and hearts fed, as well as their baser parts, and this boy shall dwell there, and hold the chief place in its honourable body of governors during life. And for that he hath been a king, it is meet that other than common observance shall be his due. Wherefore, note this his dress of state, for by it he shall be known, and none shall copy it. And wheresoever he shall come, it shall remind the people that he hath been royal in his time, and none shall deny him his due of reverence or fail to give him salutation. He hath the throne's protection, he hath the crown's support. He shall be known and called by the honourable title of the King's Ward." The proud and happy Tom Canty rose and kissed the King's hand, and was conducted from the presence. He did not waste any time, but flew to his mother, to tell her and Nan and Bet all about it, and get them to help him enjoy the great news. [Footnote: Christ's Hospital, or Blue Coat School, the noblest institution in the world. The ground on which the priory of the Great Friars stood was conferred by Henry VIII on the Corporation of London, who caused the institution there of a home for poor boys and girls. Subsequently, Edward VI caused the old priory to be properly repaired, and founded within it that noble establishment called the Blue Coat School, or Christ's Hospital, for the education and maintenance of orphans and the children of indigent persons. Edward would not let him, Bishop Ridley, depart till the letter was written to the Lord Mayor, and then charged him to deliver it himself, and signify his special request and commandment that no time might be lost in proposing what was convenient, and apprising him of the proceedings. The work was zealously undertaken, Ridley himself engaging in it, and the result was the founding of Christ's Hospital for the education of poor children. The King endowed several other charities at the same time. "Lord God," said he, "I yield thee most hearty thanks that thou hast given me life thus long, to finish this work to the glory of thy name." That innocent and most exemplary life was drawing rapidly to its close, and in a few days he rendered up his spirit to his Creator, praying God to defend the realm from papistry. J. Heneage Jesse's London, its celebrated characters and places. In the great hall hangs a large picture of King Edward VI seated on his throne, in a scarlet and ermined robe, holding the sceptre in his left hand, and presenting with the other the charter to the kneeling Lord Mayor. By his side stands the Chancellor, holding the seals, and next to him are other officers of state.
Bishop Ridley kneels before him with uplifted hands, as if supplicating a blessing on the event, whilst the aldermen, etc., with the Lord Mayor, kneel on both sides, occupying the middle ground of the picture. And lastly, in front are a double row of boys on one side and girls on the other, from the master and matron down to the boy and girl who have stepped forward from their respective rows and kneel with raised hands before the King. Tim's Curiosities of London, page 98. Christ's Hospital was ancient custom, possesses the privilege of addressing the sovereign on the occasion of his or her coming into the city to partake of the hospitality of the Corporation of London. Ibid. The dining hall, with its lobby and organ gallery, occupies the entire story, which is 187 feet long, 51 feet wide, and 47 feet high. It is lit by 9 large windows, filled with stained glass on the south side, and is, next to Westminster Hall, the noblest room in the metropolis. Here the boys, now about 800 in number, dine, and here are held the suppings in public, to which visitors are admitted by tickets issued by the treasurer and by the governors of Christ's Hospital. The tables are laid with cheese in wooden bowls, beer in wooden piggins poured from leathern jacks, and bread brought in large baskets. The official company enter. The Lord Mayor, or President, takes his seat in a state chair made of oak from St. Catherine's Church by the Tower. A hymn is sung, accompanied by the organ. A Grecian, or head boy, reads the prayers from the pulpit, silence being enforced by 3 drops of a wooden hammer. After prayer the supper commences, and the visitors walk between the tables. At its close the trade boys take up the baskets, bowls, jacks, piggins, and candlesticks, and pass in procession, the bowing to the governors being curiously formal. This spectacle was witnessed by Queen Victoria and Prince Albert in 1845. Among the more eminent blue-coat boys are Joshua Barnes, editor of Anacreon and Euripides; Jeremiah Markland, the eminent critic, particularly in Greek literature; Camden, the antiquary; Bishop Stillingfleet; Samuel Richardson, the novelist; Thomas Mitchell, the translator of Aristophanes; Thomas Barnes, many years editor of the London Times; Coleridge, Charles Lamb, and Leigh Hunt. No boy is admitted before he is 7 years old, or after he is 9, and no boy can remain in the school after he is 15, King's boys and Grecians alone excepted. There are about 500 governors, at the head of whom are the sovereign and the Prince of Wales. The qualification for a governor is payment of £500. Ibid. End of footnote. End of chapter 33. Conclusion. Justice and Retribution. When the mysteries were all cleared up, it came out, by confession of Hugh Hendon, that his wife had repudiated Miles by his command that day at Hendon Hall, a command assisted and supported by the perfectly trustworthy promise that if she did not deny that he was Miles Hendon, and stand firmly to it, he would have her life; whereupon she said, take it, she did not value it, and she would not repudiate Miles. Then the husband said he would spare her life, but have Miles assassinated. This was a different matter, so she gave her word and kept it. Hugh was not prosecuted for his threats or for stealing his brother's estates and title, because the wife and brother would not testify against him, and the former would not have been allowed to do it, even if she had wanted to. Hugh deserted his wife and went over to the Continent, where he presently died, and by the Earl of Kent married his relict. There were grand times and rejoicings at Hendon village when the couple paid their first visit to the Hall. Tom Canty's father was never heard of again. The King sought out the farmer who had been branded and sold as a slave, and reclaimed him from his evil life with the Ruffler's gang, and put him in the way of a comfortable livelihood. He also took that old lawyer out of prison, and remitted his fine. He provided good homes for the daughters of the 2 Baptist women whom he saw burned at the stake, and roundly punished the official who laid the undeserved stripes upon Miles Hendon's back. He saved from the gallows the boy who had captured the stray falcon, and also the woman who had stolen a remnant of cloth from a weaver. But he was too late to save the man who had been convicted of killing a deer in the royal forest. He showed favor to the justice who had pitied him when he was supposed to have stolen a pig, and he had the gratification of seeing him grow in the public esteem and become a great and honored man. As long as the King lived, he was fond of telling the story of his adventures, all through from the hour that the sentinel cuffed him away from the palace gate till the final midnight, when he deftly mixed himself into a gang of hurrying workmen, and so slipped into the Abbey, and climbed up and hid himself in the confessor's tomb, and then slept so long the next day that he came within one of missing the coronation altogether. He said that the frequent rehearsing of the precious lesson kept him strong in his purpose to make its teachings yield benefits to his people, and so, whilst his life was spared, he should continue to tell the story, and thus keep its sorrowful spectacles fresh in his memory and the springs of pity replenished in his heart. Miles Hendon and Tom Canty were favourites of the King all through his brief reign, and his sincere mourners when he died. The good Earl of Kent had too much sense to abuse his peculiar privilege, but he exercised it twice after the instance we have seen of it before he was called from the world, once at the accession of Queen Mary, and once at the accession of Queen Elizabeth. A descendant of his exercised it at the accession of James I. Before this one's son chose to use the privilege, near a quarter of a century had elapsed, and the privilege of the Kents had faded out of most people's memories. So, when the Kent of that day appeared before Charles I and his court, and sat down in the sovereign's presence to assert and perpetuate the right of his house, there was a fine stir indeed, but the matter was soon explained and the right confirmed. The last earl of the line fell in the wars of the Commonwealth fighting for the King, and the odd privilege ended with him. Tom Canty lived to be a very old man, a handsome, white-haired old fellow, of grave and benignant aspect. As long as he lasted he was honoured, and he was also reverenced, for his striking and peculiar costume kept the people reminded that in his time he hath been royal. So wherever he appeared the crowd fell apart, making way for him, and whispering one to another, "Doff thy hat, it is the King's ward." And so they saluted, and got his kindly smile in return, and they valued it, too, for his was an honourable history. Yes, King Edward VI lived only a few years, poor boy, but he lived them worthily. More than once, when some great dignitary, some gilded vassal of the crown, made argument against his leniency, and urged that some law which he was bent upon amending was gentle enough for its purpose, and wrought no suffering or oppression which any one need mightily mind, the young King turned the mournful eloquence of his great compassionate eyes upon him, and answered, "What dost thou know of suffering and oppression? I and my people know, but not thou." The reign of Edward VI was a singularly merciful one for those harsh times. Now that we are taking leave of him, let us try to keep this in our minds, to his credit. End of conclusion. End of The Prince and the Pauper, by Mark Twain.